Chapter 58. Do you believe it? Ming started moving again. He lifted his foot and placed it on the 100th step. He stayed on the 99th step for a long time before, because the moment the 53rd blood vein manifested, the qi in his body started churning madly and surrounded his body. He needed to get used to the sudden explosive appearance of the blood vein before he could continue onwards. After all, the manifestation of that blood vein meant that he reached a breakthrough. It was not just some normal manifestation of a new blood vein. Once he started moving, Ming rushed forward abruptly. His body seemed to continue absorbing the moonlight as he pressed onwards. In the blink of an eye, he reached the 115th step. He did not stop. As he felt the pressure of the mountain increasing on him, Ming rushed forward. 120 steps, 130 steps, 150 steps, 160 steps. Within the span of a few breaths, Ming took about 60 steps. When he was standing at the 160th step, Ming suddenly felt as if there was an abrupt increase in pressure from the mountain. It was as if a sudden force erupted forth and pressed onto his body. Yet at that moment, the bright moonlight surrounded Ming's entire body, causing his tied-up hair to move on its own under the moonlight. It would have been fine if he did not move, but now that he did, half of the people in the mountain and the entire field outside fell into dead silence. Wula was stunned momentarily. She had been worried about her own ranking. She originally felt affronted and defensive, but now, as she was stunned, the complicated feeling she had disappeared completely. She understood then that she was not at the same level as the other person. If they were not even in the same level, then why should she compare herself to him? If she did, then she would just be embarrassing herself, nothing more. Chen stood up abruptly and stared dumbly at the plate in his hands. He had been trying to guess the identity behind the person called Mo Su, but now, he was beginning to doubt his own guess. He could not say for sure whether what he had been thinking was correct. Ling glared at the plate in his hands as his heart pounded against his chest. There was a brief moment where he felt as if a chill crawled down his spine as he watched the person called Mo Su climb up 60 steps within the span of a few breaths. That speed was unbelievable, and he almost forgot to breathe because of it. He originally thought that the person was just trying to gain attention. That was why he chose to travel at night. Yet as he looked at it, there was no way Mo Su was doing it to gain attention. It was clear that he had the ability to do so since the beginning. If that was not the case, it would have been impossible for him to climb up 60 steps within the span of a few breaths. The entire mountain was in silence. Within that silence, Chen blinked rapidly. He did not want to be bothered by it, but his instincts told him that that person called Mo Su was the one who brought about the sudden roar just now. It should be him. It should be. But just who is he? He's not from Windstream Tribe, that's for sure. I wonder whether I saw him on the field just now. Chen still did not know that while he was still on the field surrounded by people, there was one person whose smile was extremely faint as he stood among the crowd trying to get into his circle of friends by laughing. He was of average looks, so average that people would not notice him. That person was looking at Chen as he laughed and chatted with his friends, surrounded and practically worshipped by the people around him, and watched as he walked towards Ling. Just as Chen was troubled by his thoughts, Su widened his eyes where he sat on the stairway closest to Ming. It was as if he was trying to see through the mist and look at the person who was walking on the stairway right beside his. Su was different from Chen. He was too close. He could practically tell that the person called Mo Su was very close to him, and he was right behind him on the other stairway covered by mist. He's just at the 160th step, though. There's still more than twice the distance between us. He's of no threat to me. If you can come close to me, then it'll be not too late for me to pay attention to your existence. As Su thought about it, he smiled coldly and closed his eyes. On another stairway on the other side of the mountain, Wu Sun stared at the ranks on the plate with a dark face. His gaze stayed especially long on Su and Mo Su's names. I'm at the 12th place and only at the 295th step. I won't be able to get into the top 10. I can tell that I'm getting weaker. The person who stole my blood must be one of these two. Wu Sun was not stupid. He was, in fact, very intelligent, or else he would not have been able to maintain a relatively high position within the tribe, which was filled with strife and confrontations, much less control Ling and the others. Su. Wu Sun's eyes swept past Mo Su's name, and he stared at Su's name, who was ranked second on the plate with a vicious look in his eyes. Even so, there was a hint of fear and caution hidden deep within that viciousness. Wu Sun had no confidence that he could snatch back his blood from a person ranked second in this test. Sighing was nervous. As of then, his demeanor was similar to how Wu La had acted before. When he looked at ranks and at Mo Su's name, who was at the 160th step, his heart pounded against his chest. He was afraid that he would be overtaken. He would not be so worried if it was daylight, but it was nighttime now. He had no confidence to continue onward. Besides, he was currently ranked 49th. Once he was overtaken, then he would be placed at the 50th spot. It may seem like it was just small difference, but the meaning within the rank was completely different. Besides them, almost everyone taking part in the test had their eyes fixed on Mo Su's name on their ranking plates. Only Yuang never looked at the plate. It was not as if he did not know about what was happening. It was just that with his personality, even if he knew, he would not pay attention to it. However, the field was even quieter compared to the silence in the mountain. It was as if even breathing was halted, and the field was enveloped in dead silence. The force that was halting the people's breathing on the field was their own shock, which stemmed from the one name they were all looking at on the ranks shown on the eagle statues. 63rd, Mo Su, 160 steps. After the sudden explosive increase in steps, many among them no longer treated Mo Su as an entertainment to pass time. They were regarding that name with importance because the sudden increase of 60 steps caused them to be in shock and disbelief. If it was during the day, then perhaps they would be just shocked, but it was night. It was night, when the pressure in the mountain was 100 times stronger than during the day. Most of them believed that if he could take 60 steps within the span of a few breaths during night, then that number would increase by several folds during the day. There were few who could do what Mo Su did among all those participating in the test. Just who is he? Mo Su. Mo Su. I just did a calculation. He went from 99 steps to 160 steps within less than 10 breaths. This is unbelievable. His rank went up from 101 to 62 within the blink of an eye. This person, if he had this sort of ability, then if he did what he just did during the day, he would have gotten into the top 30 ranks. Why is he doing this at night? After a long while, sounds of discussion gradually rose within the field, and they grew stronger by the moment. Even the leaders from other tribes were also looking at the ranks. However, the old woman from Dark Dragon Tribe and the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe still paid no attention to it. That night was bound to be different. On that night, all attention was bound to belong to one person, Su Ming. There was a faint smile on Mo Sang's lips as he looked at the ranks on the eagle statue. The expectation within him became stronger. He knew that Su Ming had completely understood the meaning behind the 6 numbers. As for Jing Nan, he looked calm as he stood beside Mo Sang. There was no changes whatsoever on his face. If he could not hide his emotions, then he would not have been able to obtain his current power and status. Not bad, Mo Sang. You taught the child you brought back well. Honestly, I've always been curious about his birth. Jing Nan smiled as he looked at Mo Sang. Curious? Would you believe me if I told you he was the prince of the Great Yu dynasty? Mo Sang looked at Jing Nan and smiled as he spoke. Jing Nan could not tell whether he was lying from his demeanor. Perhaps Mo Sang would forever be the only one who knew the secret to Su Ming's birth. Why don't you just say he's the son of the god of Berserkers? Interesting. How interesting. Jing Nan was momentarily stunned. Then he started laughing out loud. Perhaps he might be. Mo Sang smiled as he spoke. Jing Nan laughed, but in his heart, he was shocked. He was not sure whether he should believe in Mo Sang's words. He did not like that thought. For all the years he had lived, he would always have that sort of feeling whenever he met Mo Sang. At that moment, there was another cry of surprise among the discussions and commotion in the field. He's moving. Just when is he going to stop? Look, 168 steps. 172, 179. This speed. He seems to be slower than before. This should be his last charge. I say he'll only reach 200 steps at most, nothing more. That's about it. I think the 190s would already be very difficult for him now. This is nighttime, after all. The higher he climbs, the stronger the pressure will be. Numerous pairs of eyes were focused on the ranks on the various eagle statues amidst the sounds of discussion. Some of those gazes were cold, some disdainful, some expectant, some admiring, and some filled with jealousy. At that moment, Su Ming's entire body was surrounded by moonlight as he continued walking forward one step at a time on the stairway. As he walked, the 53 blood veins on his body let out a brilliant red glow. As he pressed onwards, the 54th blood vein also manifested suddenly. The 55th, 56th, 57th blood vein also appeared simultaneously soon after the 54th, causing the blood-red glow on Su Ming's body to become stronger. It filled his body with a powerful force that seemed ready to erupt. Su Ming growled and took another big step forwards onto the 186th step. Once he did so, the banging sounds that signaled the increase of blood veins reverberated once again through his body. That sound made by Su frown on the other mist-covered stairway. It also made Chen, who was listening carefully, grit his teeth, hoping and wishing fervently that his body would make the same sounds. 189, 192, 199, 200. The ranks on the eagle statues in the field changed once again. First, Wang, 600 steps. Second, Bai Su, 397 steps. Third, Chen, 391 steps. 48th, Beheading, 206 steps. 49th, Sighing, 201 steps. 50th, Su, 200 steps. Chapter 59, Unimpeded. 50th, Su, 200 steps. The faces of all people who saw that one line on the rank shown on the eagle statues changed. The previous looks of disdain, scorn, or even amusement were completely gone like the wind. No one treated Su as an entertainment for them to spend their time anymore. They had just witnessed a miracle and saw something unbelievable happening before their own eyes. This person made it from the last into the hundreds, then to the 50th place. There were even some in the field who were in disbelief to what they just saw. They did not imagine that such an incident could occur. Su even did this while everyone was not moving, and he pushed forward from the last place to the top 50 ranks. He even did all this during midnight. This was too shocking, hence most of the people in the field had already ignored the striking results in the top 10 ranks, neglected by Su, who was in second place, and had all their attention drawn to Su's name. Just how far can he go? He'll definitely make it to the top 30. I don't think so. He seemed to not have enough energy during the last charge. But no matter what, if he can enter the top 50, then it means he's very powerful. The sounds of discussions continued like waves and did not stop. The night should have been quiet, but at that moment, it was impossible for the spectators to remain silent when they had just seen something they had never seen before. In fact, the field was even livelier than during the day. Su Ming made it to the 50th place, and all eyes were on him, no matter whether it were the hundreds of people on the field or the participants of the test who were also in the mountain. While those who were below the top 50 were angry that he suddenly surpassed them, they were also filled with respect. As for those within the top 50, they were all staring at the plates within their hands and looking at Su Ming's rank. To them, Su Ming had just become a threat. The threat may yet not be great, but nonetheless, they started placing some importance to his existence. As for those in the top 20 and above, they did not place much importance on him. However, the ones who were the most anxious at that moment would definitely be Sighing and Beheading. One of them was placed 49th and the other 48th. That person who suddenly made it to the top 50 was like a thorn in their side. It was especially so for Sighing, whose face was pale at that moment. He clenched his fist. He was the son of the tribe leader of Dark Dragon tribe. He had gritted his teeth and made it to this rank after much difficulty. He had felt prideful for his achievements, but as of now, his heart was racing against his chest. Don't go up. Don't go up. Don't go up. He was screaming in his heart while he stared at the rank shown on the plate with bloodshot eyes. On a stairway located further away, Beheading stood up. He was also extremely nervous. He widened his eyes and stared at the plate, but did not scream in his heart like Sighing. Instead, he gritted his teeth and turned, walking towards the 207th step. As most of the people were staring at the plate, Su Ming stood at the 200th step and took a deep breath. The persistence in his eyes was as hard as steel. On his body, all 58 blood veins were shining brightly. If there was no mist covering them, then the light would have definitely shone with dazzling brilliance, and even those far away would be able to see it. Yet now, due to the presence of the mist, everything was hidden away deep within the mountain. Su Ming felt a strong power blossoming within his body. He lifted his head and then looked at the night sky and the moon through the thin layer of mist above him. He did not know why, but ever since he started training in the Fire Berserker art, he fell in love with the night. He did not hate the day, per se, but he no longer looked forwards to it. Among all those living on the land, who will be able to see the end of the horizon? Su Ming mumbled under his breath as he stared at the dark sky. There was a brilliant flash in his eyes that disappeared as soon as it appeared. If no one was looking into his eyes closely, they would not have discovered it. Su Ming lifted his right foot and went forward once more. He stepped onto the 201st step and the 202nd step. The moment his feet landed, Sighing, who was on a stairway further away from him, stood up with a vicious look and roared towards the sky, then moved forward in a frenzy. He watched with his own eyes as his own ranking fell from 49 to 50. It was just a difference in one place, but that was akin to the difference between heaven and earth. It made Sighing, prideful as he was, unable to accept it. If he had been overtaken since a long time ago, he would not have minded it. But once he had managed to get into an advantageous position from the start and then had his position suddenly taken, he found it hard to accept. He gritted his teeth and walked forward step by step as he growled lowly under the incredible pressure caused by the moon on the mountain with a vicious look on his face. At the same moment, Beheading also moved. Their actions were like a butterfly effect. The people placed 47th, 46th, and 45th also could not hold still any longer and stood up, unwilling to give up. All of them began walking once more. Once they started moving, it was as if the few hundred people in the field were given a powerful medicine that made them excited. The sounds of discussion were like the endless waves in the sea. Sighing's moving. 202, 203. He stopped. Beheading won't stay still anymore either. 207, 208, 210. Interesting, with Mo getting into the top 50, the rankings are now thrown into chaos. There's bound to be a person who'll fall out of the top 50. If that's the case, then they'll definitely be nervous. The moment the discussions became louder, a sudden silence fell upon them. The sounds of speaking turned into the sounds of sharp intakes of breath. All of their gazes were focused on the one name climbing madly up the ranks. Even the old woman from Dark Dragon Tribe, who was never interested in the ranks, opened her eyes and stared at the name on the eagle statue beside her jumping up the ranks. She looked calm. If there was any change in her thoughts, other people would find it hard to detect. However, the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe still did not look at the ranks. 49th, Mo, 205 steps. 46th, Mo, 213 steps. 42nd, Mo, 221 steps. 39th, Mo, 232 steps. 37th, Mo, 239 steps. 34th, Mo, 247 steps. Sighing stared at the ranks on the plate in his hand. His entire face was pale while his body trembled. It was as if he lost all his strength and fell to the ground. He gritted his teeth, but it turned into a sense of helplessness. He only managed to take 2 steps and could no longer bear the pressure brought about by the night. He had to stop. Beheading's face was bitter as he also gave up on continuing. He did not have any more strength to move. The pressure of the night was not something he could withstand. The others also stopped. As they looked at the shocking sight of Mo going from the 50th place to the 34th place, a sense of powerlessness arose within them. Ming stood at the 247th step. That was not even half of the mountain. Compared to the seemingly endless stairway, he was only a small distance up the stairs. Even so, even if it was just a small distance, as he stood there, it was as if he was standing in midair. There was no wind where he was, and due to the mist surrounding him, it was difficult for him to see the world outside. Yet as Ming lifted his head and looked at the moon, he felt as if it was now closer to him. Ming took in a deep breath and lifted his foot once again to land on the 248th step. The moment he stood there, the blood veins in his body increased once again, and it rose from 58 blood veins to 59 blood veins. Ming lowered his head and looked at the blood veins on his body. There was a smile on his lips. He could clearly feel the similar balance on the 248th step, just like in the previous 2 places. The sky was still dark. There was still some time before daylight, but Ming gave up on moving onwards. He sat down with his legs crossed on the 248th step and closed his eyes. He immersed himself within the circulation of his qi and began controlling it with finesse. Due to the increase in his blood veins, the difficulty in fine control had also increased. Yet Ming was not anxious. He did not want to give up on this sort of a rare chance. Besides, the purpose of the elder telling him the 6 numbers was for him to treasure the chance in the first place. When Ming went into meditation to control the speed of the circulation of qi in his body, time passed by slowly. Once the participants who were in the later 30 seconds saw the final result, their uncertainty gradually turned into contemplation. As for those before the 34th place, they began to relax from their anxiety. Those within the field were filled with different theories and expectations once Ming stopped once again. Just who is he? Which tribe does he belong to? Why did he choose to move at night? Why did he stop once he reached 34th place? Is he tired, or does he have another plan? Can he maintain his rank, or will he fall out of the top 50? Or will he get into the top 30, and even the top 20? Could he perhaps get into the top 10? Numerous questions appeared within the hearts of the people in the field. As the sounds of discussion gradually died down, they buried their queries in their hearts and waited for the moment they would obtain their answer. There were also quite a number of them who did not think highly of Su Ming. They believed that Su Ming would stop moving soon. More importantly, as daylight was about to arrive and the others would start moving once again, Su Ming's rank would fall. Yet no matter what, even those who did not expect too much from Su Ming had to admit that Mo Su's name brought about a change during that night. Due to that, his name would be remembered forever by all the people. In fact, even after many years had passed, they would still remember it. That night, Mo Su's brilliance was greater than the people's in the top 10 ranks, and it could even be said that it was greater than Yi Wang's. It was destined that Mo Su's name would be taken into account occasionally, even when day arrived. No matter what the spectators' thoughts were, most of them held some form of expectation towards that name. Mo Sang was still smiling as he looked at Su Ming's rank. He might not know how and why Su Ming changed during the night, but he understood that everyone had their own secrets. As his elder and guardian, there were times where he did not have to know everything about his protege, but would have to protect him. Do you believe what I said now? For the first time since he came to this place, Mo Sang took the initiative to speak to Jing Nan. Jing Nan's face was calm as usual, but when he looked at the rankings, he frowned slightly. He became even more uncertain towards what Mo Sang said about Su Ming's birth. The night slowly passed by. The field sank into a peaceful silence. Almost everyone became quiet due to the different thoughts occupying their minds. Yet their gazes would still occasionally wander to the eagle statues and stay on the line belonging to Mo Su. After a long while, the first rays of light brightened up the horizon. A new day had arrived. Chapter 60, A Shocking Move. It was the second day of the first stage of the test. The moment the first rays of sunlight arrived, some of the pressure on the black misted mountain, where the ancients sealed the strange beast, left. The moment it returned to normal, Yi Wang was the first to move. He opened his eyes calmly and got up before moving towards the 601st step. He had no idea what happened last night. To him, who had always been prideful, there was no need to look at the plate. He still believed that there was no one who could become his opponent. The only person who could compete with him was himself. Yi Wang walked one step at a time up the stairs with great pride in his gait. He had a resolve. He must make it to the 900th step this time during the first stage of the test this time. He could still remember clearly that the final step he took last time was when he was in the 800s. He had been exhausted and was unable to move any longer. When he had to finally give up, he lifted his head and seemed to see a strange stone statue at the summit of the mountain far away. It was a pity, however, because he could not see the statue clearly due to the distance between them. Nonetheless, that one glance alone made Yi Wang become persistent. His pride and extraordinary talent would not let him rest. He would see that summit that no one has ever seen before. He longed to stand there and look down towards the people beneath him. He was prideful, and he continued walking further up the stairs within the mist in his fire-like clothes. He might not have looked at the rankings, but he knew that he was in the first place. Chen was gritting his teeth as he continued mumbling under his breath and climbing upwards with all his strength. He might be panting harshly, but he did not stop to rest. Instead, he would occasionally look at the plate in his hands to check Bai Su's rank. Bai Su was still higher than him by 3 steps. Both of them seemed to have made rivals of each other and were constantly competing against each other. In truth, this had already happened since yesterday, and Chen absolutely refused to resign himself to losing. "You bastard. Choose either to walk faster and widen our distance so that I won't be bothered so much, or slow down a few steps. Aren't you tired? Well, if you're tired, I'm tired too." Chen was drenched in sweat. It may be daytime, but he, who was currently in the 400s, could feel the pressure from the mountain beginning to suffocate him. Fatigue rushed forward through his entire body like a tidal wave. Bai Su was also panting harshly. He may have rested for an entire night, but as he continued climbing upwards, and the pressure continued increasing, the arrogance within his heart was gradually stifled. It was especially so when he saw Yi Wang, who remained in first place, walking steadily up the stairs in the 600s. It made a bit of respect grown in him towards the man. Without the desire to compete for first place any longer, He started directing his attention towards Chen Sheng, wanting to win against him. To him, his opponent was only Chen Sheng. Once he completely overcame this person, even if he lost first place to Yi Wang, his name would ring throughout all the tribes around the region, especially since the elder was now. Bai Su smiled coldly. There was a hint of yearning and fantasizing within his eyes. Wu Sen's face was pale. He may have rested for an entire night, but his condition did not become better. As time continued trickling by, the weakness brought by the loss of the blood of corpses from his body began revealing itself. His face was dark as he continued walking forwards. He would occasionally look at the ranks in the plate and at Bai Su, who was ranked second. There was a look of discontent on his face. He was still ranked 12th, but Wu Sen knew that he no longer had any hope to enter into the top 10. The people before him were usually no match for him in the tribe, but now, Wu Sen sighed. Compared to them, Ming was much calmer. He did not continue climbing up the mountain, but was sitting cross-legged on the 249th step, controlling the speed of the qi circulating in his body to a profound state. He was using every ounce of his abilities and the balanced pressure in this place to limit the increase and decrease of his blood veins to only one at a time. To him, exercising fine control was very interesting. This was the same to him as when he was quenching herbs, but this time, his body was the cauldron, the qi in his body was the flames, and his body was the herbs. He would control the strength of the fire and refine his body. As time passed by, the hundreds of people in the field outside looked at the ranks on the eagle statues and started talking among themselves again. There's no doubt that Yi Wang will be in the first place. He's in the 680s. No one can catch up to him. The second and third place are definitely Chen Sheng and Bai Su. Look at them. Those two are chasing after each other. I'm pretty sure they're competing against one another. It's a pity for Wu Senator. I wonder what happened to him. I just can't understand it. It's a pity for Imosu too. It's already noon, but he hasn't moved at all. Now his rank has been overtaken multiple times, and he's at the 47th place. As they were discussing among themselves, one name ranked in the hundreds suddenly glowed with a gray light on the 9 eagle statues. As it flickered, the name turned gray. The sudden change immediately caught the crowd's attention, but they were not surprised. Someone gave up. Since the past, a huge number of abdicators will appear on the second day of the first stage of the test. They no longer have any strength to continue onwards and can no longer withstand the pressure in the mountain. If they don't leave, then they will face the danger of their blood pressure increasing. The air suddenly twisted, soon followed by a wisp of mist coming from the mountain towards the field. Once it disappeared, a young man around 20 years of age staggered and almost fell onto the ground with a pale face. It was clear that he was forcefully transported out. It was as if he felt uncomfortable with the gazes of the people on him. He lowered his head and quickly went to his tribe located in the distance. He sat down quietly with disappointment. The number of people who gave up like him increased in the afternoon. The names that turned gray and the black mist that transported the people out of the mountain from the twisted space became the spectators' main attraction on the second day. The people who gave up would mostly sigh in disappointment and return to their tribes. There were quite a number of them who came from Windstream tribe. Those ranked in the hundreds have all given up. Hey, look, by tonight, all those ranked below the top 50 will give up, and by midnight, there'll also be a number of people who will give up. After all, even if they don't move forward during midnight, they won't be able to resist the incredible pressure in their exhausted state. Every single time during the first stage of the test, the rankings are not the only entertainment. Looking at the people who gave up is also a form of entertainment. Isn't it? It's especially so for those who got a pretty good ranking and gave up. Those looks of anxiety and fear that someone else will overtake them are really interesting. Just as the sounds of discussion echoed in the air, a person's face suddenly lit up in excitement as he looked at an eagle statue. Imosu moved. The moment the words were spoken, it immediately caught almost everyone's attention. Numerous eyes fell upon the statues and on the line that belonged to Ming. Ming opened his eyes. After spending half the day exercising fine control, the blood veins in his body had reduced to 21, and he could no longer continue decreasing the number. Ming lifted his head and looked at the stairs shrouded by mist before him. He slowly stood up. He did not know that he was under the scrutiny of a lot of people. As of then, he only had 2 thoughts in his mind. Besides using this place to exercise fine control and train, he also did not want to let the elder down. I'll do my absolute best and give it my best shot. Ming was, after all, still a teenager. He had a teenager's spirit and determination. There was a flash in his eyes before he took a quick one step forward and landed on the 249th step. An incredibly strong amount of pressure pressed against him, causing Su Ming to tremble. What great pressure! Su Ming's face was pale. He felt as if there was a ferocious, mythical creature roaring towards him down the stairs. Su Ming's eyes were firm. As the pressure came forth, he activated and circulated the qi in his body until all 59 blood veins appeared. Then he rushed forward. 251, 255, 258. Su Ming took a deep breath and continued taking 20-something steps. When he stood at the 270th step, only then did he exhale slowly. There was sweat beading on his forehead. Without the help of the moonlight, walking on the stairs during the day to Su Ming was more draining. Yet the more it was so, the more firm he was in his resolution. More importantly, as the pressure increased on his body and lashed against the 59 blood veins on him, it made Su Ming feel as if his blood veins were about to increase once again. He knew that this was all due to him being able to discover the secret of the 6 numbers and continuing to exercise fine control over the circulation of his qi. Because of this, not only did he gain precise control over his qi, the potential within him was also forced out due to the fine control. It was especially so since the Elder used the true awakening on him, and Su Ming obtained a drop of Berserker blood from him. Those gifts given to him by the Elder were truly absorbed into himself once he practiced fine control multiple times on the mountain and was aided by the pressure as he continued climbing upwards. Su Ming gritted his teeth once more and continued moving forwards quickly. Muffled booming sounds echoed within his body as he continued moving ahead, and the 60th blood vein immediately manifested on his body. 61 blood veins, 62 blood veins. The moment Su Ming landed onto the 301st step, the 67th blood vein manifested itself with an explosive force on his body. The 67 blood veins surrounded Su Ming's entire body and made him feel as if he had an unlimited amount of energy. He may be drenched in sweat, but the unwavering determination in his eyes became even stronger. Su Ming did not know the amount of shock he brought onto the hundreds of people in the field the moment he moved from the 248th step to the 301st step. The tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe looked towards the statue abruptly. There was a rare serious look on his face. 60 steps again. When that Mo Su doesn't move, he's unassuming, but the moment he does, he shocks the world. Haha, I was waiting for him to move all this while. He didn't let me down. Mo Su, get into the top 30. Even better, get into the top 10. He didn't move for the entire day. Even if he did now, he's only placed 36th, unlike yesterday. There were hints of jealousy within the voice of the person who was pretending to be speaking in disdain among the sounds of discussion. That person who spoke suddenly widened his eyes and swallowed down the words he was just about to speak. Chapter 61. They were afraid. The person who was suddenly silenced was not the only one shocked. As of then, the hundreds of spectators on the field and the people who dropped out from the first stage and returned with gloomy faces all widened their eyes. There was astonishment on their faces. Some of them already rose up from their sitting positions unconsciously, and there were some who moved forward instinctively towards the eagle statue located a little further away from them, as if they wanted to take a closer look. The old woman from Dark Dragon Tribe was staring at an eagle statue not far away with bright eyes shining with a strange light. She was staring at Mo Su's rank. The leaders of the other tribes were also staring intently at the statues with serious faces. The head of the guards of Dark Mountain Tribe, Beiling's father, had kept his gaze trained on the rankings on the eagle statue since the beginning, and most of his attention was on Beiling's rank. At that moment, he ignored his son and stared at Mo Su's name and the numbers showing the amount of steps he took behind him increasing at an exponential speed. At that moment, the entire field fell into dead silence. 36th, Mo Su, 301 steps. 34th, Mo Su, 310 steps. 31st, Mo Su, 322 steps. 28th, Mo Su, 335 steps. 26th, Mo Su, 344 steps. 23rd, Mo Su, 351 steps. 19th, Mo Su, 371 steps. It was not until Mo Su stopped and remained at the 19th place and at the 371st step after a long while that there were sounds of sharp breath intakes in the field. That scene made most of the people who saw it to be in disbelief. They may have witnessed a miracle yesterday night, but the change this time was too great compared to last night. If yesterday night was a miracle, then the unbelievable sight that happened right now could only be called a legend. He didn't even take the span of 60 breaths and managed to go from the 248th step to the 371st step. He managed to take more than 120 steps, and all it took was less than 60 breaths. Wu Sun cannot do it. Chen cannot do it. Even Yi Wang took more than 2 hours to take more than 100 steps. Just who is Mo Su? Amidst the sharp sounds of breaths being taken in, the field was enveloped in an uproar. The noise was much greater than it was during the previous night. This is only the afternoon. What will happen when it's evening or night? With the strength that he showed us yesterday, how far will he go? Just what rank will he obtain in the end? Top 10. He'll definitely make it to the top 10. There were people who were jealous of Su Ming's achievements, but there were still plenty of them who were nobodies within the tribe. No matter whether it was Chen Chong, Wu Sun, or even the people ranked in the top 10, top 20, or even the top 30 or 40, these people were all prodigies way above them who deserved respect. There was also a longing to approach these people within them. Yet at the same time, they also harbored feelings of disgruntlement and helplessness. Now, they saw a person who suddenly rose up the ranks with their own eyes. They saw the miracle of the person who was in the last place the previous day, who used a momentum and speed that was indescribable to speed up from the last place to get up to the 19th place. It was precisely because they saw it with their own eyes that they felt excited. It was as if Mo Su were themselves. Yet, people were complicated. This was not a simple change in attitude. Amidst their excitement, they all had complex feelings along with admiration. Those feelings tangled with each other and formed an emotion that they did not know how to describe. They wanted and hoped that Su Ming would continue to rise up and fulfill their longing to continue seeing the miracle. Yet they were also deeply jealous that a nobody like him could suddenly climb up the ranks. They could only wish that he would be like them and be forever stuck at the bottom. Top 10? I don't think so. He just got lucky and might have used some sort of low-handed trick to get so far. That's right. Look at him. Every single time he walks a distance, he'll have to rest for a long time. I say that's where his secret lies. The discussions were filled with contradictions. The people were excited for one moment and jealous by the next. Yet at that time, there was an old man with a sharp mouth and cheeks of a monkey within the crowd. The old man's eyes moved around as if a thought just crossed his mind. He would occasionally get close to the people who were deep in discussion and pull one of them backwards. Under their dissatisfied looks, he would lower his head and murmur in their ears, then quickly open his shirt before closing it just as quickly, as if he was afraid someone would see it. The people who were dragged out by the old man all looked at him strangely with looks of disbelief. Yet after the old man told them something, most of them would believe him somewhat. There were even some who were brought further away by the old man to trade. The participants still within the mountain shared the complex feelings of those in the field. Most of them were looking at the plates in their hands and at the name that entered their sights since the previous night. They did not know what exactly they were feeling. There were feelings of admiration, jealousy, and perhaps even disbelief within them. Lei Chen looked away from the plate. There was a boyish smile on his lips, but there was still uncertainty in his eyes. As he continued walking, he kept wondering whether Mo Su was Su Ming. Ever since he saw Mo Su's name the previous night, Su Ming's face immediately appeared in his head. Now that he saw Mo Su's rank going higher and that he managed to get into the 19th place, besides feeling shocked, he also began to doubt himself. Maybe it's not him. Bei Ling was drenched in sweat. He looked at the ranks on the plate and at the person called Mo Su rising up the ranks. He shook his head and lowered his head as he sighed. He's so good at being patient. From now onwards, his fame will definitely shake the heavens. But this has nothing to do with me. He's not from my tribe. But there's a Su in his name. I hate that word. Bei Ling lowered his head and continued slowly walking upwards. There was also Si Kong, who was situated at a stairway further away. He no longer cared about Mo Su, who suddenly rose up the ranks. In his sights, that person had already surpassed a lot of people. He was not someone Si Kong could compare to. Right now, he had his eyes on Bei Ling, who was placed right before him. I have to get into the top 50. Si Kong clenched his fist and walked forward with gritted teeth. It was the first time Bei Ling looked at the ranks on her plate for a long time. She was looking at Mo Su's name, and like Lei Chen, there was uncertainty in her heart. Is it him? Bei Ling smiled bitterly and shook her head. She knew that Su Ming was a berserker and had some power, but she did not believe that he was like Mo Su, who glowed like the sun. Compared to them, the one who was truly nervous was not Yi Wang, who was absolutely clueless to what was happening, nor was it Chen Chong and Bai Su, who were engaged with each other in a fierce competition. It was Wu Sun. Wu Sun was nervous. He looked at the ranks on his plate and at Mo Su's name, who managed to make it to the 19th place all of a sudden. His face was dark. He was no longer sure now who between Bai Su and Mo Su was the biggest suspect that stole his blood. Yet that wasn't the source of his anxiety. He was panicking over the possibility of being overtaken by not one, but two outsiders. Where could he possibly show his face after that? Damn it! Wu Sun let out a low, vicious growl. His face was pale as he gritted his teeth, but he went forward in a frenzy. It was as if there was a roar in his head telling him to absolutely not be overtaken. All the people within the top 20 ranks were working hard. The moment Su Ming made it into their ranks, it immediately changed the situation within the top 20. It was akin to a stone being thrown into water. While it brought about ripples on the surface of the water, it also caused the fishes within the water to be shocked. Yet they were fortunate that the source of their shock, Mo Su, who was currently placed 19th, stopped when he arrived at the 271st step and did not move for a long period of time. It made them breathe out a sigh of relief and quickly continue upwards, using the chance to increase the distance between them. They were afraid. They were afraid of the strange acts made by the person called Mo Su. They were afraid of him, who would be unassuming when he did not move. Yet when he did, he would bring about a shocking change. It was the first time that they were so aware of a person. Even when they were moving forward, they would occasionally look at whether that person was moving. They were also worried because they had the feeling that once this person started moving once again, he would move like thunder and quite possibly make it into the top 10. Su Ming sat on the 371st step. He had guessed that he might have caught the attention of quite a number of people, but he did not expect that the name he used, Mo Su, had already brought about a typhoon upon the first stage of the test. Besides Yu Wang, there was no one who did not know his name. There was even a huge decrease in the amount of eyes looking at the top 10 ranks that instead paid attention towards Su Ming's rank. They were waiting for the next time he would move forward explosively once again. Su Ming was calm. He closed his eyes. The number of blood veins that were circulating under his will was no longer 67, but 71. The 71 blood veins glowed in a brilliant red light as they surrounded his body. As they disappeared one by one, they would reappear again. As Su Ming was controlling them in a profound state, not only did he force out his latent potential, but he was also refining his own body so that he could obtain more power and become stronger. It made him look forward to how fast he could go once he could run at full speed. After all, Su Ming excelled at speed. Time passed by, and it was soon dusk. During the entire afternoon, there would occasionally be mist going towards the field and transporting those who yielded. The looks on their faces also gradually changed. The higher they were ranked, the less gloomy they would look as they came out of the mountain. There were even some who returned with excitement on their faces. As dusk arrived and the sky began to darken, most of the names ranked below 60 became gray on the 9 eagle statues. There were only 2 people left who persevered. 67th, Wu La, 159 steps. 61st, Bai Ling, 178 steps. Chapter 62, Released the hair tie. Yet it was a pity, because Wu La and Bai Ling's perseverance only lasted until it was after dusk. Once the moon started revealing itself in the sky, both names became gray. 2 wisps of black mist appeared and sped towards the field as the space in the distance twisted. Both wisps turned into 2 girls who were pale. Bai Ling was calm. She had already given it her all. Truth be told, the moment she did not find Su Ming taking part in the test, she lost all interest in competing. The moment she came back, Bai Ling lowered her head and walked towards her tribe under the scrutiny of hundreds of people. She did not say a word and sat behind the old woman as she looked at the ranks on the statue. She stared at Mo Su's name and bit her lip, her thoughts unknown. The old woman beside her lowered her head as if she was talking to Bai Ling, but Bai Ling seemed to be ignoring her and pretending not to hear her. She did not speak. Compared to Bai Ling's untroubled manner, Wu La was incredibly discontent. She went to where Dark Mountain Tribe was located, and the head of the guards welcomed her with a kind smile and comforting words. Wu La, you did well. This is the first time you participated in the first stage of the test, and yet you managed to get into the top 70. Go back and train more. Next time, try making it into the top 50. Wu La nodded her head slightly. She may not be satisfied with her results, but there was a pride within her that made her think that she achieved a pretty good result. It was just as the head of the guards said. If she could obtain this kind of result the first time she took the test, it was good enough. When Wu La lifted her head and looked at the ranks displayed on the eagle statue, she saw Bei Ling ranked 49th, Lei Chun ranked 53rd, and she looked at Mo Su. Once she saw Mo Su's name, her eyes brightened up. Who could he be? Sometimes, time would pass by slowly. Yet during the fierce match in the first stage of the test, everyone thought that time was passing by quickly. In the blink of an eye, the moon in the sky was no longer partly hidden in a crescent shape, but was turning brighter, revealing its whole form as it hung high in the sky. There was only a bit of time left before midnight. The pressure in the mountain gradually grew stronger. Lei Chen conceded. His final rank was 52. As he was transported back to the field by the mist, his face was not gloomy. There was still a boyish smile on his face. Once he came back, there were a few people who came up to him to greet him. It was clear that ever since the representatives from Dark Mountain Tribe came to Windstream Tribe, Lei Chun made quite a number of friends. Once he returned to where Dark Mountain Tribe was located, Bei Ling and Si Kong also gave up. As they returned with the black mist, Bei Ling came back with his usual aloof demeanor. He was still placed 49th. He had managed to get his wish and made it into the top 50 ranks. It was different this time compared to the previous test. A few years ago, he had only made it with Wu Sen's help. This time, he made it on his own. Bei Ling believed that if he had not given Wu Sun the large amount of blood from the center of his brows a few days prior to the test, then perhaps his rank would be even higher. He walked towards where Dark Mountain Tribe was located pridefully. Wu La, you were pretty good. You might not have been able to make it into the top 50, but this rank is already very good. However, don't be arrogant. There are still 2 stages left. Bei Ling looked at Wu La and spoke slowly. Wu La quickly stood up and nodded her head lightly. There was respect in her eyes as she looked at Bei Ling. Now that she participated in the test, she knew just how hard it was to make it into the top 50. As for you, Lei Chun, you should have been able to make it into the top 50 ranks, but now you're only ranked at 52nd place. It's fine, there are still 2 stages left. You have to work harder. There are only 3 of us representing Dark Mountain Tribe. We have to give it our all. Bei Ling looked at Lei Chun and spoke calmly. Lei Chun lowered his head and did not speak. When Si Kong returned, he was dejected. He was still ranked 50th. He walked back towards his tribe disheartened and looked at Bai Ling, who was quietly sitting by the side. He was just about to speak to her when Bai Ling looked at him coldly. He immediately swallowed his words. As time passed by, those within the top 50 gradually gave up. As the names began to turn gray and more people returned to the field, the place started becoming lively. Those who were ranked in the top 50 came back with pleased faces. There were also quite a number of people who would go up to them to celebrate, and they laughed together joyfully. There were people who gave up, but there were also people who persevered. At that moment, Chen Chong gritted his teeth and persevered in a bout of madness. His entire body was drenched in sweat, and the flesh on his face was trembling as he continued climbing up the mountain. He was already panting harshly. There were numerous stars swirling before his eyes, making him so tired he could barely go on. Yet at the same time, he continued mumbling under his breath. You bastard, damn it, I'm so tired. 537. You damn by Su. 538. You damn by Su. 539. You damn by Su. You're on. I'll definitely fight against you until I die. Chen Chong wiped his sweat. There was madness in his eyes as his mutterings became louder. Are you a madman? Why the hell do you insist on competing with me? You bastard, by Su, if I die of fatigue, I'll come back and haunt you. 538. Huh, that's not right, it's 539. Chen Chong's face was bitter and in his madness, he panted like thunder roaring. He even went down on all fours and took onto the increasing pressure as he continued climbing forwards. His heart was pounding against his chest as if it was about to explode. The amount of sweat that fell from him could even be seen staining the stairs behind him. You're going to make me die from exhaustion. You bastard, you're thinking about making me die from exhaustion. With this amount of sweat, I've definitely become thinner. I'm definitely thinner. Chen Chong kept on panting as he continued climbing upwards. Suddenly, his ears moved. Once he listened carefully, he immediately laughed loudly. I'll make you die from exhaustion. How dare you compete with me? I'll make you die by exhaustion. You damn by Su. His exceptional hearing allowed him to hear the sounds of panting that was not at all weaker than his coming from a stairway further away from him. Bai Su was also in a pathetic state similar to Chen Chong. His sweat kept dripping down, and his eyes were so bright it was as if there was a fire burning within them. He had been competing against Chen for a long time, and he was just climbing upwards madly while gritting his teeth. He was already so tired he could feel a stab of pain in his chest when he panted, but he refused to give up. Chen, I'll definitely surpass you. I am the strongest among our peers besides Yi Wang. Yet, the higher they were, especially in the 500s, the amount of pressure, notably the exponential increase of pressure during the night, became incredibly terrifying. It was still slightly bearable during the day for Chen and Bai Su, but now that it was almost midnight, it could be said that even lifting their feet alone was a difficult task. Besides these two, the rest of those who persevered were the same. It was especially so for Wu's senator. He continued walking upwards with gritted teeth. He did not want to be overtaken. Even if he could not make it into the top 10, at the very least, he had to maintain his current rank. Midnight was about to arrive, and the pressure in the mountain was about to rise to its peak. Some of the people who were still within the mountain had begun to stop. After all, according to the tradition of the first stage of the test, the final battle was tomorrow morning. The moment midnight arrived, Chen Chang's entire body trembled. He could clearly feel the pressure of the mountain reaching to a point where he was terrified by it. 547. 5. Damn it, I quit. Bai Su, if you want to be number 2, I'll give it to you. If I continue, I'll definitely die from exhaustion here. All my body mass is gone. Chen Chong fell down exhausted by the side and roared towards his surroundings. I'll take number 3. It's fine, as long as I don't fall out of the top 3, I won't embarrass myself. Wu Sun is still at the back anyway. Bai Su, continue if you can. Take a few more steps, better yet, just drop dead. Damn it, if only I had Mo Su's ability and had a breakthrough, then I'd definitely. Chen Chong panted harshly and fanned himself with his hand as he continued mumbling under his breath. Suddenly, his body trembled and his ears perked up. His face was gradually replaced by shock. Bai Su was looking at the ranks on the plate. Once he saw that the figures showing the number of steps Chen Chong took became still, he laughed towards the sky. There was a ruthless expression on his face. I am the strongest besides Yi Wang. He gritted his teeth and climbed a few more steps, panting harshly. When he arrived at the 553rd step, he stopped. Yet, the moment he looked at the plate once more, the pleased expression on his face immediately froze. He saw Mo Su, who fell to the 21st place, move once again. Wu Sun and the others within the top 20 also noticed the change. Besides Yi Wang, everyone saw Mo Su moving in succession. At the same time, the field outside was also enveloped in such an uproar that it seemed like it was a typhoon that was about to turn the world upside down. All the people on the field, including the old woman from Dark Dragon Tribe, the leaders of the other tribes, and even the tribe leader from Black Mountain Tribe, who had refused to look at the ranks in the beginning, all turned towards the eagle statues immediately. Numerous pairs of eyes, Lei Chun, Wu La, Bai Ling, Si Kong, Bei Ling, and the rest of those ranked after 20, who had given up, looked towards the same name on the 9 eagle statues with stilled breath. Mo Sang's eyes were bright as he stared at the ranks on the eagle statue. The brightness in his eyes was so strong that Jing Nan, who was beside him, no longer looked calm. His pupils shrank in anxiety as he looked over. Su Ming moved. Midnight belonged to him. Su Ming stood up, bathed by the moonlight. His blood veins had already been reduced until there were only 15 left on his body under fine control. All of them sank back into his body. As he lifted his head and looked at the moon in the sky, the shadow of the red moon gradually appeared in Su Ming's eyes. His hair was tied up by a string made of grass and was moving in the air despite the absence of wind. Su Ming took in a deep breath and untied his hair with his right hand, causing his hair to tumble down. He lifted his right foot abruptly and landed on the 372th step. The moment he landed on the stairs, all the blood veins in Su Ming's body manifested themselves with an explosive force. It was also the first time he would show his current fastest speed in this place. A blood-red light spread towards his surroundings, and Su Ming ran forwards like a shadow of blood. 327 steps, 393 steps, 424 steps, 448 steps, 471 steps. His speed was like a typhoon sweeping by the night. It made all the people who were watching in the mountain and in the field fall into silence. Chapter 63. A Great Threat. It was impossible for the crowd not to fall into silence because it had all just begun. On the 9 eagle statues and on the plates showing the rankings to the people left on the mountain, which numbered less than 20, The rank that belonged to Su Ming was rising madly with a terrifying speed. 20th, 19th, 17th, 15th, 14th, 12th, 10th. The moment he made it into the 10th place, the ranks changed once again, and he was placed 9th. Wu Sun was struck dumb. He stood at the 457th step and stared at the ranks on his plate with a stunned expression. He could not believe his own eyes. He may have predicted that Mo Su would bring about another shocking change the moment he started moving once again, but he did not expect the level of shock that Mo Su brought would be so horrifying. It was almost within an instant, but his rank fell from the 12th place to the 13th. There was not even time for him to counterattack. He was not given any chance to fight back or struggle. He was not the only one who was stunned. Besides him, the others from the 11th place right up to the 20th place experienced a change in their ranks within an instant. That sort of change brought about a sense of powerlessness within them. They did not even have the time to generate the desire to fight back. What was left was only the sense of awe and shock. Wu Sun let out a low growl, and the veins on his face popped up. He gritted his teeth and rushed forward madly. He could not accept it. As he moved, the others who were surpassed by Su Ming in rank also rose up from their resting position and joined the chase with gritted teeth. Those who could enter into the top 20 were not any common practitioners. Their pride did not allow them to give up so easily. At that moment, they did not care about the increased pressure during midnight. All of them moved. Even Chen, who was resting on the 547th step, trembled in shock. He stared at the plate in his hands with a dumbfounded expression and took in a sharp breath. He heard a muffled boom just now that signaled the increase of blood veins. It was the sound that he had longed for and envied just moments ago. Bai Su, who was at the 553rd step, could hear the sound even clearer. There was only a layer of thick mist separating him from Su Ming. He could hear the sound of the muffled boom clearly and distinctly feel the person called Mo Su climbing up the stairs on the stairway by his side at a terrifyingly maddening speed. It was not just them. The ones who were the most anxious at that moment were the 5 people ranked from 4th to the 8th place. These 5 people were all from Windstream tribe. They might not be as famous as Chun and Wu San, but they were definitely extraordinary. Yet at that moment, their anxiety caused their hearts to pound against their chests, and they all stood up to continue climbing. Nonetheless, it was night. It was midnight, when the pressure of Windstream Mountain was at its strongest. The resistance they felt as they climbed was incredibly strong. That sort of pressure that seemed like the might of heavens pressing onto them could make a normal person's spirit break. It was especially so when all of them stood up, yet before they even took a few steps forward, they checked the ranks on their plates once again, and the shock they felt turned into dumbfounded astonishment. All of them began to stop in succession. Su Ming's hair floated behind his back. Without the string made of grass tying his hair, they moved in the air even in the absence of wind. His eyes were blood red, and there was a moon burning within his eyes. He did not stop. Once he arrived at the 471st step, his entire body started roaring non-stop as the blood veins manifested increased one by one on his body. He did not even bother to count how many blood veins had appeared, but simply continued pressing onwards. The pressure from the mountain fell onto his body like one from numerous mountains, almost making Su Ming cave under it. He circulated his chi around his body and surrounded it with moonlight, then continued firmly at a quick speed under the pressure. 472, 483, 494, 506, 523, 537, 546. Su Ming only stopped when he was standing on the 546th step. He was drenched in sweat and was breathing heavily, but his eyes were filled with determination. The booming sounds in his body continued. Once he stopped, all 87 blood veins manifested on his body. They were scattered in a disorderly manner on his body, which enveloped Su Ming with a strong presence. 4th, Mo Su, 546 steps. There were only 3 people before him. Behind him were all the rest of the people left taking part in the first stage of the test. He may not be at the top of the mountain looking down on the others, nor could he climb right to the top in one go. But at that moment, Su Ming was already standing among the crowd of the most powerful people of his generation. Chen shuddered. He may not be looking at Su Ming, but he could feel a strong presence rushing towards him from the plate in his hands. He could even hear the booming sounds that made him dumbfounded in his ears. He could not see Su Ming, but the latter had a force that made him even more shocking compared to Bai Su. Perhaps it was precisely because he could not see him that the mysterious feeling around Su Ming caused Chen to feel a rare sense of fear and caution. Chen Chong may seem like an easygoing person, but in reality, there was still a sense of pride within his heart. He looked on to Bai Su with disdain. He only gave up because he was too tired and decided to let it be. He did not want to compete too much for that rank. Why should he make himself so tired? More importantly, Bai Su was not even considered an opponent in his eyes. So what if he surpassed him? Without that sort of presence that would make people shiver, it was all empty talk. To Chen Chong, only one person had that sort of presence, and that person was Wang. Yet now, he was shocked as he found that same presence that was supposed to be unique to Wang on Mo Su's name. Chen Chong became serious. He no longer continued to mumble, but instead gradually revealed the presence of a powerful berserker on his person. He stood up and looked towards the deeper parts of the mist. It was faint, but he saw the silhouette of a person standing on the 546th step on a stairway somewhere with his head tilted towards the sky. There was an oppressive might on that person that caused Chen Chong to pay extreme attention towards him. Compared to Chen Chong, it was obvious that Bai Su could not compare to him in that field. There was a vicious look on his face at that moment, which caused him to look ruthless. He was glaring at the mist. He could even hear the faint sounds of the person breathing behind the mist. No matter who you are, it's impossible for you to overtake me. Bai Su growled lowly towards the mist. His words spread into the mist and scattered gradually into nothingness. At that moment, the tribe member of Windstream tribe placed last among those still left within the mountain fell into a brief silence and chose to give up. He chose to leave. He knew that there was no need to wait for daylight. The final battle for the first stage of the test had begun. Yet he did not have the ability to participate in this battle. The mountain only belonged to a limited amount of people. He did not want to become a mere useless decoration for them. That was why he would rather leave than stay. Understanding their own limits and knowing when to step down was something that was not seen on most people. Still, most of the prodigies within the top 20 still understood that concept. Most of those who were powerful would usually respect each other, even if they were not within the same tribe. As the person left, besides Wu Sun and another 2 people, those ranked after the 4th place gave up and left the mountain for the 4 people who stood at the top. They left the place for them so that they could have the battleground for themselves. Wu Sun struggled for a moment, then let out a long sigh. He chose to surrender and left as well. The other 2 seemed to not want to surrender, but when they saw the rest leaving, after a slight hesitation, they chose to yield as well. As the wisps of black smoke appeared in succession in the quiet field in the middle of the night, no one spared a glance for them. At that moment, all the people on the field were looking at the ranks on the eagle statues with rapid breathing. The old woman from Dark Dragon tribe had already stood up with a grave face. The strong man beside her did the same thing. They were not the only ones who did so. All the other members of the other tribes did the same thing. No one continued sitting down. Even the tribe leader of Black Mountain tribe was glaring at the ranks on the eagle statue with a dark face. Bei Ling, Si Kong, Bai Ling, Lei Chun, Wu La, and the rest of them were all looking at the ranks silently. Even the prodigies who returned to the field did not mind that they were not given attention when they returned. Instead, they all turned to look at the statue and at the only 4 names that were still lit on the ranks when all the other names had turned gray. Mo Sang was looking at the ranks with a serious expression on his face. Xing was also looking at the ranks, though his face did not betray his thoughts. Su Ming stood at the 546th step and took a deep breath. The pressure at that place was incredibly strong. It was difficult for him to move forward with his previous speed. He lifted his leg and stood on the 547th step, then continued moving forward 1 step at a time. His pace was not quick, but it was steady. He could hear faint sounds of roaring, as if someone was saying something, but he did not pay any attention to it. He simply continued onward and moved up 1 step at a time. Chen Chong's face was serious. He no longer mumbled under his breath and no longer looked at the ranks on the plate. Instead, he tore away the shirt on his person with a grave face and exposed his slightly plump upper body as he too walked forward 1 step at a time. As for Bai Su, his face was twisted viciously. He gritted his teeth, took on the incredible pressure on his body, bore through the pain that was brought by the oppressive might, and continued onward. Every single time he took a step, he would look at the rank on the plate. First, Wang, 791 steps. Second, Bai Su, 554 steps. Third, Chen Chong, 548 steps. Fourth, Mo Su, 547 steps. Only Bai Su was looking at the ranks among the 4 of them. The other 3 did not. For Wang, It was because he did not care about any changes. Right from the start, he believed that the only opponent for him was himself. For Chen Chong, it was because of his pride. The faint presence of Su Ming's aura had caught his attention and made him pay great importance to it. That was why he decided not to look at the ranks to avoid affecting his state of mind. Su Ming also did not look at the ranks. He was only looking at the steps on the stairway and walked forward one step at a time. With each step he took, Su Ming's entire body would tremble, and a huge amount of sweat would appear as he felt the exponential pressure on his body. Yet, his unwavering determination and the indescribable resolution within him allowed him to persevere under the pressure like a small tree in a storm. Among all those living on the land, who will be able to see the end of the horizon? Su Ming looked at the sky and mumbled as he continued walking. Chapter 64. The Test of the Heart. The moon hung high in the sky. That day, the moon was slightly different from the other nights. There were no clouds in the sky, causing the moon to look incredibly bright. Moonlight fell on the land, as if lowering a soft curtain between heaven and earth. It may seem beautiful from a distance, but within the gigantic mountain, where the peak reached the sky and the summit was invisible to the eye, the moon turned into something terrifying. Under the moonlight, the pressure in the mountain was continuously erupting forth at a terrifying speed that turned into an invisible typhoon and distorted the entire peak of the mountain. It caused all those within to see the chaotic state around them without even needing to lift their heads. It was midnight. It was the time when the moonlight was the strongest. It was also the time of day when the pressure on the mountain reached its peak. If there was no mist on the mountain, and if anyone lifted their heads and looked from the distance towards the mountain, then they could see Su Ming and the other two standing at the top of the sky. If the watcher lifted its hands, they could touch it. Those who continued upwards past 500 would seem to have entered the sky, and that was so for Wang. He did not know what was happening outside. Neither did he know that there were 3 other people fighting hard behind him. He only cared about walking slowly on his path one step at a time, panting harshly. Today, I'll make it to 803. Wang gritted his teeth and walked forward with eyes filled with a burning pride that seemed as if it could scorch all those who looked into his eyes. No one could take more than a dozen steps on the stairs if they had no perseverance while under that pressure. Baisu was persistent, but within that persistence was a lack of confidence, or else he would not need to look at the ranks on the plate in his hands with each step he took. 556, 557. Damn it, Chen Chong surpassed me. He's at 558. Baisu was vexed. He gritted his teeth and took another step, but the moment he did so, his entire body trembled. He heard a faint roar coming from the highest part of the mountain. That roar was definitely not of man, but belonging to a beast. As the roar echoed through the air, Baisu trembled. There was a sharp pain in his chest, and he coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body swayed, and he nearly fell to the side unconscious. His face was pale. During that instant, he felt as if the entire mountain turned into a mysterious beast whose form could not be seen. Chen Chong also felt it. He was standing on the 558th step and was just about to take another step forward when his entire body shook viciously. He lifted his head abruptly. His eyes were bloodshot, and blood trickled down from the corners of his mouth. Su Ming was drenched in sweat, but the determination within his eyes did not dim. Instead, it became even stronger. He pressed onward step by step, 548, 549, until he stood at the 557th step. He, too, heard the faint roar. That roar seemed to be filled with rage toward the heavens as it rushed towards him. The moment it came to Su Ming, he froze. There was a sharp pain in his chest, and he coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood. There was a pressuring might within the roar itself, as if it wanted to make all the people who heard it submit to the sound. Yet at the moment his blood stained the ground before him red, the blood-red moon in Su Ming's eyes suddenly burned stronger with a brilliant light. He would not yield. Su Ming lifted his head instinctively, looked towards the top of the mountain, and let out a loud roar. The sound he made was like thunder roaring, and it echoed through his surroundings. The fire burning within his eyes seemed to be ready to spill out as he lifted his right leg and stomped fiercely onto the 558th step. The moment his feet landed, Su Ming trembled and veins popped on his skin as all his manifested blood veins spread all over his body. The red and blue colors crisscrossing all over his body showed that Su Ming was experiencing an indescribable pain. But he did not give up. He would make it to the 563rd step. He would reach the fine control step over there. He did not want to give up this chance. Most of all, he did not want to make the elder disappointed. If he was to make a move, then he would definitely not make himself regret his decisions, now and forever. What he wanted to do was to have no regrets. He would give it his all and fight so that he would never regret. 559, 560, 561. Ming took another 3 steps. With each step he took, he could feel his body trembling harshly and letting out sounds that screamed that he could no longer continue. It was as if his flesh and bone were about to be crushed. That sort of pain was nearly unbearable for him, who was merely a teenager of 16 years of age. 2 more, 2 more. Ming roared within his heart. He kept telling himself that he had to make it to the 563rd step. Ming growled again. He lifted his feet and took another step. The moment he placed his foot on the ground, he felt as if the earth and mountain moved and shook. However, he knew clearly that the earth did not move, neither did the mountain shake. It was he himself that moved. The feeling as if the earth and mountain moved made Ming's face void of color instantly. He lifted his head and looked at the sky. It seemed to gradually move away from him, as if the sky itself was moving before his eyes. At that moment, time seemed to have slowed down. Ming could tell that his body was falling down slowly. The earth did not move. The mountain did not shake. It was his body that had reached its limit and was falling backwards slowly. The 562nd step is a test. A bitter smile appeared on Ming's lips. The earth does not move. The mountain does not shake. Even if you move, none of this changes. Elder, why is it that when I run, it seems like the trees around me are moving? I don't understand. I don't know whether it's my body that's running, or if it's the trees that are moving backwards. Elder, just what is happening? As he was feeling bitter about the situation, a memory of his younger self asking the elder that question surfaced in his head. Your eyes will lie to you. Lasu, once you grow up, you'll understand. What you see might not be real. Perhaps your eyes are deceiving you. Look at that tree. Is it really moving? Is your body moving, or the tree moving? Or is it something else? Ming remembered that he was still slightly confused and could not truly understand the elder's words when he heard the answer. Yet now, as he recalled it, he was stunned. The one that changed is not the earth, nor the mountain. Because the body moved, that's why everything seemed to have moved. But in truth, the earth did not move, neither did the mountain move. The one that moved. Ming widened his eyes. He felt that he had grasped onto a line of thought. The one that moved is my mind. 1. When I ran, my body moved, but the trees didn't move. Yet what my eyes saw were the trees moving. That's because my mind was tricked by my eyes, and it's my mind that moved. Even if my body moved, but if my mind didn't move, then the land, the mountains, the trees, everything wouldn't move. Even my body might be deceived. My eyes, my body, everything can trick my mind and make it seem like I'm moving. Ming shivered. Once he understood the concept, there was a roar in his head. The strength of the roar made him feel faint. When the dizziness gradually disappeared, Ming stood there, stunned. He lowered his head and looked at the steps underneath his feet, then looked at his surroundings. He was still standing on the steps. His right foot was on the 562nd step, and his left foot on the 561st step. In reality, his body never experienced any change. Ming silently lifted his left foot and went to the 562nd step. Once he did so, he took a deep breath and understanding appeared in his eyes. I get it. If my mind doesn't move, then nothing will move. This is the meaning of fine control. Ming mumbled as he walked towards the 563rd step. He stood there, and a faint smile appeared on his pale face. He slowly sat down in a meditative position and began the first true fine control after he understood the meaning behind it. It was different from the previous 4 times. Before, he had only performed it with ignorance. All his strength was placed in controlling the speed of his qi. This was just relying on external strength. Now that he finally understood, he knew that true fine control did not rely on external strength to control the speed of qi circulation, but on the mind. Qi will only move when the mind moves. If the mind does not move, then qi will also remain still. At the same time Ming sat down, Bai Su let out a frustrated roar. His right leg trembled and hung above the 562nd step. Yet no matter what, he could not place it down. He had a strong feeling that if he placed his foot down on the step, his body would not be able to bear it. The feeling was extremely powerful. It was so real that he had no choice but to believe in it. Slowly, he chose to stop with a pained expression. He did not dare to take the risk. Chen Chong had a grave expression. It was an expression that was rare on him. He stood at the 561st step and looked at the 562nd step. He was silent for a long time. Some time ago, he had heard of the story regarding this step. After a moment, Chen Chong gritted his teeth and walked towards it. Yet the moment his feet landed on the step, his entire body seemed to freeze, and he stood there, dumbstruck. His eyes were empty and blank. Time passed by, and after 7 breaths, Chen Chong coughed out a huge mouthful of blood and fell between the 561st and 562nd step. In the end, he did not manage to pass the test of the heart that existed on that step. Yet compared to Bai Su, Chen Chong had the heart and mind that could turn him into a powerful berserker. The field was in dead silence. There were no discussions, no commotion. All of the people were breathing rapidly as they looked at the ranks on the eagle statues. The shock in their hearts replaced all thoughts in their minds. First, Wang, 803 steps. Second, Su, 563 steps. Those 2 lines garnered all their attention. Su was just a normal name that no one had heard before the test. Yet now his name was famous. Time passed by gradually. That night was bound to be extraordinary. It was bound to be even more stunning than the previous night. That night was bound to belong to the 2 people in the mountain for their final battle. There was no one who was growing impatient in the field. In the midst of their silence, they waited. They waited for the moment that the both of them would move. When midnight passed by, and there was only a small amount of time left before dawn, the number of steps behind Su's name on the 9 eagle statues changed. The weather did not change, neither did the wind blow once he moved. Yet the moment he did so, his movements turned into a storm that raged within the hearts of all those who were watching. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator notes. 1. The one that moved is my mind. In this case, Su Ming is describing an optical illusion and perspective here, but since it's impossible for them to know what an optical illusion is, the word is not included. Chapter 65. Wang changed. Su Ming opened his eyes. There were only 3 blood veins left on his body. He lowered his head and looked at the 3 blood veins on his chest before standing up. He took a deep breath, but did not rush forward. He turned his head and looked at the thick mist behind him. He could not see the ground below, but he could feel that he was standing at a very high place. I might need to go to the 781st step to make the final 3 blood veins disappear. Su Ming looked at the summit, and his eyes gradually lit up. Also, I want to see just how far can I go. Su Ming raised his foot and moved towards the 564th step. Once he stood there, he walked further upwards 1 step at a time without hesitation. He moved forwards 1 step at a time. Su Ming no longer moved along the stairs with that maddening speed from before, where he managed to climb up around 100 steps within the span of a few breaths. Yet there was no hint of stopping within him as he walked forward steadily at a moderate pace. He was calm, and he exuded an air of calmness that seemed like he was the water within an ancient well that would not ripple even when stones were thrown into it. Gradually and slowly, he moved towards the 573th step, 578th, 582th, and he continued onward. As he pressed onward, all his blood veins surfaced on his skin. A great presence of qi exploded from his body. At the same time, as he continued steadily onward, another blood vein manifested. This path was the path of a strong berserker that belonged to Su Ming. It was an incredibly important stage of metamorphosis in his life. It was a change in his training and understanding of his soul. Every step Su Ming took was turned into figures shown on the number of steps he took on the eagle statues in the field. Every single time the numbers jumped, the people who were watching would feel as if their hearts jumped along with it. 597, 598, 599, 600. He's at the 600th step. That was Wang's limit yesterday. He's still going on. 601, 602. Could Wang not have noticed him? He may be further away, but if this continues, then before long, Su will catch up to him. Due to Su's movements, the quiet field was gradually filled with sounds of discussion. Yet compared to the commotion on the previous night, most of the discussions were held in low voices and whispers. Compared to the crowd that had been watching the first stage since the beginning, there were still some people in the field made up of those who were ranked within the top 50. There were also some people who were ranked within the top 10, and they had formed their own cliques. Wang must be feeling prideful. He always had a habit to not look at the ranking. Well, Wang always believed that the only one who could compete against him was himself. No one else had the ability to do so. Haha, I wonder whether Mo Su will have the ability to become his opponent this time. He's already at the 645th step. That Mo Su is really good, though. I can't compare to his potential. Honestly, I'd really want Yuan to look at the plate. I'd like to see his reaction once he knows about Mo Su following close behind his back. Would he turn his nose against him? Or will he become slightly excited? The two different crowds in the field talked about different things. Compared to them, there was a crowd in the field that was formed of people of even higher statuses. They were all the leaders of different tribes. Their status and power determined their social standing. The old woman from Dark Dragon tribe looked at Mo Su's name on the eagle statue. Her eyes were gradually clouded with seriousness and mindfulness. She did not know who that person was, but she admired him nonetheless. From what she could presume, no matter which tribe Mo Su belonged to, it could not be from Windstream. If that was the case, then it would be interesting once that person appeared in the field. It's a pity he's not from Dark Dragon tribe, or else I'd do everything I can to aid him in his training. The old woman lamented, looking at Bai Ling and Sikong beside her. Sikong isn't the type who can take on large responsibilities. Dark Dragon tribe is falling. As for Bai Ling, she only has a passing fancy towards that Su Ming. She still can't differentiate between gratitude and affection. But as long as she doesn't mingle around that rascal, then time will naturally make her forget about him. What right does that Su Ming have to approach my granddaughter? Unless, of course, he is that mysterious Mo Su. The old woman gave a self-depreciating laugh, and a hint of mockery appeared in her eyes. Located further away was the tribe leader from Black Mountain tribe. His face was dark as he stared at Mo Su's name on the eagle statue. His gaze was cold, yet at the same time, there was mindfulness and shock within his eyes. Bai Su was taught by the elders since he was young, and has surpassed those among his generation by leaps and bounds. If it wasn't because the elder had reached a breakthrough and could now stand at the same position as Windstream's Xing Nan, then he wouldn't have let Bai Su appear. But where did that Mo Su come from? Which tribe does he belong to? I must bring him to the tribe, or else I'll just have to kill him. If anyone were to compare social ranking, then no one else's status was higher than Xing Nan's in the field. He stood there and looked at the ranking on the eagle statue. He watched as the figures showing the number of steps taken increased continuously behind Mo Su's name. The number had now reached 677. His pupils shrank in anticipation, but his face remained passive. It was as if what had happened was still not enough to shock him. Mo sang, "Once Su Ming finishes the test, let him stay in Windstream tribe. This place will be more beneficial to him." Xing Nan spoke slowly as he watched the number of steps taken change once again and become 684. Once he heard Xing Nan's words, Mo Sang only smiled faintly. He was also shocked inwardly that Su Ming could obtain such a great result. This had completely exceeded his expectations, but there was a reason why he told Su Ming to not worry about revealing his power in the first place. "Don't be anxious. We can talk about this once the test ends." Mo Su spoke unhurriedly. There was love and kindness within his eyes as he looked at Mo Su's name on the eagle statue. When he saw that Mo Sang did not immediately reject his proposal, a flash passed through Xing Nan's eyes. With his level of intelligence, it was only natural that he knew that the conditions he proposed to obtain Su Ming would not be enough. If he can go past 750 steps, then I will give him the treatment only the son of a tribe leader deserves in Windstream tribe like Qin Chong and Wu Senator. If he can go past 800 steps, then he'll become a candidate for my Berserker's son. Xing Nan spoke slowly. What if he goes higher? Mo Sang turned around and looked at Xing Nan. Higher? All right. If he can climb more than 850 steps, then I'll give him the same privileges and help I provide for Yu Wang. If he can go to the 900th step, then if he agrees to join Windstream tribe, between him and Yu Wang, I'll elect whosoever reaches Awakening Realm first as my Berserker's son. Xing Nan fell into momentary silence and looked at Mo Sang before he spoke slowly. He's already at the 700th step. Mo Sang smiled faintly. 700. Su Ming panted harshly as sweat fell continuously off his body onto the stairs. He stood on the 700th step. Dawn was about to arrive, and the moon was starting to darken. Moving forward under this pressure was incredibly hard. A few more blood veins appeared on his body once he arrived at the 700th step. Su Ming did not see how many blood veins had emerged. There was only one thought in his mind. He would continue walking forward until he reached his limit. He let his breathing calm down a bit. Su Ming lifted his foot once again and moved towards the 701st step. Yu Wang was sitting on the 803rd step, unmoving at that moment. The entire mountain was very quiet. He was at the southern side of the mountain, while Su Ming was at the northern side. They were on two different parts of the mountain. When dawn was about to arrive and the moon started to darken as if daylight was about to arrive at any moment, Wang opened his eyes and looked at the moon. Once daylight is here, I'll begin my last charge. This time, I'll do my best to get to the 900th step. Wang mumbled as a confident smile appeared on his lips. I'm pretty certain that there aren't many people left on the mountain. There should be less than 10, not including myself. I wonder if there's anyone who managed to make it through the 562nd step. But there shouldn't be any. There was a calm pride on Wang's face, but after a moment of silence, he still chose to take out the plate and look. He had initially planned to just take a glance at it to see how many people were left on the mountain. It was just an action of someone who was looking down on other people's actions as he waited for daylight to arrive. His face was calm as his gaze fell upon the plate. He was just going to take a glance. Yet just as he was about to avert his gaze, he was suddenly stupefied. He looked at the plate once again, this time with concentration. Second, Su, 716 steps. Su, he's walking at night? What an idiot. Wang was quiet for a while. Then he looked away from the plate. He closed his eyes and continued meditating calmly as he waited for daylight to arrive. There was not an ounce of panic within him, but there was a light and almost unnoticeable tremble on his eyelids, almost as if they betrayed that it was difficult for him to truly calm down. Su's breathing was rapid as he continued walking forward. His mind was blank, and there was only a sort of willpower pushing his body forward, making him continue to walk forth. The blood veins on his body gradually increased. With the addition of each blood vein, he would have additional strength to go on. With that frenzied pace he put on, he walked past the 725th step, 738th step, 751st step, 763rd step, 779th step. The thunderous roars continued with no signs of stopping in his body, but his legs were trembling, and his body seemed to be swaying. It was especially so for his feet, which seemed to have gotten glued to the mountain. Every single time he lifted his legs, pain would shoot through his entire body. He gritted his teeth and let out a low growl. Su Ming lifted his leg once again and moved towards the 780th step. There was only one more step away from his target this time, the 781st step. His eyes were bloodshot. The red within his eyes was like a fire burning and crackling, as if it was about to burn Su Ming's entire body to ashes. There was only one more step left right before his eyes. All the blood veins started circulating within Su Ming's body with a loud sound and squeezed out a bit of strength for Su Ming to lift his leg and move to the 781st step. The moment his feet were about to land on the step, his body seemed to be unable to bear the pressure any longer. Just as he was about to break down, Su Ming lifted his head and roared towards the sky. He must make it there. He had to. He lifted his right hand and bit into his index finger. Fresh blood flowed out of the wound, and he swiped it on his eyes abruptly. He will begin the third burning of his blood here, the one that he had not managed to complete successfully. The moment the blood on his index finger touched his left eye, the entire mountain seemed to move as if the sky had collapsed and the earth had been split apart. At that instant, the roar from the beast suddenly reverberated from within the black mist on the mountain. Wang, who finally calmed down on the 803rd step, jolted at that moment. He heard the roar from the top of the mountain and felt the entire mountain shaking and roaring as well. An unbelievable change had happened. He opened his eyes abruptly, and his pupils shrank instinctively. He had a feeling that the mountain's sudden change was linked to that person called Su. Without any hesitation, he immediately took out the plate and took another look at it. The moment he read that Su had taken 781 steps, Wang's expression changed, and he stood up abruptly. Chapter 66, The Final Battle. Second, Su, 781 steps. There was a serious expression on Wang's face that was never seen before. He had his own dignity and pride. To him, there was no one who could be his opponent. The one that he wanted to compete against was himself. Yet all his pride was shaken the moment the mountain roared and shook. It was as if at that instant a strong and unimaginable presence surged from the surroundings, shaking Wang's heart. He could not remain steady, but neither could he ignore it. He stared at the plate in his hands. Never in his life had he been so aware and taken so much notice of someone. This person had far surpassed Wu San, Chen, and everyone else besides Wang himself. Now, he was only 20-odd steps away from him. This sort of distance had aroused a sense of pressure and anxiety that was rarely seen and nearly non-existent within Yi Wang. Mosu, can you qualify to be my rival? There was a cold glint within Yi Wang's eyes. Anyone who would meet that cold look would feel the pride of one not allowing anyone to surpass him. Yi Wang was prideful and aloof. Since young, he surpassed all his peers with his incredible talent and stood at the top. He was also the Berserker's son within Windstream tribe. His status within the tribe could be seen by how people treated him when they saw him. He did not need to form cliques with other people, nor did he need to be enigmatic or be surrounded by other people and revered, because no matter where he went, he would automatically destroy all those cliques. As long as he was there, he would become the brightest existence within the crowd. If he was in the area, then his brilliance would outshine even the most admired person. He was Yi Wang. He looked down on all his peers, or perhaps more accurately speaking, he did not look down on them. He was simply indifferent towards them, ignoring their existence. He was indifferent towards all his peers because he believed that no one had the right to make him notice them and become his opponent. Yet now, with Su Ming's appearance, for the first time in his life, Yi Wang had the feeling that he found his opponent, and the rare sight of him paying attention to something came to be. Then, let's compete against each other. Yi Wang took in a deep breath. He may have looked as if he was gradually returning to his normal state of mind, but he was unable to calm down. If he was truly calm, then he could have waited until daylight before he started moving towards the top of the mountain. This was his plan beforehand. Yet with Su Ming's appearance, this plan changed. This was the first time in Yi Wang's life that he changed his original plans due to someone around his age. With a swing of his sleeve, Yi Wang lifted his feet with a serious look on his face as he walked towards the 804th step. The moment his footsteps landed, his body trembled and his breathing became a bit swifter. Yet he did not stop. He continued onwards. At that moment, Su Ming stood on the 781st step. His right hand was trembling. The moment his blood touched his right eye, he felt the entire mountain trembling. He felt the strange aura that came from all around Black Flame Mountain expand by leaps and bounds in this place. This was not something that the tiny Black Flame Mountain could compare. It was just a tiny bit of blood, but the aura that erupted forth far surpassed the amount when he finished covering his eyes with blood the second time in Black Flame Mountain. The black mist in the entire mountain started rolling forth violently at that instant. The moment it seemed like a wild beast roared towards the sky from the top of the mountain, and the thunderous roars echoed madly within the mountain. The mist started rolling even more furiously, causing the entire mountain to seem to be alive with excitement. Wisps of air quickly surged into Su Ming's body, causing him to tremble violently, and the sensation as if he was about to explode surged forward once again. Su Ming had once felt the force of the sensation when he previously tried the third burning of his blood, yet the force had become much stronger than before. A trickle of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. His right hand trembled, and he had no choice but to put it down. The moment he placed his hand down, the roars from within the mountain stopped, and the mist returned to its calm state. The strange aura coming from all around him also disappeared without a trace. Everything returned to a state of calmness. It was as if that scene had only been an illusion, and it had never happened. Su Ming panted harshly and stood on the 781st step. He looked at the summit before him, but did not sit down. He chose to close his eyes while standing instead, and used the very last step with the balanced pressure among the numbers the elder told him to begin refining his body. At that moment, an incredible uproar stirred up a wave of discussions within the field located under the foot of the mountain. Due to the seal, they did not sense the incredible sight that happened within the mountain just moments ago. They only saw the rankings on the 9 eagle statues. They saw the person called Mo Su reach the 781st step, and there was only 20-something steps left between him and Yi Wang, who was in first place. The shock they felt stemming from within their hearts, and the looks filled with disbelief and dazedness in their eyes lashed against their bodies, causing their minds to become blank. They were reduced to a state where they could only let out cries of shock. They even saw Yi Wang moving. Among the hundreds of people in the field, there were a large portion of them who did not think too much into why Yi Wang decided to continue moving up the mountain. They only thought that Yi Wang should have been moving in the first place. If they were in his place, then they would surely get up from their rest and continue moving. However, the small circle that consisted of all the prodigies from Windstream tribe ranked within the top 50 were familiar with Yi Wang. Their understanding towards Yi Wang was much better than the rest of the peoples in the field. Once they saw the number behind Yi Wang's name change, the shock they felt in their hearts was much greater than of those who were not familiar with him. Yi Wang looked at the plate. He must have looked at the place. With his personality, once he looked at the plate, he should have felt indifferent towards him, but Mo Su is just too amazing. Even Yi Wang can't remain calm because of him. He changed his rhythm. Once Yi Wang makes a decision, he won't change it easily. He must have been thinking about waiting until daylight before he started moving. But now, because of Mo Su, he changed his plans. Wu Sen's face was pale as he sat far away in a corner. He looked at Mo Su's name on the eagle statue and remained silent. He had been treating Bai Su as his main suspect earlier, but now, he felt that Mo Su might be the real person he should be suspecting. But this is just the first stage. We don't compete on our strengths in this stage, but our potential. From what I can tell, it's not as if I don't have a way to get a definite answer as to who stole my blood either. Wu Sun clenched his fists. There were also the leaders of all the other tribes on the field who were staring at the eagle statues and the ranking. They all had their own thoughts, but the only thing that was similar was how they had similar looks of cold detachment as they watched Windstream make a fool of themselves. After all, since the past, forget the top 3, there had never been any outsider who managed to make it into the top 30, much less the top 10 ranks in the test. Yet now, not only were there 2 outsiders who made it into the top 10, but by the looks of it, that person called Mo Su might very well have the ability to compete for first place. While this made them shocked, it also made them laugh within their hearts. Mo Su, just which tribe do you belong to? Why is it that there has never been such a person that appeared in my tribe? If you're willing to join my tribe, then no matter what price I have to pay, I'd be willing to negotiate with you. The old woman from Dark Dragon tribe lamented, but she also knew that it was impossible. The head of the guards was astounded as he stood among those from Dark Mountain tribe. He let out a huge breath, and he harbored a similar thought as the old woman from Dark Dragon tribe. Bei Ling, who stood beside him, had a hint of extreme passion within his eyes. He looked at Mo Su's name. He knew of everything that happened during the first stage of the test. The strongest person he could get in touch to was Wu Senator, yet right before his eyes, he saw a stranger manage to obtain the second place and even earn the right to compete for first place. This was something that made him extremely excited. This Mo Su is very strong. Bei Ling spoke softly. That's right. He's really amazing. I wonder which tribe he belongs to. It's a pity he's not from our tribe. There was admiration within Wu La's eyes. She admired powerful people, especially Mo Su. She saw him rise since the beginning. That sort of feeling, as if she saw the scene personally, made her addicted with it. Don't you think this, Mo Su's name, is a bit familiar? Chen hesitated for a moment and spoke since the first time he came back. Familiar? Chen, what do you mean? Wu La was momentarily taken aback and turned to look at him. Perhaps I'm thinking too much. I just thought that the elder's name is Mo Sang, and this person's name is Mo Su. No matter how I look at it, it seems like it's the combination of the elder and Su Ming's names. Chen scratched his head, and there was uncertainty in his eyes. You're thinking too much. There was a hint of scorn in Wu La's eyes, and she turned her head away to ignore Chen, choosing instead to look at the ranking on the eagle statues. Mo Su, why aren't you moving? Yi Wang is already at the 827th step. Bei Ling did not speak, but the faint hint of disdain in his eyes showed his thoughts towards what Chen had said. Chen fell silent. As the people were discussing and looking at the ranks, the air twisted, and suddenly 2 wisps of black mist appeared and traveled to the field before turning into Chen Chong and Bai Su. They arrived almost simultaneously on the field, and they immediately glared at each other when they saw the other. When they returned, the people around them immediately cast their eyes on them. They also caught the attention of Windstream tribes Jing Nan and Mo Sang, who were located at the further end of the field. Chen Chong is pretty good, Mo Sang spoke, smiling faintly. Compared to Su Ming, he's not much. Jing Nan still looked calm, but he had been inwardly astounded since a long time ago. He may have been somewhat expecting this for some time now, but he did not expect Su Ming to surpass his expectations so much and manage to reach this point. Mo Sang, let me take care of Su Ming. Jing Nan turned his head and looked at Mo Sang as he spoke seriously. Let's continue watching. We can talk later. Mo Su smiled and said. At that moment, a cry of surprise rose abruptly. At the very instant someone shouted within the field, everyone noticed the change. Mo Su's finally moving. This is the final battle. Within the mountain shrouded by black mist, Su Ming stood on the 781st step with his eyes closed. He opened them suddenly, and a bright glint flashed briefly through his eyes. There were only 2 blood veins left on his body. Chapter 67. The Burning of Blood Once Again. Using the state of mind to move and define control becomes much harder later. This is the limit of the 781st step. I have 2 blood veins left. The 2 blood veins seem to be stuck together. I can't make them disappear separately. Su Ming muttered softly. But this is the last number. This mountain can be said to be a holy training ground. Once I leave, it'll be very difficult to find a chance like this again. Su Ming's brows gradually creased. 32, 79, 248, 371, 563, 781. These are the 6 numbers the elder told me. This should be the secret the elder discovered during his time here. But perhaps after the 781st step, there is another, or maybe multiple places like these. Those are the places that even the elder didn't discover. Determination gradually appeared in Su Ming's eyes. After falling into momentarily silence, Su Ming looked at the plate in his hands and at the rank he got. That rank made him so excited it seemed as if his chi was about to start circulating around his body then and there. Second, he retrieved his gaze from the plate and lowered his head. After eventually calming down, a thoughtful look appeared in his eyes. I've already attained my wish now. I can give up. As Su Ming mumbled, there was hesitation in his eyes. But once I give up, then the training with fine control will be stuck in this state, and I will never complete it. There must be a similar stage up there that has the same balanced pressure. Su Ming did not hesitate for long. He did not want to give up this chance. He knew that the tribe was in danger and felt the elder's worry. He had to become stronger. I cannot miss this chance. I have to find the place that the elder did not discover. The hesitation in Su Ming's eyes immediately turned into determination and resolution. He lifted his legs and abruptly moved towards the 782nd step. The moment his foot landed, Su Ming immediately trembled. A strong and great pressure fell upon his body. As he trembled, a large amount of blood veins appeared on his body with a force akin to an explosion. The light from the blood veins scattered everywhere and seemed to resonate with the dimming moon in the sky. It caused Su Ming to growl, and he gritted his teeth as he continued onwards. 783, 784, 785. When he reached the 796th step, Su Ming's hair was in a mess, and his body trembled in a manner akin to convulsing. Each step he took seemed to take all his strength. His entire body was in extreme pain, as if he was about to break under the incredible pressure. The feeling that he was about to break was completely different from the sensation of the burning of his blood. The burning of blood was a force that burst forth from within his body, as if he could no longer contain the energy. Yet now, the pressure from the mountain was a force pressing against him from outside, as if it was trying to crush his body. The blood veins were fighting against the pressure non-stop as the chi in his body circulated, supporting his body so that he would not be crushed to pieces. His resistance towards the pressure also increased due to the nourishment provided by the moonlight. With each step he took, a trickle of blood began leaking out from the corner of his mouth. His face began twisting into a furious expression, but within that viciousness was a shocking amount of resolution and determination. I have to find that spot. I have to complete fine control. Su Ming took another step and arrived at the 799th step. At this moment, his vision was beginning to become fuzzy, and he seemed to be unable to take another step. Yuan also looked quite pathetic. He was panting harshly, and his hair was a mess. There were veins popping on his face, and his blood veins surfaced on the skin all over his body. He struggled up the 837th step when a dull pain started in his chest. The rapid beating of his heart made him feel faint. Yet the moment he looked at the plate, there was madness within his eyes. Emosu. Yuan lifted his head suddenly and growled towards the sky. He lifted his feet again and moved, but his speed had obviously slowed. Su Ming tried 5 times, but no matter what, he could not lift his feet. It was as if a pair of giant hands pressed against his body, causing his entire body to be in great pain. It was as if his bones were about to be crushed. He could not lift his feet. The invisible pair of giant hands were merciless and apathetic as they pressed against Su Ming, causing him to be unable to stand straight, and eventually his body started to bend. He was unable to continue standing and seemed to begin falling downwards. Su Ming's face was ashen, and sweat fell non-stop from his body. The dizziness became stronger, and a sense of powerlessness appeared in his heart. He struggled to lift his head slightly, looking at the dimming moon and the vast sky. "Wherefore doth thou cry, O blue sky?" Gradually, these words echoed in his head. He laughed suddenly. That bark of laughter only served to make the pain in his body stronger. But within Su Ming's eyes, the blood-red moon became even clearer, and it erupted with a blazing fire. "I won't give up." Su Ming lifted his head and roared suddenly. That roar echoed, reflecting the source of why he could suddenly rise up through the ranks. As he roared, Su Ming struggled to lift up his right hand and bit into it once again. There was madness within his eyes, and once again, he wiped the blood on his left eye. The moment he spread his blood over his eye, the entire mountain moved abruptly. The mist rolled forward like furious waves and billows of air erupting forth from the entire Windstream mountain, like endless waves from all around the mountain towards Su Ming. There was also the sound of a wild beast roaring suddenly at the top of the mountain at that moment. The roar was like an illusion that echoed through the entire mountain and reached into Su Ming and Yi Wang's hearts. Su Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood. Countless strange gusts of air entered his body and caused banging sounds to echo in his blood as his blood veins increased once again. He roared and gradually straightened his bent body as he resisted the pressure from the invisible pair of hands until he stood up straight. The pressure from the hands seemed to be unable to suppress the endless amount of air entering Su Ming's body, and was also unable to suppress the power of the burning of his blood under the moonlight. Su Ming stood up. It was dawn. The moon, which should have been dimming away, seemed to give out its last glow at that moment. It suddenly looked clear in the sky, and as Su Ming stood up, he took a step forward abruptly and moved towards the 800th step, then took another few steps forward without stopping. 802. 805, 811, 814, 817. He stood on the 817th step with bloodshot eyes. The blood in his veins seemed to be burning. He was halfway through the third burning of his blood. He had only managed to smear half of his left eye with blood. There was an explosive force within his body that was bursting forth. His entire body seemed to be on the verge of breaking down and exploding. Su Ming knew that if he used external strength and forcefully commenced with the third burning of his blood, he would definitely be unable to take it. Yet within this mountain, there was a great pressure, and it aided him. With his body as the center, there was an explosive force coming from within his body, and there was an oppressive force pressing against his body, causing him to obtain a chance to complete the third burning that he had been unable to finish. Su Ming's right index finger trembled. He let out a roar as he did so and smeared his entire left eye with fresh blood, and the burning of blood started. The entire mountain trembled. More strange gusts of air rushed forward maddeningly and entered into Su Ming from every pore of his body rapidly, causing the number of blood veins on his body to increase at an incredible pace. "I have to go up." Su Ming lifted his feet and moved forward once again. 819, 823, 827. When he reached the 839th step, blood-red mist gushed out from his body, but there was only perseverance and determination in his eyes. He did not find the balance he was looking for among all the steps he had taken so far, but Su Ming believed that there must definitely be such a place on the remaining steps. Mo-Su. Yi Wang was also in a frenzied state. He was at the 845th step at that moment. When the plate showed that Mo-Su took 839th step, how could he not be mad? As the best among his peers, his pride did not allow anyone to surpass him. His dignity insisted that no matter the cost, he had to maintain his position as the most powerful person. Veins popped out on his face, and his eyes were completely bloodshot. The aloof and prideful look was no longer on his face, having turned into an expression of fury and vexation. He lifted his right hand in a struggle and roared as he hit his chest. Immediately, a large amount of power surged through his entire body. At the same time, the power traveled through all parts of his flesh and bones, a blood-red mark appearing on his chest. It was a horn, a blood-red horn that belonged to a wild beast. The horn was a picture. It was not bright red, but was slightly dark in color. As Yi Wang hit his chest with his palm, the horn immediately glowed with a piercing red light and fused into Yi Wang's body. It caused his entire body to gain new strength. He lifted his legs and rushed forward. 845, 846, and he continued right until he stood on the 861st step. Yi Wang coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood. The red light from the horn picture on his chest also faded away until the color became even dimmer, as if it was about to fade away at any moment. Mo-Su, you can be proud now. You are the only one who has managed to force me to activate the Mark of Calamity the Elder forcefully drew for me with 37 drops of his Blood of Calamity so that I could absorb it and improve my chances of arriving at Awakening Realm exponentially. I did not want to use this power forcefully. This has no benefit for me, and it would be much better if I just absorbed it slowly. Mo-Su, you can be proud now. Wang gritted his teeth and lowered his head to look at the plate as he panted. With just one glance, he widened his eyes. Impossible. The number behind Mo-Su's name was increasing rapidly. 841, 843, 845, 849. Right before his eyes, Wang saw the number change to 859. There were only 2 steps between them. Wang had forcefully absorbed the Blood of Calamity, yet not only did he not widen the distance between them, they had even become this close. However, if he did not make the decision to absorb the blood, then perhaps he would have been overtaken by now. Impossible. There was disbelief and shock in Wang's eyes. He mumbled and lifted his right hand once again. Within that gesture was a hint of ruthlessness and madness as he pressed his palm on the dim picture of the horn on his chest. He coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood, but a blood-red glow that reached the sky burst forth from Wang's entire body. Only the faint outline of his body remained as he was encompassed by the blood-red glow. Mo-Su. Chapter 68. 6th Level of the Blood Solidification Realm. The final battle within the top of the mountain commenced with both Su Ming and Wang maddeningly letting out all their strength with force akin to an explosion. Su Ming activated the burning of his blood, while Wang forcefully absorbed his elder's Berserker blood. All this was unknown to most of the people gathered in the field under the foot of the mountain. At that moment, as the battle reached its most intense state, the mood among the people within the field also reached its peak. What an intense battle. This is what I call a true intense battle. Wang managed to reach the 861st step from the 845th step, but Mo-Su is also chasing close behind him. He actually managed to close up the distance between him and Wang to only 2 steps once he reached the 859th step from the 20 to 30-odd steps between them just now. Just who among them will be number 1? Discussions, roars, and cries of surprise stirred up continuously within the field. The people were filled with excitement and anticipation. At that moment, they had already ignored all the complicated feelings within them. There was only one thought within their minds. They wanted to know who would be the first at the end of the match. Who will be the first? This question also stirred up a storm among the circle formed by the prodigies ranked within the top 50. They were as excited as the people around them. The more they were familiar with Wang and the more knowledge they had towards the terrors of the pressure among the steps in the 800s, the more excited they were. Wang has managed to place first multiple times. This time, can he retain his position? This Mo-Su, he's just too strong. He actually managed to push Wang to this state. There are only 2 steps between them now. I thought that Wang would definitely be the most powerful of us all within the region Windstream tribe rules, and no one would be able to compare to him. But now, I know that I've underestimated outsiders. Compared to these people, the leaders from all the other tribes had all stood up and were staring at the eagle statues. Their faces were not just filled with shock, but amazement and astonishment. Just which tribe does this Mo-Su belong to? Who is this child? If he can truly surpass Wang, then Windstream's shock will be great. No matter what rank Mo-Su obtains, from here on, there won't be anyone who will not know his name. Beheading clenched his fists in excitement. There was a roaring sound in his heart. He wanted Mo-Su to win. Wu Lei's face was also flushed with excitement. She had already stood up since a long time ago and was staring at the competition between the first and second places. Chen, too, was staring at Mo-Su's name with a dumbfounded expression. At that moment, if someone would have told him that before the start of the first stage, Mo-Su was among the group of people that went to him and watched him laugh with his friends and walk towards Bai Ling, Chen would have definitely not believed it. Bai Su clenched his fists and stared at the eagle statue. There was anger and maddening jealousy in his eyes. He still believed that Mo-Su's glory should have belonged to him. That damn Mo-Su stole it away from him. Located far in a corner of the field was Xing Nan. His expression was no longer blank, but shocked. He was also taken aback by the sight. He looked at the name on the eagle statue and watched as Wang suddenly rose up the stairs quickly. He could even tell that Wang must have forcefully absorbed his Berserker blood. Just where did Ming come from? What is his origin? How could he have so much potential? Jingnan took in a deep breath. He could no longer hide the shock in his eyes. Mo sang, "Is he truly a prince of the great Yu dynasty?" Jingnan hesitated for a moment before he asked softly. Mo sang smiled faintly, but he did not speak. In truth, he was unable to calm down either. There was already a storm raging in his heart. At the same time within the mountain, the mist was rolling forward and the mountain was trembling. The roars traveling from the top of the mountain were becoming clearer. It was as if there was a message hidden within the roars. Ming trembled. There was madness on his face. His right index finger was pressed against his right eye. Half of his right eye was already smeared with blood. The difficulty of the third burning of blood exceeded Ming's expectations. He did not expect that he had yet to complete it, even though he was here, in this place where there was a great pressure aiding him. The previous two burnings could not even begin to compare to this time. It was as if the third burning of blood among the 9 required times was a hurdle, an obstacle in his path. He stood at the 859th step. This was still not the place he was looking for. As he was going through the ritual of burning his blood, Ming felt as if his entire body had just gone up in flames. The blood in his body seemed to be experiencing some sort of change. It was as if it was changing rapidly from normal blood to fire. Ming had even considered giving up due to the pain in his body and the oppression from the external world. But the moment he remembered the danger that loomed over the tribe and the worry on the elder's old and wizened face, Ming was willing to bear through all the pain. He had to become stronger. He wanted to help the elder. He wanted to protect his own home and his tribe. He wanted to help the tribe to kill its enemies. He would use his blood and tell his enemies that no one was allowed to touch Dark Mountain tribe. Ming let out a roar, as if letting out all his pain and suffering. While shouting, he continued sweeping his right index finger across his right eye slowly but surely and resolutely. At that moment, no matter who it was that might want to stop Ming from protecting his tribe and his people, they would become his mortal enemy. His eyes felt as if there was a fire burning inside of them. Ming lifted his feet and walked forward with reckless steps. He moved from the 859th step to the 860th, 861st, 862nd, 863rd, right until he reached the 877th step. Blood mist gushed forth once more from his body. He reached his limit. 877, that was his limit. He could not continue any longer. Let mine blood burn. At the moment he reached his limit, Ming lifted his head towards the skies and roared. As the roar echoed through the skies, the moon let out the most brilliant ray of light, and without anyone seeing it, it fell from the sky and fused into Ming's body. The mountain underneath Ming's feet trembled. The mist billowed towards the skies with an intensity that had never happened before. It enveloped the entire area and seemed to be turning into a mysterious shape. It looked like a giant creature, but the shape was vague and could not be clearly seen. As the mountain was filled with tremors, the indescribable strange air erupted forth from the mountain. With Ming at the center, it rushed towards him at a rapid pace. The moment it entered his body, Ming completely dyed his right eye with the blood from his right index finger. The third burning of blood was completed. A loud boom resonated through Ming's body. All the blood veins in his body appeared, and the number began increasing by a large margin. As they manifested one by one, the strong presence within Ming's body became stronger. It was almost within an instant that the blood veins on Ming's body increased to 109. A thunderous roar rang within his body, and he broke through the 5th level of the blood solidification realm and reached the 6th level. The 6th level of the blood solidification realm. The blood veins were still increasing. As they manifested one by one, Ming lifted his feet and walked towards the 878th step with one swift moment. The instant his feet landed, the entire mountain trembled once more. The strange air continuously entered his body, and Ming went to the 879th step, continuing onwards. 883, 885, 889. When he reached the 899th step, the blood veins on Ming's body increased to 156. It was as if all the qi within his body had turned into flames. Like there was a fire within him strong enough to burn the sky and the earth. Yet within his eyes, the shadow of the blood-red moon gradually disappeared and was hidden away. It was as if, after the third burning of blood, The moon in his eyes reverted inwards and no longer revealed traces outward. Only now could Su Ming be considered to have mastered a little bit of the fire berserker art. He lifted his feet and moved towards the 900th step. He stood there and looked forward. From his location, he could see the statue of a beast crouching at the top of the mountain, not too far away. An indefinable feeling filled Su Ming's entire being. The statue of the beast looked like a tiger, but there was a huge pair of wings on its back. It was as if it was struggling to fly up, but was pinned down by numerous chains. He could sense an incredible grudge and a faint hint of bleakness from it. He looked at the statue and felt as if the statue was also looking at him. The man and the beast seemed to be staring at each other quietly while standing at the top of the mountain with nearly 100 steps between them. After a long time, Su Ming closed his eyes. He could sense a familiar presence from the statue of the beast. That presence belonged to the Fire Berserker. That was a statue of a mythical beast from Fire Berserker tribe. When he closed his eyes, Su Ming also found the spot he had been looking for. The 900th step was the 7th spot with the balance pressure. He stood there. There were 156 blood veins on his body. They were quickly circulating with each heartbeat. As dawn was about to end and daylight about to arrive, Su Ming began the final refining of his body. Wang's hair was a mess. His face was filled with incredible madness. He would pound against his chest without hesitation before he even walking 10 steps. The picture of the horn became fainter just as the red glow on his body became fainter. He walked forward without caring about the consequences. His pride and his dignity would not allow him to lose. 881, 882, 897, 899. Wang pounded against his chest with his right hand. The picture of the horn dissipated with a loud sound. Once it completely disappeared, it turned into a final surge of energy that filled Wang's entire body. It caused Wang to roar and move towards the 900th step, then continue onward until he reached the 905th step. The moment he reached it, Wang coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood and slowly collapsed. The plate in his hands fell out. The moment it left his body, it turned into a gust of black mist that surrounded Wang and disappeared from the mountain. There was only Su Ming left on the mountain. There was dead silence on the mountain. The field was also similarly silent. When Wang appeared in the field, he was unconscious. As Xing Nan watched with a dark expression, some people automatically went forward and carried Wang quickly to a corner to help him recover. There was only one name that had yet to turn gray on the 9 eagle statues. Second, Su, 900 steps. Everyone waited. Chapter 69, Persevere. Persevere. There were no longer any conversations in the field. At that moment, all the people within the field were breathing heavily as they watched the only name that had yet to turn gray on the 9 eagle statues. Su was only 5 steps away from first place. At that moment, Wang, who was placed first, gradually opened his eyes under the help of Shan Hen and the others. There were still some traces of red in his eyes as he stared at the ranking on the eagle statue nearby with a complicated look on his face. By his side, Shan Hen lowered his head, seemingly talking to Wang, but Wang ignored him as if he did not hear a word. He simply stared at the ranks on the eagle statue. Shan Hen frowned and sighed before he turned away and left. I am Wang. I won't lose, but I won't use any underhanded tricks to win. Wang clenched his fists. At that moment, he was no longer the prideful strongest youth, but a normal tribe member who gave it his all and arrived at the 905th step, forced to retreat due to a sustained injury. The anxiety he felt was much stronger than of anyone else's within the field. Even so, he still had his pride and dignity. Shan Hen's suggestion was a form of humiliation to him. Amidst the silence, the sounds of breathing among the people became even clearer. It was especially so for those who treated Su as an entertainment in the beginning. At that moment, their minds were blank, and there was only disbelief and shock left. They had just witnessed a miracle. They saw a person rising up with their own eyes. They saw something so insane it reduced them to a state of awe. Never had there been a person who managed to reach the top from the last place. Never had there been a person who surpassed Wu Sun, Bai Su, and Chen Chong, much less pushed Wang until he was injured, forcing him to leave Windstream Tribe Competition's first stage. Because of that, as of then, the mountain belonged to one person only, Su. The prodigies who entered the top 50 ranks were now in a state of dead silence. They looked at Su's name on the 9 eagle statues silently with complicated expressions on their faces: admiration, jealousy, expectancy, and other emotions. The leaders from all the tribes were in the same state. There was nothing different in what they felt. Emosu now held a very high position within their hearts. This person was bound to create a storm the moment he returned. Too many people wanted to know just who he was. How did he look like? Yet due to Su Ming's incredibly unassuming looks, it was rare that anyone would have taken note of his existence before the test. Even the man who pulled him along to meet Shin Chong was looking at the name on the eagle statue, anxiously, with excitement and anticipation. Only an old man with a sharp mouth and cheeks of a monkey stood in the crowd with a shocked expression. He was certain that every single time someone gave up and returned, he would be the first to see them. Yet at that moment, when everyone except Mo Su returned to the field, he discovered belatedly that among these people who came back, none of them were the young fellow he first approached. Impossible, Beijing muttered. He looked at Mo Su's name on the eagle statue, still finding it hard within him to believe it. Could it really be him? Mo Sang and Xing Hen did not speak to each other where they were at the corner, located further away. They were quietly looking at the eagle statue. Mo Sang still had a blank expression on his face, but his heart was pounding rapidly against his chest. Xing Hen had witnessed Su Ming's entire progress. At that moment, the shock on his face could no longer be hidden. He did not expect that Su Ming, whose existence was akin to an ant earlier, who he did not think too highly of, and who he thought would be lucky to even get into the top 50, had time and again exceeded his expectations and delivered multiple surprises to him. Now, he had even reduced Xing Hen to a state of shock. Xing Hen thought about Su Ming's origin seriously. Mo Sang's words once again echoed in his head and made him more uncertain. A long time passed by, but there was no hint of impatience among the people in the field. They were all waiting. When the first rays of light appeared at the horizon and morning arrived, Su Ming opened his eyes where he stood on the 900th step. There was only one blood vein left on his body. As he opened his eyes, that blood vein disappeared. He lifted his head and looked at the top of the mountain, which was lit up by sunlight. It was a pity that it was shrouded by mist and was not clear as it had been during the night. Su Ming fell into momentary silence and looked at the plate in his hand. 905. Su Ming mumbled. Since I'm already here, I might as well compete against him. Su Ming lifted his head. His eyes were filled with determination. He took a deep breath of the refreshing air during the morning and moved his feet towards the 901st step. But it was already morning and there was no longer any moonlight. Su Ming felt the pressure falling upon him. Yet he was fortunate that the pressure had lessened greatly because it was day. He felt almost the same as he did when it was midnight. Yet even so, he was already at the 900s. He was already very near the summit. The force of the pressure here was enough to crush a person alive. One step in this place was akin to several dozens and even hundreds of steps at the lower parts of the stairs. The instant Su Ming's right foot landed, his entire body trembled. All 156 blood veins manifested on his body and surrounded him to resist against the maddening pressure coming towards him. Su Ming moved. The moment he moved, the people down in the field who had been waiting silently for a long period of time seemed to have finally found an outlet for their thoughts. The moment Su Ming moved, all their long stifled emotions were let out. 901. He's at 901. Numerous pairs of eyes were focused on the only name that was not gray on the 9 eagle statues. At that moment, they had forgotten everything, and in their eyes, in their heads, the only thing left was the one name that had yet to dim. Chen Chong trembled and took in a sharp breath. He stared at the ranking. This scene was definitely the climax of the test. It was, in fact, much more intense and exciting than of any other previous times the test was held. He did not want to miss even a single moment of it. Su clenched his fists. The cold glare in his eyes became thicker with hints of jealousy hidden within that seemed to have turned into a strong, killing intent filled with resentment. The other person who had similar killing intent was the tribe leader from Black Mountain Tribe. He stared at Mo Su's name on the eagle statue with such a cold expression, it was like ice that would never melt. 902. The moment the number behind Mo Su's name turned into 902, all the hearts of the people watching in the field jumped. It was as if with each step Su Ming took, he was not just stepping on the stairs on the mountain, but he was also stomping on all the hearts of the people gathered down below. This was a rare sight. This alone meant that right then, Su Ming was regarded with great importance by the people. It was clear that each and every one of his actions could stir up their emotions. In the past, this was Yi Wang's glory and pride alone. Yet now, Yi Wang had turned into a bystander. He sat at a distance not too far away as he watched the changes in the number of steps Su Ming took, his heart lurching with each step taken. This sort of feeling was foreign to him, and it was an emotion that was carved deep into his bones. 903. He's at 903. There are only 2 steps left before he ties with Wang. With 3 steps, he'll surpass Wang and place first. Can he become first? The pupils of the old woman from Dark Dragon tribe shrank as her breathing became rapid. Bai Ling, who was by her side, was no longer daydreaming, but had her head lifted as she looked at Mo Su's name. Her brows were slightly crinkled. Shan Hen was still sitting quietly at the place where Dark Mountain tribe was gathered. He may still be sitting, but there was a strange glint within his narrowed eyes. Bai Ling was in a state of excitement. With his current status within Dark Mountain tribe, he would not have revealed such an expression so easily and had to make sure that he was always aloof. But at that moment, he could no longer suppress his excitement. He had even envisioned himself as Mo Su. That sort of thrill he felt as Mo Su surpassed the prodigy of Windstream tribe was so thrilling it made him clench his fists. Wu La was even more excited than he was. Her face was completely red as she stood there with her heart pounding rapidly against her chest. She wanted to just jump up and tell Mo Su to walk faster. Lei Chun had already given up on wondering whether Mo Su was Su Ming. There were just too many uncertainties to it. 903. Mo Su is at 903. Wu La was, after all, still just a girl. At that moment, she was pointing at the name on the eagle statue excitedly. There was a flash of exhilaration in her eyes. There was even a strange emotion hidden faintly under that layer of excitement. An even stronger commotion stirred up within the field. While buzzing sounds echoed around, Wang sat there with his legs crossed. His eyes were once again bloodshot. He clenched his fist tightly. It was difficult to use words to express the array of emotions within his heart at that moment. He was once the best among all. He once stood at the top and held all the attention and anticipation from the people in the field. Yet now, he had become one of the bystanders. That sort of change was difficult for him to accept. Even the cries of surprise and shock were like a knife stabbing and twisting into his chest, causing him great pain. Su Ming stood at the 903rd step. He may have been standing straight, but his body was trembling as if he was about to fall at any moment. Despite it being daytime, the pressure in the 900s was still unimaginably great. He only took 3 steps forward, but Su Ming felt as if he had reached his limit. There was pain traveling through his entire body, and it was no longer pain that could be resisted by using the blood veins as a shield. There were moaning sounds echoing around his ears, and those sounds came from his bones, telling that they could no longer bear with the pressure. As he stood there, Su Ming panted harshly. His heart pounded as if it was about to break, and each heartbeat turned into a sharp pain that turned his face pale. There were only 2 more steps till 905. There was no way he could rest here. Due to the presence of the pressure, even if he were to rest, it would be hard for him to circulate the qi in his body. Su Ming trembled. He lifted his right foot and placed it on the 904th step. The moment his foot landed, a thunderous roar arose from his entire body. Su Ming coughed out a mouthful of fresh blood, and his body seemed to fall, but he bore with it until he stood straight. Then he moved his left foot towards the 904th step. His entire body felt weak. It was as if the entire mountain was pressing against his body. His vision swirled. Chapter 70. Care to walk in circles with me? 904. The moment Su Ming landed on the 904th step, all the hearts of the people gathered in the field jolted at the same time. A complicated look settled on Jing Nan's face. He looked at Mo Su's name on the eagle statue silently. By his side, Mo Sang also kept quiet. At a further corner, Wang's heart was pounding. He wanted to continue sitting, but his body had instinctively stood up as he stared intently at Mo Su's name on the eagle statue. He did not spare his attention to anything else. In fact, no one had paid attention to him when he stood up. At that moment, everyone's gazes were on the eagle statues and Mo Su's name. Anxiety, restraint, and silence formed a strange sort of force that covered the entire field like a layer of pressure that turned the place into what could only be called the true quiet. They were waiting for Su Ming to move 1 more step until he reached the 905th step. Yet even after a long while, the number behind Mo Su did not change. However, all the people continued waiting. No one spoke, neither did anyone discuss among themselves. Even the sounds of their breathing had weakened. After a while, the number behind Mo Su suddenly changed. The number turned from 904 to 905. The moment the change happened, The entire field erupted in an explosion of sound that shook the surroundings. 905. He tied with Yu Wang. Mosu. 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 Yu Wang was pale. It was as if there was a great force that knocked into him, causing him to stagger backwards 2 steps. His eyes gradually became blank, and there was a wan smile on his lips. At the same time, the moment Su Ming arrived at the 905th step, his face also turned into a similar shade of white as Yu Wang's. He wanted to take another step forward, but he did not have the strength to do so. He turned around and looked at the mist-covered summit. Su Ming panted harshly, but his eyes were bright. He may not have arrived at the top of the mountain, but at that moment, there was no doubt that he stood at the top. Gradually, Su Ming lifted his head and looked at the sky, which seemed to be within reach, and raised his right hand slowly. He could not touch it. Yet as he closed his eyes, he had the impression that he had closed the distance between himself and the sky. Among all those living on the land, who will be able to see the end of the horizon? Su Ming mumbled. He opened his eyes and no longer looked at the sky. Instead, he cast his gaze into the distance towards the horizon, the point that seemed like the end of the sky. He saw the land in the distance through the mist. There was only an indistinct vast mass of ground beyond. He did not know what that place was. He did not even know whether there was another tribe there. That place was so far away. After a long while, the smile on Su Ming's face became wider. He seemed to have forgotten his fatigue as he took in a deep breath of the refreshing air in the mountain. I don't know whether I can reach Awakening Realm. I don't know whether I can fly in the sky with my own strength like a bird, but now, I'm standing here. I can fly here. There was wind blowing at the moment, lifting up Su Ming's long hair and blowing away the sweat on his body. Su Ming brought out the plate and threw it down towards the foot of the mountain. The plate quickly fell and turned into a gust of black mist, rushing towards Su Ming as if it was going to surround him and bring him away from the mountain. The moment the black mist arrived, Su Ming jumped towards the vast land before him. It was a crazy move. Su Ming's body was entirely suspended in air like he was standing in midair. It was as if he was flying in the sky with his own power. Flying may not seem hard, but in truth, it was a right only reserved for the Berserkers who had reached the Awakening Realm. Those who had not awakened could not hope to do so. Su Ming wanted to become stronger. He longed to awaken. He yearned to fly in the sky, even if this sort of flying was only for a short moment. Yet as long as he did it without any help, and did it entirely on his own, then it was fine. The moment he jumped and his feet left the top of the mountain, Su Ming stood in midair. The wind bellowed as it came from an unknown direction and made his hair even messier, as if the heavens themselves were angered. The moment he jumped, there was the sound of roaring waves in Su Ming's head. Yet it was not chaotic, but clear, as if time became much slower. Su Ming could clearly feel that he was flying. He saw the sky, the earth. He saw the incredibly tall Windstream Mountain. He saw the mythical creature from the Fire Berserker tribe on the summit. The beast seemed to be looking at him. Besides all these, Su Ming also saw the field on the land that was sealed outside the mountain. He saw all the people gathered on the field. When the black mist came forth and enveloped his body, it turned into a long black misted arc that sped out of the mountain at an extremely fast pace. When the space in the air twisted, it rushed out of the sealed Windstream Mountain. When Mosu's name turned gray on the 9 eagle statues on the field, and the space in the air twisted, a gust of black mist whistled by and landed on the center of the field. At that moment, all the gazes from the people in the field gathered towards the spot. Wu Sun had already stood up a long time ago and stared at the black mist that appeared. He watched as the black mist scattered away and revealed the faint outline of a person within it. Chen was also staring intently at the shape of the person as he gradually became clearer in the mist. He wanted to know just who Mosu was. Bai Su was doing the same thing. The killing intent in his eyes was incredibly thick. He did not even bother trying to hide it. He clenched his fists as he stared at the figure in the mist. They were not the only ones doing so. At that moment, everyone in the field was doing the same thing. The hundreds of people from different tribes, who had been paying attention to the event for the past 2 days, were filled with respect as they all looked at the person who was slowly walking out from the mist. Besides the bystanders, the ones who paid even more attention towards Mosu were the people who took part in the first test together with Mosu. No matter what rank they obtained, they were all holding their breaths while looking at him. The old woman from Dark Dragon tribe was watching the figure of the person in the mist with bright eyes. She wanted to know how that person looked like and which tribe he belonged to. Sighing also looked over anxiously. Bai Ling was affected by the serious atmosphere brought by Mo Su's return and could not help herself but to look over. Bai Ling, Wu La, Lei Chun, the head of the guards, Shan Hen, and the other people from the other tribes were also staring at the rapidly dissipating mist. Wang took in a deep breath, which seemed to somewhat quell the complicated feelings in his heart. He stared at the person who walked out of the mist. All the people's eyes were focused upon one person. As the mist scattered away and Ming walked out, a countless number of gazes were trained on him. When the mist was completely gone and his face was clearly revealed to all the eyes in the field, the entire field fell into dead silence. He had a normal face and wore a normal shirt made of beast skin. He did not have Wu Sen's sullen attitude, Chen Chang's charisma, which allowed him to be surrounded and revered by people, nor did he have Bai Su's mysteriousness, and he most certainly did not have Wang's prideful aloofness. If he stood in a crowd, it would be difficult for anyone to take note of him. That was how normal he was. Yet now, everyone knew that this person might have been normal before the test, but after the test, he was a definitely extraordinary presence. He was just like the sun, and he shocked the world even though he was previously unassuming. When Qin Chong saw Ming, he was stunned. He did not think he would be such a normal-looking person. He looked so normal it was difficult for anyone to remember him. But somewhere on his mind, he had a vague recollection that this person had been among the crowd of people who surrounded him before the test. Yet at that time, he hadn't cared about that person. Qin Chong had completely ignored him. Bai Su also saw Ming. He remembered nothing about him. Even if he had seen Ming before, he had immediately ignored him. Thus, upon seeing him, he was also stunned. When Wu Sen's gaze fell upon Ming, his pupils shrank. His instincts were screaming at him that there was a high chance that this was the person who had stolen his blood of corpses. But Wu Sen's face became bitter. He did not dare ask for it. This Mo Su was just as prodigious as Wang. From now on, his name would travel to all parts of the region. Praise gradually appeared in the eyes of the old woman from Dark Dragon tribe when she saw the average-looking Ming. The first impression was very important to decide whether a person would like or hate another. It was just like how she had looked down on Ming and now approved of Mo Su. It was a wonder what would be her level of shock and conflict in her heart when she learned that both people were actually one and the same. Sighing's heart pounded against his chest. There was admiration in his eyes. He admired the strong, and it was especially so for this person before him. He was at the same level as Wang. Bai Ling stared at Mo Su with a dumbfounded expression. She was shaking slightly. She saw Mo Su's eyes. Those eyes were somehow familiar to her. But she did not know that those pair of eyes had appeared just 2 days ago and were looking at her. Bai Ling, Wu La, Lei Chun, and all the other people from Dark Mountain tribe looked at Ming as he walked over one step at a time. The entire area was still silent. At that moment, Ming's heart pounded hard against his chest. He might have seemed calm on the outside, but he was extremely nervous. He had never been the center of attention of so many people before. After all, he was still just a child. As Ming moved forward, the crowd started opening a path for him. It was as if there was a piercing glow that could burn other people on the average-looking Ming, causing them to have no choice but to retreat. He might not have Wu Sen's sullenness, but his face, normal as it seemed, brought in people the feeling of serenity and terror akin to the calm before a storm. He might not have Qin Chang's charisma that allowed him to be surrounded by other people like the moon with the stars, but on his average body, it seemed as if there was a resolution that could knock aside all the stars and the moon. He did not need to be surrounded by people. He might not have Wang's prideful aloofness, but he had earned the right for even Wang, prideful as he may be, to have to look at him. It's him. There was a man among the crowd who retreated to open up a path with an awestruck face. He was the one who had pulled Ming along to find Qin Chong. He hadn't expected that the person he had dragged with him was Mo Su. Standing further in the distance was an old man with a sharp mouth and cheeks of a monkey. He also widened his eyes. He might have had some guesses earlier, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he was still in a state of disbelief. Before the first stage of the test, there were 3 people who were the center of attention in the field: Qin Chong, Bai Ling, and Wang. These 3 people were like centers of attention that attracted a lot of gazes upon themselves. Yet now, there was only one center of attention in the field: Mo Su. As Ming was walking forward, a voice traveled out from within the silent crowd. That voice belonged to Wang. Ming stopped. He turned around and looked at Wang standing not far into the distance. This was the first time they had contact, equal contact. It was completely different from the first time Su Ming had looked at him from among the crowd. "Mo Su, let's compete again during the second stage." Wang spoke slowly. There was persistence on his face. Even if the match ended with a tie, and they were both placed first, his pride did not allow him to accept that result. He wanted to compete again, even if it was for the second time, or the third. "I won't enter the second stage of the test." Su Ming fell silent for a while before he spoke calmly. He respected Wang as his opponent. Once he finished speaking, Su Ming turned away, and his gaze fell upon Mo Sang sitting in the distance. He saw a smile on the elder's face and saw within his eyes the message that told him not to reveal his identity. Su Ming turned away. This time, he looked at Dark Dragon Tribe and at Bai Ling, who was standing beside the old woman. He smiled faintly and walked towards Bai Ling with the anxiety stemmed from being the center of attention ever since he came back. "Care to walk in circles with me tomorrow night?" When Su Ming walked towards her, he ignored the dumbstruck old woman and the excited Si Kong, and looked into Bai Ling's eyes, winking as he whispered to her. Bai Ling was stunned. She did not know what to say, but the moment she heard the 3 words, "walk in circles," saw Su Ming wink at her, and remembered those familiar eyes, she trembled slightly, a soft blush coloring her cheeks. She nodded her head. Chapter 71, The Elder's Preparation. Su Ming left. Once he left, the crowd in the field also gradually dispersed as the people went to the leaders of their tribes and went back to their lodgings in Windstream City. The first stage of the test was over. There would be a night of rest before the start of the next part of the test the next day. The second stage may not be a test of actual combat, but it held a lot of importance by showing the participants' power. In the past, there would be a lot of people who entered the first stage of the test and did not participate in the other 2 stages, but these people were mostly ranked below the top 50. There had never been someone who had managed to place in the top 10 ranks and bowed out of the other 2 tests. That was why Su Ming and Wang's conversation caused a storm to rage within the hearts of the people in the field. However, they did not talk about it. They only watched silently as Su Ming left. The participants who were getting ready for the test next morning left especially quickly. They had to hurry up and use the night to train to make sure their bodies were in top condition while getting rid of the injuries they sustained due to the pressure from the mountain in the first stage. The injuries sustained by Chen and the others were not light because they had forcefully moved forward during the first stage of the test. They would require help from the powerful berserkers from their tribes to be able to recover by next morning. Even Windstream Tribe's elder, Xing, did not waste time loitering in the field. Wang's forceful absorption of his berserker blood would have left behind a lot of problems. He would have to go and help him soothe his chi. When Su Ming came, it was Hai who had brought him. It was the same when he left. Hai seemed to be conflicted, and he hesitated as if about to say something, but he remained silent in the end. He swung his sleeve and brought Su Ming away from the place towards Windstream City in a whistle of wind. As the crowd gradually diminished, the field became more deserted. Mo Sang stood in the field with a smile as he spoke to Xing, who was standing by his side, about something. Xing face was no longer gloomy. He was frowning instead. After a long moment of silence, he looked towards Mo Sang. "The first request you had regarding giving me the ancient Berserker art was to let Dark Mountain Tribe become a part of Windstream Tribe when you believed the time was right, so as to receive Windstream's protection. Your purpose for doing that was definitely to give Black Mountain Tribes, by 2 a chance. You will take away 3 of the strongest Berserkers in Dark Mountain Tribe and greatly reduce the defense of your tribe. If by 2 comes to Windstream, then you will use the chance to observe his power. If he doesn't, then it means something unknown has happened to his training. This move of yours, where you kill 2 birds with 1 stone, is ruthless indeed." Xing looked at Mo Sang and gritted out each word. "I never intended to hide it from you." Mo Sang spoke, smiling. "If Bai Tu had come, you could then have made changes according to your judgment. If he didn't, then you'd be leaving behind a weakened tribe to tempt him into attacking it. I can tell that you have a backup plan within the tribe. If Bai Tu was to really attack Dark Mountain Tribe, then due to my promise to you, Dark Mountain Tribe would become part of Windstream, which would make Bai Tu wary. Due to your understanding of Bai Tu, if he had just arrived at a breakthrough, then his powers would still be wild and hard to control. I would definitely need to lend a hand, or else Windstream would lose all their esteem in the region since they couldn't even defend an affiliated tribe. It would make others think that I'm afraid of Bai Tu." Xing slowly spoke about these things. In truth, When Mo Sang had mentioned that to him in the secret room, he had already thought about all this, but did not say it. He wanted to keep those thoughts to himself and think about it later so that he could make Mo Sang pay a greater price. Now he found the price. Not bad. That's what I've been thinking. It's a pity Bai Tu didn't make a move. Mo Sang frowned slightly as he looked towards Jing Nan. Jing Nan's gaze was complicated as he looked into Mo Sang's eyes. After a long while, he sighed. If it weren't because that child looked so different from you, I truly think that he is of your blood. Jing Nan lifted his head and looked towards the direction Su Ming had disappeared. To me, he is of my blood. There was a hint of nostalgia in Mo Sang's eyes as he spoke softly. Mo Sang, in terms of intelligence, I cannot compare to you. This has nothing to do with our cultivation. I knew that since I was young. You knew since a long time ago that I would figure out the hidden meaning within your request, and you knew that with my personality, I would not immediately reject you, but would find the chance to reap even more benefits from you. All this, you have predicted. That was why you pushed this benefit right in front of my face, so that I would have no choice but to be attracted to it. All of this was not just for your tribe, but also for the child, perhaps even more for him. You knew since a long time ago how outstanding Su Ming is. Jing Nan spoke slowly. Mo Sang looked at Jing Nan with a smile. He did not speak. You made him hide his identity and use another appearance in this place to show off his potential so that I would see all of that. With this move, even if Dark Mountain Tribe becomes affiliated to Windstream Tribe, he would not be affected by this. You gave him another path, a path that you did not choose that year. Jing Nan's face became even more complicated as he looked at Mo Sang. You know that Windstream does not mind prodigies appearing in the tribes around the region. In fact, we even hoped that there would be other young prodigies appearing in other tribes. Because the moment they appear, we would receive them the moment we find them and make them part of Windstream. We would also give a lot of benefits to their original tribes. Many people don't understand why we do this, thinking that Windstream is jealous of those who have talent. Even if we explain ourselves, no one would believe us. Only you know the truth. You know the truth, and you asked him to disguise himself for his own good. After all, if he's too outstanding, then it would be far too easy for others to be jealous of him. Putting him under a layer of disguise is a form of protection for him. At the same time, he won't be burdened by the fate of being one of the members of an affiliated tribe. He can be independent. If he grows up and reveals his identity later, it would still be fine. At that time, he would already have the power to let others look up to him. He could also protect Dark Mountain Tribe by then, which would have already become an affiliated tribe. Jing Nan looked at the few people left on the field while speaking slowly. You made it. I like this child. Let him stay in Windstream. I'll offer him the same help as I gave Yi Wang, just like what I promised before. Between him and Yi Wang, whoever reaches the Transcendence Realm first will become the Berserker's son of Windstream. Even if he reaches the Transcendence Realm later than Yi Wang, with his potential, I will still make him as brilliant as the blazing sun. He will develop Windstream together with Yi Wang. As for Dark Mountain Tribe, once the test ends, come to Windstream. Bai Tu won't dare to stop you. If he makes a move, I will let him know the difference between us, even though we are both in the initial stages of the Transcendence Realm. As Jing Nan spoke, he raised his right hand towards Mo Sang and waved it. In an instant, a small bottle sped towards Mo Sang. There are 3 drops of Berserker blood in there. Treat the extra drop as a present for Su Ming. Jing Nan looked at Mo Sang deeply and turned away, taking a step towards the air. He had to help soothe Yi Wang's chi tonight. Mo Sang watched Jing Nan leave, then looked at the small bottle containing the 3 drops of Berserker blood. His eyes were filled with contemplation. Jing Nan was right in many regards, but there was one thing he was wrong about. Mo Sang did not expect that Su Ming would be able to obtain such a rank. His original plan had been to use Su Ming's mysterious identity to make Jing Nan suspicious. Then he would pay up an incredibly great price for Jing Nan to agree to let Su Ming stay in Windstream. After all, he understood that Windstream Tribe was incredibly determined towards getting out of this place and becoming stronger. It would not give up any chance to do so, even if it was just a guess. But Mo Sang did not expect Su Ming to be able to obtain this rank. With things this way, the tables for his negotiation with Jing Nan had immediately turned, and now Mo Sang held the reins instead of being forced to go with the tide. It was just a small change, yet the difference in the end results was so great. Perhaps this time, the catastrophe looming over Dark Mountain Tribe can actually be solved. A bright flash flickered in Mo Sang's eyes, and he went towards the people from Dark Mountain tribe waiting for him in the distance. In the air outside of the vicinity of Windstream Mountain, Hai was speeding away with Su Ming back to the Mudstone City. They did not say one word to each other while they were in the air. Su Ming was just quiet, but Hai was feeling conflicted. He would occasionally look at Su Ming. The person before him looked incredibly normal, and Hai had been the one who bring him to the field. Back then, he'd not taken much notice of this person. Yet now, after he had seen Su Ming's unbelievable raise as he climbed up the stairs during the previous few days, Hai's attitude was forced to change. This is a prodigy that can compete with Yi Wang. Hai marveled in his heart. Before long, the contours of Windstream tribe gradually appeared on the land far into the distance. As the giant mudstone city gradually appeared before their eyes, Su Ming suddenly spoke. He spoke as the gust was blowing fiercely against his face. His voice seemed to be about ready to be scattered away into the wind, but each word and syllable still reached Hai's ears clearly. Senior, I have something I don't understand. You have yet to awaken. How is it that you're able to fly in the sky? If it was before, Hai would have definitely ignored him, as if he had not heard him. Yet now, after a moment of hesitation, he opened his mouth and began his explanation slowly. The flight after reaching awakening is different from mine. The reason I can fly is due to my Berserker vessel. A part of it is also because of my Berserker mark, which has yet to solidify. My Berserker mark is of the clouds. As Hai spoke, a faint picture of a cloud appeared in the center of his brows. To be exact, a Berserker who has reached the awakening realm can walk in the air with his own power. As for me, I can only float. It may seem the same, but the basic principle behind it is very different, Hai explained in detail. Su Ming's eyes were contemplative. He asked a few more questions. As they continued talking, they returned to the Mudstone City. When Hai let Su Ming on the ground, there was a smile on his face. He nodded his head towards Su Ming, then left after turning into a cloud. The gigantic field at the foot of Windstream Mountain was now deserted. The only living beings there were the 8 people sitting on top of 8 of the 9 eagle statues. They were powerful berserkers from Windstream tribe. Before long, Hai returned and sat down cross-legged on the 9th eagle statue. Since the seal on Windstream Mountain was broken, some time would be required to seal it again. The 9 of them protected this place until the seal was complete, and they could leave. That had been the case since before. Yet this year, there was something unusual. In the deserted field, a person in black had appeared some time ago. That person was wearing a black robe that hid his entire body. It was the mysterious man who had appeared at Black Mountain Tribe. Chapter 72, The Alliance of the Western Region. He stood there, but for some reason, Hai and the other 8 people did not notice him. They didn't know when the mysterious man had appeared, nor did they know of his existence. Even if they had opened their eyes, they would have only seen an empty space before them. The Great Bird, one of the 4 great mythical creatures of the Fire Berserker tribe. They were killed that year by the god of Berserkers. I didn't expect that there would be a fragment of its soul here. If the elder from Black Mountain tribe hadn't told me, I would have missed it. Oh well, he might have told me this because of personal reasons, but since I saw the beast, then I'll definitely satisfy his request. There are just 2 people who have reached the initial stage of the awakening realm. They're not enough for me to spare any of my attention here yet. I've heard about Windstream tribe, located at the edges of the Western region's alliance borders. I heard that they were once a weak branch from the great tribe of Meow Man Superscript 1. The mysterious man mumbled and moved forward step by step towards Windstream Mountain, which was in a state of being sealed off once again. Su Ming returned to the lodgings of Dark Mountain tribe within Windstream City. His face had long since returned to normal, and he looked like the frail, clean, and handsome youth once more. He wore a simple beast skin shirt and sat down within the lodgings of Dark Mountain tribe. There was excitement and anxiety within his eyes. All that had happened during the first stage of the test was like a dream to him. It was as if the person who did it was not him, but someone else. It was especially so when he had returned to the field and become the center of attention. It made his heart pound even more quickly. When he remembered talking to Bai Ling right before Si Kong and the old woman, Su Ming felt proud of himself. He took in a deep breath and finally managed to quell the excitement within his heart. He closed his eyes and felt the vast amount of qi in his body. The power that erupted from all 160 blood veins filled Su Ming with confidence. His blood veins had increased during the final moment by 4. They had increased from 156 to 160. I'm now at the 6th level of the blood solidification realm. There's not much of a difference between this and the required 245 blood veins for the 7th level of the blood solidification realm. Su Ming mumbled, and there was a strange glow in his eyes. I can start training dark blood dust. I'll have to wait a bit longer for the powerful execution of the 3 evils, though. Su Ming sat down with a focused gaze as he recalled everything that had happened during the first stage of the test. A smile gradually appeared on the corner of his lips. More importantly, I've mastered fine control. If my mind moves, my chi will move. If my mind doesn't move, then my chi will be hidden. With this, I won't waste a single shred of chi. When my battle power increases, my speed will also increase to another level. Su Ming took in a deep breath as his spirits were lifted up. With the blood scales, the me now should be able to somehow help the elder protect the tribe and my tribe members. I can fight for the tribe. He clenched his fists with a resolute gaze. It's a pity my powers aren't great enough right now. I only have 160 blood veins. If I could increase them further, that would be great. Su Ming frowned. After a moment of silence, a bright light flashed in his eyes. I have to buy a large amount of herbs and create more mountain spirit. But, Su Ming's eyes darkened. His pockets were empty. He did not have any money to buy anything. Right now, the tribe is faced with a great danger. It would need a lot of stone coins. I can't add more stress for the elder. I have to think. How can I get a huge amount of money? He scratched his head. While he was thinking, his ears twitched. He heard Wu La's excited voice coming from outside the house. Su Ming stood up and opened the front door. From there, he saw Bei Ling, Wu La, Lei Chun, and behind them, the elder, the head of the guards, and Shan Hen walking back. Mo Su has a really great presence. You saw it, right? The moment he came back, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Even Wang spoke to him. I heard from the others that this is something that is incredibly rare. Wu La's face was lit with excitement. Her eyes were bright with enthusiasm as she walked and continued speaking to Bei Ling and Lei Chun. Mo Su may look average, but he attracts a lot of attention. I think that powerful people are all supposed to be like this. He reached the top from the last place. When he came back, he was really calm. The presence of a powerful person was incredibly strong on him. I can still remember the words he spoke to Wang. He said, I won't enter the 2nd stage of the test. It made so many people shocked. Wu La gestured excitedly. It was clear that Mo Su held a great position within her heart, and she practically worshipped him. Su Ming stood outside the house and looked at the crowd coming back. He watched Wu La's excitement and touched his nose. He remembered being very nervous. He found it hard to adapt to the feeling of being the center of attention. He absolutely did not have the calmness Wu La was talking about. Mo Su had been unknown, but now he's famous. His name has already traveled to the entire Windstream tribe. Before long, all the tribes around the region will know his name. Bei Ling's face was no longer aloof, but was filled with exhilaration and excitement, which was a rare sight. It's a pity he doesn't belong to Dark Mountain tribe. It'd be great if there was such a prodigy in Dark Mountain tribe. Bei Ling sighed. There was no hint of jealousy within him. That was the nature of human beings. They would only compete with those who were around their level. They would find it hard to be jealous of those who had surpassed them by too much. Unless they were people who they grew up with, and thus had no sense of mysteriousness, because both parties knew each other too well. They would still be jealous of those people, then. That's right. If only he was from Dark Mountain tribe. Mo Su, Mo Sang, their names match so well. Mo Su. There was a look of awe in Wu La's eyes, and her face was flushed. As she continued mumbling, she saw Su Ming standing at the house and frowned. Disdain appeared on her face. She remembered what Lei Chen had said. He had actually suspected that the Mo Su she admired was Su Ming. It only made her think that it was a form of humiliation towards Mo Su. Lei Chen did not speak. When he saw Su Ming, he trained his eyes on him. After a few moments of scrutiny, his eyes darkened. It was clear that he did not believe that Su Ming and Mo Su had any form of connection either. As for Bei Ling, he had seen Su Ming standing there a long time ago, but he had immediately ignored Su Ming's existence. The aloofness in his eyes was so thick, it seemed that it would not go away. Mo Su is incredibly mysterious. Up till now, we still don't know which tribe he belongs to. Maybe we'll know in a few more days. When that time comes, I'll represent Dark Mountain tribe and get to know him. Bei Ling no longer looked at Su Ming. When he spoke of Mo Su, there was respect in his eyes. You have to get to know him. Mo Su. I think his powers have to be really great. It's a pity he's not joining the 2nd or the 3rd stage of the test. Su Ming saw Wu La's excitement and could not help but touch his nose again. Maybe his powers aren't really that great. That's why he's not taking part. Su Ming could no longer keep it in and mumbled instinctively. Su Ming, what did you say? When Wu La heard it, a fierce look immediately appeared in her eyes. She looked at Su Ming furiously. You have no right to talk about Mo Su. His powers must be really great. He must have something else to do, or because he has no interest in competing. That's why he's not taking part in the test. Su Ming smiled bitterly and quickly kept his silence. When he saw how furious Wu La looked, he had no idea whether he should happy or feel helpless. Su Ming, you can say all that here, saying this most likely because you heard from somewhere else about Mo Su. But I'm warning you, once you leave the lodgings, you are not allowed to say anything of the kind. This will only bring trouble to the tribe. That Mo Su is not someone who we can talk about this way. Beheading spoke slowly while staring at Su Ming with a serious face. He was the strongest among the youths in Dark Mountain Tribe. It was not out of bounds for him to say that. Su Ming, I don't think you should say that either. That Mo Su, you didn't see him with your own eyes. He's just too strong. So strong that even Yi Wang had to pay attention to him. That person is not someone we can discuss. He's really strong. Chen whispered, too. Once he finished speaking, he hesitated for a moment and looked at Su Ming with a complicated look. It was as if he wanted to say something else, but could not continue. Su Ming smiled bitterly again. All right, you three have another test tomorrow. Go back to your rooms to recover. The head of the guards frowned and spoke with a stern voice. Beheading and the other two immediately kept quiet and went back to their rooms. Mo Xing nodded towards Su Ming. The praise in his eyes was incredibly strong. He did not say anything but went back to his room. The head of the guards and Shan Hen followed close behind him. It was clear that they were going to discuss something. When they went away, Su Ming returned to his room. He knew that there was a high possibility of the elder coming over later. That was why he chose to sit here and wait quietly. He waited for a long while, but the elder did not come. Chen hesitantly came instead. He went into Su Ming's room and sat in front of him, looking at him with a dumbfounded expression. What is it? Su Ming looked at the stupidly honest expression on Chen's face and smiled. No, it's nothing. Su Ming, you do you. Chen hesitated, gritted his teeth, then whispered, Do you like Beheading? Su Ming was thrown off guard. Su Ming, it doesn't matter whether you like her. This is a friendly advice. Give up. I'm wondering though, is Beheading really that beautiful? She's not as pretty as Fawn. Chen mumbled, and there was a questioning look on his face. Su Ming, you didn't go to the field at the foot of Windstream Mountain. You didn't see how Mo Su went to Beheading and spoke about walking in circles before everyone's eyes right at the end. Circles, my ass. I don't like him. Chen quickly stole a look at Su Ming's expression and spoke just as quickly. Worse still, that Beheading agreed to it while blushing. You didn't see that scene. It's clear that she likes Mo Su. That Beheading is disappointing. Chen spoke once again. There was an odd expression on Su Ming's face. He hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth and whispering. Chen, let me tell you a secret. I'm actually Mo Su. Chen was stunned. Then he lifted his hand to touch Su Ming's forehead, which Su Ming dodged. Chen quickly advised him against it and was just about to say something again when they heard the elder letting out a cough outside the room. Chen quickly stood up. The door to the room was opened, and the elder smiled as he entered. Without even needing a word from the elder, Chen quickly left. He stole a look at Su Ming, then left the room. There was still worry on his face, however. Su Ming's words just now had given him a shock. He thought Su Ming was too upset. That was why he said those words. ****. Translator's note. Superscript 1 Miao Man is an aboriginal tribe in China, which was once a great tribe. Chapter 73, The Berserkers' Realm Mountain. When Chen left, there was only the elder and Su Ming left in the room. When he saw the elder entering the room, Su Ming quickly stood up. He was feeling very nervous. He did not know whether his actions during the first stage of the test were right in the elder's eyes. While he was feeling nervous, a smile appeared on the elder's face. He sat in front of Su Ming and looked at the frail-looking youth before him. There was a hint of nostalgia within his eyes as he looked at the traces of youthfulness still left on that clean and handsome face. You've grown up. Come, sit by my side, the elder said softly after a long while. Elder. Su Ming sat down. The wrinkles on the elder's face seemed to have increased. The traces left behind by time seemed to reveal a person that had experienced a lot in life. You did well during the first stage of the test. The elder patted Su Ming's head before he took out a small bottle and handed it to Su Ming. There are 3 drops of Berserker blood belonging to a Berserker of the Transcendence realm in the bottle. Keep it close to you. When the time is right, it will be of great help to you. That is about as much as I can help. The elder looked at Su Ming, and there was a look in his eyes that Su Ming could not understand due to his young age. The method to absorb the Berserker blood of the Transcended realm is easy. Cast the dark blood dust and change the Berserker blood into blood mist, surrounding your body while you slowly absorb it. Use it to nurture your blood veins. You can only absorb 1 drop each time, however, don't be greedy. You have to do this slowly, or else you'll harm your own body. The elder warned him seriously. Su Ming looked at the elder. He did not know why, but he had a hunch that something he would not like was about to happen. The look on the elder's face and his words only made him further not understand the meaning behind the elder's words. Elder you. Su Ming took the bottle of the Berserker blood instinctively. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the elder smiling and shaking his head. He looked at Su Ming kindly. Don't worry. It's not impossible to solve the danger the tribe faces. I've already spoke with the elder from Windstream tribe. There shouldn't be anything going wrong at this point. What you need to do now is to train properly. If the day comes and you reach Transcendence realm, if you can leave this place and go explore the world outside, you have to remember to go to Berserker's Realm Mountain. The elder said slowly. What is Berserker's Realm Mountain? Su Ming was stunned. He had a feeling that this was connected to his birth. Yet when the elder suddenly spoke of it, the bad feeling in his heart grew stronger until it turned into a wave of uneasiness and anxiety, so strong it replaced the shock and uncertainty that he should be feeling. It's in your heart, the elder said, looking at Su Ming. He was stunned for a moment, and there was a questioning look on his face. All right, just remember that. Let's not talk about this anymore. I've already spoken with the elder of Windstream tribe. You'll be staying in Windstream tribe as Mo Su from now on. The elder of Windstream tribe will be helping and guiding you together with Yu Wang. This will be a great help to you, and his help will far exceed the amount of help I can give you. The chances of you transcending will also increase. The elder's face was serious as he looked at Su Ming. When he saw hesitation on Su Ming's face and that he was about to speak, he became stern. But, elder, I don't want to stay in Windstream tribe. The elder's words were too sudden, causing Su Ming to be completely unprepared for it. He did not expect it. If he knew from the start that such a change would happen due to the results of the first stage of the test, then he would have definitely not gotten such a high ranking. Yet before he could even finish speaking in his alarm, the elder's eyes became fierce. Su Ming, I've already decided on this. You must stay here from now on. The elder spoke sternly. Su Ming fell silent, but the unyielding look in his eyes was clear. When he saw the stubborn look in Su Ming's eyes, the elder sighed and his expression softened. He looked at Su Ming and spoke slowly. Su Ming, Dark Mountain tribe is not far from Windstream. You can come back anytime you want. Su Ming bit into his lip. He did not know what to say. Besides, I've already decided. Dark Mountain tribe will join Windstream tribe and leave Dark Mountain. We will build a new tribe outside the Mudstone City. Truth be told, you'll be really close to the tribe, the elder continued saying. But elder, I don't want to become part of Windstream tribe. I'm a member of Dark Mountain tribe. Su Ming said in a low voice after hesitating for a moment. The elder looked quietly at Su Ming. After a long while, he spoke again. Su Ming, besides doing it for your own good, I'm asking you to join Windstream tribe for another reason. Your status will rise just as your powers will rise. Once you're at the same level as Yu Wang, then you can protect Dark Mountain tribe from your side. Don't you want to take care of Dark Mountain tribe? Su Ming was stunned. How about this? This isn't a matter of urgency. You don't have to think too much about it. Once all this ends and Dark Mountain tribe migrates here, you can make your decision. When that time comes, I'll send you here. You don't even have to stay in the city. You can continue staying in Dark Mountain tribe. How does that sound? The elder smiled and ruffled Su Ming's hair. Su Ming let out a sigh of relief. After a moment of thought, he nodded his head obediently. If that was the case, he could accept it. Within Su Ming's heart, he only belonged to one tribe, and that was Dark Mountain tribe. All right, since you're not taking part in the next 2 tests, stay in Windstream tribe for the next few days and get yourself familiar with the place. Once Bei Ling and the others are done with the tests, we'll be returning to the tribe. The elder smiled and stood up. He did not ask how Su Ming managed to obtain his rank. Neither did he ask Su Ming to explain his understanding towards the 6 numbers. He only smiled and looked deeply at Su Ming before he turned and left. Su Ming looked at the elder's back as he left. It was burdened by his experiences in life, and as Su Ming watched, his heart twisted for an unknown reason. Right up till the moment the elder left, and Su Ming was the only one left in the room. He sat in his spot quietly and thought of each and every one of the elder's words. Worry gnawed at his heart. I don't have enough power. I have to become stronger. After a long while, Su Ming clenched his teeth tightly. He might not fully understand the look in the elder's eyes, but he could tell that things were not as the elder said. The danger looming over the tribe might not be as easily resolved as he said. I won't be able to perform any more burning of blood within this short period of time. If I want to become stronger, then I can only create more pills. Then I'll need a lot of stone coins. Su Ming frowned. What he lacked right now was money. What should I do? I've already sold scattering dust once. I wonder if it attracted any attention. But if I don't sell it again, then I won't get any money. But if someone had already caught wind of this, then I can't sell the pills again. Su Ming was cracking his head for all possible methods, but he could not find a solution. Looks like I'll have to ask the elder for some stone coins. Su Ming sighed. He absolutely did not want to add to the elder's burdens. According to his plans, he would require a large amount of stone coins this time. Su Ming stood up straight and was just about to find the elder when he stopped as a thought appeared in his head. He stood by the door with bright eyes while the thought became increasingly clearer in his head. After a while, Su Ming decided to sit down and think. He then took out a bottle from his bosom. There were traces of light surrounding it. Within the bottle was the green blood he had snatched from Wu Sun some time ago. He had enveloped it in moonlight so that its presence could be hidden. Right now, he took out the bottle, and his eyes became increasingly brighter. He had been working on that thought in his head multiple times, and gradually an idea formed. This thing must be incredibly important to Wu Sun. And I heard Bei Ling mention that Wu Sun was on par with Chen Chong in Windstream Tribe, and they're only slightly below Yi Wang. This person has always ranked within the top 3 in the previous tests, but this time, he was only in the 12th place. Even if it was due to Bai Su's appearance that he fell out of the top 3, he should not have dropped out of the top 10. As for this change, there can only be one explanation. He has become weaker. Only when his body has weakened and problems arose for him would he have shown such a poor performance. There would definitely be no need for him to hide his power during the test. There is no need for him to do so with his status. Su Ming mumbled in his head as he analyzed the situation. If that's the case, then there's at least half a chance that his performance is due to him losing this thing. Su Ming's eyes flashed. He looked at the bottle in his hands, and a smile appeared on his lips. Wu Sun is a prodigy within Windstream Tribe. Then surely he must be pretty rich. The smile on Su Ming's lips grew wider and brighter. But just what is this? Why is it so important to him? Su Ming fell silent for a moment. He did not act immediately, but chose to sit down cross-legged and quietly adjusted his breathing to recover his qi. When the moon hung high in the sky, Su Ming opened his eyes abruptly. Now I can examine this. Su Ming no longer hesitated. He took the small bottle and waved his left hand above it. The moonlight on top of the bottle immediately scattered away. Su Ming brought the bottle closer and took off the cork before looking at it carefully. The green blood within the bottle seemed a bit dull. It was as if because it had been away from Wu Sen's body for a long time, it had lost its color and spirit. I have to see whether this thing is useful to me. If it isn't, only then will I be able to move to the next step. Su Ming did not hesitate, pouring out the liquid from the bottle. The fresh blood floated before him. There was no stench of blood coming from it, as if it was not blood. Su Ming stared at it, then grabbed the blood and placed it in the center between his brows. Chapter 74, is it him? The moment the green blood touched the center of his brows, Su Ming immediately felt a strong presence. That presence was filled with death. It was as if there was a countless number of moaning voices echoing in his head. At that moment, the green blood seemed to have been revitalized and wanted to struggle out of Su Ming's hands before rushing into the center of his brows, then entering his body. Su Ming narrowed his eyes in concentration. The qi in his body circulated and immediately dissipated the presence of death from the blood, while also blocking the green blood that was trying to enter his body. He held the ball of blood in his right hand and lifted it away from his brows. The moment it left, a look of surprise appeared in Su Ming's eyes. This thing should have been made with a special Berserker art. It's incredibly important to the practitioner, but to those who don't practice it, it would only cause them harm. Su Ming was silent, sinking into his thoughts and making his decision. With the analysis he made by tying up Wu Sen's weakened state to the loss of this blood, his certainty towards his theory rose up by 3/10 from its initial 5/10. He may not be completely certain still, but 8/10 was enough. In truth, his guess was correct. If others had forcefully absorbed the blood of corpses, then it would cause them internal injuries. Even if there would be benefits obtained from it, after comparing the pros and cons, there would be more losses compared to gains. Ming placed the blood back into the bottle and waved his right hand towards the bottle. Immediately, a ray of moonlight appeared and turned into strings that surrounded the bottle. He placed the bottle into his bosom and stood up before leaving the room. The moon in the sky was not in a crescent shape. It was slightly rounder. By the looks of it, within a few days, the moon would be full. Ming took in a deep breath. He played out the idea in his head once again, and his eyes flashed briefly. He walked out of the house in the middle of the night. It was quiet in the area, and there was absolutely no sound around him. The moment he walked out of Dark Mountain Tribe's lodgings in Windstream City, Ming's heart jolted. At that moment, a cold voice came from behind him. "It's late. Where are you going?" Ming stopped. He turned around and saw a man walking out from the dark part of the big door. He looked average, but there was a cold glint in his narrowed eyes. He was Dark Mountain Tribe's Shan Hen. "Greetings, Chief of the Hunters." Ming's face was passive and unmoving as he watched Shan Hen walking towards him. "I asked you a question." Shan Hen moved towards him slowly and stood 10 feet away from Ming, looking coldly at him. "I heard from Beheading that Windstream City is lively at night. That's why I wanted to go take a look." Ming was on guard, but there was fear on his face. He spoke quickly. Shan Hen looked at Ming for a long while before he nodded his head slowly. "It's not too safe during the night. Don't cause any trouble and come back soon," Shan Hen said slowly. He was the chief of the hunters in the tribe. He was also a powerful berserker who chose to follow the elder during this journey. Protecting the members of the tribe was his responsibility. For him, saying those words was normal. Ming agreed to it. After bowing to Shan Hen, he slowly walked backwards before turning around and walking into the distance. He could feel that Shan Hen was still watching his back. He only took a few more steps forward when all the hair on his body rose suddenly. He could feel a strong pressure pressing on him. The feeling turned into a sense of danger that screamed at him that someone was targeting him. The chi in his body seemed to be on the verge of losing control and was about to circulate on its own to resist against the pressure. Ming knew that it was a reflex that belonged to berserkers. Due to the chi within their bodies, if they were suddenly met with an attack, then it would be very difficult for them to hide their chi because they would automatically resist against it. If it was a normal tribe member, then the pressure they felt would not be so strong. Only berserkers would feel the pressure clearly. This was a way to test whether the people around them were hiding their powers. Yet this was a technique that was only useful if it was used by berserkers in the high level of the blood solidification realm against those who had lower levels compared to them. Shan Hen's strength was far greater than Ming's. If this sudden act had been used on Ming before he went through the test, then he would not have been able to resist it. Yet it would still not bring about too much attention, because the elder had cast an art on him to disguise his chi. Even if the chi in his body was forcefully activated, no one would be able to notice it. However, as of then, Ming could already control the chi in his entire body through fine control by keeping his mind still. He did not hesitate. The moment the chi in his body was about to be activated, with a single thought, Ming calmly dissipated the activation of his chi. This was something that would be difficult for other people to do, but for Ming, who had already understood the method of entering fine control by using his mind, it was not hard. However, while chi could be hidden and kept still, the body's instinctive movements when a person was faced with sudden danger would usually be the part where other people chose to observe. Shan Hen was looking for that. Nevertheless, he underestimated Ming. More accurately speaking, he had never paid too much attention towards Ming, hence he did not understand Ming. The moment the sense of danger arrived, Ming did not stop. It was as if he was completely unaware of it and continued walking forward at an unhurried pace until he gradually disappeared into the night. When Ming left the place, a frown gradually appeared on Shan Hen's face. Nonetheless, he did not continue standing there. He turned around instead and went back into the tribe's lodgings. His actions were not out of bounds. Even if he did it before the elder, no one would think otherwise. In fact, since he did it so straightforwardly, other people would just think that he suspected Ming and was just testing him. Ming kept to a calm pace until he was far away from the lodgings. Then, He could no longer resist sprinting a few steps with his heart pounding rapidly against his chest. During that instant, from the feeling he got from how Shan Hen scrutinized him, Ming found his hidden, mysterious observer of the past few days that he felt during meditation. It's him. Ming frowned. He remembered the elder mentioning a traitor within the tribe. Even if the elder did not go into detail about it, Ming could tell the worrying aspects about it. Is it him? Ming was in doubt. The status of the chief of the hunters was very high, and he held great authority within the tribe. He had control over all the berserkers within the hunting team. He also had the important duty of leading the hunting teams to hunt for food. Throughout the years, Shan Hen had contributed a lot for the tribe in Ming's memories. He may seem like an indifferent man, but in truth, there were times where Ming saw him walking coldly in the tribe while offering his game to the elderly members of the tribe. He had also gone up the mountain and brought back a huge amount of beast fangs because children in the tribe loved them. Even when he distributed it to the La Sus with his usual aloof look, Ming could tell that there was a hint of kindness within him when he did so. In fact, Ming could recall from his memories that during one particular winter, some hunters in a hunting team had been ambushed by the people from Black Mountain tribe and escaped while heavily injured. One of them had even died. Shan Hen's face had been ice cold as he went out of the tribe alone. When he returned the next day, he held 3 heads that belonged to the berserkers from Black Mountain tribe in his hand. This would have incited war with Black Mountain tribe if it were not for the elder's incredible power during that year. The scenes from the past appeared one by one in Ming's head. He could not find a single reason for Shan Hen to turn traitor. To him, it was impossible that this sort of chief of the hunters would betray the tribe. Maybe, I'm just thinking too much. Ming continued to think in silence, then sighed in relief before quietly walking forward. Gradually, his face changed, and his body became stronger. His clothes, too, changed. Very soon, when he came out of the darkness, Ming had turned into the incredibly mysterious Mo Su, whose name now rang through all the corners of Windstream City. Ming blasted forth into the deeper parts of Windstream City with shocking speed. Wu Sen's house was very easy to find. Once Ming turned into Mo Su, he would know where Wu Sun stayed once he asked around. Besides, even if he was well known in Windstream tribe, only a few hundred people had seen his face, hence he did not attract too much attention. The Windstream tribe member who had told Ming where Wu Sun stayed also did not know that the person before him was the Mo Su, who had been unassuming until he shocked everyone. As for why he would tell Ming where Wu Sun stayed, it was because Ming had brought out one of the very few stone coins left in his possession. Besides, the members of Windstream tribe were used to it during these last days. He knew that there were a lot of outsiders who had been fighting against each other to meet the prodigies within Windstream. Yet while the number of people who wanted to see them was great, the ones who were summoned were few. Wu Sun stayed in a house located at the eastern corner of the Mudstone City. It was very quiet there, and it was especially so during the night. Night turned the entire place dark. There may be lamps around, but they were few in number and were scattered around. Ming could only see the outlines of the houses with the help of the moonlight. Among the many mudstone houses was a house that took up a lot of space. It was also isolated as it stood out from among its surroundings. That was Wu Sen's house. As one of the prodigies in Windstream tribe, Wu Sen's status was very high. His dwelling place would also naturally be different. There were 4 houses in his courtyard, which let out an eerie feeling in the silence of the night. The courtyard was very big, but also deserted. It looked desolate and deathly still under the moonlight. The 4 houses were dark, as if there was no one within them. In the past, it was not so. Wu Sen's followers would usually guard this place at all times to show just how unique and special he was. Now, there was no one in them. There was no way of telling whether those people had left because Wu Sen's rank fell, or because he did not want others to find out that he had weakened and chased them all out. Ming stood hundreds of feet away from the courtyard. He remained silent, his shadow lengthened by the moonlight until it seemed to fuse together with the darkness around him. He looked at the courtyard before him. After a while, he slowly walked forward until he was near the door to the courtyard. Without any hesitation, he pushed it open. The moment the wooden door swung open, it made a creaking sound in the silence that spread around him. The 4 houses in the courtyard were still silent, as if no one had noticed him. It felt like no one was here. Nonetheless, when Ming stood outside, he felt a presence of qi from the second house. From the strength of the qi, Ming could tell that the person was around the 5th level of the blood solidification realm. It may have been slightly weaker than what he had sensed when he'd returned and cast a glance at Wu San, but once he thought about it, Wu San's weakening might be continuous. This, then, would be understandable. Chapter 75, Ill-Gotten Wealth. He stood at the deserted courtyard and looked at the closed door of the second house. He moved towards it step by step without any hesitation. When he was just outside the house, he pushed open the door. The moment the door was open, Su Ming heard a muffled growl, followed quickly by two green arms with an air of slaughter and death rushing towards him abruptly. A light flickered through Su Ming's eyes. His face was blank. He had already dared to destroy whatever Wu San sent his way when his power had been weaker than his. Adding to the fact that it was night now and his strength was much greater than Wu San's, who was constantly weakening at that, there was no reason for Su Ming to be afraid. The moment the green figure charged towards him, he lifted his right foot and stomped on the ground. The 160 blood veins manifested explosively on his body, creating an incredible force. He did not retreat even one step. With just the formidable force coming from him, he faced the green figure launching towards him. The green figure flinched due to the force coming from Su Ming's chi and broke down abruptly, turning into green bits of glittering light that scattered around the room, causing the originally dark room to be cast in green light. Wu San was a mess. His face was pale as he sat down cross-legged in the house. He glared at Su Ming, a trickle of blood running down the corner of his mouth. It was clear that the moment Su Ming came in, he forcefully cast a Berserker art, but it could not even touch Su Ming. Instead, as the Berserker art was dispelled, Wu San was injured. Emosu. Wu San's eyes were filled with vexation and madness as he growled. Su Ming's face was calm, not at all affected by Wu San's insanity. He lifted his foot and walked into the house. He stood a few dozens of feet away from Wu San and looked at him coldly. Looks like you've truly become weaker. Even those followers of yours who have been offering you the blood from the center of their brows are gone without a trace, Su Ming said, opening his mouth slowly and speaking unhurriedly. Veins popped on Wu San's face, but there was also bitterness. He had heard the sound of the courtyard door opening and felt shocked and fearful. He had only heard the sound, but could not feel any traces of chi. It was as if the door to the courtyard opened by itself. Nonetheless, he had felt a sense of danger. It was especially so when the door to his house was pushed open. At that moment, that sense of danger reached its peak. He casted the Berserker art without a care for consequences. Yet it failed. When he was just about to dash out of the house, he saw the face of the person standing outside his house. Once he saw him, Wu San gave up on charging out, because the person who came was Mo Su. It was the Mo Su who he highly suspected, but did not dare to offend. He was tied to Yi Wang, and Wu San saw with his own eyes what it meant to be a person who could shock the world. This sort of prodigy could only make Wu San feel bitter. Nevertheless, Wu San was not dumb. He was incredibly smart, in fact. He had a hunch as to why this person came, but he could not find it within himself to believe it. You stole my blood of corpses, causing me to continue weakening as time passes. With my status and how I've oppressed them in the past, once they know that I've become weaker, it won't be good for me. Wu San closed his eyes and took in a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, the veins on his face had already faded away, and his expression was back to normal. When Su Ming saw how quickly Wu San returned to his usual state, and the traces of his anger and dissatisfaction could no longer be found, and that he had also chosen not to hide the fact that he was weakening, Su Ming grew to admire him a little. I have offended you previously. I hope you don't mind. While speaking, Wu San stood up and bowed towards Su Ming. Su Ming's face was schooled to a blank look, but his impression of Wu San improved even more. He looked at Wu San just as Wu San met his gaze squarely. They both stared at each other for a long while before Su Ming laughed suddenly. It's indeed much easier negotiating with smart people. Name a price. Wu San forcefully quelled his excitement. He no longer harbored any thoughts of fighting against this person. In his mind, he no longer had the right to do so. He was not as powerful as Mo Su. Neither was his fame as great as his. According to his own analysis, this person might very soon be received by the Elder and would accept guidance within Windstream Tribe. He did not wish to become enemies with this sort of person. His only hope was to retrieve his blood of corpses and recover his power as quickly as possible. After all, once morning arrived, the second test would start, and that stage was incredibly important to him. What do you want of me? I only have one Berserker vessel, and it is one that matches with my Berserker art. The Elder gave it to me. so I cannot exchange it with you. Wu Sun spoke up after hesitating for a while. The blood of corpses was much more important than the Berserker vessel to him. Even so, he did not dare exchange the vessel for his blood. After all Berserker vessels belonged to the tribe and were not owned by anyone. I don't want any Berserker vessel. Let's use stone coins to exchange it. 5,000 coins, and it's yours. As Ming spoke, he took out a small bottle from his bosom. The threads of moonlight surrounding the bottle disappeared the moment his hand touched the bottle, though no one noticed it. Wu Sen's heart pounded against his chest when he saw the small bottle. Yet the moment he heard Ming's words, he could only smile bitterly. Brother Amoi, I only have 3,000 something. Ming did not speak. He only looked at Wu Sun quietly. After a while, he put the bottle back into his bosom silently and said, if that's the case, then once you have enough stone coins, come find me. Anxiety immediately appeared on Wu Sen's face. If he could get the blood of corpses tonight, then he would have hope to win tomorrow. Yet if he could not get it back today, then when he entered the second stage of the test tomorrow, his results would pummel to the ground. Besides, he had no idea how he could even look for the mysterious Mo Su. If he left now, then even if he gathered enough stone coins, it would be difficult for him to regain his blood of corpses. Wait, Brother Mo, how about this? Please wait here for a while. I'll go and gather some stone coins now. It'll take at most 2 hours, and then I'll return. Can you wait for me for 2 hours? Wu Sun immediately said. Ming frowned. He cast a glance at Wu Sun and no longer paid any attention to him. He turned around, intending to leave. There was no way he would wait here like an idiot. It did not matter whether Wu Sun would start plotting against him or not. Ming would still remain vigilant. Brother Mo, wait. I really only have 3,300 stone coins. How about this? I'll add this together to trade with you. What do you think? Wu Sun panicked. He took a few steps forward, then seemingly gritted his teeth and took out a wooden box from a corner of the house. Right before Ming's eyes, and with great reluctance, Wu Sun opened the box. There was a purple 7-leafed herb lying within. The herb was very peculiar. Each leaf was divided another 7 times. The order of the leaves made it look slightly messy at first glance. This 7 hearts is incredibly rare. I found it by accident. This thing costs several thousand stone coins. Wu Sun looked at Ming and quickly handed him the herb. The moment Ming looked at the herb, his heart immediately raced. He took it into his hands and looked at it carefully before confirming the identity of the herb. This was one of the 2 herbs he had not seen before that were required to create South Asunder. Ming closed the lid on the wooden box without batting an eyelid. He looked at Wu Sun with a face as if he was hesitating. Wu Sun felt incredibly nervous. After a while, when he saw Ming nod his head, the exhilaration on his face could not be hidden. He immediately took out white stone coins that were worth 100 each and placed them into a bag before handing it to Ming respectfully. Ming checked it. Once he was certain there were no mistakes, he took out the bottle and returned it to Wu Sun. Your blood of corpses is incredibly valuable. Don't lose it again. Ming looked at him profoundly before turning around and leaving the room, disappearing into the darkness bathed in moonlight. Wu Sun held onto the bottle. As he watched Ming leave, his expression kept changing. After some time, he gave a long sigh and completely gave up on the idea of harming Ming. Back in Dark Mountain Tribe's lodgings, Ming looked at the 30-something white stone coins in his hands, feeling incredibly excited. He had never had so much money before. As he looked at the stone coins that were emitting a glittering white glow, Ming could not help himself but bring them one by one to his eyes so that he could take a closer look at them. This sort of feeling, where he obtained such a large fortune, was akin to the feeling when he had previously become the center of attention. When his pockets were suddenly filled with so many stone coins compared to its previously empty state, it made Ming feel as if he had just become a spendthrift person. After all, this was the first time he had obtained so much money. If Lei Chen knew how much money I have, he would definitely be staring at me wide-eyed and stuttering in disbelief. There was a faint hint of youthful pridefulness on Ming's face. More importantly, he felt as if he had gotten this amount of money without any effort and without paying much of a price. This was different from the time he had sold that one scattering dust for 100 stone coins. Wu Sun is so rich. It's understandable that he would have this amount of money as one of the prodigies in Windstream. But after this trade, I doubt that he has much left. Ming did not believe one bit that Wu Sun had only this amount of money, but there would not be much left for him either way. Ming had already thought about all possible future troubles clearly. For one, his power was greater than Wu Sen's. Hence, even if he met Wu Sun during the day, it would still be all right for him. More importantly, Wu Sun did not know that Mo Su was Su Ming. He had no idea where to look for him either. With these, as long as Su Ming's identity was not exposed, he would be safe. Furthermore, it was also unknown whether Wu Sun would even dare to try to cause trouble for him. There was, in fact, a high possibility that Wu Sun would choose to endure it and not provoke him. After all, Wu Sun was not a fool. He knew how to act accordingly. Chapter 76. Friend, please hold your step. The status of being a prodigy in Windstream Tribe was no longer of any use to Su Ming. He had thought about it carefully before finding courage to look for Wu Sun. Tomorrow morning, I'll go and get enough herbs when everyone from Windstream Tribe is paying all their attention to the second stage of the test. Su Ming thought in his heart and placed all the stone coins into his bosom. He did not think that they were heavy. Although it made the area around his chest bloated, the satisfaction in his heart made him not care about the weight. Once he put away all the stone coins, Su Ming took out the small wooden box and opened it. Once he saw the 7-leaved herb inside, a bright look appeared in his eyes. This thing was as important as the stone coins. He did not expect to obtain this from Wu Senator. This was one of the 2 herbs he had never seen before that he would need if he wanted to create South Asunder. So it's called 7 Hearts. It's a pity he didn't have the other herb, or else I could try making South Asunder. I wonder what the effects of this pill are compared to Mountain Spirit. Su Ming looked at the herb for a few more moments before placing it close to his person. If anyone had looked at his chest then, they would have been able to tell that there were a lot of things hidden away there. However, Su Ming could not do anything else about it. He had too much stuff that he had to take with him. Once he arranged everything, Su Ming sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He did not activate his chi to train, but chose instead to recall the method to cast dark blood dust and try to practice the Berserker art. This was the second Berserker art he could train and cast. Compared to Spirit Devourer, this art had more devastating power, but could not be used repeatedly. Time passed by slowly, and no other words were spoken that night. When the first rays of sunlight fell from the sky and morning arrived, the entire Windstream city woke up from its slumber. Noises began to reverberate around the city as it gradually grew in volume. Today was another day of the grand ceremony. It was the second stage of the test. This stage was no longer a test of potential, but a test of power and speed, which was directly related to participants' cultivation. The venue of the test was again, not in Windstream City, but located at the giant field with the 9 eagle statues, which was at the foot of Windstream Mountain. The moment morning was over, the tribe members in Windstream City left one after another towards the field. It was the same for Dark Mountain Tribe. With the head of the guards and Shan Hen guiding them, Bei Ling, Lei Chun, and Wu La walked out of their lodgings. However, the elder did not follow them this time. Even after everyone had left, and Su Ming came out of his room, he did not see the elder. He did not know where the elder had went, but once he thought about it, he did not pay too much attention to it. The elder should be with Windstream Tribe's elder at the moment. When he walked out of the lodgings, Su Ming did not change his appearance. He had discovered that the Berserker vessel that the elder had given him could not alter his appearance as completely as he pleased. Right now, it could only maintain Mo Su's appearance and the one he had used when he snatched away the blood of corpses from Wu Sun that night. Even if he could change his appearance into a third different look, there would be something off about it. That was a clear sign of the limit of this item. That was why he chose not to alter his appearance and used his original look to walk around Windstream City. Still, he had prepared himself. He bought a few beast skin shirts to wrap around his body. He also wrapped up his head until his eyes were the only things left visible. His appearance might have seemed odd, but there were quite a few people disguised this way within Windstream City. It was clear that they did not want anyone remembering how they looked like when they were buying things. There were fewer people walking in Windstream City. Most of them had already gone to watch the second stage of the test in the field. Since there were fewer people here, not only were there less people wandering about the streets, even those who went to the stalls were few and far in between. Su Ming's target was clear as he walked through the streets. He might not be completely familiar with Windstream City, but he knew about the few places that were specifically used for trading. There were some houses that specialized in selling herbs. They were the main places Su Ming intended to visit. There was one such shop right before him at the moment. It had no name, and it was not a big stall, but there was a tribe member from Windstream Tribe lying on the table yawning. When he saw Su Ming coming in, he cast him a glance and quickly stood up. Without even waiting for the person to speak, Su Ming spoke slowly with a coarse voice. I want 100 cloud gauze grass. While speaking, he brought out his right hand from his sleeve and placed it lightly on the table. A white stone coin appeared in his hand. The eyes of the person from Windstream tribe immediately brightened. He was used to customers like Su Ming. He knew that these sort of people did not want anyone inquiring about their identity. They did not need anyone introducing them herbs either. Their targets were always very clear. Without a hint of hesitation, the Windstream tribe member immediately nodded his head and went into the house. Before long, he took out a bag made of hides and placed it before Su Ming. Su Ming took it and looked into the bag briefly. It was filled with cloud gauze grass. The number should also be 100. This herb was not so easily sold outside, and it was rare for anyone to possess such a huge amount outside the city, but it was a common herb within the Mudstone City. He took the bag and left the stall. With the same method, Su Ming visited dozens of other shops. He bought a large amount of cloud gauze grass from each shop and also a large number of some other supplementary herbs as well. He also bought some herbs that he did not need as an act of caution. By doing so, even if his actions caught someone's attention, they could not figure out his intentions. Within less than half a day, there were only 1,000-something stone coins left in his possession from the 3,000-something stone coins he had before he started. The speed with which he spent his money made Su Ming's heart clench in pain, but he had no choice. This was the first time he felt that quenching pills was difficult if he did not have enough money to buy the things he needed. I'll have to use this money sparingly. I'm spending my money too quickly. Su Ming's face was bitter. There were bags made of hides of all sizes hanging off his person. He had too much stuff, and it caused him a headache, but he had no choice. I should have enough. I'll put them away in the lodgings first. Only then can I come back and continue buying stuff. Su Ming made up his mind and quickly walked back towards Dark Mountain Tribe's lodgings. He only took a few steps before he stopped. His brows crinkled slightly, but quickly relaxed. His expression was blank as he continued walking forward. Before him, there was an old man with a sharp mouth and cheeks of a monkey. He had his head lowered, clearly deep in thought. There was a prideful look on his face as he mumbled under his breath and twitched the fingers on his right hand, as if calculating something. Su Ming walked calmly towards him. The moment he brushed shoulders with the old man, Su Ming heard what he was mumbling about. I earned big this time. It's all thanks to Mo Su, or else I'd have definitely lost a lot of money this time. He's a great person indeed. Su Ming's heart did not waver. He continued walking forward once he passed by the old man. However, the old man only took a few steps forward before he suddenly turned around and looked at Su Ming's back. His eyes flashed brightly as he looked at the number of bags hanging off Su Ming's body. Friend, please hold back, the old man immediately spoke. Su Ming frowned. He pretended he did not hear him. Not only did he not stop, he walked faster. Friend, stop. The old man quickly ran after him and blocked Su Ming's way. There was a familiar smile on his face, a smile Su Ming had seen before. A cold flash appeared briefly in Su Ming's eyes. He did not speak, but chose to walk around him. The old man quickly took a few steps back. The smile did not disappear from his face as he quickly spoke. Friend, listen to me. I see that you've bought a lot of stuff. You must have gone to a lot of stalls, but I have with me something good that those stalls don't have. Su Ming ignored him and continued walking forward, but the old man did not mind his attitude. He just followed Su Ming and continued chattering away. Friend, don't be so indifferent. I really have something good with me. Look at this herb. It may seem normal, but you know Mo Su, right? Let me tell you, it's only because Mo Su took this herb of mine that he became so famous during the first stage. While speaking, the old man took out a herb from his bosom and waved it beside Su Ming. Su Ming was getting increasingly annoyed by the old man's constant chattering. The old man seemed to have stuck himself on him and continued following him with an air of one who would continue pestering Su Ming until he relented and bought something. This was something Su Ming had prior experience of. Now that he experienced it again, it gave him a massive headache. You don't believe me? Haha, it's fine if you don't, but let me tell you, I have something else. Look at this herb. It's so colorful and pretty, right? Let me tell you, Wang used this during the final moment of the test. This one too. You've heard of Baisu, right? This person was previously unknown, but do you know how he placed fourth? I'm telling you, it's because the old man's bosom seemed to be an endless pit that stored a countless number of herbs. He brought them out one by one as if he was worried Su Ming would not buy them, and continued introducing new ones to him. Because he ate that herb of yours, right? Su Ming felt as if his ears were buzzing when he interrupted the old man's words coldly. Chapter 77. The Torn Bag. Ah, friend, you're really smart. You're right. It's precisely because of this herb. Acom, I haven't introduced myself. I'm Beiqiao. I specialize in selling mysterious and rare herbs in Windstream Tribe. Let me tell you, Wang is a good friend of mine. Chen is a great customer of mine. Wusan regularly comes to buy herbs from me. And that Mo Su. I'm not lying to you. I really know Mo Su. The old man quickly took a large number of herbs and waved them before Su Ming's eyes. Wang regularly buys these. Chen regularly needs these. Wusan always keeps these in store when he trains. Mo Su already reserved these. I can't sell too much to you. The old man's hands were moving quickly, and he would bring out a large number of herbs every single time. The rapid change could make anyone confused. I'm not interested. If you continue following me, then don't blame me for taking drastic action. A cold glare appeared briefly in Su Ming's eyes as he cast the old man a glance. Then he quickly took a few steps further away from him. Huh? Friend, you seem familiar. I remember now you're. The old man looked at Su Ming, and when he saw that Su Ming's face was covered by hides, it became clear to him that Su Ming did not want anyone seeing his face. He had met a lot of this kind of people in the past, and he knew just what they were afraid of. That was why an exaggerated look appeared on his face, and he exclaimed, almost as if he was just about to let out a slip of his tongue. Su Ming's footsteps paused for a moment, but he had been very intelligent since he was young, and coupled with the elders' guidance and teachings, it was impossible for him to be fooled by such a cheap trick. He laughed coldly in his heart and continued walking forward without bothering about the old man. There was not a hint of awkwardness on the old man's face when he saw that his ploy did not work. Instead, a fighting spirit was lit in his eyes as if he would not throw away any chance to sell his wares easily. It was especially so when he saw the numerous bags hanging off Su Ming's body and became certain that this person was rich. He would definitely not let him off. He quickly ran a few steps forward and caught up to Su Ming. He changed his words once more and continued bringing out the herbs from his bosom. Su Ming was irritated. He was just about to use his maximum speed and shake off the old man when he saw the old man bringing out another large amount of herbs from his bosom. A thought occurred in his head. Are these herbs really as powerful as you say they are? Su Ming stopped and cast a glance at the old man's chest as he spoke slowly. The moment the old man heard Su Ming's words, he became excited and immediately patted his chest. Nodding his head, he spoke with a serious expression. Friend, don't worry. I am equally honest to children and old people alike. I don't lie. This. Su Ming's face was colored with hesitation. The old man became even more excited and took a few steps forward quickly before he whispered, there are too many people here. It's not easy for us to trade. Let's go over there. It's quieter there, and it's perfect for us to trade my goods. As the old man spoke, he put on a wary face and looked at his surroundings before pointing towards a remote alley situated not far away. Su Ming hesitated for a brief moment before he nodded. The old man quickly took a few steps with Su Ming, reaching the remote alley. There was no one there. He quelled his excitement and whispered, friend, what do you like? Do you like Wang's, or Chang's, or Bai Su's? But friend, I can't sell too much of Mo Su's herbs to you. I didn't see them clearly just now, so I don't know what is good. If they're as great as you say, then I will consider buying some of all from you, Su Ming said, with hesitation still evident on his face as he cast a glance at the old man. Don't worry, I can let you see them. The old man immediately became even more excited. A smile also appeared on his face, and he quickly took out various types of herbs from his bosom. He brought out 2 to 3 herbs of each type. Just these? That's too little. Su Ming swept his gaze over the herbs and shook his head. That's already a lot. These are all rare herbs. It's impossible that there would be a lot around. The old man was momentarily shocked before he quickly explained. Su Ming did not speak, but instead reached into his bosom with his right hand and took out a small bag. He opened it before the old man and revealed nearly 10 white stone coins inside. The old man stared at the stone coins with brilliant eyes. After a few deep breaths, his face became incredibly grave, and he looked around before stepping closer towards Su Ming and whispered, friend, since you're so sincere, I'll tell you the truth. I have 100-something of each type of herb in stock. It's not that they're not precious, but I have my own method of obtaining them. Since you really want to buy them, I'll take all of them out for you to see. As the old man spoke, he took out handfuls upon handfuls of herbs and placed them all on the ground. Before long, the ground was filled with more than 1,000 herbs. That's all I have. I've placed all my herbs here. 1,000 stone coins, and it's all yours. The old man was very nervous while looking at Su Ming. If these herbs were all placed together, then a very large sack would be needed. It was impossible to place them all within his bosom. Su Ming's heart pounded against his chest. He stared at the old man's chest, and something flashed through his eyes. How did you manage to place all those herbs within your bosom? What's hanging on your chest? The moment the old man heard his words, his face became wary. He quickly took a few steps back and covered his chest, a fearful and shocked expression appearing on his face. Stop pretending. I won't buy these herbs, but if you have a bag that can place all these herbs inside, then I might consider buying one of your bags. Su Ming spoke slowly. I won't sell it, the old man said immediately, letting out a loud harumph after. Su Ming held the bag containing the stone coins and swung it lightly. The sound of stone coins knocking against each other could be heard from within. The sound was very clear and melodious, causing the old man's face to become conflicted. 5,000 stone coins. Give me 5,000 stone coins, and I'll sell it to you. While speaking, the old man brought out a small bag the size of a palm from his bosom. The appearance of the thing was very peculiar. There was a round picture drawn on it by some unknown method. It seemed like it was drawn onto it, but if anyone looked closely, they would find that the picture was not drawn, but printed on the bag. It was a pity that there was a torn part on a corner of the cloth bag. This is a treasure. It's rare even within Windstream Tribe. You can store a lot of items in here. Without 5,000 stone coins, don't even think about buying it from me, the old man stated while holding tightly onto the cloth bag. There's a ripped part on the bag, Su Ming calmly pointed out. Of course, if it was in perfect shape, forget 5,000 stone coins. Even if it was for 10,000 stone coins, I wouldn't sell it, the old man said proudly. 500 stone coins. If you're not selling it, then forget it, Su Ming said after thinking for a moment. What? What did you say? 500 stone coins. Impossible. The old man's expression changed incredibly quickly. His face was now twisted in fury, as if the price given by Su Ming was a form of humiliation to him. You've said that you've been selling herbs in Windstream Tribe for many years and have met a lot of prodigies. I don't believe that no one has seen through this as well. If you still have this bag with you, then it's clear that this isn't the only one you have. 500 stone coins. If you're not selling it, forget it, Su Ming told him calmly and turned around to leave. The old man stood there, wavering, and struggled with his thoughts. When he saw that Su Ming was really going to leave and was about to reach the end of the alley, the old man quickly yelled at him. 800 stone coins. Fine, 500 stone coins. 500 stone coins, and it's yours. Su Ming stopped and turned his head, gesturing with his right hand. The old man went up to him with extreme reluctance. He handed the bag to Su Ming. Once Su Ming took it, he could immediately feel that the bag was light. In fact, the moment he touched the bag, a picture appeared in his head. It was a space that was about 30 feet in size. However, only half the space could be used. There were crack-like marks on the other half of the space. Humph. You earned big this time. I'm telling you. You can keep your items here once you pat them on the bag. If you want to take them out, all you need is just to think about it. The old man explained how to use the item, all the while grumbling under his breath. Su Ming was very curious. He took out an herb from one of his numerous bags and tried to place it in the bag using the method the old man just told him. Once he saw that what the old man told him was true, he could not help but smile. It's good, right? I have a lot of good things with me. You got a great deal buying this for only 500 stone coins. Don't go out telling other people about it. Give me the money quickly. The old man looked dispirited as he held out his hand for the money. Half of the space in there is torn. Is it due to the damage on the bag? Su Ming did not hand him the money immediately, but asked instead. I don't know about that. I only have this with me, and I've used it for many years. It's always been like this. Hurry up and give me the money. The old man quickly avoided the question. Su Ming looked at the old man with a profound look. He threw the torn bag to the old man and shook his head. What do you mean? You don't want it anymore? The old man was immediately stunned. No matter how amazing it is, it's still a torn bag. It's not worth 500 stone coins. More importantly, I believe that before long, the crack within will slowly spread until I can no longer use it. In fact, there's even a possibility that I won't be able to take out the things from within. What's the use of this to me then? No way. I've been using this for many years. It definitely won't happen, the old man quickly guaranteed. I can't be certain about it. If I buy it, then I'll only give you 200 stone coins. After a few months, if it's truly as you say, then I'll give you the rest of the stone coins, Su Ming said with a casual tone. That won't do. How am I supposed to find you then? The old man quickly shook his head. If you don't want it, then forget it. Ming did not show any reluctance and turned around to leave. Ah, fine. I'll sell it to you for 200 stone coins. 3 months later, you have to give me the remainder of the money. There aren't a lot of tribes around the region, and there are only so many people around. If you don't pay up, I'll still be able to find you, the old man said with a pained face as he handed the cloth bag to Ming once again. This time, Ming no longer pondered around and hesitated. He took out 2 white stone coins and took the cloth bag, completing the trade before he left the remote alley. The old man waited until Ming was long gone before the pained look on his face completely disappeared, replaced by a look of satisfaction. He took out another torn cloth bag from his bosom and placed all the herbs on the ground inside it. Then he let out a sigh. That child is bright. He's much harder to fool compared to Wang. Even Wang spent 500 stone coins on this. He's even better. He only spent 200 and bought it. Humph. Once I sell a few more of these and they're used to it, then I'll start reaping my profits. The old man mumbled under his breath as excitement and anticipation appeared on his face. Chapter 78. Let's walk around in circles. The weather may be clear during winter, but it was still cold. However, to Berserkers, this sort of cold was bearable. Besides, winter season was about to be over. Snow was falling from the sky as if winter refused to leave and wanted to remind all the living beings on Earth that it was still around. The snow was not heavy initially, but before long, vast amounts of it fell from the sky. It swept through the land as a strong blast of wind suddenly stirred up in the region. As the wind moaned, the snow danced. It was snowing heavily by noon. It may not have covered everything, but as the wind swept away the snow, it obscured the sky, like a layer of darkness suddenly falling on the land. Ming walked through the streets of the mudstone city. Snow was falling on him. His shirt, hair, and some even crept into the beast skins covering his head, falling on the tip of his nose. The snow had come suddenly. Before Ming had managed to go back to Dark Mountain Tribe's lodgings, his path was cut off by the heavy snowfall. Ming walked briskly in the snow and left behind a trail of footprints, but they were soon covered by falling snowflakes and gone without a trace. This was perhaps the last snowfall this winter. As Ming exhaled, his breath turned into white fog. After a while, once he was certain no one was following him, he took a few turns and returned to his lodgings. The wind was stronger, and the snow fell heavier. Standing at the door, Ming stomped on the ground with all his might until he shook off all the snow from his person. Only then did he go into the house. It was much warmer inside compared to when he was outside. Ming closed the door and took off all the hides wrapped around his entire body. He cast them aside and placed all the hide bags filled with herbs on the ground, then activated his chi and circulated it throughout himself until he got rid of the chill in his body. Once he did so, he sat down cross-legged and brought out the small torn bag, observing it carefully. This bag is very mysterious. It can hold so many things within, but there must be something wrong with it because Beheading sold it to me far too easily. Something flashed through Ming's eyes. He had suspected it before, and the more he thought about it, the more he thought that Beheading's actions were off. After a moment of thought, he brought out some herbs that had no use to him and placed them into the bag before attempting to take them out. He found nothing wrong with the process. I still have to be careful. After all, these herbs are all that I have. If I put them all in and something happens, then it'll be terrible. Ming scratched his head and decided to just put the thought aside. He would wait a few more days. Once everything calmed down, then he would have the elder look at the bag. Ming put the bag away and sat down cross-legged. As he was circulating his chi, he slowly concentrated on learning dark blood dust. He had to hurry up and learn the art so that he could cast it during a real battle. As for his original plan to walk around the mudstone city again and see whether he had anything else he wanted to buy, it was cancelled due to the huge snowfall outside. The wind and snow were whistling outside. Ming sat down quietly in his room. Time passed by slowly. Soon, it was dusk outside. When there was no snow falling, it would usually be rather bright during dusk. Yet today, there was a hint of darkness even though the sun was still out. He could not see clearly into the distance. All he could see was the snow falling from the sky. However, due to it, there was a hint of silver light reflecting off the surface of the newly covered ground in the dim light. The snow was still falling heavily. Before long, Ming's ears twitched, and he got up. When he stood up and opened the door to his room, he saw Beheading and the others walking back. These people weren't talking among themselves as they did yesterday. It might have been because the snow was falling too heavily. Once Bei Ling cast a glance at Su Ming, he quickly went back into his own room. Wu La looked dull, as if she could not lift her spirits up. She, too, returned to her own room. Only Lei Chen smiled at Su Ming good-naturedly and approached him. He looked as if he wanted to tell Su Ming what he saw during the day. The head of the guards was frowning, caught up in his thoughts. He would look at the sky occasionally, and there would be a hint of worry on his face. Shan Hen still looked indifferent. He no longer took note of Su Ming and went back into his room. Su Ming, the second stage of the test was seriously very intense today. The test of strength and speed reflects our current level of power. Yi Wang is indeed the strongest among the youths in Windstream. He's just too powerful. He surpassed Chen by way too much, and he's placed second. That Baisu from Black Mountain Tribe will definitely become a great enemy of ours. He was ranked third. He seems to be at the 7th level of the blood solidification realm, and he's really strong. It's a pity Su didn't appear, or else it'd have been even more exciting. I didn't manage to get into the top 50, neither did Wu La. Only Bei Ling managed to place 49th. The second stage may have been over quickly, but it was really magnificent. I heard that the third stage will only be held 3 days later. It's a test of real combat. It should be even more exciting. Lei Chen spoke excitedly with Su Ming in his room for a long time. He told him everything that he saw and experienced that day. He wanted to continue speaking, but when he saw that Su Ming's interest was not great, he spoke for a little while longer before leaving while yawning. Lei Chen had also taken part in the test that day and was a little exhausted. When Lei Chen left, Su Ming waited until dusk was over and the snowstorm was also slightly lighter outside before he stood up with his heart pounding against his chest. He left his room feeling nervous but eager. This time, Shan Hen did not appear when Su Ming walked out of Dark Mountain Tribe's lodgings. The sky was dark, but the land was lit with a silver glow. Snow fell from the sky, and it caused Su Ming to experience an indescribable feeling. After a long while of walking in the snowstorm, Su Ming changed his appearance and turned into Su. He approached Dark Dragon Tribe's lodgings and stood there, waiting. Time gradually passed by, and the snowstorm continued. As snow kept falling from the sky, the door to Dark Dragon Tribe opened silently, and Bai Ling poked out her beautiful head from within. She wore a white shirt and had multiple furs decorating her neck. She looked incredibly beautiful. She looked around for a moment. When she saw Su Ming, a shy look immediately appeared on her petite face, but there was also happiness that was difficult to conceal. She took a few brisk steps and stood in front of Su Ming. They looked at each other and smiled. "You must have waited for a long time," Bai Ling said softly. "No, I just arrived." Su Ming scratched his head as he looked at Bai Ling standing before him. He had never seen such a beautiful person in his life. As he looked at the sight of the snow causing Bai Ling's cheeks to color a light red and at her twinkling eyes, which held a hint of bashfulness, Su Ming's heart pounded even more quickly. "What are you looking at? You look like an idiot. Didn't you say you wanted to walk in circles?" Bai Ling's face became even redder, but she did not look away from Su Ming's gaze. Instead, she blinked and chuckled softly. "Ah, yes. Ha!" Su Ming touched his nose. The two of them walked into the distance under the snowstorm amidst Bai Ling's laughter. When they disappeared into the snowstorm, Kong sat in Dark Dragon Tribe's lodgings with a conflicted look. He wanted to go and watch them, but in the end gave up on the idea with a long sigh. The old woman was also inside Dark Dragon Tribe's lodgings. She was sitting inside her room. She knew that Bai Ling had gone out, but she did not stop her. In her mind, if Bai Ling could be together with Su, then it was the best possible outcome. The wind bellowed, and snow danced in the air. In that snowstorm, Su Ming and Bai Ling walked through an alley in the Mudstone City. The snow fell around them and gave off an attractive glimmer. It landed on the roofs and the buildings situated on both sides of the alley, causing the place to turn into a world of snow. There were few people who walked outside during this kind of night. Su Ming was very nervous. The quick-witted intelligence he displayed last time when he spoke to Bai Ling was gone. Only after his hand was taken by Bai Ling, and he felt the sweat and smoothness of her palm, did Su Ming snap back from his stupor and clutched Bai Ling's small hand. Bai Ling lowered her head. She looked incredibly beautiful when her rosy cheeks were illuminated by the snow. "Let's go, take a walk around," Su Ming whispered and lowered himself down. A bashful smile appeared on Bai Ling's face, and she laid on Su Ming's back. The warmth that was emitted from Su Ming's back made her feel happy. Su Ming breathed in the light fragrance coming from behind him and felt the similar warmth coming from Bai Ling's petite body. He took in a deep breath and dashed forward, jumping over the mudstone walls surrounding the city, and left them behind himself. Bai Ling's heart raced against her chest. She could also feel Su Ming's heart pounding as he ran. They welcomed the snowstorm falling on the plains outside Windstream Tribe and continued running further away into the quiet and secluded plains. Snow fell on their bodies, but they did not feel cold. Instead, the warmth they felt in their hearts surrounded their bodies. When they were outside the city, Su Ming's appearance reverted to his original look. Bai Ling, why does it feel like you've grown heavier? Su Ming's voice contained hints of happiness as he laughed into the snowy night. Nonsense. Bai Ling was originally immersed in the warmth coming from Su Ming's back, but the moment she heard his words, she immediately glared at him and pinched him. Su Ming winced in pain, but his laughter became even more joyful. He jumped abruptly, causing Bai Ling to yelp in surprise, and continued running forward. His laughter and Bai Ling's rebukes overlapped with each other and created a beautiful noise. Happy moments always went by too quickly. It was already midnight before they even noticed it. Su Ming and Bai Ling walked in the snow, holding hands and whispering to each other like they would never run out of topics to talk to about. The laughter that occasionally rang out between them also showed just how beautiful the moment was for them. Snow continued falling. It landed on their bodies and their heads. If anyone looked at them from a distance, they would think Su Ming and Bai Ling's hair was almost entirely white. They wondered whether they could continue walking like this until their heads turned white, or perhaps they would look back at these days and sigh because they've lost them. Do you still remember the night when we were at Dark Mountain? It was also snowing. I do. I remember your hair was dyed white by snow. You're the same. You turned into an old woman. Say, if we continue walking in the snow like this, will we walk until our heads eventually turn white? Bai Ling whispered, holding Su Ming's hand, and there was a hint of fragility in her voice. Chapter 79. Who is sighing in that promise? Snow continued falling like a beautiful silver curtain draped on the land. It connected the heavens and earth, turning it into a timeless and unforgettable sight. The snow swayed in the air and fell before Su Ming. As wind blew and whistled by, the white coating would be lifted from the ground and dance with the snowflakes falling from the sky. There was some snow that floated before Bai Ling in the wind and passed by both of her bone earrings, falling on her neck, which was covered by her thick shirt, and melting. While listening to Bai Ling's soft muttering by his ear, warmth grew in Su Ming's heart and traveled through his entire body. That warmth then turned into a special feeling. There was a pleasant word to describe it: happiness. It was a beautiful night, with beautiful snow, and there were two people immersed in happiness. Su Ming smiled. It was a faint smile filled with happiness and the innocence of a young boy. He stopped and looked at Bai Ling. At that moment, the girl in the snow looked as if she had turned into a timeless picture, and the image was ingrained deeply in Su Ming's memories. The image of the white snow, her white clothes, the girl who was as beautiful as the snow, and the words she was whispering quietly. Bai Ling was very pretty. Some ice fragments stuck to her trembling eyelashes. Su Ming continued looking at her and felt that everything had disappeared from the world. It was as if the only ones that existed were the two of them. After a long while, when Bai Ling's cheeks slowly turned even redder due to Su Ming's gaze, he raised his right hand and took off the Fong necklace hanging on his neck. He took off the biggest Fong, which was the size of his little finger, and handed it to Bai Ling. The Fong was completely white. It was crescent in shape, and there were two words carved on it. Those words were Su Ming's own name. The Fong emanated a fierce presence. The elder gave this Fong to me when I took part in my first Berserker's awakening when I was 7. This is something I really like. I'll give it to you. There was a smile on Su Ming's face, but he was feeling nervous. In their tribes, handing over this thing as a gift held a special meaning. Bai Ling pursed her lips. Her face turned even redder, and her heart raced against her chest. The sounds of her heart pounding made everything disappear from her eyes, leaving only Su Ming. After a long while, Bai Ling gently lifted her pale hand and took the Fong. The moment she touched it, her fingers shook. She held it lightly in her hand. Su Ming was nervous. When he saw that Bai Ling was only looking at the Fong and had no intention to do anything else after a while, he scratched his head, causing some of the snow on his hair to fall. Bai Ling cast a glance at Su Ming. When she saw his silly act, she covered her mouth and smiled. There was a mischievous look in her eyes and an indescribable warmth that could make others melt. Aren't you forgetting something? The moment Bai Ling laughed at him, Su Ming's face also turned red. What is it? Bai Ling was still smiling. Her smile was really beautiful, and surrounded by the snow and the snowstorm. It created an unforgettable sight. Su Ming's face turned even redder, but very soon, he gritted his teeth and took a deep breath and looked at Bai Ling. He spoke seriously. Bai Ling, I'm your savior. I know that you're my savior, but what does that have to do with me forgetting something? Bai Ling blinked. Of course it does. Ugh, let's not talk about this. That bone earring of yours is really beautiful. Let me have a look at one of them. Su Ming looked around and quickly changed the topic. The mirth in Bai Ling's eyes became even stronger, and with it, her slyness grew as well. She lifted her hand and touched the white bone earring on her left ear while looking at Su Ming. My mom left this for me. I won't give it to you. Bai Ling laughed when she saw Su Ming's widened eyes. When he seemed to be about ready to snatch it, she immediately ran backwards. Her laughter traveled into the distance like silver bells. Nonetheless, even if she said that, she still held on to the fong Su Ming gave her in her hand like a piece of treasure. Su Ming glared, vexed, and immediately gave chase. The both of them laughed happily in the snow. Bai Ling did not give Su Ming the bone earring in the end, but Su Ming, ignorant as he may be, still felt something different within the gentleness in her eyes. Tired, Bai Ling sat down in the snow. She looked at the snow falling from the sky and asked lightly, Su Ming, what will we become in 10 years? Are we still going to be as carefree as we are now? Su Ming placed both of his hands behind his head and laid down beside Bai Ling. The snow was very soft. He, too, looked at the snow falling from the sky while listening to Bai Ling's words. Are you still angry? Bai Ling turned her head and looked at Su Ming with a smile as her beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly. Don't be mad. I'm not mad. Su Ming let out a harumph, but when he saw Bai Ling looking at him, a smile appeared on his face. 10 years later, we'll definitely still be as carefree as we are now. And by that time, my level of cultivation will definitely be very high. There was an expectant look in Su Ming's eyes. The elder told me yesterday that I'll be staying in Windstream Tribe in the future. I'll receive the same guidance as you Wang from Windstream's elder. Perhaps in 10 years' time, I'll be close to Awakening Realm. Su Ming laughed. As she listened to Su Ming's words, a look of anticipation appeared in Bai Ling's eyes. There was a happy smile on her face, and she continued talking with Su Ming in the snowy night, as if they would never finish talking to each other. Good times were always over too quickly, although time in reality was passing by slowly, and there was still some time before daylight. All moments had to end eventually. Bai Ling had to return to the lodgings of her tribe. Both of them went back to the outskirts of the Mudstone City. I'll send you back. Su Ming squatted down and gestured for Bai Ling to get on his back. There was a happy smile on Bai Ling's face. She laid on Su Ming's back once again obediently and felt Su Ming's heartbeat. The constant rhythm of it made her cheeks redden. It's so stupid, she whispered in a soft voice, lying on Su Ming's back while he ran. Su Ming continued running through the snowstorm with Bai Ling on his back and jumped over a remote section of the wall into the Mudstone City. He also changed his appearance to that of Mo Su's. Su Ming stopped right outside Dark Dragon Tribe's lodgings, and Bai Ling climbed down from his back with a hint of reluctance. She looked at Su Ming, at the boy before her eyes. His face may have turned unfamiliar, but she would never forget his eyes. Su Ming also looked at Bai Ling. They gazed into each other's eyes as they stood on the snowy street. Come now, don't be angry anymore. Bai Ling raised her hand, and just like the last time they parted, she arranged Su Ming's clothes and patted away some of the snow off his person. There was a gentle smile on her face. Those bone earrings of yours are really pretty. Su Ming laughed. When she saw Su Ming behaving that way, Bai Ling laughed, too. As she continued laughing, she looked deeply at Su Ming. The bashful look became even more distinct on her delicate face, and she lowered her head gently. Su Ming, it'll be an important day for me 7 days later. I've always spent that day with my grandma in the past. This year, I want to spend that day with you, all right? Bai Ling said after gathering all her courage. Her voice was weak, but Su Ming still heard every word she said. Happiness appeared in his eyes, and he gave a huge nod without moving his eyes away from Bai Ling. That's a promise. Bai Ling smiled shyly, gazing into Su Ming's eyes. That's a promise. 7 days later, no matter where I am, no matter what I'm doing, I'll definitely come and find you. Su Ming swore. The snow was still falling from the sky as if it was serving as a witness for the two people standing there. Still, it was unknown whether their promise would turn into a beautiful memory or into a regretful sigh. I'll definitely wait for you in the tribe that day. I'll give you the bone earring then. Bai Ling whispered, touching the bone earring, and her ears also turned red. I'll definitely come. Su Ming smiled happily. Incredibly happily. Bai Ling bit her lip. The bashful look was still on her face when she turned around and walked back towards the lodgings of her tribe. When she pushed open the door to the courtyard and walked in, she turned back and looked at Su Ming for a moment before disappearing into her lodgings. Su Ming stood where he was with happiness filling his entire heart. He also grew expectant towards the promise he made with Bai Ling of meeting 7 days later. 7 days. Su Ming smiled with happiness. He turned around and ran into the snowstorm, back towards where his tribe was located. The snowflakes also seemed to know about Su Ming's joy and danced around him. The snow from the ground was also lifted by the wind and seemed to have become a part of the space between the sky and the earth. Su Ming ran quickly. The bliss he felt in his heart had turned into warmth that surrounded his whole body. It made him forget all his troubles and worries. Very soon, he arrived at Dark Mountain Tribe's lodgings. The moment he got back, Su Ming reverted to his original look. He looked at Dark Mountain Tribe's lodgings, located not too far into the distance of the snowy night, and took a deep breath. He walked towards the lodgings cheerfully. It was quiet inside. It may have been night, but due to the snow falling from the sky, the night was glowing with a silvery night, hence it was not completely dark. Within the snowstorm, the door to Dark Mountain Tribe's lodgings was shut tight, as if there was a depressing feeling coming from within. The moment Su Ming got closer, he sensed it. When he opened the door and saw the sight within the courtyard, he trembled. The happiness in his heart immediately disappeared, replaced with a panicked look on his face. The head of the guards, Shan Hen, Bai Ling, Lei Chun, and Wu La were all gathered in the courtyard. They had varying faces of panic that showed how frightened and anxious they were. Before them, the elder was sitting cross-legged with a pale face, panting harshly. Before him was a shocking pool of black blood staining the white snow on the ground. The moment Su Ming pushed open the door, all gazes were trained onto him. Elder! Su Ming's mind went blank. He dashed madly forward until he arrived before the elder. For the first time in his life, he saw weakness on the elder's wizened face. Some of the black blood on the snow even stained the elder's clothes. Su Ming trembled. Chapter 80. I want to go back. You're back. The elder opened his eyes. There was no hint of color on his face, but he still looked at Su Ming with a gentle and loving smile. Elder. What? What happened? Elder, you. There was a roaring in Su Ming's head. When he saw how weakened the elder was, tears fell down his face. He was terrified. He did not know what to do. His mind was in a state of panic. Even his voice trembled. Elder. Lei Chun, what happened? Su Ming lifted his head abruptly and looked at Lei Chun. At that moment, he no longer cared about hiding his powers or his identity. There was only scorching anger raging in his heart. He wanted to know who injured the elder. Even if he was powerless to take revenge for him, he had to know. He did not speak loudly, but there was an indescribable might within his voice. The moment he looked at Lei Chun, tears also escaped from Lei Chun's eyes. I don't know either, the elder just came back. All right, now listen to me. The elder took a deep breath and stood up from the ground. His expression was serious as he swept his gaze over everyone gathered in the courtyard. I went to Black Mountain Tribe, the elder said slowly. His tone was low, but each syllable that fell into their ears sounded like thunder roaring. The head of the guard's expression immediately changed. Beside him, a brief flash that was easily missed appeared in Shan Hen's eyes. As for Bai Ling, he took a sharp breath, and Wu La's face immediately turned pale. Su Ming was the same. They knew that the tribe was in danger, and the source of the threat was Black Mountain Tribe. They may not know the whole picture, but the depressing atmosphere within the tribe these past few days had made them see some hints. When you took part in the second stage, I went to Black Mountain Tribe. I wanted to see Black Mountain Tribe's by two's level of cultivation, the elder explained calmly. Everything was in dead silence, and there was only the sound of the elder speaking. It was as if even the sounds of the wind disappeared at that moment. He has indeed awakened. A bitter look appeared on the elder's face. The head of the guards fell silent, and a dark look settled on his face. He hesitated, as if he was thinking about what to say, but then the elder shaking his head. It seemed like the elder knew what the head of the guards was about to say. I had to go. Without knowing his real strength, I didn't want to make all of us leave our homes and become affiliated to Windstream. Who would want to leave their home, the one which they and their ancestors have lived in for hundreds of years? The elder's face was gloomy. Time is limited. I've already recovered. I'll take you all back to the tribe now. By two may have awakened, but he has not stabilized his power yet. I may be injured, but he can't make a move either. We will migrate. A determined look settled on the elder's face, and his eyes shone with resolution. He swung his right hand, and the snow in the courtyard scattered as if burst apart. As the sound reverberated around them, the white carpet rose up into the air and knocked against the snow falling from the sky, forming a string of echoes. Glittering light appeared in the sky soon after and abruptly gathered together to form a gigantic dark python. The python looked fierce, and the moment it appeared, it descended to Dark Mountain Tribe's lodgings. As it descended, a great pressure immediately pressed on their bodies, causing Lei Chun and Wu La's bodies to shiver slightly. Even Bei Ling looked as if he could not handle the pressure. Bei Ling, Lei Chun, Wu La, the three of you can choose to stay here or to come back with me to the tribe. If you go back, it'll be dangerous. The elder looked at Bei Ling and the other two people. Elder, I'll go. Bei Ling did not hesitate and took a step forward with an unwavering look appearing in his eyes. Elder, I'm not staying here. Lei Chun clenched his fists. A murderous look appeared on his face. He wanted to go back and protect his tribe. Elder, I'm not staying here either. Wu La gritted her teeth and looked at the elder resolutely. The elder looked at the three of them and nodded his head before swinging his arm. A huge gust of wind suddenly appeared out of nowhere, lifting Bei Ling and the other two onto the dark python. Once they were on the python, the head of the guards and Shan Hen jumped on as well. There was only Su Ming and the elder left in the courtyard. The elder looked at Su Ming. The affection in his eyes was very strong, incredibly strong. Su Ming's heart pounded. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. Without waiting for the elder to speak, he immediately said, Elder, I'm going back too. Let's go. The elder closed his eyes and opened them after a while, saying firmly, You can't go back. Su Ming was stunned. His body trembled, and he lifted his head, looking at the elder. It's useless even if you go back. There might be dangers lurking around while we're migrating here. Stay here and wait for us to come back. The moment the elder finished speaking, his body turned into a long arc and flew towards the python, leaving Su Ming alone in the courtyard with his body trembling furiously. Elder, Su Ming lifted his head abruptly. There was great determination on his face, the kind of which he'd never showed before. This was the first time he did not obey the elder's words. I want to go back to the tribe. Elder, I want to go back. Su Ming's voice was hoarse as he screamed as loud as he could towards the elder, who stood on the dark python in the sky. Elder, Bei Ling can go back, Lei Chun can, Wu La can as well. And here am I, also a member of the tribe. I want to go back. I want to protect the tribe. I want to fight for the tribe. Elder, Su Ming's eyes were red. His body was trembling as he roared, his body moving to ready itself for a jump. No. The elder closed his eyes and pushed his right hand downward. A strong pressure bore down on Su Ming's body immediately, causing his body to freeze on the ground at the moment he was about to jump. Wait here. Do not take even half a step out of this place. The elder sat down cross-legged on the dark python. The python lifted its head and roared at the sky before gradually rising into the air. Bei Ling and the others on the python fell silent, looking at Su Ming roaring on the ground with varying complicated looks on their faces. Elder, Su Ming's voice turned hoarse, as if having changed. It echoed through the silent snowing night while tears ran like rivers from his eyes. His body fell with a thud, and he knelt down, kowtowing to the sky. Elder, I want to go back. Please, let me go back. I have to go. I don't want to stay here. I won't stay here. Even if I die, I won't stay here. As Su Ming roared, the blood veins appeared all around his body, though no one could feel it. However, a strong might appeared from his body, spreading outward, fighting against the elder's restraint. Nonetheless, the restraint was too strong. Su Ming could not break through it with his own power. Due to that, fresh blood trickled out of his mouth. Yet he continued struggling, screaming once again. Elder, even if you won't let me go, even if I die, I will definitely leave this place. That is my tribe. That is the tribe that brought me up. I want to go back. Even if I die, I want to go back. Even if I die, I want to die in the tribe. I was born as a member of Dark Mountain Tribe, and I will die as a member of Dark Mountain Tribe. The head of the guards seemed like he wanted to say something as he stood on the python, but with just one look at the elder, he fell silent. Shan Hen, who stood by his side, chose to close his eyes and not look. Su Ming, you're useless even if you go back. Why are you wasting our time like this? Stop pretending already. You're really. Bei Ling smiled coldly. There was an indifferent look in his eyes, and he looked at Su Ming on the ground, who was feigning the entire act in his eyes. Yet before he could even finish speaking, he was interrupted by a roar from Su Ming. Bei Ling, shut up. Su Ming's face was vicious. He no longer cared about anything. This was the first time he had disobeyed the elder, and the first time he had talked back to Bei Ling. After all, Su Ming had always decided to keep his silence no matter what Bei Ling said due to the relationship they had when they were still children. Nevertheless, he had his limits. There were things that he absolutely refused to be subjected to, and Bei Ling had just crossed the line. The moment Su Ming roared, Bei Ling was about to speak, but when he saw the bloodshot eyes on Su Ming's face, his heart trembled, and he swallowed his words. The dark python rose into the air. The elder opened his eyes, and there was sadness within. He looked at Su Ming, refusing to let him go in order to protect him. He did not want Su Ming to get into any harm. After all, the migration this time was definitely dangerous. It contained dangers that perhaps even he could not fend off. No. The elder looked at the blood trickling down the corner of Su Ming's lips, and his heart clenched in pain. He swung his right hand once again. The snowstorm bellowed and moved towards Su Ming, who was still struggling to break through the pressure, instantly enveloping his entire body and pushing him into the house. Su Ming was swept into the house in an instant. When the door was shut with a bang, the snowstorm spread and surrounded the entire house, turning it into a giant prison. There was also a strange picture drawn with snow on the house's door. That picture was formed in the image of the statue of the god of Berserkers of Dark Mountain tribe. The moment the seal in the imprisonment was formed, Su Ming's roars were also cut off. The snowstorm continued. The dark python rose into the sky and soon disappeared, dashing towards Dark Mountain tribe at an incredible speed. Su Ming, this is the last thing I can do for you. From now on, you have to take good care of yourself. Mo Seng sat cross-legged on the dark python with a dismal face. Yet underneath his gloom, there was a fighting spirit burning within, a fighting spirit that screamed at him to fight till death stopped him. By two. As the dark python left, snow continued falling down from the sky and landed on the ground within the mudstone city, the building's roofs, and Dark Mountain tribe's lodgings. It was quiet. There was only the echoes of the wind moaning in the area, as if there was no other sound around. But within Dark Mountain tribe's lodgings, in the sealed house, there was a roaring voice that could rip through hearts. Yet it could not travel outward. I want to go. I want to go back to the tribe. I want to protect the tribe members. Elder, even if I die, I want to go back. Inside the room, Su Ming's hair was a mess, his eyes were bloodshot, and he was overcome by complete madness. He used all his strength and speed and rammed into the door. Every single time he did so, the entire structure of the room would shake, but due to the seal, it did not budge even an inch. Chapter 81. Madness Without Regret. I want to go back. I want to go. I want to go. Su Ming cried. Fueled by the strongest bout of madness he had ever had within the 16 years of his life, he continued ramming into the door. Nonetheless, the seal remained unchanging. Su Ming continued until the skin on his knuckles was torn and bleeding, until his voice was so completely hoarse it would pull at the heartstrings of anyone who would hear him, until he coughed out a huge mouthful of fresh blood and his body trembled. He slid down and knelt down by the door. There were numerous bloody fist marks on the door. I want to go back. I want to go back. Elder, I want to go back to the tribe. Even if I die, I want to die in the tribe. I'm only becoming stronger and am developing myself to become a powerful berserker so that I can protect and fight for the tribe. Elder, why? What? Su Ming cried. His heart was in pain. That sort of pain made him feel as if he was about to die. When he thought of the danger looming over the tribe, of the elder's weakened state, and of all the familiar faces within the tribe, Su Ming let out a roar from the very depths of his soul. Even if I die, I still have to go back. There was utter desperation in Su Ming's eyes. He panted harshly and took a few steps backwards. If I can't break through the elder's seal now, then I'll have to do everything I can to raise my level. Su Ming was in a frenzy. Yet if anyone was in his position, they would do the same thing. His face was ghastly pale, eyes bloodshot, and his face filled with madness. There was only one thought in his head. He had to do everything without care of consequences and break out of this place. Even if he would be gravely injured because of this, he did not care. As of then, all he cared about was the elder and the tribe. Even if he died, he had to die while fighting for the tribe. I must become stronger. I have to break out of this place. Su Ming growled and took a few steps back before he turned around abruptly. He glared at the cloud gauze grass he'd bought earlier with the intention of using it for the quenching of herbs, and at the other herbs he'd bought back as well. All these herbs were prepared for the quenching of herbs. Su Ming knew clearly that even if he crushed them into liquid and drank it, he could not take too much in one go. A berserker who did that would cause grave harm to his own body. After all, steady and gradual growth was required in practicing in the ways of the berserker. Yet Su Ming did not care about that. If he could even throw away his own life, then there was no way he would care about such injuries. No matter how great the injuries were, he would never regret it. He would never regret it. Su Ming sat down cross-legged, his eyes remaining bloodshot. He took the bag containing the cloud gauze grass. There was no time for him to crush the herbs. The tribe being in danger, the elder being weakened, and everything else made him sink into a state of desperation that was deeper than anything he'd ever felt before. His eyes were bloodshot as he grabbed numerous cloud gauze grass and placed them in his mouth, chewing furiously until the juice was squeezed out, then spitting out the residue. The juice was bitter, but compared to the bitterness Su Ming felt in his heart, it was nothing. He chewed and swallowed again, and once he was done, Su Ming took a large amount of cloud gauze grass again and placed them in his mouth, swallowing their juices furiously. Gradually, his body began to tremble. It was as if there was a fire burning within his body, causing it to be drenched in sweat. All the blood veins that had manifested appeared on his body. The 160 blood veins let out a red glow, enveloping the entire house in the light, causing the place to look as if it had just turned into a blood-red hell. There was a shocking look of determination and madness on Su Ming, who was surrounded by the blood-red light. 10, 30, 50, until Su Ming swallowed the juices from all the 100 leaves he had in the bag. Once he spat out the residue, a sharp pain arose in his body. The pain came from his stomach. He knew that this was the consequence of taking in too much cloud gauze grass. If he continued doing so, then the pain would only become more severe, and the pain would eventually spread through his entire body. Yet at the same time, he felt the fire burning in his body become stronger. The blood veins also seemed to be showing signs of increasing. Once he had that feeling, Su Ming did not hesitate and took out another bag of cloud gauze grass. Time passed by bit, and soon, an hour passed by. During this hour, Su Ming swallowed the juice from 700 cloud gauze grass. This would have been something incomprehensible and difficult to imagine for other people, but Su Ming had really done it. He continued shaking. Sharp pain spread through his entire body. There was also a dull pain in his chest. He had yet to digest all the juice in his body, but he still had a lot of herbs to spare. Still, he felt as if he could no longer swallow another drop. Su Ming also felt like he was about to vomit, but he growled and bore through it. The burning sensation in his body reached its peak, as if about to erupt within him. Su Ming quickly raised his right hand and pounded against his chest. It was like the fire within his body was kindled with a roar. The moment the flames erupted, blood mist escaped from all the pores of Su Ming's body. There was a muffled sound from within the mist, and the blood veins on his body increased at that moment. 161st, 162nd, 163rd, and it only stopped when the 167th blood vein manifested on his body. Su Ming's face was pale. He stood up and punched the door. His fist connected with a bang, and the door shuddered. Fresh blood trickled down the corner of Su Ming's lips. He staggered a few steps backward and roared towards the sky. Not enough. It's not enough. In his frenzy, Su Ming immediately took out another bag of cloud gauze grass. He knew that his body could no longer take in any more of these herbs, but he still continued to swallow them without hesitation. 700, 800, 900. Green liquid flowed out from the corner of Su Ming's lips. The pain he felt in his body made all the veins pop out on his body. The pain and burning heat erupted once again as the number of blood veins also increased. Yet the new blood veins were no longer blood red. They were tainted with blood and looked dull. It was a sign that Su Ming's reckless actions had caused his body to be gravely wounded. Yet Su Ming did not care. The blood veins in his body were increasing at a maddening speed. 168, 169, 170, and it continued until the number reached 173. Su Ming rushed outward and slammed into the door. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. The door shook furiously, but it remained locked. Open! Su Ming roared. This time, he did not use his fist, but used his head to ram against the door. There was a thunderous roar, and a crack appeared on the door, causing some of the snow on the picture of the statue of the god of Berserkers from Dark Mountain Tribe to fall as it trembled. A trickle of blood flowed down from Su Ming's forehead. A huge amount of red appeared in his eyes. He did not care about the pain. The moment he saw the crack appear on the door, he rammed against it again. Yet in the end, the door only opened by a small slit. He could not open it any further. Despair appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He laughed brokenly, grabbing onto all the remaining herb bags, then slamming his hands on them. There was a loud bang, and all the hide bags containing the cloud gauze grass burst open. The cloud gauze grass within were all gathered together by a force and turned into a ball the size of a head. When Su Ming slammed his hands on them once more, the banging sounds erupted again, and all the cloud gauze grass were crushed. A large amount of juice flowed out and turned into sprinkles of green rain, which all went into Su Ming's mouth when he took in a large breath. The moment Su Ming took the liquid into his body, a roar reverberated through him. Similar to his madness, the blood veins on his body were increasing at a frenzied pace. 175, 177, and it stopped abruptly when the number reached 189. There was a sickly red glow around Su Ming's entire body. He took a step forward and rammed against the door. As the banging sound reverberated around him, the door opened a little more. More snow fell from the snow-made statue of the god of Berserkers from Dark Mountain Tribe. A faint crack even appeared on the statue. Su Ming's hands were bloody. The entire door was now dyed with blood. At that moment, Su Ming looked pathetic. It was as if he had turned into another person. There were blood stains on his hair. His face, which had been clean and handsome, was now twisted into a vicious look filled with madness. I want to go back to the tribe. I want to fight for the tribe. I want to go back. Su Ming's voice had gone completely hoarse. The moment he saw that the door had opened up a little more, he banged his head against the door again. I want to go back. There was a boom, and Su Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood. Yet he rammed into the door again without any hesitation. As he continued ramming into the door opened up more and more. Cracks also appeared on the statue of the god of Berserkers outside. It seemed as if he was about to escape from the room. However, when the crack expanded to the breadth of half a finger, it stopped. Su Ming's current level of power could only do so much. It would have been fine if that was the case, but the moment it stopped, it started closing up once again. Elder! Su Ming roared in agony. As he watched the door he worked so hard to open closing once again right before his eyes, Su Ming panicked and immediately took out a small bottle. Contained within, there were 3 drops of Berserker blood from the awakened realm. Su Ming lifted his head and without hesitation poured the contents of the bottle into his mouth, but only 1 drop fell. The other 2 drops seemed to have reached some sort of barrier and could not fall down. Su Ming knew that this was the Elder's protection from him overusing it. The moment the Berserker blood fell into his mouth, Su Ming immediately felt as if the blood in his veins started boiling. He opened his mouth and spat out the Berserker blood. He raised his left hand and pointed at it, and the Berserker blood immediately burst open, turning into a bundle of mist that entered through his ears, nose, eyes, and mouth as he breathed in. The moment the mist formed by the Berserker blood entered Su Ming's body, his entire body turned red. A vast amount of energy erupted in his body. At that moment, the blood veins also increased at a tremendous speed on his body. 190, 195, 201, 209. When the number reached 224, black blood trickled from Su Ming's eyes, ears, nose, and the corners of his lips. Yet his eyes were still burning with madness and persistence. Chapter 82. Impossible. The lowest number of blood veins required to enter the 7th level of the blood solidification realm was 243. His blood veins had increased to 224 with his current speed. There were only 19 blood veins left until he reached the 7th level of the blood solidification realm. This sort of increase in speed would have been frightening if it had happened to anyone else. This was different to the increase in power compared to the time Su Ming had climbed Windstream Mountain. After all, when he was in Windstream Mountain, he trained entering fine control by using his mind to move. It may have seemed like his power had increased by a large margin, but in truth, he still had trained with the usual principle of training steadily and gradually increasing the number of blood veins in his body. Yet it was different now. Su Ming was forcefully increasing the number of blood veins in his body. He was doing so by using a large amount of cloud gauze grass juice, and the moment he reached his limit consuming the cloud gauze grass, He had also forcefully absorbed 1 drop of awakened Berserker blood. Anyone that had any shred of reasoning would definitely not use Su Ming's method to forcefully increase their strength. Only Su Ming would do so. After all, doing this sort of thing was fatal to the body. If that was not the case, then there would be plenty of people who would use this method to increase their power. Yet, was there any other way for Su Ming? He could choose to bear with it and ignore the dangers his tribe faced, ignore the possibility of his tribe members dying, ignore the possibility of the elder not returning, and ignore the fact that his home was facing the threat of elimination. If he chose not to think about all these and only of his safety, he could stay and wait patiently. It might be torturous. He might feel uncertain and bitter, but he would definitely not face any threat to his own life. Perhaps this was the right thing to do. This was also the path the elder had chosen for him. After all, within most of people's eyes, Su Ming was only a weakling. Even if he went back, he would only die. He could do nothing. Yet Su Ming refused to let himself choose that path. Everything that he did to become stronger was all for the sake of the tribe. His personality might be slightly weak, but that weakness was hidden deep within him. Now that something like this had happened, that weakness had instantly disappeared and was replaced by resolution and determination. Since he was young, most of the members in the tribe were kind to him. His friends were there. There were familiar faces there. There were women in the tribe who took care of him when he was young. There was the elder and the kind members from his tribe who had taught him how to speak, and there was everything that had happened within the tribe during the past 16 years of his life. He could not turn a blind eye to this. It was impossible for him to do nothing and continue living when he knew that the tribe was in danger. It was impossible for him to back down when he knew that the danger of death loomed over his tribe members' heads. It was even more impossible for him to wait here quietly when the threat of elimination hung over the tribe. He was a teenager that was not even 17 years of age. He was also afraid of death. But even though he may not understand the philosophies of life, he knew that the tribe was his home. Now that his home was in danger, he absolutely could not ignore it. Even if he died, he had to die protecting his home. This was Su Ming. His recklessness may have caused his madness, and perhaps many people could not understand the reason for his madness and questioned it, but all of this was ingrained in his bones. After all, he had treated Dark Mountain Tribe as his home since a long time ago. His home was in danger, his friends could die, he might never see his elder again. His family, which had treated him kindly since he was young, seemed to be crying. How could he not fall into madness? Su Ming lifted his head and roared. His entire body trembled as he continued absorbing the Berserker blood into his chi. The Berserker blood spread madly throughout his body as he went into fine control, causing the blood veins on his body to show signs of increasing once again. Su Ming's eyes were bloodshot and his face was twisted into a ferocious look. There was also madness within the frightening look on his face, causing him to look like an evil spirit. As a huge amount of blood veins manifested, a vast amount of force erupted from Su Ming's entire body. It made his roar become louder, and he once again rammed into the door after taking a few steps back. This time, he did not use his head, nor did he use his fists. He used his entire body, his shoulders, and rammed into the sealed door. There was a banging sound as Su Ming's body rammed into the door. The door trembled, and a few cracks appeared once again on the snow-made statue of the god of Berserkers, sealing the door outside. Yet the seal was created by Mo Sang. It was impossible that Su Ming could break through so easily. The elder's goal on creating the seal was clear. He wanted to limit Su Ming's movements. He did not want Su Ming to step into danger and wanted him to stay inside. Nonetheless, the elder made a miscalculation. He did not expect that Su Ming would be so determined that he would do something so insane just to get out of the place. This was something even the elder did not expect. He only managed to guess that Su Ming would be dissatisfied with his decision, but with Su Ming's current level of power, he would not be able to get out of the room. In the elder's eyes, Su Ming would forever remain as a child. Tears fell from Su Ming's eyes. His tears mixed with his blood, making it seem as if he was crying tears of blood. However, he did not give up. He took a few steps back and ran into the door once again. The thunderous roars continued as Su Ming growled and rammed into the door with his entire body. The moment he crashed into the door, the number of blood veins on his body increased once again, 227, 231, 233. Boom. The entire house trembled as if about to collapse. It was like the house had turned into a cage, holding contained a strong wild beast. Yet at that moment, As the wild beast struggled, the cage seemed to become unable to bear the attacks. The number of cracks on the snow statue of the god of Berserkers situated at the door increased. A large amount of snow fell to the ground, as if it was about to explode into pieces at any moment, but it still remained. I want to protect the tribe. Su Ming's sight had become hazy. His mind was beginning to be muddled. Yet even with that foggy gaze and muddled state of his, there was still a shocking persistence within him. He muttered under his breath as blood trickled out of his mouth, and he rammed into the door once again. Roaring sounds reverberated around the house, and Su Ming's blood veins increased once again due to the crash, and his body rapidly absorbing that drop of Berserker blood. It increased from 233 blood veins to 237 blood veins. I want to go back to the tribe. Su Ming recklessly crashed into the door again. The roaring sounds echoed for a long time, and the crack widened by quite a large margin. The entire door was dyed red with blood now, all of it belonging to Su Ming. That blood was a representation of his persistence. I want to fight for the tribe. Su Ming roared and rammed into the door once again. He even used his head to bang against the door. The moment he did so, the number of blood veins increased explosively from 237 blood veins to 243, and at the same time, a vast amount of power that hinted at him breaking through to the next level erupted from Su Ming's body. The power came at the moment he broke through the 6th level of the blood solidification realm and reached the 7th level. When the power appeared in Su Ming's body, he rammed into the door again, and the full force of the power traveled from his body to the door. A horrific roar resounded. The door trembled furiously, and a creaking sound appeared. The door opened halfway. A large part of the snow statue of the god of Berserkers outside shattered. Lots of snow fell, causing the statue to look broken and incomplete. Yet the imprisoning force remained. However, it seemed that the seal had reached its limit. Trickles of blood escaped from the corner of Su Ming's mouth. He staggered backward and lifted his head abruptly. The 243 blood veins let out a blood-red light around his body that could light up the entire sky. The speed at which the light filled up the room made his body seem to be filled with a brutal and mighty presence. At that moment, he stepped right into the 7th level of the blood solidification from the 6th level of the blood solidification realm. The 7th level of the blood solidification realm. He would need 399 blood veins if he wanted to enter the 8th level of the blood solidification realm from the 7th level. Once he entered the 8th level, that would mean he had become a berserker who'd reached the peak of the middle stage of the blood solidification realm. With one more step, he would move into the 9th level, and he could call himself a warrior in the later stage of the blood solidification realm. As far as Su Ming knew, within the entire tribe, even the head of the guards and Shan Hen were only at the 8th level of the blood solidification realm. The tribe leader's power was greater than those two's, and Su Ming believed that even if he was not in the 9th of the blood solidification realm, he was close. This spoke of the strength of the 8th level of the blood solidification realm. It also spoke of how small the number of warriors in the 7th level was. It was not as if there was no one in Dark Mountain tribe who was at the 7th level, but the few people who were at that level were all from the same generation as the tribe leader. Most of them were the vice chiefs of the hunters in the hunting teams. Among the younger generation, Su Ming was definitely the first who had reached the 7th level in Dark Mountain tribe. Even if he did so without care for his own life and forcefully increased his power, causing his power to be incredibly unstable. Nonetheless, Su Ming did not care. He saw hope. He saw the door trembling and the broken state of the snow statue, sealing the door outside. Once again, he rushed forward and rammed into the door. Yet even though the door was about to be blown open, and the snow statue seemed broken, no matter how hard and how many times Su Ming rammed against the door, he could not break it open. It was clear that the power of a 7th level warrior of the blood solidification realm was lacking only by a slight margin if he wanted to break through the Elder's seal. Nonetheless, Su Ming was at his limit. Besides, the moon was hidden by the snowstorm outside. In this sort of weather, he could not use the power of moonlight and make his blood burn again. The snowstorm was showing signs of weakening and looked as if it was going to completely stop in a moment, so perhaps the moon would appear in the sky at that time. Yet if he continued waiting, the torture he would have to endure as he waited was something Su Ming could not bear. All his previous acts of madness were so that he could get out of the house as soon as possible and get to the tribe with his quickest speed. He did not want to imagine the possible disaster that could befall the tribe if he continued waiting. When he saw that he could not push the door open completely, Despair appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He staggered backward, a broken smile appearing on his face. Yet he did not give up. As he let out a sad and piercing roar, all 243 blood veins moved as he circulated his chi continuously in his body. Enter fine control through the mind. Enter fine control through the mind. Su Ming's face was ferocious. The understanding he obtained in Windstream Tribe towards the method of fine control was used at that moment with an explosive force. The 243 blood veins on his body began to disappear one by one. 215, 186, 162, 93, 75, 47. When the blood veins on his body disappeared until there was only one left, Su Ming lifted his head, and a terrifying resolution appeared in his eyes. Elder, you can't stop me from going back to the tribe. Su Ming closed his eyes slowly. After a moment, at the instant he opened his eyes again, the last blood vein remaining on his body suddenly glowed with a bright red light, and continued becoming brighter at an incredible speed. That was obviously not just one blood vein. As the red light grew stronger, it signaled that Su Ming was using the method of fine control to continuously stack more blood veins onto that one blood vein. In an instant, the red light on the blood vein reached its peak. It may have seemed like there was only one blood vein on his body, but at that moment, there were 243 blood veins stacked together. This was the true explosive force of fine control. I want to go back to the tribe. I was born in Dark Mountain Tribe, and even if I die, I will die as part of Dark Mountain Tribe. Su Ming clenched his fists. The 243 blood veins stacked together into one, twisted, and advanced towards Su Ming's right fist with the blood-red glow. Chapter 83. Su Ming Yuan. A person would experience great things and shortcomings in his life. He would also experience days of glory and days where he would stumble and fall. These were all things that Su Ming did not understand. The only thing he understood was that he had to do this. The tribe was his home. The moment he swung his fist, banging sounds appeared from Su Ming's right hand. That was the sound signaling that his bones could not bear with the force, and his flesh and bone had torn apart. The moment he swung his fist against the door, a thunderous roar shook through heaven and earth. It was as if it could change the weather and make the snowstorm stop. The door was crumbling quickly, turning into a countless number of shards. It was like a huge gust of wind had appeared and blown sideward, lifting them outwards like leaves. Thunderous roars echoed in Su Ming's surroundings. The moment the door completely crumbled, numerous cracks also appeared on the snow statue outside, but it did not crumble and break apart like the door. At that moment, there was no door before Su Ming, only wooden shards that filled the entire ground. Yet between him and the outside world was the snow statue filled with cracks. It continued floating in the air as it let out a gentle light, which turned into an invisible screen of light that never once crumbled. It was as if the door had borne the weight of the invisible light screen on it, which was the reason why it was so difficult to break open. Now that the door had shattered, the true seal was revealed. Yet the light was neither bright nor dim, a clear sign that it was still powerful. Su Ming was not surprised. He had guessed since a long time ago that the Elder's seal would not be so easily broken. The moment the door shattered and the screen of light appeared before his eyes, he took a step forward. The one blood vein on his body was still giving off a piercing blood-red light. As Su Ming moved, the blood-red light instantly brightened like an explosion, and he swung his fist again. That fist seemed to have landed on thin air, but in truth, it landed on the invisible light screen. It trembled, but remained shining against the sky. Su Ming's eyes were red. He continued ramming his fist into the screen. After a while, when the light screen became so dim it seemed to have reached its limit, Su Ming took a few steps backward, and a trickle of blood ran down the corner of his lips. He stared at the screen, then abruptly raised his right hand and sliced down towards the space to his right. Execution of the Three Evils. This was one of the more powerful Berserker arts in Dark Mountain Tribe. It was rumored that it was passed down from the true Dark Mountain Tribe from hundreds of years ago. Practice was not the key in casting this art. In truth, training this art was incredibly simple. Su Ming had been visualizing the art in his head since a long time ago. Yet, since he did not have 200 blood veins, he had been unable to cast it. The difficult part of the art lay in the number of blood veins required. Only those who had 200 blood veins could use the first slash. Now that Su Ming had 243 veins and had arrived at the 7th level of the blood solidification realm, for the first time, he cast the execution of Three Evils, which had long resided in his head. Execution of Three Evils, an art which could even kill Tai Sui superscript 1. The three evils were also known as the three murders. Between heaven and earth, there were three forces: sever, beginning, and nurture. Sever was known as the evil of theft, beginning was known as the evil of disaster, and nurture was the evil of time. They were also known as the murders of theft, disaster, and time. A long time ago, Dark Mountain Tribe had obtained this art from an unknown place. After probing into the art, the entire tribe was shocked. The three evils had always existed in the world, but they had no form. No one could see them, neither could anyone touch them. Perhaps they existed, perhaps they did not. Yet when the powerful Dark Mountain Tribe studied the art, they began to discover patterns. At different hours of the day, the formless three evils would appear in different locations. That was how the incredible Dark Mountain art that shocked the region appeared. Execution of Three Evils. The wise men in Dark Mountain Tribe believed that there was a pattern between heaven and earth. The three evils were just a part of an existing pattern. All forms of power existed within the pattern. Once the pattern was broken, then an unimaginable amount of force would erupt forth. Yet even Dark Mountain Tribe did not manage to discover the specific amount of force that would appear. The art itself was also very enigmatic. Sometimes the force would be shocking, while other times it would release only a normal amount of force. However, even if it was just a normal amount, it was still enough to kill someone. That was why the execution of three evils passed down was rather rough around the edges. Anyone with enough blood veins could cast it, but there was almost no one who managed to discover the true form of the art. This was a form of power that Dark Mountain Tribe did not understand. They could only use it, but not master it. There was even an elder in Dark Mountain Tribe who once said that whosoever managed to truly control the three evils would be able to control the entire pattern of the world. Ming could only use the art at that moment. As for why he decided to slice his right hand towards his right, it was because it was midnight then, and according to the principles behind execution of three evils, the location of the three evils in the pattern of heaven and earth at that moment was to the north. North was to Ming's right. The moment he swung his right hand down in a slicing motion, the blood veins that had stacked together on his body let out a piercing blood-red light. The blood veins moved strangely according to the art Ming had obtained under the blood-red light, twisting around his right arm 9 times, then escaping his body through his arm. That was also why 200 veins were required to cast execution of three evils. That was because the art itself was strange. The caster's blood veins would leave his body for a moment. Without enough chi, it was difficult to execute the art properly. The moment his blood veins left his body, Ming had a strange feeling. It was as if the empty space to his right completely disappeared and turned into a desolate area. The moment he sliced to his right, his blood veins turned into a sharp blade and sliced into the empty space. He felt like he was slicing through mud. It was a strange experience. He did not understand why it had happened. He only knew how to cast the art. The moment he cut into the space, the strange feeling disappeared. Everything returned to normal. Yet at that moment, the dim screen of light before Ming trembled furiously. If anyone looked closely at it, they could see clearly that the screen of light was not the only thing that trembled. Everything around Ming was shaking. Yet even so, even after the light screen trembled furiously, it still remained there. It was as if all the action Ming took did not have much effect on it. After all, this was a seal created by the Elder. The strength of the seal was not something that Ming could break through by just taking herbs and Berserker blood. Ming's body trembled. This was the first time he had casted the execution of the three evils. With his current level of power, he could only cast the first slash. The strange power made his heart tremble, but when he saw the screen of light, despair gradually appeared on his face. He had already executed all the plans he could think of, but that screen of light was like a ravine connecting heaven and earth. Everyone could see it, but no one could pass through it. Ming's face was pale. He staggered backward, as if all the strength had been drained from his body. The moment Ming staggered backward, his face changed suddenly. He could clearly feel the ground beneath his feet moving. At that moment, outside Windstream Tribe, within the sealed Windstream Mountain located on the plains, the roar of a wild beast appeared from within the black mist. The roar was filled with fury. The moment it spread out, the place, which was completely sealed tight, suddenly trembled furiously. A gigantic crack abruptly appeared out of thin air with a loud crash and revealed the hidden Windstream mountain that reached the skies. In the end, I still managed to break through it from within. As the beast roared, a ghastly voice traveled from within. The moment the mountain was revealed and the space between heaven and earth was torn apart because of the seal being stirred up, Windstream City, which was located not too far away, shook. There was a strange connection between the location of the Mudstone City and the seal on Windstream Mountain. The moment the seal on the mountain was forcefully broken apart, the connection was activated, causing tremors to shake the Mudstone City. The citizens' hearts trembled along with it. As the Mudstone City trembled, Ming could feel the tremors becoming stronger where he stood. By the end, it was as if the entire earth was rolling like waves. He immediately noticed the Elder's seal becoming dimmer for the first time. His spirits was lifted. He let out a low growl. As he growled, the shadow of the moon appeared gradually in his eyes. Due to the snowstorm outside, there was no moon in the sky, yet the shadow of the moon became even more distinct in Ming's eyes. The moment the shadow of the moon appeared in Ming's eyes, he quickly rushed forward towards the screen of light. He rammed his body into the screen continuously. As the ground trembled, the screen light became dimmer and dimmer. After a while, when the earth's trembles reached its peak and the entire Mudstone City seemed to be on the verge of falling apart, half of the light screen shattered onto the ground. The light of the screen had become completely dark. By the looks of it, it was about to crumble at any moment. At that moment, an empty feeling spread through Ming's body, but very soon, a red flash appeared to his left. A string of red light appeared out of nowhere and crawled into his right hand. The one blood vein that was formed by stacking 243 veins returned once again to his body. Blood scales, which had been hidden within his right arm, also appeared, turning into a gigantic blood-red eagle that rushed towards the light screen with a screech. Terrifying roars thundered through the sky. The light screen trembled as the giant eagle charged against it and shattered completely, shattering into numerous broken fragments. The snow statue also seemed to completely collapse, turning into snow that scattered everywhere before the wind raised it up once more. It knocked into the snow falling from the sky and created strings of roaring sounds that echoed continuously. Ming broke through the seal. He trembled and coughed out a mouthful of blood. The blood fell on the ground, creating a terrifying sight. The blood-red light from the 243 veins that were stacked together also became dimmer. It was as if they could no longer remain stable and scattered away before returning into Ming's body. Ming's face was weary, his entire body was covered in blood, and his hair was a mess. Yet his eyes were flashing brilliantly. The flash within his eyes was his determination and resolution. I got out. I'll have to return to the tribe with the fastest speed possible. Ming took a deep breath. He knew that the main reason why he managed to get out was due to the strange tremors. Yet he had no time to think about it. He moved forward so quickly that he looked like he had turned into a long arc speeding down the road. Ming's speed was his best feature. Before he was even a berserker, he had been agile. Now that he was a berserker at the 7th level of the blood solidification realm, his speed had reached a shocking state. He rushed out of Dark Mountain Tribe's lodgings, past the streets, and jumped over the walls of the Mudstone City. At that moment, the anxiety in his heart was like a burning fire, causing him to only think about going faster. The continuous bursts of speed, his previous absorption of the drop of the Berserker, and the unbelievable amount of Cloud Gauze juice caused the disguising art the Elder had previously cast on him to crack slightly, making the force of his power to blast forth like a tidal wave breaking through ice. He could no longer hide his power completely. The snow falling from the sky had become lighter. It now fell down in bits and pieces. It was as if the heavy snowfall was nearing its end, in turn causing the moon in the sky to be on the verge of appearing completely. The land was colored silver. However, during that night, the silver glow was not beautiful. Instead, it let out a murderous air. There was a faint line of white in the distance. A new day was about to arrive. Yet it was a wonder that the darkness before dawn could be broken. The entire Mudstone City was in a ruckus. A lot of tribe members had come out of their houses with expressions of fear and bewilderment. They did not know what had happened. There were even houses that had collapsed, as if the end of the world had arrived. Ming did not care about that. He walked forward quickly, and just as he was about to leap over the mudstone walls, he sensed danger. A cold voice traveled towards him. "You cannot leave." The moment Ming paused in his footsteps, A person walked out from the darkness behind him. He wore red, and his presence alone seemed to hold a fire that could scorch those around him. His face was aloof, and there was a prideful air around him that seemed to be coming from his soul. It was Wang. By the orders of the Elder, no outsider is allowed to leave Wind Stream City tonight. You're strong, but your chi is chaotic. This area is within my jurisdiction. You cannot hope to win against me. Wang looked at Su Ming calmly and spoke slowly. Su Ming turned around abruptly and stared at Wang. His eyes were bloodshot, and within them, there was viciousness and madness. When Wang saw his eyes, his heart trembled. Somehow, there was a sense of familiarity within those eyes. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's note. Superscript 1 Tai Sui. Chinese term for stars directly opposite Jupiter. They are also treated as deities. Chapter 84. Change in Windstream Mountain. Su Ming lifted his right hand, and a red light flashed. Blood scales appeared in his hands immediately. The spear was entirely red. It was as if it was dyed in a pool of fresh blood, and it let out a strong, aggressive presence. The same presence as when he had climbed Windstream Mountain blasted forth from Su Ming's body. He did not speak. He only looked at Wang silently. Wang's pupils shrank. He could feel an extremely familiar presence from Su Ming's body. He would never mistake that presence. In his eyes, the frail-looking teenager seemed to slowly be turning into another person. That person who made his breathing quicken, who was the only person Wang believed had the right to compete against him. Yurimosu. Wang was not any other normal person. He almost immediately understood why the Elder had arranged him to patrol this region. Dark Mountain Tribe is in danger. I have to go back. If you stop me, then you are my enemy. Su Ming cast a glance at Wang, then turned around and sped forward. He had already made his decision. No one could stop him. When he saw Su Ming taking a leap and rushing into the distance, something flashed through Wang's eyes. It was a brief hint of hesitation. A massive change had happened in the Mudstone City. He was also anxious, but that anxiety and hesitation only appeared for a brief moment before disappearing. It was instead replaced by a strong desire for battle. If it was anyone else, Wang would not have had any desire to battle against them. To him, no one among his generation had the right to become his opponent. Yet after the first stage of the test, there was now one person who had the right to become his opponent, and that person was Mo Su. He may have tied with Mo Su during the first stage, but Wang knew that he had lost. He had returned unconscious, while Mo Su returned to the field conscious. Wang wanted to compete against Mo Su in the second and third stage. He wanted to prove that he was the strongest among his generation. He might have guessed that Mo Su did not enter the other stages of the test because his level of cultivation was not that high, but Wang was prideful. If he wanted to fight, then he would not use his level of cultivation to suppress the other person. Mo Su. Wang lifted his head abruptly. His voice was cold, and as he spoke, he took a step forward with his right foot. Then his entire body shot forward like an arrow. With a whizzing sound, he dashed towards Su Ming. You can't leave. Wang's red shirt was like fire. As he jumped into the air, the snow illuminated his body and turned him into the most striking person in the area. Wang might have arrived at the 8th level of the blood solidification realm, but he limited his power until he was only at the 7th level of blood solidification realm. He was prideful. To him, if he wanted to fight, then he would fight fair and square. If he wanted to win, then he wanted to make his opponent lose utterly and completely. Banging sounds erupted in Wang's body. The moment he limited his power to the 7th level, his distance to Su Ming was not even 100 feet apart. His figure was like fire. He raised his right hand and grabbed towards Su Ming. The moment he grabbed in his direction, Wang's entire body seemed to have erupted in flames. His skin turned red. Even his hair seemed to have turned into blazing flames. Seas of fire emerged from his body and turned into a gigantic hand made of flames, which rushed to grab Su Ming. At that moment, the hand of fire was before Wang's eyes, and Wang was behind it. He dashed towards Su Ming following the motion of the hand of fire. Su Ming stopped suddenly, and the snow around him immediately turned into water, which turned into a cloud of steam rising into the air. That heat fell from the sky and enveloped Su Ming's entire body. At the very same instant, Su Ming stomped the ground with his right foot, and his entire body was lifted from the ground. He turned around and looked into the distance. The hand of fire was not even 30 feet away from him. By the looks of it, it seemed as if it was aiming to grab Su Ming's body and turn him to ashes. Fire. Su Ming's body was suspended in midair. He saw through the hand of fire and found Yi Wang running behind it. The moment the hand of fire almost touched him, Su Ming bit his tongue and coughed out a mouthful of blood. That mouthful of blood was not Su Ming trying to force himself to do anything, but a requirement of the Berserker art he was about to cast. The moment he obtained the mouthful of blood, all 243 blood veins on Su Ming's body manifested and twisted into a strange picture. At the same moment, the mouthful of blood exploded and turned into a mist of blood. That was the essence of dark blood dust. The art would turn fresh blood into a cloud of mist which would burst forth with a strength equivalent to the caster's chi at its peak. The blood mist rushed towards the hand of fire, and there was also a fire burning within the mist. It did not look like a mist of blood, but instead looked like a mist of burning fire. He was fighting fire with fire. The moment Su Ming completed the third burning of blood, a huge change happened within his body. The most obvious change was the feeling of fire burning hotly within his blood. At that moment, the burning fire mist and the hand of fire were approaching each other. Within the span of a few breaths, they collided and a shocking thunderous roar erupted forth. The hand immediately crumbled, as if it was swallowed by the mist of fire. Then it turned backwards and rushed towards Yi Wang. It looked like the sky was burning, and it was about to engulf everything in flames. Su Ming remained silent. His eyes were bloodshot. He rushed into the mist of fire and raised his right hand. Blood scales let off a piercing red light, and he threw the spear forward. A piercing sound sliced through the air. The blood-red spear turned into a red bolt of lightning and pierced through the mist of fire, then turned into a giant red eagle that rushed towards Yi Wang together with the mist of fire. Yi Wang's heart trembled furiously as his pupils shrank. He did not expect Mo Su to be so strong. If he continued limiting his own power, then he could not hope to win the fight. He did not hesitate and immediately retreated, removing the limit of his power. 435 blood veins immediately manifested, and his true strength erupted forth. At the same time, he raised his right hand and swung his fist forward. A bright light appeared on his right fist, and a black glove made of beast skin appeared. There was a ghastly presence coming from the glove. It was clear that the glove was a Berserker vessel. He thrust his fist forward, and a thunderous roar echoed in the surroundings. A black wind appeared out of midair before Yi Wang, and as he thrust his fist forward, the black wind turned into a black whirlwind that could turn the world upside down. It collided with Su Ming's long spear and fire mist, and as sounds of explosions echoed in their surroundings, Su Ming took 7 to 8 steps backward. Yet at the same time, Yi Wang's body also jolted, and he took 4 to 5 steps backward. His body felt heavy. Yi Wang did not stop. He leapt forward and closed his distance to Su Ming in an instant. Su Ming also rushed forward at his fastest speed. He crossed fists with Yi Wang, and due to his speed, it looked as if his body left behind afterimages. From the distance, it seemed as if there were multiple Su Mings surrounding Yi Wang. The booming noises continued echoing around them. After a while, a sound that could pierce through the sky resounded, and Yi Wang stumbled 10 feet backward as blood trickled down his mouth. When he lifted his head, he saw Su Ming coughing out a mouthful of blood as he, too, stumbled dozens of feet backwards. What shocking speed! His level may not be as high as mine, but with this speed, if I can injure him once, then he can injure me dozens of times. This person is indeed the only one worthy of challenging me among our generation. Yi Wang was shocked, but at that moment, his battle spirit was only kindled even more. He raised his left hand and pointed towards the sky. Mo Su, I'm going to use my full power next. The moment Yi Wang finished speaking, an unexpected change happened. A roar filled with absolute anger suddenly came forth from the tall altar housing the elder of Windstream City. Thief! How dare you harm our holy mountain? That voice belonged to Xing Nan. His body instantly turned into air, and he rushed towards Windstream Mountain. At the same time, another incredibly powerful presence blasted towards the sky from within the Mudstone City. That person also rushed towards Windstream Mountain along with Xing Nan. That second presence belonging to a Berserker in the Awakening Realm belonged to a woman, an extremely beautiful middle-aged woman. Yi Wang was stunned. His heart trembled. A glimmer flashed through Su Ming's eyes. He did not hesitate and retreated quickly towards the distance. His battle against Yi Wang had made him incredibly anxious. He did not want to fight. He wanted to get back to his tribe as soon as possible. With that chance, Ming widened the distance between them by hundreds of feet at an exceedingly fast speed. Wang's expression changed. He no longer paid any attention to Ming, who was already far away, but turned and ran towards the city. He did not know what had happened, but he had a feeling that it was something terrible. At that moment, on the vast plains outside Windstream Tribe, a shocking change happened to Windstream Mountain, the mountain which had remained sealed and hidden away for generations by Windstream Tribe. Shan Hen and the other 8 people all looked shocked and amazed as they stared dumbly at the spot before them and stood in the field at the foot of the mountain. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Right in front of their eyes, the space before them was twisting rapidly, as if there was a big hand fiddling at the space from within. A huge crack that looked to connect heaven and earth appeared in midair. Through the crack, the Windstream Mountain was completely revealed. The black mist rose into the sky. As it forward, the roars from a wild beast reverberated through the air. At the same time the wild beast roared, a gruesome laughter was heard. As expected of the great bird, the mythical beast of the fire Berserker tribe. This may just be a fragment of its soul, but it still contains so much power. At least the years of effort I wasted searching for the ruins of fire Berserker weren't wasted. The voice was completely unfamiliar to Shan Hen and the others. The moment they heard his words, their expressions changed. They cast an eye at each other and dashed towards the Windstream Mountain within the crack without hesitation. They were members of Windstream Tribe. There was no way they could back down when an outsider trespassed on their holy mountain. Yet the moment the 9 people moved forward and were just about to enter the crack, they heard a cold snort from within the mist on the mountain. Almost immediately, a purplish-red arm hundreds of feet long shot out from the mist and swung lightly at Shan Hen and the other 8 people from a distance. Chapter 85. He saw the tribe. He saw the tribe. The moment the hand swung down, a thunderous roar resounded between heaven and earth. Ripples immediately appeared in the space between the arm and the people in the field. Shan Hen and the others jolted, as if a huge force fell on their bodies. One by one, the chi within their bodies erupted and broke. Their faces turned pale and they fell to the ground, coughing out a mouthful of blood. They may not have died, but they felt as if their entire bodies had just erupted, and they could not stand. Still alive? Looks like I can't look down on a tribe born from the weaker branch of the great tribe of Man Meow. After all, there is still some blood of the great tribe of Man Meow left within you. As the gruesome voice echoed in the air, some unknown method was used within the mist, causing the mythical beast's roars to be tainted with a hint of pain. It's not hard to obtain a sealed great bird. This seal has already limited half of your power to begin with. Let's see how you'll resist now. There was a hint of joy within the gloomy voice. Yet at that moment, a low roar traveled from the distance. Thief! How dare you harm our holy mountain? As the sound traveled through, Windstream Tribe's elder, Xing came in, roaring in anger. Behind him was the beautiful but icy cold woman clad in purple. The woman may have already been middle-aged, but her beauty was not tarnished. At that moment, there was a baleful look in her eyes, and within it was a look of similar anger and killing intent towards the intruder. When they arrived, they rushed into the crack and entered the black mist surrounding Windstream Mountain without hesitation. Very soon, thunderous roars that shook through the skies and earth traveled out from within the black mist. At one point, Xing also let out a low growl. Ming did not know about everything that was happening within Windstream Tribe. Even if he did, he would not have paid attention to it. To him, the most important thing at that moment was to return to his tribe at the fastest speed he could muster. He wanted to see whether his tribe was still around. He wanted to see whether his tribe members were still safe. Once the bout of nervousness, anxiety, and madness was over, he became quiet. He ran across the snowy land in silence. A long time had passed since the elder left the place. The sky was still in a state between darkness and dawn. Ming knew that with the dark python's speed, the elder and the others might have already returned to the tribe a long time ago. Please be safe. Ming's feet continued bounding on the ground as he ran at the fastest speed in his life. The speed at which he ran was so quick that the moment anyone saw him approaching, within the blink of an eye, he would have already disappeared into the distance. He did not care about consequences as he ran. He even forgot about his own fatigue, and to make himself run faster, he continued making all 243 blood veins that surrounded his body burst forth in power to give him more strength, which allowed him to go even faster. The moment the sky turned completely bright and the sun began rising as light shone on the land, and a silver light was reflected off the surface of the snow covering the ground. Ming had already ran out of the region belonging to Wind Stream tribe and rushed into a dried-up forest. He was near the trading square he went to some time ago. He would have needed half a day to reach this place with the speed he had in the past. Yet now, as he ran silently, he used less than 4 hours to cover this distance. To others, that speed would be so incredibly fast, it would leave them in awe. But Ming still felt that it was too slow. He no longer roared, but instead ran through the forest silently as veins popped out on his legs. He would suddenly take a leap forward and use the momentum to continue dashing forward. As he continued running nonstop, Ming was drenched in sweat. Not only were his legs hurting, every part of his body was beginning to feel pain. Time passed by slowly. When noon was around the corner, snow stopped falling from the sky. There were no clouds, and the sky was clear. Yet there was a person running silently within the forest. Even his sweat could not travel down his skin and was flung back due to his speed. The only thing supporting Ming now was determination and persistence. He was worried about the safety of his tribe and its members. He could not describe his current feelings. It was as if his body was drained, and he was only running due to his persistence. The distance which Ming would have needed an entire night to cover by running without stopping in the past was now breached by the time it was noon with Ming's current mad dash. Gradually, Ming's eyes were filled with agitation and anxiety. He was getting close to the tribe. The sounds of his heartbeat echoed through his entire body, causing his anxiety and anticipation to become much stronger. He was afraid that he would see his tribe in ruins, and he would see his tribe members' corpses lying on the ground. He was afraid, but his speed did not decrease. A swift and fierce strength grew in his body instead. When the outline of Dark Mountain tribe appeared in his eyes from a distance, Ming trembled, and tears fell from his eyes. From a distance, he saw that the gate to the tribe had collapsed. Many parts of the great wooden fence surrounding the tribe were also broken. There were even wisps of black smoke rising from within the tribe, a clear sign that there had been a fire. The tribe was not silent. A large number of tribe members seemed to have gathered together. When he saw that his tribe members were safe, Ming's anxiety was slightly placated. Yet following that was a killing intent directed towards his enemies who dared to destroy Dark Mountain tribe. Ming dashed towards the tribe. Before he even got closer, he was seen by the warriors who were part of the tribe's hunting party. They immediately became cautious, but when they saw Ming's face, they relaxed and could not find it within themselves to hide the fatigue on their faces. Ming cried as he returned to the tribe. He walked past the gate that had been blown to pieces. He walked into the tribe and saw the fatigue on the hunters' faces. He saw dozens of corpses gathered on the ground in the center of the tribe. Those corpses were all people Ming was familiar with. Those were his tribe members. The people weeping by their bodies were their families. As their cries echoed in the tribe, it stabbed Ming's heart, and the pain he felt made him think that he was about to bleed. He saw sadness on the faces of the normal members of the tribe. They were packing their belongings in fear and uncertainty before running towards where they were supposed to gather. On the young Lawsu's youthful faces, he saw tears, dread, and fear as they held tightly to their mother's hands. It was as if they were afraid that the moment they let go, they would never be able to hold their hands again. Many of the houses within the tribe had collapsed. The ground was a mess. There were terrifying bloodstains covering parts of the ground, a clear sign that a battle had just occurred here some time ago. As Ming continued looking at the sights before him, he clenched his fists. Hatred appeared in his eyes. That was a look of hate and killing intent that was rarely seen on a teenager that was not even 17 years of age. Ming's tears continued falling. He saw the kind lady who lived next door sitting dumbly outside her ruined house. There was no one by her side. Her child had died. Her husband, too, had died. She was the only one left and sat there alone at a loss. When Ming looked over, he could clearly feel her sadness and grief that no words could describe. Black Mountain Tribe. Ming clenched his teeth. He saw Chen, who looked tired as he helped to gather the crowd to a spot and bring the things important to the tribe. Chen did not notice Ming. He was already far too exhausted. Ming also saw Wu La, the girl who had always looked down on him but had a crush on him. She seemed to have grown up overnight. There was a huge bough slung across her back. She was comforting the crowd in whispers and helping them gather together within the shortest amount of time possible. Xing, too, was standing in the crowd. The frail look on her face made her look delicate and pitiful, but the resolute look in her eyes showed that she, too, had grown up. Su Ming did not see the tribe leader, the head of the guards, Shan Hen, and Beheading. Neither did he see the powerful warriors within his tribe, who had reached the 7th level of the blood solidification realm. They were all absent. However, Su Ming saw the elder. The elder was standing in the distance. His face was pale, and his face had aged by far too much. It was as if a few decades had passed within that single night. At that moment, the elder had his head lowered as he healed a tribe member whose left thigh was bloodied and torn. That tribe member was a warrior of calamity, and he was about 27 to 28 years old. Su Ming knew him. That was Lu Di, who often played songs with the Sun Superscript 1. That person did not like getting close to other people within the tribe. There was an item made of bone the size of a fist hanging by his waist. There were a few small holes on it, and it looked really strange. Su Ming knew that item. It was called a sun. It was an instrument that most members in the tribe did not know how to play. Only this person had that talent, and they would sometimes hear the sounds of the sun in the tribe. Now, no hint of pain could be seen on his face. Only persistence and resolution could be found. Tears continued falling from Su Ming's eyes as he walked towards the elder step by step. Everything that he saw once he returned to the tribe turned his anger into killing intent. He wanted to fight for the tribe. As Su Ming approached the elder and the young man, he heard the tribe member whom the elder was healing say with a hoarse voice, "Elder, forget about me. My legs are already ruined, but I can still fight." The elder's face was dark and filled with sorrow. He nodded his head gently. Then, as if noticing something, he lifted his head and saw Su Ming walking towards him. The moment he saw Su Ming, the elder was stunned. There was an unmistakable look of disbelief and shock on his face. He knew about the seal he had casted, and knew that there was no way a normal person could break through it so quickly. Yet Su Ming was right before his eyes. It threw him into a state of disbelief, like he had seen an illusion. It was the first time the elder had showed that expression before Su Ming. He could not believe that Su Ming managed to break through the seal and arrive at the tribe in such a short amount of time. At that moment, the elder was not the only person who saw Su Ming. Chen also saw him. He widened his eyes, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. At the same time, Wu La, who was not far away, also by chance saw Su Ming. *****. Translator's note. Superscript 1 Sun, a Chinese woodwind instrument, round shape, most definitely not an ocarina. Chapter 86. Their homes they were reluctant to leave behind. Su Ming, you. The elder blurted out, yet when he saw the bloodshot look in Su Ming's eyes, the fatigue evident on his body, and his silent persistence, he could not continue speaking, because he could also feel the grave consequences Su Ming had paid for his persistence. In his eyes, Su Ming was now like a notched arrow, ready to be shot. That arrow let out a shocking, sharp presence. No one could stop him until he tasted blood. "Elder, I'm back," Su Ming whispered softly, just like he always did when he came back from the outskirts. The elder looked at Su Ming, and in his eyes, there was happiness, reluctance, hesitation, and a complicated look that Su Ming could not identify. "You want to fight for the tribe?" the elder asked quietly after a long while. Su Ming nodded his head. "Even if you may face death, are you still willing to?" the elder asked again after a moment of silence. "Everyone has to die eventually, and if I die protecting my own home, I will die without regrets." Su Ming voiced his thoughts in a calm voice. "Good. Su Ming, I won't stop you. Since this is your decision, then I will give you a chance to fight for the tribe." The elder closed his eyes as if he was hesitating. After a moment, he opened them abruptly, and there was a resolute look in his eyes. He knew within his heart that he could not stop Su Ming anymore. If he did, then who knew what sort of insane act this child would pull once again. When he saw the grave injuries on Su Ming's body, the elder's heart clenched painfully, but he also felt gratified. At that moment, the tribe members gathered in the square suddenly fell silent. Their gazes fell upon the people walking into the tribe. The tribe leader was walking in front, and behind him were the head of the guards and Shan Hen. Beheading and the other powerful berserkers in the 6th or 7th level of the blood solidification realm walked back, with tired looks, fresh blood staining their bodies. When they left, their numbers had been greater, yet now, their numbers were reduced. Many of them also received injuries on their bodies. Beheading's face was especially pale, and there was a huge amount of blood flowing out from his chest. Everyone held decapitated heads that were no longer bleeding in their hands. Their return sparked the tribe members' spirits, and they cheered. They quickly spread out, allowing these people to walk straight towards the elder. Beheading saw Su Ming, but his usual aloof and indifferent look was gone. He remained silent instead and followed behind his father. His jealousy was nothing compared to the survival of his tribe. If the tribe was gone, if his tribe members were dead, then what was there to be jealous about? The group of people walked towards the elder, and the tribe leader of Dark Mountain Tribe spoke as he threw the two heads in his hands aside. Elder, the scouts from Black Mountain Tribe have all been chased down and murdered. It should be safe outside now. We can start migrating. His words reeked of blood. The other people behind him also threw the heads in their hands aside. Murderous intent emanated from their bodies in the silence. Su Ming stood beside the elder and looked at the tribe leader and the others without a sound. He saw the fatigue on their bodies, the sorrow hidden underneath their killing intent, and their thirst for blood. It was not hard for him to imagine the tribe being ambushed for the first time by Black Mountain Tribe when they were getting ready to move. The battle must have been very difficult and grievous, causing the tribe to be unable to move. When the first battle ended, under the orders of the elder, these people were sent to kill all the scouts from Black Mountain Tribe. Only then could they safely migrate. After all, most of the members of the tribe were normal people, and there were quite a number of women and children as well. They had to protect them, because they were the hope and future of the tribe. The elder nodded his head and swept his gaze across all the members of the tribe. At that moment, no matter were they men or women, young or old, they were looking at him. Within their eyes were reliance and hope. Fellow members, the elder said softly. His voice carried through the area and fell into the ears of the members of the tribe. We don't want to leave our homes. We don't want to leave this land, where we and our ancestors have lived for generations. We don't want to become dependent on Windstream Tribe. But for Dark Mountain Tribe to survive, we must do so. We have to live, and we will live. We will tell our descendants, and we must tell ourselves that someday, we can still return to this place. We can still create our own home. On that day, we will return the humiliation we felt this day several-fold back unto Black Mountain Tribe. I have the confidence. Do you have it? The elder shouted out loudly. At that moment, all the tribe members let out long-suppressed roars amidst their sadness. Their howls shook the heavens. Perhaps the numbers in Dark Mountain Tribe were not big, but that roar was the strongest cry they had ever let out from within the depths of their soul. Someday, Dark Mountain Tribe will return, but now, we will migrate. The elder closed his eyes. He did not want anyone seeing the sadness within his eyes. He swung his arm, and immediately all the tribe members in Dark Mountain Tribe who had gathered together supported each other and slowly moved under the protection of the Berserkers within the tribe. They left behind the land on which they had stayed for generations and migrated towards the unknown land located in the distance. The long line of people slowly left the tribe behind their backs. There was still wisps of smoke coming out from Dark Mountain Tribe. The ruins of their tribe exuded an air of desolation and sadness. Weeping sounds came from among the crowd. They belonged to the lost Sus who had yet to grow up, women who were frightened, and all the members of Dark Mountain Tribe. The men in the tribe protected their families and held on to their bewildered children. As they wept, they silently walked forward. Some of the older lost Sus held on to their parents' hands in fear and looked backwards, crying. They looked at the once familiar sight behind them, as if they wanted to carve that sight deep into the depths of their memories and turn it into an eternal memory. They were afraid they would forget, that they would forget the road back to their homes. Every single one of them could not help but turn back and look at the tribe they were leaving behind and at their home of the past. There was a wizened old man in the crowd. He was Nansong. His face was calm, as if he had seen through everything that life could throw in his face. At that moment, he only had a simple bag slung across his back. He walked silently and unassumingly in the crowd. It was noon. The sun was not strong. The snow on the ground gave off a silver light that pierced their eyes. But no matter how strong that light was, it still could not stop them from looking back frequently and from experiencing the sadness as they left. Their home was getting farther and farther away. The outline of the tribe gradually became fainter. The tribesmen could now only see the faint wisps of black smoke rising into the air and the broken state of the tribe. Yet the times when the tribe was still beautiful were carved into their hearts. They would not forget. They could not find it within themselves to forget. Su Ming turned around. Every single detail about the tribe was also ingrained into his memories. The tribe contained his childhood, all the happy moments in his life, and his growth. He was familiar with every part of the tribe. He could not forget every single plot of land within the tribe. Everything within the tribe would remain forever in his head. Unless they absolutely needed to, no one would want to leave their homes. No one would be willing to leave behind their familiar homes and travel to the unfamiliar wind stream to be subjected to the fate of becoming an affiliated tribe. Yet, this was the only way. It was the only way for Dark Mountain Tribe to not perish and continue their line. The path to Wind Stream was long, very long. The road was uneven, but they had to continue walking down that path. The danger was not resolved. It was just the opposite. The true danger had just begun. They had the tribe protecting them previously, hence Dark Mountain Tribe was able to defend against Black Mountain Tribe's first wave of attack. Yet during the process of migration, the crowd was forced to travel in a long line. Most of the people were normal tribe members. They had no way of defending themselves against Berserkers. This process of migration was bound to not be peaceful. Once Dark Mountain Tribe was defeated, what awaited them would be the death of all their Berserkers. The men would all be massacred, including the male infants and the lassos. As long as they were men, they would all die. The only ones who would survive were the women from Dark Mountain Tribe. They would be brought back to Black Mountain Tribe and become akin to objects. Their only use would be to give birth to Black Mountain Tribe's offspring and strengthen Black Mountain Tribe. They would have to live the rest of their days in humiliation. It was impossible to be fast when hundreds of people needed to migrate in one go. It was especially so since there was a large number of lassos and women in the crowd. Amidst the cold brought by winter, the sounds of their weeping gradually lessened, and silence replaced all sounds. They did not know where their future would lie. Perhaps Windstream was the only place they could go, yet no one knew whether they would be able to make it alive to Windstream Tribe. They did not know how many of them would die, and how many of them would never be able to see their families again after this journey. There were quite a number of youngsters within the crowd that did not possess a Berserker body. In the past, they rarely contributed to the tribe, and they spent most of their time playing and fooling around. Yet because they were the family members of Berserkers who died in battle, no one would be bothered by their actions as long as they did not step out of bounds. Now, these dozens of youngsters looked around fearfully in the crowd, hoping and wishing desperately that they could reach Windstream in an instant. Surrounding the long trail of people were the Berserkers from Dark Mountain Tribe. They quietly protected their tribe members with persistence even though they were tired. Sometimes they would go up and help the weak elderly folk. Walking right in front of the people was the tribe leader of Dark Mountain Tribe. His face was firm as he treaded cautiously forward. There were a few Berserkers behind him, and they all remained alert of their surroundings. It was the same by the flanks and the back of the crowd. The elder walked at the back. In his hands, he held the white bone cane and walked forward solemn and vigilant. Bei Ling held Chen Xian's hand as they moved silently on the right flank. His face was pale and the blood staining his chest had increased, but he did not mind. Lei Chun, Wu La, and the other Berserker in the tribe were all surrounding their tribe members as they kept watch. The responsibilities for the head of the guards and Shan Hen were great as they guarded both sides of the flank and silently followed along. The head of the guards held a bow in his right hand. If there was any hint of movement, then he would draw his bow and shoot that very moment. Behind him, there was an old man who would occasionally look at the head of the guards calmly. Su Ming recognized that old man. He was Nan Song, the old man who guarded the herb storage. Shan Hen was indifferent, as usual. No one knew what he was thinking about. Sometimes, a complicated look would appear briefly in his narrowed eyes, but no one noticed it. Su Ming followed the crowd and listened to their cries, which slowly turned into silence. His heart clenched in pain. When he saw the looks of fear on those familiar faces, Su Ming fisted his hands. Protect the tribe. Fight for the tribe. Su Ming muttered. He was protecting the right flank. Shan Hen was walking not too far ahead of him. He did not choose that place. The elder assigned him to that position when they were moving. In Su Ming's arms was a girl about 5 to 6 years of age. That girl's name was Tong Tong. She was asleep, but there were tears staining her eyelashes. Her father had died in battle, and her mother died the previous night. She was the only one left in her family. Mama, Papa, Pippi. As the girl slept, she trembled as if she was haunted by nightmares. As tears slid down her face, she clutched Su Ming's shirt. Su Ming knew that Pippi was the girl's pet. It was very cute, and she would always carry it around in her arms. Tong Tong, be good. Su Ming patted her back lightly as sadness appeared in his eyes. He felt as if he had just grown up in an instant. Chapter 87. Black Mountain Tribe's Pursuit. The northern wind moaned and lifted the snow from the ground. The snow swayed in the wind, as if having no roots and not knowing where it should go, just like the crowd walking through it. The Dark Mountain tribesmen slowly left the tribe that had served as their home for generations and moved forward quietly through the forest. Gradually, no one spoke anymore. Even the crying sounds of the children stopped soon. They were either placated by their parents or chose to grit their teeth and turn their sorrows into determination and hate. Most of the hundreds of people within the tribe were normal people. There were also the old and the weak among them. Hence, they could not speed up their journey. The cold wind that blew past seemed to freeze their bones, and the thick snow underneath their feet further decreased their speed. The Berserkers from Dark Mountain Tribe remained alert in the midst of their sorrow, keeping watch over their tribe members. They did not dare to let down their guard because a fight to the death might occur at any moment. Once they died, then there would be no one who could protect their tribe members, leaving them completely defenseless to attacks. The girl in Su Ming's arms held tightly onto his shirt. The wind during winter might be cold, but what was colder were her dreams. Yet, perhaps Su Ming's warm embrace was enough, and the child gradually calmed down as if finding peace within her dreams. Nonetheless, tears continued escaping from the corners of her eyes. Su Ming hugged the child gently and moved forward, walking on the snow on the ground. His gaze traveled to his surroundings frequently, and when his gaze landed on the familiar faces belonging to his tribe members, he saw sadness and unwillingness, but at the same time, he also saw resolution and resolve. Su Ming gritted his teeth and hatred appeared in his eyes. He walked forward quietly and would sometimes support the weak elderly to help their shivering bodies travel faster in the snow. If we don't stop and walk continuously day and night, at this speed, we'll need at least 3 days before we reach Windstream Tribe. 3 days? I wonder how many of us will survive by the end. Su Ming's heart was bleeding. He was afraid, not for his own safety, but of how many familiar faces he would no longer be able to see 3 days later. Su Ming knew that if there were any other faster method to transfer their tribe members to Windstream Tribe, the elder would have used them. Yet although the Dark Python's speed was quick, it could not carry a large number of people in one go. Besides, the normal members of the tribe could not withstand the pressure of traveling in the sky. They would need several powerful berserkers at the level of the head of the guards to protect them if they did so. Yet once these powerful berserkers left, it would be practically impossible for the remaining people to survive. Mama. As Su Ming remained silent, the girl in his arms mumbled in her dreams and wrapped her arms tightly around Su Ming's neck, as if the moment she let go, she would lose her peace. Indeed, I was right to come back. Su Ming patted the child's back lightly. Time passed by slowly. When it was almost dusk, the migrating crowd from Dark Mountain Tribe had traveled a large distance away from their homes. They gritted their teeth and moved forward through the forest and the cold. Suddenly, from the back, a piercing whistle that shook the sky sounded. The moment the piercing whistle rang out, howls of excitement immediately followed after. At the same moment, the silhouettes of people dashed towards them from behind. Almost all the people in Dark Mountain Tribe were shocked. A cold glint appeared in the elder's eyes. The berserkers beside him, the head of the guards, and all the other berserkers looked murderous. Their tribe members trembled in fear as they were surrounded by the threat of death. They were afraid, and they cried, unable to help themselves. Things started to get a little chaotic. Those in the front and middle, remain in your positions. Continue protecting the tribe and move forward. All those protecting the rear, kill the enemies. The elder immediately gave a command. Su Ming gave the girl in his arms to a normal member of the tribe and was just about to move to the back when he heard the elder's words. He froze, then gritted his teeth and remained in his place, protecting his tribe as they left under the guidance of the tribe leader. Behind them, the elder and 7 other berserkers from his tribe stood like a wall that shielded them from their enemies. Whistling sounds echoed in the air, and 20-something berserkers from Black Mountain Tribe appeared from the forest behind them. When Su Ming saw so many berserkers appearing at once, his heart jolted. They only had 30-something berserkers in Dark Mountain Tribe. Yet Black Mountain Tribe managed to send out 20-something berserkers in one attack alone. It was a fact that was difficult for him to believe. Among these berserkers, most of them were around the 4th or 5th level of the blood solidification realm. However, there were 5 people who had reached the 6th level of the blood solidification realm, and another 3 who had reached the 7th level. There was no one in the 8th level in their team, But leading the charge were two men wearing black robes. These two men's clothes were completely different from the rest of Black Mountain Tribe, and they stood out. They also exuded a great and strong presence of qi that made Su Ming's pupils shrink. That power of qi had already surpassed the head of the guards, Shan Hen, and the tribe leader's qi. Their level of cultivation and the feeling of countless lives that had been slain in their hands showed that they were berserkers around the 10th level of the blood solidification realm. However, Su Ming could tell that the eyes of these two black-robed men were dull and lifeless, a clear sign that differentiated them from normal people. Yet their movements were agile. Under their leadership, the 20-something Black Mountain Tribe berserkers rushed towards the elder and the others with excitement and bloodlust. Strange cries were emitted from their lips, and when the sound traveled into the normal tribe members' ears, they trembled fearfully. "Go quickly," the elder turned his head and said in a low voice, then turned back and moved towards the berserkers from Black Mountain Tribe. With one swing of his arm, black wind appeared out of thin air and stirred around him, causing a large amount of snow from the area to be lifted before he rushed towards the 20-something berserkers from Black Mountain Tribe. The two men in the later stage of the blood solidification realm's target was clear. They did not look at anyone else. Instead, as their blood veins erupted in explosive power and let out piercing light, they rushed into the black wind and headed straight towards the elder as banging sounds echoed around them. From the other berserkers who were swept into the black wind, 7 to 8 of them immediately coughed out blood. Their bodies trembled and immediately collapsed, bursting apart into pieces of flesh and blood. A stench of blood instantly filled the air. The massacre started. Besides the elder, there were only 7 berserkers from Dark Mountain Tribe protecting the rear. Resolution appeared on their faces, and they absolutely did not cower. Behind them were their tribe members and their families. They could not shrink back. They absolutely would not retreat. The 7 people lifted their heads and howled with sadness and determination before they rushed towards the dozens of berserkers charging towards them. They would do everything to hinder these people and buy time for their tribe members. Their level of cultivation was not high. The strongest among them was at the 7th level of the blood solidification realm. Most of them were around the 5th level. Yet at that moment, there was an indescribable presence coming from them. That presence screamed out their desire to protect their homes and their tribe members. Even if they died, that will of theirs would never die. Even if their bones were crushed and their bodies turned to ashes, they would not allow their enemies to break through. This was the human wall made with their flesh and blood. This was the ravine created with their lives. This was the desperation created from their souls. This was their choice. Su Ming's eyes became red. He was not the only one. Most of the berserkers around him had become possessed by madness. Some of the normal tribe members had already started shouting. They wanted to fight. "Don't look. Your duty is to protect the tribe as we migrate. We have to leave." Just as Su Ming and the others were about to rush out and join the fray, the tribe leader spoke from where he was in the front. There was a determined look on his face, but underneath that determination was sadness. He was the tribe leader of Dark Mountain Tribe. His duty was to help as many people from Dark Mountain Tribe to survive as he could, so that the tribe could continue existing. Su Ming clenched his fists. His eyes were bloodshot, but he had to quell his killing intent. He looked at those 7 tribe members hundreds of feet away from him, who were assaulted by dozens of screeching berserkers from Black Mountain Tribe that came like a tidal wave. When a thunderous sound reverberated in the area, Su Ming clearly saw one of his tribe members coughing out a mouthful of blood. His right arm exploded, and he staggered backward. Still, he stopped even though both of his legs had collapsed. He continued to cry out ferociously and banged his head into his bloodthirsty and excited enemy's head. He even opened his mouth and bit down on the dumbstruck enemy berserker's neck and tore out his flesh. His enemy let out a sharp and painful cry. The man from Black Mountain Tribe was terrified. His neck was bloody and torn, and screaming in pain, he punched the berserker's chest, causing him to cough out blood. Still, the man viciously bit deeper into his opponent's flesh. That cruel look on his face and his insane act made the man from Black Mountain Tribe's heart tremble. At that moment, the tribe member who swallowed the flesh turned his head abruptly and looked at the column that was getting farther away from him. He seemed to have seen Su Ming looking at him from the crowd. A warm smile appeared on his lips. He was a man in his 30s. In his eyes, Su Ming was still just a child. That smile was filled with the kindness of an adult towards a child. It was a completely different look compared to the vicious one he had before. Once that smile appeared, he turned back and closed his eyes. In that instant, all his blood veins exploded, which affected his entire body and caused it to explode in a bang. That violent bang turned into a sound that shook the sky. The moment the person's body exploded, terror appeared in the eyes of the man whose neck was torn. He wanted to retreat, but it was too late. That was the self-triggered explosion of blood veins. That was the last crime made in their lives using every part of their flesh and blood. That voice told all their pursuers from Black Mountain Tribe that if they wanted to destroy Dark Mountain Tribe, they would have to pay a price they could not have imagined. Amidst the roaring, the man from Black Mountain Tribe coughed out a mouthful of blood. His arms had burst apart. He struggled, retreating. No will to fight remained in his body. His heart was trembling. He was afraid. Chapter 88. Who is the traitor? There were other members of Black Mountain Tribe who were also afraid. That sort of self-triggered explosion had happened 3 times within that short amount of time. From those 3 explosions alone, Black Mountain Tribe lost 7 men. Yet the battle still continued. Tears fell from Su Ming's eyes. He bit down on his lip and averted his gaze while running forward with his tribe members. He knew that his tribe members defending the rear were using their lives to buy time for them. They were using their flesh and blood to stall their enemies. What Su Ming needed to do at that moment was to not let their lives be sacrificed in vain. They had to protect the normal members of their tribe within this limited amount of time and go farther. The situation was just as intense at the Elder's side. The 2 men in the later stage of the blood solidification realm seemed as if they did not know pain. Their faces were void of expression, even though many parts of their bodies had sustained injuries. Even so, they continued pestering the Elder. Yet the Elder's true strength was unknown to most people, including Su Ming himself. The Elder let out a cold huff, and numerous ripples appeared around them. The ripples rushed towards them, and the 2 men in the later stage of the blood solidification realm immediately trembled. The Elder took one quick step forward and arrived before them within the span of a breath. He touched one of their heads with a finger, and with a bang, his head exploded. The moment his body fell, the Elder swung his fist at the other person, and as a thunderous roar shook through the sky, the man's body also trembled and burst apart. Yet the moment the 2 men died, a large amount of black mist appeared from their corpses. The black mist gathered together in the blink of an eye and turned into the vague shape of a person that charged towards the retreating Elder. Baitu. The Elder narrowed his eyes. He knew that the black mist was not Baitu's original body, but the result of a fallen Berserker art. However, if this art was used, then it meant that Baitu was around the area, or perhaps he was rushing towards this place. At that moment, a sharp cry suddenly came from ahead of the crowd. The sudden appearance of the sound immediately changed the expressions of the tribe leader, the Berserkers from Dark Mountain Tribe, and all the other tribe members. From the 2 sides of the forest, the same sharp sound could be heard. A huge gust of wind bellowed, as if telling them that a large amount of their enemies from Black Mountain Tribe surrounded them. If that was the case, it would have been fine. They could leave behind the Berserkers, and they would use their deaths in exchange for the tribe members to continue their migration. But the moment the shouts of excitement and bloodlust echoed around them, the ground trembled from hundreds of feet in front of the tribe leader. The earth sank down as the land shook, and it was quickly followed by a large amount of giant wood around thousands of feet in length and hundreds of feet in breadth suddenly shooting up from the ground like a giant door, completely blocking the tribe's path. On top of that giant wooden barricade stood 3 men from Black Mountain Tribe. The leader of the trio was dozens of feet tall. In his hands, he held a bow that was about his height, and stared at the people below him with a cruel smile on his lips. At the same time, on both sides of the tribe, 2 large wooden barricades also appeared from the ground. The height of the barricades, which were around thousands of feet in length, completely trapped Dark Mountain Tribe within them. Several people also stood on top of the 2 wooden barricades on the sides. They looked down coldly at the people standing below them, and there was a teasing look in their eyes. This was a trap that had been set a long time ago. The expressions of everyone in Dark Mountain Tribe immediately changed. The tribe leader's face was pale, but his eyes were filled with shocking killing and battle intent. The other Berserkers were the same. How did they know about our route? How did they manage to lay down this trap beforehand? Those were the questions that appeared in all their hearts at that moment. Who is it? Just who is the traitor of Dark Mountain Tribe? Su Ming trembled. In his mind, he recalled the Elder once telling him that there was a traitor within their tribe. At the same time, the Elder, who was fighting against the black mist formed by Baitu's fallen Berserker art in the distance, also saw this scene. Sadness and anger appeared in his eyes. He had suspected that there was a traitor among them, and he used everything that he could to find him. But that person hid himself too well. No traces or hints could be found, as if the traitor had never existed. However, now, the elder was certain. Nonetheless, he still could not figure who the traitor was and his motives for betraying the tribe. At that moment of danger, the people from Dark Mountain tribe were filled with fear and panic. The normal members of the tribe were pale. Just as they thought they were powerless to fight back, whooshing sounds came from the tops of the 3 barricades, and more berserkers from Black Mountain tribe appeared. There were about 50 or more people standing on top of the barricades. The elder raised his right hand and abruptly pointed towards the tribe in the distance. The moment he pointed towards them, the weather above the trapped Dark Mountain tribe suddenly changed. The sky and the land trembled, and a black light that could pierce through heaven appeared. That light gathered together and turned into the astonishing statue of the god of Berserkers from Dark Mountain that was about hundreds of feet in size. It was a ferocious statue that was half man, half beast, and filled with the air of savagery since ancient times. It held a dragon in one hand, and in the other, a long spear. There was madness and bloodlust in its eyes. Its appearance immediately turned the sky dark, as if the weather itself was stifled by its mighty presence. However, the statue was not completely distinct in shape. It was slightly faded, as if it could not materialize completely within a short amount of time. Black light scattered from its body and enveloped the people below it, protecting all the people from Dark Mountain tribe within. Berserkers of Dark Mountain tribe, go forth. The tribe members stay within. Fight till we breathe our last. At that moment, the tribe leader from Dark Mountain tribe let out a long howl. He leapt upwards at the giant wooden barricade before him. He knew that if they wanted to leave this place, they had to destroy this barricade. Retreating was not an option. Kill them. All the berserkers from Dark Mountain tribe dashed madly towards their enemies that were already charging at them. The head of the guards from Dark Mountain tribe leapt forward with his bow in hand and drew it. With a thunderous cry, he fired an arrow towards the left barricade. 2 other berserkers followed behind the tribe leader as they too charged forward with resolution. Bei Ling, Wu La, Lei Chun, and the berserkers were all fueled with madness and fought with their lives at stake. Shan Hen fell silent and hesitated for a moment before he too went forward. Su Ming's heart was filled with killing intent. Just as he was about to move, he heard the sounds of weeping from behind him. The girl he had been carrying was jolted awake and was looking at him with tears falling from her eyes. Su Ming did not turn back. He bounded forward and leapt on the barricade before him. The dozens of berserkers from Black Mountain tribe on the barricade let out strange cries as they charged towards Su Ming and the other berserkers by his side, engaging in battle of life and death. It was dusk. The sun in the sky was dim, and the moon was beginning to show itself, a clear sign that night was just around the corner. Su Ming's blood was boiling. His heart was burning, his anger roaring, and his eyes were bloodshot. He broke through the seal and wind stream and dashed madly back to the tribe for only one purpose: to live and die for the tribe. Now the time had come. I was born a member of Dark Mountain, and I will die a member of Dark Mountain. Su Ming did not hesitate and let all 243 blood veins in his body burst forth with power, showing off his power as a 7th-level berserker in the blood solidification realm. However, there was only chaos in the battlefield. No one took note of his existence. Before him, there was one person who was in the 7th level of the blood solidification realm among the dozens of men from Dark Mountain tribe. The others were all around the 5th or 6th level. The man in the 7th level originally had a vicious look on his face as he charged forward with his team. In his eyes, the 7 to 8 berserkers from Dark Mountain tribe were nothing. He was the vice chief of hunters in Black Mountain tribe. Killing these people was the same as flicking his wrist. Yet the moment he approached them, his pupils shrank and a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He could clearly feel a vast and powerful amount of chi that made his heart tremble coming from the frail-looking teenager among the 7 to 8 people. Who is he? How could he have such an amount of chi at his age? The man did not have time to think. Su Ming had already come close to him within the blink of an eye. His first target was this person. All of it happened in an instant. The two sides clashed together with a loud bang, and the sounds of battle rang through the air, as did voices filled with pain and agony. Su Ming hurled his fist forward. The moment he did so, All 243 blood veins in his body became one and crashed into the man in the 7th level of the blood solidification realm from Black Mountain Tribe. Thunderous sounds echoed in the air, so that sound was like a speck of dust in that intense battlefield. While Berserkers fought for their lives, the tribe members who were under the protection of the light from the statue were all trembling with pale faces. Yet, they were all determined, and they did not shrink back. They were afraid, but being afraid did nothing to help them. There was deep-seated hatred and anger that seemed to be able to burn the sky and the earth within their eyes. They were silent. Everyone was silent. The girl who just woke up no longer cried. Instead, she watched Su Ming's back as he fought for the tribe. When he threw his fist forward, his opponent roared and did the same thing. A thunderous clash sounded as their fists met each other. Blood trickled down from the corner of the man's lips. There was a dumbfounded look on his face, and his arms seemed to be on the verge of breaking. As the gigantic amount of power rushed towards him, he retreated on instinct. Yet as he retreated, it made Su Ming howl, and without care for his own pain, he blasted forth with shocking speed and got closer to the man within the blink of an eye, then punched him again and again. Within the blink of an eye, Su Ming had already thrown 8 punches, and all of them had landed on the man's body. It made him stagger backwards with an aghast expression appearing in his eyes, and a large amount of blood flowing out from his mouth. The man hadn't expected to meet such a mad and powerful berserker in this place. Die! Su Ming closed in on him again. This time, he did not use his fists. Instead, the moment he got closer, he used his head and slammed it against the man's head. The man let out a sharp cry of pain, and his body was pushed back until he crashed into the giant wooden barricade. With a bang, the man coughed out a large amount of fresh blood. He was completely taken aback by Su Ming's speed. There was no time to retaliate. Su Ming, he was too fast. Chapter 89, Funeral Song. Who is he? There's no one in Dark Mountain Tribe who has this level of power at this age. The man coughed out blood as shock appeared on his face. His mind was in a mess, and he cried out in his heart. Yet Su Ming was too quick. The moment the man crashed into the giant wooden barricade, he closed in once again with madness and murderous intent. As he thrust his fist forward, he bit down on his tongue and coughed out a mouthful of blood. When the blood appeared, it turned instantly into blood mist, a clear sign that Su Ming just casted dark blood dust. The moment the art was casted, the mist rushed towards the man. It closed in on the man, who was now in a state of disbelief, and Su Ming's right hand pierced through the blood mist at the fastest speed he could muster and crashed into the man's chest. With a loud bang, the giant wooden barricade trembled. The man widened his eyes, and all light disappeared from within them. A large amount of blood escaped from his mouth. There was a hole in his chest, where Su Ming's fist had blasted through. Kill them. Su Ming's eyes were bloodshot. He did not stop once he killed that one person. He turned around and rushed towards the other warriors from Black Mountain Tribe. His fight with the man might have been over in a moment, but all the people from Black Mountain Tribe nearby had seen the entire fight. They could not believe it. They just watched their vice chief of hunters die before their eyes. They did not even manage to follow Su Ming's body, only seeing an afterimage dashing around. It was not just them. The other berserkers around Su Ming were also stunned. They knew Su Ming. They were familiar with Su Ming. In their memories, he was just a normal member of their tribe. Previously, they didn't have time to think why Su Ming had stood in the midst of the other berserkers. But at that moment, when Su Ming's strength exploded forth, besides being shocked, they also felt strongly inspired. As Su Ming let out a low growl, the other 7 to 8 berserkers from his tribe also roared. Kill them. Kill all those who destroyed our homes. Su Ming's eyes were bloodshot. A strong and boundless presence of chi erupted from his body, and he threw a punch. Kill all those who slaughtered our tribe members. One more punch. Kill all those who murdered our people. Another punch. Su Ming's body flickered around dozens of terrified men from Black Mountain Tribe and showed off just how deep he had sunk into his madness. He had never killed so many people before, had never felt so much hate. At that moment, he was no longer a teenager who had yet to reach 17 years of age, but a maddened killer. As fresh blood splashed all over the place, a thunderous sound rang out beside Su Ming's ears, and his heart bled. That was the sound of a tribe member choosing to trigger the explosion of his blood veins because he had sustained too many grave injuries. This was a battle. This was a battle between the invaders and the defenders. This was a crazed battle between two tribes. This was the battle sparked from the hundreds of years of hatred between Dark Mountain Tribe and Black Mountain Tribe that would never end until one of them was completely destroyed. The sudden increase of berserkers from Black Mountain Tribe caused the battle to become so much more intense and tragic. The number of berserkers from Dark Mountain Tribe was not great. It was less than that of Black Mountain. Yet at that moment, all the people from Dark Mountain Tribe were persistent. They were willing to give up everything to protect their homes, their tribe members, and their tribe. Death was nothing. Fighting for their homes, for their tribe, for their children, and for their parents was the most brilliant moment of their lives. The light from the statue protected the crowd. In the silence, a sob could be heard, and it echoed outwards. The tribesmen were calling out for the warriors. They were crying for those that fought to protect them, their children, their fathers, the berserkers. Mama, why is the sky blue? Is it because Papa is protecting us from above? Papa, why do the stars blink at night? Is it because Mama is there watching us? No one knew who was the first to start mumbling the lyrics, but gradually, almost all the tribe members who were protected by the statue's light started singing amidst the wails and sobs. Their voices mixed together and gradually turned into a low musical wave. The sound was gentle and sad, but within that gentleness and sadness, there was also an indescribable emotion. Those lyrics belonged solely to Dark Mountain Tribe. When someone from their tribe died, their tribe members would gather around the fire and look at their deceased tribe member as they sang the song of mourning. La Su, you are not alone in the sky. Do not be sad. Do not cry. Mama and Papa will look at you from where we are. Every year, every day, we will look at you. I will not cry. I will not be sad. I will not be lonely. I know that you are there, watching me. I am happy. The singing voices gradually grew louder and more distinct amidst the sounds of weeping. When the berserkers from Dark Mountain Tribe fighting without fear of death heard the voices of their tribe members and heard the familiar words, sadness appeared on their faces, and they let out depressed growls. They will fight. They will fight until they die. Ming trembled. Tears fell from his eyes. His body was covered in fresh blood. Some of it was his own, but the larger part belonged to his enemies. He did not know fatigue. He did not know fear. All he knew was only that he had to fight till he breathed his last. Once he could no longer move, and once his body was too heavily wounded for him to continue fighting, he would trigger his blood veins and self-destruct. Mama, Papa, Pippi. From behind, Ming heard the wails of the little girl who had woke up. Ming's heart clenched in pain. It was bleeding. It was as if a countless number of needles had pierced through his heart. It made his speed increase even more. It made his punches even more powerful. Amid the sadness and killing, a song filled with tears echoed in the air. The song was filled with desolation, sadness, and separation. Not too far away, Lu Di sat under a tree. His legs were already bloody stumps, and his body was covered in blood. His face was pale, and his eyes dim. He raised the sun made of bone with his trembling hands and placed it by his mouth and begun to play a tragic song. The moaning sound was like the cry of a mother, and it mixed with the low rumbling song sung by their tribe members on the tragic battlefield, turning it into a song that made hearts clench in grief. The sad moans floated with the wind and melted into the snow on the ground. They sank into the tribe members' blood, causing every single one of them, who heard it, to start crying on the battlefield. Ming trembled. This was not the first time he had heard the funeral song, but it was the first time he cried like this. It made him feel as if he lost his heart, turning him into a heartless person. The only thing left behind were the injuries decorating his entire body and the endless sadness he felt. Besides the sorrowful funeral song, Ming also heard the sounds of exploding caused by self-destruction. Each boom symbolized another berserker from his tribe choosing to make his blood veins explode. Don't count me out from the road to hell. Ming smiled brokenly. He threw another punch outward and blasted another enemy of his tribe into pieces of flesh. Ming, too, coughed out a mouthful of blood. As he turned around, he saw his tribe member playing the song underneath the tree before his death. That tribe member's eyes may have been dim, but there was still a hint of light within. He played the song, and the blood on his hands stained the sun made of bone. Nonetheless, it could not dampen his song, his sadness, and his parting words. This was the very last song he would play for his tribe. This time, he played the song with his life. Ming closed his eyes and averted his gaze. The moment he did so, his pupils shrank suddenly. He saw, in the other direction, 3 men from Black Mountain Tribe standing before Beiling. They forced Bei Ling to continuously retreat with their vicious excitement. Bei Ling's bow was broken. There were a lot of wounds on his body, and especially on his chest. A large amount of blood poured out from the wounds on his chest. His face was pale. In his hands, he held a knife made of bone. There was stubbornness and solemnness in his actions as he madly continued to attack his enemies. He could not retreat. Behind him were his tribe members. Even if his tribe members were protected by the light from the statue, he could not retreat. There was a girl behind him. That girl was crying as she looked at Bei Ling, at his trembling body, and at his back, which stood firm before her like a hill. That girl was Xing. She seemed to be shouting something, telling something to Bei Ling. Ming was standing far away from them. He could not hear them, but he could tell the gentleness hidden in Xing's eyes as she looked at Bei Ling. She liked Bei Ling. At that moment, she became even surer of her feelings. She liked him. Tears fell from her eyes when she saw Bei Ling tremble, and one of the 3 men from Black Mountain tribe approach, laughing viciously. As the bone knife went to Bei Ling's head as quickly as lightning, Xing let out a sharp and mournful cry before she rushed forward. Bei Ling smiled brokenly. He was too tired and could no longer continue fighting. Since yesterday, he had been immersed in one battle after another. He knew that he could not avoid the attack. Just as he was about to self-destruct, he looked at Xing, who was hugging him. "All right, since you came, then leave with me." Just as Bei Ling closed his eyes and was about to make his blood veins explode, a sudden thunderous roar resounded through the sky and shook their entire surroundings. Every single one of the Berserkers, including the people from Black Mountain tribe fighting against them, felt their hearts tremble when they heard the sound, which reverberated and shook the sky and earth. A long red spear rushed towards Bei Ling's direction at an incredible speed. That long spear exuded a powerful murderous intent, and within of air madness, turned into a giant red eagle that was seen by everyone present on the battlefield. Within the span of a breath, it whizzed past Bei Ling and pierced through the chest of the man from Black Mountain tribe who was about to swing his knife downwards. With a thunderous boom, the man's body was impaled to the ground. At the same moment, a huge wave of chi erupted forth and spread to their surroundings. The man's body exploded abruptly, turning into pieces of flesh and blood. The other 2 men from Black Mountain tribe trembled and took a few steps back on instinct as they coughed out blood. At that very moment, a person leapt towards them like lightning and stood before Bei Ling, replacing everything in their sights. The moment he saw the back of the person, a huge wave stirred in Bei Ling's heart. He was familiar with this sight. He experienced this once in Windstream tribe. There was one person who had stood before him like this. Even if their faces and body shapes were different, at that moment, their bodies overlapped in Bei Ling's eyes. Ming. Bei Ling's eyes were filled with disbelief. He stood there, stunned, and he understood everything. Chapter 90. It already happened, so let it go. He knew then that the person who had appeared before him with the same method in Windstream tribe and fought on equal grounds with Wu's son was Ming. He knew then that the person who had placed his blood that was extracted from the center of his brows in his room when he had returned completely exhausted to Dark Mountain tribe's lodgings in Windstream tribe, whose identity he had kept trying to figure out, was also Ming. At that same moment, when he saw Ming's back before him, in his dumbfounded state, he also saw the figure of the person who had been the center of everyone's attention when he returned from the first stage of the test. That feeling was so incredibly familiar that he knew. He knew that that person was also Ming. All these thoughts appeared like thunderbolts in Bei Ling's head. They were like lightning traveling through his mind. It made his body tremble. He did not dare to believe all of it, finding it hard to comprehend how it could be true. Ming had, at some unknown point of time, silently obtained such an amount of power that even Bei Ling had to look up to him. In his memories, Ming was the one he had always been jealous of, whom he had treated with disdain in his heart, spoken to indifferently, so the change now threw his heart into a state of chaos. That complicated feeling made him forget that he was still in the battlefield, surrounded by slaughter and everything else around him. His head was completely blank, and he was at a loss. How could this be? Bei Ling mumbled. Xing hugged him tightly, tears falling from her eyes. She did not see Ming. There was only Bei Ling's pale face before her eyes, and the sight of his back standing before her like a mountain. This might seem to have happened slowly, but in truth, the moment Ming's spear stirred up the wave of chi on the ground, and the body of the man with the knife exploded, Ming took a leap forward. His speed left behind an afterimage that rushed towards the person who was pushed back by the wave of chi. That person was in his 50s, but he was only at the 5th level of the blood solidification realm. He only managed to take a few steps back when his vision blurred. His pupils immediately shrank, and he was about to retreat backwards when he felt a strong sense of danger. But Su Ming was just too fast. Before the man managed to retreat, he closed in on him just as a loud booming sound reverberated through the air. There was a vicious expression on Su Ming's face, and it was filled with furious, murderous intent. He did not use his fists, but his entire body, and crashed into the man's chest. Rumbling sounds echoed in the air. Blood trickled down the man's lips. His back exploded abruptly, because his body could not bear the incredible force brought by Su Ming's attack. In an instant, all the bones in his body were crushed. His body was thrown to the back, and before he even landed on the ground, he breathed his last. The hate in Su Ming's eyes did not decrease. It only became much stronger. He hated everyone from Black Mountain Tribe. He turned around suddenly and fixed his eyes on the last of the 3 warriors from Black Mountain Tribe who had wanted to kill Beheading. He was standing not too far away from Su Ming. That person was sturdy-looking, but he was not tall. The vicious smile and excited look he had when he wanted to kill Beheading was now gone. That smile was replaced with a horrified look on his face, and his eyes were filled with terror. He could only watch in shock as Su Ming killed a person with a throw of his spear, and then another with his body. The quick and clean kills made the man feel as if Su Ming was surrounded by cruelty and madness. His heart pounded against his chest. When Su Ming turned his eyes towards him, he immediately let loose a terrified scream and retreated without care for anything. He was afraid. In his mind, Su Ming was definitely at the same level as the leaders in Dark Mountain Tribe. This was not someone who he could fight with. Yet before the man could even take 3 steps backwards, a sharp cry cut through the air. An arrow traveled from the distance, seeming to slice through the air. It closed in on the man in an instant and pierced through his neck before sinking into the tree behind him with his blood on its body. The arrow thumped upon contact, causing the tree to jolt. The man held his neck, but blood continued pouring from his wound. His eyes dimmed, and he fell to the ground. His corpse was soon trampled by all the warriors who were still trying to kill those from the opposite tribe. In the distance, the exhausted head of the guards quickly turned his gaze away and continued fighting against the leader from Black Mountain Tribe, who was at the 8th level of the blood solidification realm. Su Ming walked towards Beheading and stopped before him, then pulled blood scales out from the ground. Once he managed to free it, something flickered in his eyes. He was about to continue fighting against those from Black Mountain Tribe when he heard Beheading's voice, filled with conflict and hesitation, travel into his ears. "Thank you." The voice was caught between the sounds of battle and the moans of the Sun. It sounded weak. Su Ming did not seem to hear it. Once he pulled out his spear, he walked away. Yet, he only took a few steps forward before faltering. "It already happened, so let it go. You have to live for Chen Xing," Su Ming said, then bounded towards the crowd closest to him fighting against each other. The moment Su Ming sped forward, an aloof look from the barricade far away from him turned towards him. That gaze belonged to a man wearing a sackcloth. He seemed to be in his 40s. His body was incredibly strong and looked like an iron tower. He was covered in fresh blood, but most of it belonged to the Berserkers from Dark Mountain Tribe. The strength of his chi spoke of a man at the 8th level of the blood solidification realm. His power was about the same as Wang's, who had fought against Su Ming some time ago. The moment he looked towards Su Ming, that man lifted his right hand. There was a long knife made of bone in his hand. The moment he swung that knife down, he decapitated a warrior from Dark Mountain Tribe who was fighting against him. That tribe member did not even have time to trigger the explosion of his blood veins. His head was caught by that man, and he threw it towards where he had seen Su Ming. The head fell by Su Ming's feet, blood flowing from the severed neck. The blood dyed the snow red, and the heat from the blood quickly melted the snow into a puddle of blood and water. Su Ming stopped and lifted his head in the direction the head had come from. His eyes met with the others through the crowd, and Su Ming saw the cruelty and aloofness in the man's eyes. The man, too, saw Su Ming's madness and killing intent in his bloodshot eyes. The moment their gazes met, the man moved. He rushed towards Su Ming, just as Su Ming stomped on the ground and charged at the man just as quickly. The man wore a sackcloth, not beast skins, which indicated that his status in Black Mountain Tribe was rather high. If Su Ming could kill that person, then it would definitely deal a heavy blow on Black Mountain Tribe's morale. The moment the man moved, due to his status, it immediately attracted the attention of a lot of people from Black Mountain Tribe who were engaged in battle. It was as if he stirred up their morale, and the warriors let out strange cries as they rushed forward and continued their massacre. The two people closed in on each other, and within an instant, they clashed with a loud bang and engaged each other in an intense battle to the death. Yet at that moment, right in the forefront of the Dark Mountain Tribe, their tribe leader coughed out blood. His face was pale as he staggered back. Before him, more than half of the people from Black Mountain Tribe had died, but a man who wore black robes similar to those the two who had fought against the Elder earlier appeared. With an astonishing force, he injured the tribe leader in one move and forced him to move back. The man's, who was dressed in black robes, eyes were blank, but there was a hint of bloodlust within them. He took a large step forward, and behind him, there were two other berserkers from Black Mountain Tribe. They rushed towards the retreating tribe leader. By the looks of it, they wanted to kill the injured tribe leader with just one move. The other warriors who fought beside the tribe leader previously had all self-destructed. He was left alone in the front. Just as the tribe leader seemed as if he could not escape from death, and the people behind him let out cries of anger and sadness, one person suddenly rushed out from the crowd. That man was an elderly person. He was Dark Mountain Tribe's Nansong. The moment he stepped forward, he let out a light sigh and stomped the ground with his right foot. It did not produce a loud sound, but the man in black robes who had attacked the tribe leader and was currently in pursuit of his life trembled suddenly and staggered. As shock appeared on his face, Nansong walked out before the old man. With his skinny right arm, he swung his fist forward, completely stopping the man's footsteps. These two people engaged in battle right before the tribe. Yet there were two other berserkers by the side of the man dressed in black robes. One of them, who held a big bow in his hands, was the head of the guards from Black Mountain Tribe. This person might have been surprised by Nansong's appearance, but with the man dressed in black around, he gritted his teeth and continued chasing after Dark Mountain Tribe's tribe leader. There was cruelty and excitement in his eyes. He could already imagine the glory he would gain in the tribe the moment he killed Dark Mountain's tribe leader and obtained his head. The tribe leader smiled brokenly. He was still several dozens of feet away from the crowd, protected by the light of the statue. At that moment, he knew that he could not go back. Nonetheless, there was no regret in his eyes. There was only reluctance. He did not regret dying in battle. He was the tribe leader. Dying in battle for the tribe was a feat of glory. But he did not want to leave them. He did not want to leave the tribe so soon. He had to bring his people to a safe place. Ming saw the danger the tribe leader was in, as did many other people. Yet under the vicious assault by Black Mountain Tribe, no one could rush over to help him. After all, the tribe leader's life from Dark Mountain was in question. All the warriors of Black Mountain Tribe started blocking the other warriors' path excitedly, trapping each and every single one of them so that they could not save their tribe leader. Ming wanted to rush over, but the man wearing the sackcloth from Black Mountain Tribe sneered coldly, blocking Ming's path and causing him to be unable to rush over. He did not even have the chance to throw his long spear. At that moment, when Dark Mountain Tribe's tribe leader could no longer avoid death, dozens of normal teenagers came to the barrier's edge closest to the tribe leader and stood before the crowd whilst under the protection of the statue. These teenagers trembled. They were a useless bunch in the tribe. They did not possess the body of calamity, nor did they have strong bodies. Usually, while the tribe was busy working, they would be hanging around doing nothing because they were the family members of warriors who once died in battle. It made them think that they were somehow privileged, and no matter what they did, as long as they did not betray the tribe, they could live that way forever. They never forgot the glory their families once had, but they did not choose to inherit the responsibility that came with the glory. Instead, they chose to let the protection offered by the glory be an excuse for their laziness and arrogance. Chapter 91. Death of Young Martyrs. They feared death. Their terror towards it made them feel as if their hearts were about to be crushed. That was why they had not dared to walk at the back of the column, but rather chose to walk in the middle. Yet the middle of the crowd was filled with orphan lawsuits. That was why they could only choose to rely on the tribe leader and walk at the forefront of the crowd, believing that place to be safe. They thought that the tribe leader could protect them from everything. Yet now, their tribe leader was in danger right before their very eyes. If they chose not to walk out of the light from the statue, they would still be safe. At that dangerous moment, the face of one of the dozens of teenagers in front of the crowd was pale, and his body trembled. Fear seemed to have conquered his entire weak body. Nonetheless, for the first time in his life, desperation and red lines appeared in his eyes. I've lived most of my life like an ignorant fool. I lived every single day of my life easily and wasted them away while waiting for death. I did not do anything for the tribe, but wasted so much food. I know that there are a lot of tribe members who look down on me. I know that all the Lost Sus think I'm a useless person, and I am a useless person. I don't have a berserker body. I'm lazy. I don't have a strong body. I don't have anything. The only thing I have is the glory obtained in exchange for my father's death when he was killed by a wild beast while out hunting for the tribe. Today, I'll tell you all this. I may be useless, but I'm still a member of the tribe. The teenager's eyes were bloodshot as he roared and rushed outside, straight towards the tribe leader. He would use his flesh and blood and die for the tribe leader. Using his own life, he would become a wall that would protect the tribe leader. With a bang, the teenager exchanged places with the retreating tribe leader, and the young man stood behind him, facing the enemy. At that same moment, a sharp arrow sliced through the air and pierced through his body. He burst apart and died. Dad, your lasso is not useless. Before the teenager died, he smiled brokenly. The very same moment the youth rushed out and died, all his friends, too, howled and dashed out madly. They would use their lives to repay the tribe for all the years it had provided for them. They would use their lives, and once again welcome the glory they once obtained when one of their family had died. We may be useless, but we're still part of the tribe, the dozens of teenagers roared. They would use their fragile bodies and blood to create a wall for their tribe leader and their people. Thunderous booms continued crackling in the air. It was clear that the two men from Black Mountain Tribe who were pursuing the tribe leader did not expect the normal members of Dark Mountain Tribe to rush out at this moment. Nevertheless, there was only disdain and scorn in their eyes. To them, these normal people were so weak they would all die from one hit. Amidst the blasts, these dozens of people were all died in their own blood, their limbs torn off, but they continued using their lives and willpower to block the enemy's advance. Some of them even clutched tightly onto the head of the guards from Black Mountain Tribe. Even if their bodies were blown apart by the shock, they continued gritting their teeth and holding their ground. It was disastrous. The devastation of the battle seemed to have reached its peak at that very moment. The willpower of these teenagers seemed to have shaken the two men in pursuit. They did not expect these normal people from Dark Mountain Tribe to possess such insanity and determination. So much so that they managed to delay their chase by the span of around 2 breaths. The time of 2 breaths may be short, and these young men had paid for it with their lives. But these 2 breaths, they changed the fate of the tribe leader's life. Consumed by grief, the tribe leader reached the light coming from the statue. His heart felt as if it was being stabbed by knives, but he knew that he could not die, not because of his own wish to live, but because of the tribe. He looked at the corpses that filled the ground before him, at the bunch of people who had once given him headaches, and who he even somewhat disliked. He stared at the once familiar faces now turned into mangled corpses, and the tribe leader, a man built like a tower in his 40s, cried. Behind him, many of the tribe members also cried. These dozens of teenagers used their lives to tell all of them that they may be useless weaklings, but they were also members of the tribe. They could also die for the tribe. Ming bit his lip and clashed repeatedly against the man before him. All 243 blood veins in his body had gathered as one, and as he growled, he continued fighting against the man. His specialty was speed, and the man's was strength, similar to Wang. This fight was extremely eye-catching, even amidst the battlefield. Chen saw it, Wula saw it, and many of their tribe members saw it, too. The little girl stood in the crowd and watched Ming as she cried, terrified. At that moment, a shocking rumble came from the distance. Far away, the black mist formed using a fallen berserker art casted by Black Mountain Tribe's elder, by 2, abruptly crumbled apart after fighting for a long while with the elder. It turned into numerous black puffs of air that swept around its surroundings. The elder then went back to the tribe with an indescribable presence. The elder had returned. It was as if he simply took 3 steps in the air to come back. When his first step landed, the elder suddenly appeared beside Ming. The man from Black Mountain Tribe was caught by surprise, and the elder touched the center of his brows with a finger. Then the man trembled and coughed out a large amount of blood, staggering backwards. At the center of his brows, a bloody hole appeared, and soon, light disappeared from his eyes, and he fell to the ground, dead. The elder did not stop. He took another step and appeared at the forefront of the tribe, right beside the man in black battling against Nansong. With a ghastly wave of his right hand, the man shook furiously before his body burst apart and he died. A presence that seemed to shake the sky and earth appeared explosively on the elder's body as he killed a person with each step he took. His presence birthed fear in all the people from Black Mountain Tribe, and they retreated. Agitation appeared in Su Ming's eyes, and he was not the only one filled with such an emotion. All the people from Dark Mountain Tribe let out excited cries. At that moment, the elder took the third step and appeared right before the giant wooden barricade blocking the path forward. With one kick, the barricade crumbled with a bang, turning into countless shards that were about to scatter to the ground when the elder swung his arm. The shards all turned into sharp arrows and sped through the empty spaces between the people of Dark Mountain Tribe and straight towards all the retreating berserkers of Black Mountain Tribe. In an instant, cries of pain echoed in the air. The moment he finished taking those 3 steps, a sickly red flush appeared on the elder's face, but it disappeared very soon, and once it did, he turned around before speaking calmly. "Don't stop here, move." The moment he spoke, the people from Dark Mountain Tribe left under the guidance of the tribe leader, while all those from Black Mountain Tribe did not dare to try and stop them due to the grievous blow they had sustained to their numbers. Dark Mountain Tribe quickly moved forward. Lu Di, who was leaning against the big tree and was on the verge of dying, was also lifted up by the people and carried away. Very soon, the battlefield became silent. The only things left were the corpses that filled the ground and the stench of blood that stayed in the air for a long time. Su Ming stood in the crowd, his body drenched in blood. He moved forward quickly and silently. Beside him was a tribe member holding onto the little girl. She was no longer crying. Strength appeared within her innocent eyes. She was still young and did not understand a lot of things, but during this night, she too grew up. Moonlight scattered on the ground, lighting up the path for the now homeless people of Dark Mountain Tribe, so that they would no longer be bewildered and helpless. Tribe leader, elder, let us old folks stay behind. Don't let our people take care of us anymore and affect their speed at which they can travel. An old voice said from within the crowd. The man coughed. He was a normal old man from the tribe and was already very old, unable to keep up with the long journey. In his mind, instead of having someone support him while dragging down the tribe's speed, he would rather stay behind. Let the younguns leave. I'll stay. Honestly, we should have chosen to stay in the tribe. Another old man also stopped moving. Very soon, almost all of the old people from the tribe walked out of the crowd one by one. They numbered to about 40 people, and all of them chose to stubbornly stay behind. They could not use their remaining lives to tell the tribe that they were useful, but they could not allow themselves to drag down the tribe's advancement. The tribe leader was stunned. He closed his eyes, then soon reopened them and bowed deeply to these old people of the tribe. Go? We're tired. The old folks smiled. They waved towards their tribe members. Their families were within that crowd of people, and they cried, but could do nothing to stop them. Some of the stronger tribe members volunteered to stay, but were not allowed to do so. One of the elderly walked out and looked at the elder with a smile on his face. Elder, is there a method for us old folks to use so that we can explode and hurt others just like the younguns did? Tell us. The elder fell silent for a while before walking forward. He placed an object in the hands of the old man and patted his shoulder, letting out a soft sigh. He knew that this was not a time for him to be weak. There were far too many tribe members that needed to move quickly. He turned around. The rest, continue moving. The elderly watched their tribe leave them, its members silently crying and frequently turning their heads back. Warm and gentle smiles appeared on the old people's faces. They sat down, panting harshly, and started talking about the things that had happened to them when they were young, about their past glory. Moonlight illuminated their silhouettes. Once the old folks stayed behind, the column moved much faster. After a long while, once daylight appeared in the horizon, the home of Dark Mountain Tribe, which was left behind by its people, turned into a desolate ruin under the illumination of the moonlight. It seemed like there was no sign of life within those ruins, and they would eventually turn into a remnant of the passage of time. Perhaps the few remaining trees and plants would continue growing there and slowly turn the place into a part of the forest, making it difficult for people to come looking for their memories and the beautiful moments that had happened during their time here. Wind was blowing at the moment. It sounded like the moaning of the sun as it lifted the snow off the ground and swept gently through the land. It also lifted a lot of things left behind by the tribe members, and as they were whisked away from the ground, they created sashaying sounds that brought out a feeling of desolation. Among the things left behind, there were toys belonging to children, hides that the tribe members did not manage to take with them, ashes from extinguished fires, scattered herbs, a lot of kitchen utensils, and pieces of the houses that had broken off. Besides the sound of the wind, the ruins of the tribe were in silence, but one of the collapsed houses moved at that moment. A furry and round little creature poked its head out from the ruins. This little creature was very cute. Its fur was originally white, yet at that moment, its fur was gray. Its eyes were filled with fear as it quickly ran out of the house. It trembled under the snowstorm. Squeaks came out from its mouth, as if it was calling out to its owner. Its name was Pippi, and it was the little girl's pet. Yet its owner could not hear its cries. It stayed behind alone in the ruins of the tribe, refusing to be too far away from the collapsed house because that was its home. As it continued squeaking, the little creature slowly retreated as if no longer able to withstand the cold and wishing to return to the house. Yet at that moment, footsteps came from the distance. Dozens of people walked through the tribe's broken gate. A strong man led the team, but his face was gloomy and dark. If Su Ming had been here, then he would recognize the man as the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe. Behind him was a teenager who had a similar gloomy and dark look on his face. The young man licked his lips as he looked at his surroundings, a cruel smile appearing on his face. That person was Bai Su. They sure left quickly. After them, the elders should be here soon. This time, besides the women from Dark Mountain Tribe, leave no one alive, the tribe leader said slowly and left the ruins. Bai Su looked away from his surroundings. He was just about to follow the tribe leader when a glint suddenly appeared in his eyes. He saw the little trembling creature that did not dare to move. His lips curled up slightly, and he waved his right hand at it. Immediately, the little creature jolted and light faded away from its eyes. A green presence rose from its carcass, which Bai Su caught in his hands and placed at the center of his brows. After a moment, a cruel look appeared in his eyes. Pippi, is it? You miss your owner, don't you? Then I'll send her to you. Chapter 92, Bai Two of Black Mountain Tribe. Midnight had arrived a long time ago. There was already a faint and dim light at the horizon. Pale moonlight fell on the snow in the forest, making the light seem cold. As messy crunching sounds appeared, the people of Dark Mountain Tribe moved quickly before dawn. It was quiet all around them. Besides the sounds of crunching snow, there was virtually no other sound. All the people of Dark Mountain Tribe were silent. The elderly, the women, and even the lost Sus fell silent as they continued migrating during that night. Several hours had passed since the previous battle. The level of devastation from that battle was deeply imprinted in all of their minds and souls. They would never forget it. Before they left, without including the elder, Dark Mountain Tribe had more than 30 Berserkers. After the battle, there were only 14 Berserkers left. The blood on these 14 Berserkers' body had dried up. As they moved forward with grief and sadness, they carried with them a murderous air as they silently protected their tribe members. Dozens of their own had died, but Black Mountain Tribe had paid an even greater price. This was related to their levels of cultivation, but more importantly, the intruders from Black Mountain Tribe did not have the persistence that the people of Dark Mountain Tribe had because they were forced to leave their homes. It was called a protector's courage. If they had only self-destructed once, perhaps it would have only brought disdain to the intruders from Black Mountain Tribe. But once it happened twice, thrice, 4 times, then it bring about terror among those from Black Mountain Tribe. Dark Mountain Tribe may be weak, but within that weakness, there was strength. Su Ming walked silently. After the battle, he had yet to speak a single word. He was originally just a cheerful child with the recklessness of a teenager, but now, he had learned how to be quiet and not scream out his feelings like a wild beast. Yet the price for him to learn how to be quiet was too great. It made his heart hurt. Su Ming knew that from this day onwards, his innocence was destroyed and had left his body. From this day onwards, his happiness had melted and disappeared into his body. From this day onwards, his tears were replaced by silence. Time passed by. Very soon, daylight arrived. The tribe had walked for an entire night, but they did not stop even though they were tired. All of them gritted their teeth and supported each other as they moved so quickly it was close to a running speed. Daylight gradually passed by as they continued moving. During the journey, some of them fell down, unable to bear the fatigue. After resting for an hour, they would continue moving. The people of Dark Mountain Tribe continued walking quickly in their silence, even when the second midnight fell upon them and moonlight once again shone on the snow in the forest. Su Ming, a frightened and fragile voice traveled to Su Ming's ears. He turned his head and saw the little girl beside him who was being carried by another tribe member. When he saw her clean and innocent eyes, Su Ming forced out a smile. Yet that smile looked really creepy when it was matched with the blood on his face. Nonetheless, the girl did not feel afraid. She widened her eyes instead and looked at Su Ming. After a moment of hesitation, she lifted her slightly dirted hands and wiped away some of the dried blood on Su Ming's face. When he felt the little girl's delicate hands touching his face, warmth appeared through Su Ming's painfully bleeding heart. Su Ming, don't be afraid. Tong Tong is not afraid either. The little girl retrieved her hands. Some blood flecks stained her hands. She looked at him, and in her bright eyes, there was a resolute look that was rarely seen in children. Su Ming patted the little girl's head. He did not look at her, but chose to look ahead. The road ahead was hidden by the forest, and he could not see where their future lay. Chen stood on the other side of the crowd. He still had his fists clenched tightly. The blood on his back had dried up, and he ignored the pain in his body. There was bloodlust in his eyes, but there was also sadness. He would never forget the battle that had happened the previous night. If it were not for a heavily wounded adult berserker self-destructing to save him, then his corpse would now be left behind in that battlefield. Before him was Wula. The girl's face was pale, and she looked exhausted. There was dried blood on her left arm, and she seemed unable to lift it up. There was a large bloodied part on her face, causing her originally pretty face to be gone. Yet there was no sign of surrender in her eyes. She still had the stubborn persistence that was within all the other members of Dark Mountain Tribe. Behind them were Beheading and Chen. They held hands as if they never wanted to be separated. They continued protecting the crowd as they walked. The elder continued his vigil at the back. His white hair and face full of wrinkles made Su Ming's heart clench even tighter from pain when he saw them, because he could feel the elder's fatigue. The moon was not in a crescent shape during the second night. It was slowly leaning towards becoming a full moon. Nonetheless, it was clear that it was not yet the night of the full moon. Perhaps it would be tomorrow, or perhaps the day after tomorrow. As the tribe continued migrating, sometimes some berserkers of theirs would rush back towards them. Their numbers were few and consisted of a team of 4 people. These 4 people were the tribe scouts. They risked their lives to report any and all changes back to the tribe after a certain amount of time. If they did not return, then it meant something had happened. Very soon, 2 hours passed by. The sky was dark, and it was as if there was a pair of terrifying eyes in the sky staring at the ground and at the people of Dark Mountain Tribe as they traveled quickly. At that moment, only 3 of the 4 people returned when another scouting session ended. The one scouting the back disappeared without a trace. All the hairs on Su Ming's body rose. A sharp look appeared in his eyes as he stopped and turned around. There were also others who noticed that something bad was about to happen. A glint appeared in the elder's eyes, and he gripped the bone cane in his hands. Suddenly, a faint booming sound came from the distance. When that sound traveled into their ears, Su Ming's grief became even stronger. He knew that sound. It was a berserker triggering his own blood veins to explode. He knew that their enemies from Black Mountain Tribe had arrived once again. Don't stop. Increase your speed. All berserkers protect the tribe. We will fight as we retreat. The elder slammed the bone cane in his hands on the ground. He lifted his left hand and swung it over the tribe. Immediately, the space above the tribe twisted and Dark Mountain Tribe's statue of the god of berserkers appeared once again. It floated above the tribe and gave off a protective light. It moved with the tribe as they traveled, with it around. As long as it was not broken, then the light would ensure the tribe's safety. The moment Dark Mountain Tribe's statue appeared, the elder lifted his head abruptly. A grave look that had never once showed during that entire battle appeared on his face. The darkness came to his eyes as he stared at the dark sky above him. The darkened sky suddenly changed. A red light appeared out of nowhere and fused together with the darkness, turning it into a shade of purple. The red light continued expanding like fresh blood, and within the blink of an eye, it covered half the sky. A hoarse and sullen voice came from the sky, and the sound traveled all around them. Mo sang. As the voice echoed in the air, a strong pressure suddenly descended upon them. All the people from Dark Mountain Tribe instantly felt the pressure on their bodies the moment it appeared. Even Dark Mountain Tribe's statue shook because of it. Su Ming's heart raced in his chest. He had felt this incredible pressure before from the elder of Windstream tribe, Xing Nan. This pressure belonged to a berserker who had awakened. This was the natural might executed from the berserkers in the awakened realm towards those still in the blood solidification realm. Under this pressure, the chi within the berserkers still in the blood solidification realm began to circulate on their own. As the pressure appeared, and the red light continued spreading across the sky, and as the moon in the sky started turning blood red because of it, an indescribable feeling rose within Su Ming, one that no one else but him felt and experienced at that moment. It was the sort of feeling similar to the one when he saw the blood-red moon as he performed the burning of blood. In fact, it even gave him a sense of familiarity. It was as if there was a gigantic wings of the moon hidden in the sky at that moment. This sort of misconception that threw him into disbelief made Su Ming's heart lurch. Very soon, he saw a person walking slowly out of the red light from the sky. That person wore a black robe. He was thin, and his skin looked dry. His face was very dark and sullen. He walked forth one step at a time with his hands behind his back until he stood in the sky and looked down at the land beneath him. At the center of his brows was a picture of wings of the moon. The picture looked vivid, almost as if it was real. It let out an enchanting red light that made it seem almost alive. Baitu, the elder of Black Mountain tribe, Baitu, Mo sang, "Stop waiting for Xing Nan and Wan Yan. They are in enough trouble as it is, and will definitely not have time to bother about your tribe." Baitu let out a dark laugh and looked at the elder standing behind the crowd. The elder was silent. He was indeed waiting for Xing Nan, but when Xing Nan did not appear on their journey towards Windstream tribe, he knew that something had happened in Windstream tribe. Nan Song, you were only slightly beneath Mo sang in the past. You were as bright as the sun, yet once you ran to Dark Mountain tribe, you became a worthless piece of garbage. All these years, I've been thinking about the expression on your father's face when he begged me to spare you before he died. It's a pity, I never intended to let you live, but you still managed to escape. Nan Song, the previous Berserker's son of Black Mountain tribe. We meet again. Baitu's lips curled up slightly, but very soon that smile spread wider and wider until he began laughing maniacally. Standing outside the crowd, the white-haired Nan Song looked at Baitu standing in the air. He was not at all angered by Baitu's words because he had already learned to let go of everything. He let out a faint sigh. Compared to you, who poisoned the previous elder of Black Mountain tribe, went after the life of the previous elder's Berserker's son, then sacrificed half of Black Mountain tribe in exchange for a fallen Berserker art. I can't compare. Nan Song remained calm, but the wrinkles on his face seemed to have increased by a large amount in that instant. We should settle the grudge we harbored all those years ago. Mo sang, Nan Song, I'll give you both a chance. I'll let you both fight against me. Baitu laughed loudly, then swung his right hand. Thunderous roars shook heaven and earth immediately. Behind Baitu's back, the never-ending red light in the sky turned into extremely thick blood fog in an instant. The fog tumbled like waves, then turned into a gigantic wings of the moon. The wings of the moon spread its wings, covering the sky and the moon. Nan Song, leave Baitu to me. I'll hold him back. I leave the tribe to you. The elder took in a deep breath and swept his gaze across his tribe. He looked at their silent faces as if he wanted to find the traitor among them, but only let out a sigh in the end. All his people were exhausted and covered in fresh blood. How could he suspect his people who fought for the tribe? He saw the grief on the head of the guard's face and the deep gash on Shan Hen's neck. Perhaps there isn't a traitor at all. Before the elder averted his gaze, he looked at Su Ming deeply, then abruptly leapt into the air. A giant dark python materialized and dashed into the sky like a shooting star with him. Thunderous rumbles echoed in the sky. As the elder approached him, Baitu laughed loudly. The sky was covered by red fog, and it enveloped both of them within it. The people in the tribe could not see what was inside, but the sounds of thunder shook the sky and earth nonetheless. Chapter 93, The Blood Moon. Su Ming's heart raced. He saw the elder leaving, and also how the elder had looked at him before he left. There was an emotion within the elder's eyes that made him afraid. Wings of the moon. Wings of the moon. The fire berserker art. Su Ming looked at the wings of the moon in the sky, which was created from the red fog. He might be afraid, but a vague thought appeared in his head. Yet the thought was a little scattered, and he did not manage to make any sense of it. Still, he had a feeling that once he cleared his thoughts, then whatever that idea was, it would turn out to be extremely useful. As thunderous rumbles echoed in the sky, A strange cry appeared from their back, the darker parts of the forest. Dozens of people ran towards them. These people were the third wave of pursuers from Black Mountain Tribe. The head was the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe, and behind him, Su Ming saw the sullen Bai Su. The moment the pursuers from Black Mountain Tribe arrived, Su Ming ran to the back without hesitation. With him were Bai Ling, Lei Chun, the head of the guards, and some other berserkers. The other berserkers from Dark Mountain, besides the tribe leader and another 3 people, 2 charged forward. They will protect their tribe, and they will fight as they retreat with the tribe. The tribe leader of Dark Mountain Tribe averted his gaze from the end of the crowd as tears filled his eyes. He led his people and continued onward under the protection of the light from the statue. The tribe ran, supporting each other so that no one would be left behind. Wu La also stayed back to protect others beside the tribe leader. Her powers were not great, and she was forced to stay with the crowd. The last person who stayed with the migrating crowd was Shan Hen. He did not choose to fight, but quietly stood outside the column and lifted a few children who could no longer run due to exhaustion as he ran with the tribe. Su Ming did not turn back to look. Instead, he silently dashed towards the dozens of Black Mountain berserkers with killing intent boiling within him and started fighting against them. He held a long spear in his hands. That spear was entirely red, and it continued to be dyed in fresh blood as it stayed by Su Ming's side fighting with him against the pursuers from Black Mountain Tribe amidst the huge clashing sounds in the air. The strongest pursuer from Black Mountain Tribe was their tribe leader. The one who fought against him was Nansong. At that moment, a strong presence of chi exploded from his old and frail body, as well as a shocking amount of killing intent. Su Ming's chi rumbled in his body. All 243 veins turned into one under fine control. With astonishing speed, he threw his spear with the intent to kill towards one of the people from Black Mountain Tribe. Once his body burst apart, Su Ming closed in on his corpse like a blurred-out image. He grabbed the spear and turned around abruptly, clashing his spear with the bone knife, slashing towards his back. The clash made his body tremble, and his right hand numbed for a moment as he took a step backwards. The man whose attack was blocked by his spear staggered back 3 steps, blood trickling down from the corner of his lips. Before the man could stabilize himself, Su Ming dashed forward and closed in on him without a care for the injuries he had sustained himself. He threw his left fist forward. The man from Black Mountain Tribe did not manage to dodge. He could only bring his bone knife upward and block the attack with the blade facing Su Ming. Yet Su Ming did not stop. He threw his left fist straight at the bone knife. Blood from his fist scattered in the air, but there was a crashing sound, and the knife shattered into thousands of fragments that flew back towards the man because it could not handle Su Ming's strength. An aghast expression appeared on the man's face, and he coughed out blood as he quickly retreated. However, Su Ming was even faster. He closed in on the man, and just as he was about to kill the man under that intent for murder stemming from intense hate, he felt a strong sense of danger. His expression did not change, but right away he took half a step to the side. Pain erupted in his chest, as if a strong force had just landed on his back and turned into sharp needles piercing through him. Blood spilled out from the right side of his chest as a sharp arrow penetrated his body, seemingly about to pierce through him. Under that power, Su Ming's body was also forcefully pushed to the side. Yet the moment the arrow penetrated his body, Su Ming's left hand caught the arrow coming from the right side of his chest. With a jolt from his left hand, he neutralized the power of the arrow and forced it to remain in his body. Su Ming knew that the most grievous arrow injuries happened when the arrow went through the body completely. With that sort of destructive force, once the wound was penetrated through, a large amount of blood would be lost. Yet if the arrow remained in the body, then it could serve to block the wound, decreasing blood loss. He could then continue fighting. He turned his back abruptly and saw the head of the guards from Black Mountain Tribe standing in the distance, the very same person who had fled when he failed to kill the tribe leader of Dark Mountain Tribe in the previous battlefield. When he was about to draw his bow again, the head of the guards of Dark Mountain Tribe growled and closed in on him, drawing his own bow. Right then and there, in the forest, those 2 people who were skilled with the bow engaged in a battle to the death. Su Ming averted his gaze. The moon may have been covered by the red fog at that moment, but there were still shreds of moonlight penetrating through it. No one noticed as these rays of light fused into Su Ming's body. It was night, and night belonged to Su Ming. Still, it was a pity that the moon was covered by the red fog. He swung his left hand before him. and an invisible ray of moonlight rushed towards the man who had originally escaped death. He lurched forward, and in his muddled state, a red line appeared on his neck, and his head fell. Before it even landed on the ground, Ming kicked the head upwards, and as it bled, it sped towards the person fighting against Chen not too far away. Chen was caught in a dangerous situation. His powers were not great enough, and he was also injured. At that moment, he was fighting with the last vestiges of his strength. The person fighting against him was an ugly-looking man in the 6th level of the blood solidification realm. The man gave a vicious laugh and punched Chen's chest, causing blood to spill out of his mouth. He was about to tear off Chen's head excitedly when there was a whistling sound, and the head, which Ming had infused with his chi as he kicked it, rushed towards him quickly. The man was caught off guard. The head landed on his body and abruptly exploded, causing the man to stagger back as he coughed out blood. Chen lifted his head and pounced on him. The man was thrown down and his chi was thrown into disarray. He knew that his life hung on a line, and in his panic, he bit his tongue, shooting out a blood arrow towards Chen. Yet Chen knew that he could not dodge the attack. Once he missed this chance, and his opponent had the time to circulate his chi back to normal, he would definitely die. He let the blood arrow close in on him and raised his left hand to block it. Sharp pain immediately traveled down his entire left arm, and some of the blood that splashed out landed in his right eye, turning into unimaginable pain. The vision in his right eye immediately became blurry, and black blood flowed out, but he managed to close in on the man. As the man screamed for help in terror, Chen's right fist landed on his head again and again until his body blew apart. Chen laughed brokenly. All he could see from his right eye now was darkness, but there was no regret in him. Even as he let out a sad laugh, he was still persistent. At that moment, he saw 2 berserkers from Black Mountain tribe out of the corner of his left eye. He gave a vicious laugh, and a voice shouted in his heart, "Come closer, closer. I'll use my flesh and blood, and let all of you people not be lonely in hell." Just as Chen was about to make his blood veins explode, a person suddenly appeared before him in a flash. It was Ming. Ming's eyes were completely red. He wanted to save Chen. His speed tore at his wound, and as blood flowed out, Ming waved his right hand before him. Immediately, strings of moonlight sped towards the person by Chen's side, who was just about to cut down Chen's head. The moment the man lifted his knife, he immediately saw the madness in Chen's left eye and was terrified. Just as he was about to retreat, he felt sharp pain in his entire body, and his gaze turned dark. He was torn into pieces. During the moment of the man's death, Ming arrived. He did not care about the other person who was also taken aback by the madness in Chen's eyes, but kicked the expanding blood veins on Chen's body, which were on the verge of exploding. Ming's level of cultivation was greater than Chen's. The moment he kicked Chen, the chi in Chen's body scattered due to the shock, causing his act of self-destruction to be halted. While Chen was still stunned by his actions, Ming did not hesitate and carried him tied to his back using moonlight as ropes. Don't talk. If you want to die, we're dying together." Ming turned around and resumed his slaughter once again. Tears fell from Chen's eyes. He looked at Ming's face from the side, but did not speak even after a long while. An oddly shaped horn was given to him by Ming himself. Once he held it tightly, he started fighting with Ming. Compared to battles on Ming's side, Nansong's fight against the tribe leader of Black Mountain tribe was even more shocking. Nansong was fighting alone against not just the tribe leader of Black Mountain tribe, but against 5 other people, including Bai Su, all while showing no signs of being outmatched. However, the most gruesome fight was the battle between the heads of the guards of Black Mountain tribe and Dark Mountain tribe. The sounds of arrows slicing through the air were quick and devastating. By the end, these 2 people shot all their arrows at once. Beiling's father's killing intent spilled forth. He must kill the head of the guards from Black Mountain tribe. If this person remained alive, he would pose a great threat to the tribe. At the end of the battle, the legs of the head of the guards from Dark Mountain tribe were crushed. That was the price paid for an arrow piercing through the chest of the head of the guards from Black Mountain tribe. The moment his enemy died, the head of the guards of Dark Mountain tribe smiled. This battle to stall for time only went on for a few moments, yet there were still people who died. There were only 6 remaining berserkers out of the 9 who had rushed out from Dark Mountain tribe. These 6 people continued fighting as they retreated with Nansong leading them. Beiling was heavily injured. When he saw that his father had lost both his legs, he too carried his father on his back, and staggered to keep up with the team. Nonetheless, Beheading himself was also running dry. There were also numerous corpses lying on the ground belonging to Black Mountain Tribe. There were only 9 people left among them. The tribe leader from Black Mountain Tribe also sustained injuries. Blood trickled down his mouth as he looked at Nansong. He did not expect Nansong to be so powerful. However, they had to kill all these people as quickly as possible. Under his leadership, they continued pursuing those from Dark Mountain Tribe. Among the hunters, Bai Su's eyes flashed. He had already taken notice of Su Ming and was surprised by his power. He was familiar with Dark Mountain Tribe and knew that there was no such person among the younger generation of the tribe. He looked at Su Ming as he retreated with Lei Chun on his back. As he looked into Su Ming's eyes, a familiar feeling surged forth in his heart. The persistence in Su Ming's eyes reminded him of the mysterious person that Black Mountain Tribe could not find no matter how hard they tried. Emosu. You're Emosu. Bai Su narrowed his eyes, and he shouted as he pointed at Su Ming. While his words did not incite much reaction from the other pursuers from Black Mountain Tribe, the instant the words left Bai Su's mouth, the tribe leader from Black Mountain Tribe, who had sustained injuries as he fought against Nansong, turned abruptly his head towards Su Ming. A brilliant flash appeared in his eyes. Whoever kills him will get 10 women from Dark Mountain Tribe. The tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe shouted out suddenly, and the moment he did so, all the pursuers focused their gazes on Su Ming. The battle in the sky was still ongoing. As thunderous roars shook the sky and earth, and the red fog rolled in the sky like waves, a large part of the moon in the sky revealed itself. At that moment, the moon was at its brightest. The moment it appeared, a large amount of moonlight spilled onto the ground and descended on Su Ming, causing his body to recover rapidly. The moonlight surrounded his body, and at that very instant, the shadow of the blood moon appeared in his eyes. It was not a vague shadow, but was incredibly clear as it covered his entire pupil. At the same time, all 5 summits of Dark Mountain trembled. Within the summits, countless wings of the moon cried out in excitement, as if preparing to madly dash out. The moon might not have been full that night, but it was close to being so. The moment moonlight shone on the ground, an indescribable presence erupted forth from Su Ming's body. The first to sense that presence was Lei Chun. He was quickly followed by all the retreating Dark Mountain Tribe members, all of whom could clearly feel it. All the people from Black Mountain Tribe looking at Su Ming felt their hearts lurching forth. They saw the blood moon in Su Ming's eyes. What is that? What is that in his eyes? The moon. It's the blood moon. The blood moon is in his eyes. Chapter 94, The Fourth Arrow. The terrifying image of the blood moon appeared in Su Ming's eyes. The moon looked enchanting, causing all of those who saw it to feel their hearts tremble. At that moment, Bai Tu, who was fighting against the elder in the sky, suddenly felt agitated for a reason that he could not understand. That agitation suddenly appeared, but it was not the first time it had occurred. He remembered distinctly that he had also felt this sort of agitation and restlessness several months ago. It was as if he could no longer control his qi, and it wanted to leave his body so as to worship something. Mo Sang, who was fighting against Bai Tu, was originally exhausted, but a glint suddenly appeared in his eyes. He noticed the change in Bai Tu's qi and quickly took a step forward. The dark python by his side roared, using the chance to show off the might of its berserker art. The huge wave of blood fog tumbled violently in the sky, imitating the motion of Bai Tu moving backwards. That scene made all the people on the ground, who were already taken aback by the blood moon in Su Ming's eyes to begin with, become even more shocked by the strongest battle in the sky. Retreat. A brilliant light flashed through Nansong's eyes. He swung his arm and led the berserkers from Dark Mountain Tribe by his side in a quick retreat. As they fled, the 9 people from Black Mountain Tribe quelled the shock they felt and no longer looked at the sky as they rapidly gave chase. Once they were thousands of feet away, Nansong bit his tongue and coughed out a mouthful of blood. The blood turned into a gigantic arm, and it swung against the 9 people from Black Mountain Tribe chasing after them. Thunderous sounds echoed in the air, and the earth trembled. The giant arm of blood shoved their pursuers from Black Mountain Tribe 500 feet backwards. I can feel it. There are still some berserkers from Black Mountain Tribe coming towards us. I'll cast a berserker art. Protect me and stall for time. As Nansong spoke, he sat down on the ground cross-legged and closed his eyes. His qi disappeared at that instant, but the blood veins on his body began to twist strangely, as if about to form a picture. Beheading carried his father. He no longer had any strength to continue fighting. Even running was difficult for him. As for the head of the guards, he was forcing himself to stay awake, but judging by his looks, he would not be able to stay conscious for much longer due to the loss of his legs. Chen struggled down from Su Ming's back. Compared to Bei Ling and the others, while he might also be running dry, he could still fight, and he stood beside Nan Song to guard him. At that moment, besides Su Ming, there was another man who was in his 30s who could still fight. His face was pale, and his left arm a bloody stump, but he held tightly onto a long spear with his right hand. He cast a glance at Su Ming, then with him, stood at the forefront. Su Ming. From behind Su Ming came the weak voice belonging to the head of the guards. I give you this bow. When Su Ming turned around and looked, the head of the guards was staring at him. He motioned for Bei Ling to take down the bow and threw the 3 remaining arrows towards Su Ming. From now on, you are the head of the guards of Dark Mountain Tribe. I've seen your skills with the bow before. You're very good. The head of the guards gave a weak smile and closed his eyes slowly. He did not die, but simply could not stay conscious anymore and fainted. Su Ming took the bow and arrows. The bow was very heavy, and there was a malicious air coming from it. There was also a lot of blood staining it. Once she held it in his hands, he silently shifted the quiver behind his back. He gave a nod to Bei Ling and turned towards the people from Black Mountain Tribe, who were blocked by the giant hand made from Nan Song's blood. Time passed by quickly. As they breathed, a horrific presence slowly built up within Nan Song. They could all tell that once he finished preparing and eventually cast the Berserker art, the effects would be shocking. Yet at that moment, cracks appeared on that gigantic hand of blood. The 9 people from Black Mountain rushed out with savage looks on their faces, charging towards Su Ming and the tribe member standing beside him. A murderous look appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He lifted the bow with his left hand, and with his right brought out an arrow from his back before drawing the bowstring. The bow echoed, and the bowstring curled into the shape of a full moon. An indescribable presence erupted forth from Su Ming, and all his blood veins manifested on his body with a roar, all his power being focused on the arrow. He let go, and a sharp cry shook the air as the arrow flew. With an air of madness that spoke of certain death, the arrow sliced through the air with a piercing cry and charged forward, closing in on one of the 9 people from the Black Mountain Tribe in an instant. Su Ming knew that he could not waste even a single arrow. That was why he did not shoot the arrow towards the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe. Neither did he shoot it at Bai Su. Instead, he shot the arrow towards the only person from Black Mountain Tribe who was at the 5th level of the blood solidification realm. The arrow flew out and abruptly turned into a dark ray of light, piercing the target's chest in the blink of an eye. His chest immediately burst apart. The man staggered back several steps with the arrow protruding from his chest, and then fell. That same moment, Su Ming brought out the 2nd arrow and drew the bow. The remaining 8 people from Black Mountain Tribe were already only 300 feet away from him. They would be able to close in on Su Ming before he could even fire the arrow. Yet at that moment, the young adult standing by his side laughed loudly and charged forward. As he got closer to the men from Black Mountain Tribe, without any hesitation, he made all his blood veins swell, and his body began letting off a blinding red light. He was going to self-destruct. He would make his body explode to hold back those from Black Mountain Tribe so that Su Ming could have as much time as he needed to draw his bow. Su Ming was silent. He would use his actions to show his grief and anger at his tribe member's sacrifice. When the 2nd arrow shot out, he heard a bang and knew that his tribe member had died. It was not as if the man in his 30s did not value his life. Yet if he compared his life with those of the people in the tribe, then he would choose his tribe's safety over his own. As he self-destructed and the blasting sounds echoed through the air, the 8 people from Black Mountain were held back for the span of 3 breaths. During those 3 breaths, Su Ming had already fired the 2nd arrow and once again shot through the heart of another person from Black Mountain Tribe. That person coughed out blood as his breath stilled, and he died. At the same moment the 2nd person died, Su Ming fired the 3rd arrow as the explosions caused by his tribe member became weaker. He did not look at who he shot when the arrow left the bow. Instead, he slung the bow across his back and charged forward without hesitation. A red light flashed on his right hand, and blood scales materialized in his hand. Su Ming remained silent and did not roar. He dashed forward, instead, without hesitation. Behind him was Nan Song, who was preparing a powerful Berserker art, Chen, who did not have much strength left to fight, Bei Ling, who was heavily wounded, and the head of the guards, who was unconscious. The only person who could fight now was him. He could not turn away. He could only move forward. His vision was becoming blurry. The arrow that had penetrated his chest was still there. He could pull it out. But once he did, his injuries would worsen. Besides, the internal injuries he sustained from before by forcefully raising his level of cultivation had begun to show its effects. He charged forward towards his destination. Including the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe, there were 6 people left before him. These 6 people all had various injuries on them, but they were still madly closing in on him. Chen clenched his fists but held back because he knew that he was the last line of defense. Even if he died, he had to die there. He took a few steps forward and stood before Nansong. As he looked at Su Ming fighting, tears fell from his eyes. Su Ming, you said before that I can't die. If I wanted to die, we'll die together. I'll keep to that promise. There were no loud booming sounds, as if Su Ming had become mute. Yet every single time he made a move, the ruthlessness of his actions far surpassed the viciousness that someone his age should possess. He held the long spear and fought against the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe. The tribe leader from Black Mountain Tribe was a powerful berserker at the 8th level of the blood solidification realm. It could even be said that he was slightly stronger than Wang. He may be injured, but he was still someone whom Su Ming could not hope to oppose. The moment they engaged each other in battle, blood flowed out of the corners of Su Ming's mouth. He suffered a direct punch from the tribe leader on his person, but his body twisted oddly, and he swept the long spear in his hand sideways. His target was the savage-looking person by his side. That person was a berserker at the 6th level of the blood solidification realm. He was originally grinning viciously by the tribe leader's side. He could already imagine Su Ming's body blowing apart at the next moment, but he was not meant to see that sight. Blood scales closed in on him with a whistle. As that person stood there, stunned, it went straight through his right eye. With a bang, he was impaled to the ground. Blood spilled out of Su Ming's body. He tumbled backwards and fell to the ground. Just as the remaining 5 people from Black Mountain Tribe were about to leap over the body of their dead comrade and charge towards him, Su Ming struggled up silently. He smiled brokenly and spread his arms wide open. Moonlight descended on him from the sky and turned into fine threads that surrounded his body. He flung it outwards, and those threads rushed towards the 5 people. A murderous look appeared in the tribe leader's eyes. He pushed Bai Su aside with his right hand, causing Bai Su to use that momentum to charge forward and rush towards Chen with the intent to kill. The tribe leader himself growled. As blood-red light erupted from his body, the shape of a bloody bear about 100 feet tall appeared behind him. That was the transfiguration of his mark of calamity, which had yet to solidify. The moment it appeared, it let off a loud roar that shook the skies, and its body blocked the thread of moonlight that Su Ming flung out. Nonetheless, the tribe leader underestimated Su Ming's unique skill. It was an especially glaring mistake during the moon of that day. It might not be full, but it was already close. The instant the might of the moon touched the blood bear, it tore through its body, causing the bear to let out a sharp cry. Yet it only made a bright flash appear in the tribe leader's eyes. The blood bear exploded. The force created by the explosion not only caused the thread of moonlight to crumble, it also lashed through its surroundings and crashed into Su Ming, causing his body to be thrown into midair as he coughed out blood. Su Ming was beginning to fall unconscious while midair. He saw dozens of new berserkers from Black Mountain Tribe charging through the forest towards them. He saw Chen standing before Nansong, roaring as he dashed out towards his opponent, the cruel Bai Su. Is this the end? But I can still fight. I still have one more arrow. It was as if everything slowed down. He could no longer hear anything, but his eyes were trained onto Bai Su, who was closing in on Chen. As he surrounded himself in moonlight, Su Ming grabbed the bow with his left hand and the arrow on his chest with his right hand. He pulled it out viciously, and his pain turned into killing intent. As blood poured out from his body, he notched the bloody arrow on the bow and aimed it at Bai Su. Then with a vicious might, he fired the arrow. Chapter 95. Who Killed My Su Heir? The arrow was stained with Su Ming's blood. As it sliced through the air, moonlight wrapped around the arrow. From a distance, it did not look like an arrow, but the blood of the moon. Bai Su had just arrived before Chen. His gloomy and ferocious grin was still on his face, but at that very moment, he froze. He could sense danger coming towards him, one that terrified him. That feeling of danger came too suddenly, and he did not even have time to think about it. Within an instant, the arrow arrived. However, A large amount of blood-red mist suddenly appeared on Baisu's body. The mist immediately turned into the shape of wings of the moon and surrounded Baisu within it. That mist formed in the shape of the wings of the moon could block all attacks that were below the awakening realm. Baisu knew this. Baitu was the one who had told him that. Yet the moment the arrow touched the mist formed in the shape of the wings of the moon, the mist let out a piercing screech as if it was afraid of the blood on the arrow and melted, causing the arrow to slice through it with a whistling sound and pierce through Baisu. Baisu felt a sharp pain in his chest and blood spilled out. The arrow penetrated through his body and landed by Lei Chen's feet. Baisu trembled and fell to the ground. He widened his eyes and breathed rapidly like a fish out of water as he pressed both of his hands on the wound in his chest, as if trying to stop the life flowing out of his body with the blood. But that arrow was not only filled with Su Ming's anger and sadness, but also all his power. It was not an injury Baisu could block out. Impossible, the elder said. I won't. There was an indescribable terror on Baisu's face. He could not believe this. He could not believe that he was going to die. His body was becoming cold, and despair appeared in his eyes. He did not want to die. He was afraid of death. He was still young, not even 20 years of age. He was the prodigy of Black Mountain tribe. He should not die like this. He wanted to become the strongest berserker that far surpassed those in Windstream. He wanted to claim Bai Ling as his woman and make that beautiful face of hers cry under him. He had too many things he wanted to do. Never had he thought that he would die here, so suddenly and so out of his expectations. He did not even have time to prepare for it. He opened his eyes and fell to the ground. Above him, he saw the blood-red sky, the blood moon, and Baitu's figure within the blood-red fog. That was the last scene he saw during the short span of his life. Baisu died. The moment he died, the tribe leader of Black Mountain tribe was stunned. Disbelief and fear appeared on his face. He was not afraid of Dark Mountain, but of the elder of Black Mountain. He knew that Baitu was an aloof and cruel man. His moods were unpredictable, and he did not see the people within the tribe as equals, but as slaves. The only person he ever cared for was Baisu. Baitu had practically poured everything to help and guide Baisu. Now that Baisu died, the tribe leader's face immediately turned deathly pale. He was not the only one who was stunned. The other two people beside him were also taken aback. Their faces were immediately filled with so much terror and panic that they forgot to attack. Su Ming crashed to the ground, and more blood spilled out from his wound. Yet the pain he felt could not be seen on his face. He was smiling instead, and that smile blossomed for a certain girl. Killing Baisu had always been Su Ming's goal. Killing him was not only to prevent him from getting near Lei Chun and Nan Song, but also because of the greed and lust in his eyes when he saw Bai Ling on the field in Windstream tribe. From the patch of forest behind the tribe leader, another group of berserkers from Black Mountain tribe appeared with a whistling sound. They were only thousands of feet away from them. Yet at that moment, a roar filled with sadness and anger traveled out of the blood fog in the sky. It was Baitu's voice. Su Air. That voice sounded like thunderbolts that shook the earth. The snow on the ground exploded, causing the land to tremble continuously. As the voice appeared, a person madly charged out with a face filled with grief. In his eyes, he could only see Baisu lying on the ground, unmoving. Who killed my Su Air? Kill them. Kill all of Dark Mountain tribe. All of them must die. Baitu charged out with a killing intent that could shake the sky, but before he could even get close, a cold huff echoed from within the fog. With blood trickling down his lips, Imo Sang raised his right hand, and the weather changed. The dark python by his side let out a roar and dashed out, blocking Baitu, causing him to be unable to go down. As Baitu roared, the tribe leader from Black Mountain tribe broke out in cold sweat and trembled as he snapped out of his stupor. Terror overcame his heart. He knew that he had to make amends, or else he would not be able to bear the elder's fury. He no longer cared about Nan's song, but immediately turned around and trained his eyes on Su Ming lying not too far away. He quickly charged towards him. He had to kill Su Ming to redeem himself before Baitu and protect his own life. The other two people by his side had the same reaction and rushed towards Su Ming. Su Ming was still smiling. He looked at the three people closing in on him and knew that he had succeeded. Now, the only thing left to do was to trigger his blood veins to explode and gain a few more moments for Nan Song. Yet at that moment, Nan Song suddenly opened his eyes. His body trembled, and a crack appeared at the center of his brows. A green light in the shape of a person charged out of it. Once it did so, Nansong's face immediately paled as if he had lost his life. The light was blurry. The moment it appeared, it charged forward and appeared before Su Ming in the blink of an eye, and swung its arm towards the three men from Black Mountain Tribe. A thunderous roar instantly resounded, and the tribe leader coughed out blood as he tumbled backwards. As for the other people, their bodies crumbled and they died an instant death. The moment the tribe leader gained his footing, the other dozens of berserkers from Black Mountain Tribe arrived. They were led by two men in black robes with dull eyes. "You're finally here." Nansong's voice appeared from the beam of light. It floated before Su Ming, and as it spoke, it slammed both of its hands on the ground. The moment it did so, the ground tumbled like waves in the sea. Booming sounds echoed in the air, and two large hands made of dirt shot out of the ground before they clasped together with all their enemies, including the tribe leader from Black Mountain Tribe, trapped within. Pained, muffled cries came from within. The light turned around and raised its right hand as it looked at Su Ming before it turned into glimmers of green light that fused into his body, causing Su Ming's originally fuzzy mind to immediately become clear. A warm feeling also appeared amidst the incredible pain in his body, a sign that he was rapidly recovering. The light quickly dimmed and floated back towards Nansong before it crawled back into his body through the crack. Once the crack healed, Nansong opened his eyes. There was fatigue in his gaze, and his face was deathly pale. These people are not important. The battle between the elders is the key towards the survival of the tribe. Bai Tu has yet to cast the fallen Berserker art. It's incredibly strong. We must hurry, he's about to cast it. Nansong stood up and let out a low shout, then brought Lei Chun and the others to retreat quickly. Su Ming had already recovered by a large margin by then. He knew that he was saved by Nansong, but before he could thank him, he felt a presence of death falling from the sky. The snow on the ground immediately turned black, and all the plants within the forest around them withered away. Su Ming's expression changed. He instantly increased his speed and kept up with Nansong and the others, supporting Lei Chun and Bei Ling as they ran together towards the rest of their tribe. The patch of forest behind them instantly withered away. Black whiffs of air crawled out of those trees and sped up to the sky. The black snow on the ground continued spreading in their direction at a rapid speed, as if it was chasing after them. Time passed by quickly. Very soon, when the black snow behind Su Ming and the others no longer spread out, a powerful crack of thunder came from the sky, and the sky looked as if it trembled as abruptly a presence of death spread towards both heaven and earth. Su Ming was worried about the elder, but he could not turn back. He quickly ran forward with Nansong as he supported Lei Chun and the others. When they finally caught up with their tribe that was hurrying forward and saw that none of them were injured, that they were just as they were when they left, all of them let out a sigh of relief. When the tribe saw Su Ming and the rest returning, they felt agitation boiling within them as sadness appeared on their faces. They grieved, because 9 berserkers had left them, but only 5 came back. The head of the guards lost both his legs and was unconscious. Bei Ling was heavily injured, and blood continued trickling down the corners of his lips. Lei Chun had lost his sight in his right eye and looked completely exhausted. Nansong may have seemed as usual, but the deathly pale look on his face showed that he was near death's door. Su Ming was covered in blood. His chest was bloody and torn. If it were not for Nansong curing him, he would have died. Once they returned, some common doctors from the tribe immediately took the unconscious head of the guards into the crowd and began treating him. Once Bei Ling escorted his father back to the tribe, he fell into Chun Xion's embrace, unable to stay conscious any longer. Someone is helping Black Mountain Tribe. We definitely have pursuers left. I sacrificed some of my life, but I could not kill all of them. I managed to trap them and buy us some time, though. We must hurry. Nansong panted harshly and looked at the tribe leader, who was standing in front of the tribe. The tribe leader did not ask anything. There was only a resolute look on his face as he led the tribe at the fastest speed they could muster. Yet, before they managed to cover a larger distance, a roar that shook the skies resounded suddenly. A large amount of ripples appeared in the sky, and a large dark python fell from the sky. There were a lot of injuries on its body, and it crashed not too far from the tribe. It struggled, as if wanting to lift its head once again, and stirred up a large amount of snow from the ground. An old and wizened figure fell from the sky. Su Ming could see that person clearly. It was the elder. The elder coughed out blood as his body plummeted towards the ground. Behind him was a large red wings of the moon that ferociously chased after him. Behind that wings of the moon was Bai Tuesday. His face was pale, and blood colored the corners of his mouth. His face was twisted with fury and murderous intent as he closed in on the elder. No one could save him now. His death was imminent. Chapter 96, Awakening. Baitu's power and the wings of the moon that was formed through his Berserker art brought terror among all those who saw him. After all those who lived around the region were incredibly familiar with the wings of the moon. Now that Baitu's killing intent was so strong that he defeated the elder with his powers from the awakening realm, who could hope to fight against him? The wings of the moon that was chasing after the elder was quickly closing in on him. It would catch up before the elder could fall into the light from the statue protecting the tribe. In that instant, all the tribe members from Dark Mountain Tribe became desperate, but they could do nothing. Not even their tribe leader could save the elder. Nansong slammed his hand on his forehead, and the crack at the center of his brows appeared once again. The dim green figure sped forward as if it wanted to help the elder, but the distance between them was too large. No matter how quick the green figure was, the wings of the moon was too close. It was already less than 30 feet away from the elder. Su Ming's head was blank. His family, the person closest to him, was now facing death, but he could do nothing. He could only look at the wings of the moon getting closer to the elder and open its mouth. The moment it was about to swallow the elder, Su Ming, who had remained silent, let out a shrill cry. That mournful scream contained all of his strength. His wounds were torn apart once again, and blood flowed out, but he did not notice it. Within his eyes, there was only the sight of the wings of the moon going in to swallow the elder. It was as if he had lost control of his own body. He madly charged forward. His shrill cries echoed in the sky and fell into the elder's ears, similarly falling into the wings of the moon that was about to swallow him. The shadow of the blood-red moon in Su Ming's eyes seemed to burn with a similar feeling as when he was performing the burning of blood. It spread throughout his entire body once again, as if it wanted to burn all of him. As he cried out, Su Ming only had one thought in his mind. That wings of the moon must not injure the elder. That thought turned into a loud bang in Su Ming's head, causing his vision to turn blurry and his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth to bleed. He felt as if he was flying and had just leapt off the ground, rushing towards the elder falling from the sky at an incredible speed, towards the wings of the moon that had its mouth open to swallow the elder, and right into it. A strange sight immediately came into existence. The large wings of the moon trembled and began struggling. It was only for a moment before it ceased moving, and a clear look appeared on its face. It looked at the elder, which was right before it, then abruptly changed its course with a flap of its wings and charged towards Baitu, who was situated behind it with a stunned expression on his face. The elder jolted. During that very instant that had happened just moments prior, he saw a familiar look in the eyes of the wings of the moon. Su Ming did not know why, but he knew that he had turned into that wings of the moon. He turned around and charged towards Baitu, crashing into him, who was stunned. Baitu did not know how he had lost control of the wings of the moon that was formed from his chi and his Berserker art. The moment it drew close to him, a flash passed through his eyes, and he quickly retreated. He was about to dissolve the wings of the moon when he discovered that his Berserker art had no effect. The wings of the moon drew near and crumbled as it crashed into him, exploding into a large amount of blood that scattered all over the place. Baitu coughed out blood, and his body staggered backwards hundreds of feet before he regained his footing. A stunned look took over his face. The moment that wings of the moon exploded, Su Ming felt himself being expelled, and he fell rapidly before returning to his body. His body lurched forward, and he regained his mind. At that moment, the elder had returned safely to the tribe. Under the protection of the light of the statue of the god of Berserkers, he sat down cross-legged, brought out 7 needles made of bone with his right hand, and stabbed them into his body one by one. At the same moment, Baitu, who was still in the sky and looked like a wreck, wiped away the blood from the corners of his mouth as he stared at the elder under the statue's protection. He might have been shocked by that strange sight, but he was in a state of mind where he no longer cared about the consequences. He had to kill Mo Sang and every single person from Dark Mountain Tribe. He plummeted towards the ground, and in the blink of an eye, closed in on them. By then, the elder had only managed to pierce 3 bone needles into his body. Mo Sang, even if you sacrifice your life now, you're still not my opponent. The moment Baitu arrived, he brought his right hand up and was about to slam it down on the floating statue when the green figure that came from the center of Nansong's brows closed in on him. Nansong, You have learned the verdant berserk chains well, but you've not understood its true form. Baitu laughed madly and swung his arm. A green light crawled from his arm and turned into the silhouette of a person before it charged towards the green figure created by Nansong. The moment they crashed into each other, Nansong's green figure crumbled. Only one single thread tumbled back and returned to Nansong's body, which caused him to wither away until he was only skin and bones. He coughed out black blood. A roar came from the tribe. The tribe leader of Dark Mountain Tribe charged towards Baitu's day. He could not allow Baitu to destroy the statue of the god of Berserkers, nor interrupt the elder's sacrifice. At that moment, there were 5 bone needles in the elder's body. His body trembled, and a strong presence erupted from his body. That presence immediately caused Baitu to be taken aback. Move! Baitu no longer cared about anything else. He rushed straight towards the statue of the god of Berserkers. As for the tribe leader charging towards him, he only threw a punch at him, which caused the tribe leader's body to jolt. He coughed out blood and tumbled backwards as his body began withering away like Nansong's. Yet even though he fell back, the other people from Dark Mountain Tribe did not retreat. One of the berserkers that had not joined Ming and the others to stall for time and stayed back to protect the tribe rushed forward without a care for the consequences and used his body to block Baitu's path. However, the moment Baitu swung his arm outward, that person immediately turned into bones and scattered into the air. Struggle appeared in Shan Hen's eyes. He wanted to rush out, but stopped himself and just clenched his fists. Ming, too, charged forward. Behind him was Chen. There was a small distance between them. As they ran forward, Beheading, who was very close to Baitu because he had been brought into the crowd by Xing when he fell unconscious and was receiving treatment from the common doctors, woke up at some point and pushed away Xing, howling, and bounded forward. However, before he could even get close, Baitu pointed his right finger at him, and Beiling's right arm instantly turned into a puddle of blood. The damage continued spreading upwards, and Beiling screamed as he fell down once again onto the ground. At that moment, the 6th bone needle had sunk into the elder's trembling body. As he lifted the 7th needle, Ming and Chen started madly charging forward when they saw that they were only hundreds of feet away. Yet Baitu had already arrived. His right hand slammed into the statue of the god of Berserkers from Dark Mountain. The moment he struck, a brilliant light that reached to the sky erupted from the statue. Many cracks appeared on its surface, and it exploded abruptly, turning into countless shards that spread in all directions. The statue of the god of Berserkers of Dark Mountain Tribe, the symbol of Dark Mountain Tribe, shattered before the entire Dark Mountain Tribe, and as it shattered, Dark Mountain Tribe's will, too, shattered. The moment the statue of the god of Berserkers exploded, Baitu rushed towards the elder, who was piercing the 7th bone needle into his clavicle. Suddenly, a girl whose face was torn and bloodied stood up from among the crowd. It was Wula. There was sadness and a look that said she did not want to leave these people behind in her eyes. She was the closest to the elder, and at that moment, she charged out. She stood before the elder with her life on the line with a resolute look in her eyes. Baitu let out a cold harumph and swung his hand in a wide arc as he got nearer. A strong force slammed into Wu La's body, and as she coughed out blood, her body tumbled backwards in the air and fell where Ming was. The 7th needle had entered the elder's clavicle. If it were not for his tribe members sacrificing their lives to buy time for him, he would have never completed the sacrifice. The elder opened his eyes and let out a roar that shook the sky. That roar contained all of his fury towards the death of his tribe members and held a killing intent that seemed to pierce through the sky. He stormed out of the crowd and once again engaged Baitu in battle as they dashed towards the sky. Everything happened in an instant, and it happened so quickly that it was difficult for a person to imagine it. A stab of pain laced through Ming's right cheek. That pain came from a shard from the statue of the god of Berserkers. A red line of blood appeared, spilling out from his wound. But Ming felt no pain. He saw Wu La's body rapidly withering away. Before even touching the ground, she had already turned into skin and bones. Ming's mind was blank. He went forward and caught Wu La as she fell. Her face was already ruined. Blood continued to spill out from her lips and her withered body. She looked at Ming holding her and smiled. "Are you Su?" She struggled to lift up a hand to touch Ming's face, but there was no strength left within her to do so. There was sadness on her face as she whispered softly, "You're not him." She then mumbled something to herself, and the light in her eyes disappeared. they became blank. Her hand also fell to her side, swaying slowly until it finally stopped moving. At that moment, Bai Tu, who was fighting against the elder in the sky, let out a huge roar. "Su Ming, take our people and go." As Bai Tu roared, a powerful ray of light crashed into the ground from the sky. That ray of light looked like a gigantic blade of light. When it fell, it slashed into the ground before the tribe. The earth trembled, and rumbling sounds rose into the air. A huge ravine that was hundreds of feet in breadth opened up ahead of them. They could not see the end of the crack. It was as if the ravine itself separated the tribe and their pursuers from Black Mountain Tribe. A screen of light shot up into the sky from within that crack. There were no tears in Su Ming's eyes, just stillness. A deathly stillness so great it was horrifying. Chen, who was standing by his side, looked as if he wanted to say something, but the moment he saw Su Ming's eyes, he swallowed his words. Su Ming made him afraid. His eyes were blank, like the void. It was as if he was dead. Yet within that void, he could see the shadow of the moon shining brilliantly. Su Ming gently placed Wu La's corpse down on the ground and picked up a shard of Dark Mountain statue of the god of Berserkers from the ground before carefully putting it away in his bosom. The scar on his face, which was created by the shard of the statue, looked ghastly. He did not wipe away the blood. He chose to cast his gaze on his tribe instead. "Move." Su Ming only said one word. He picked up Nan Song and the dying tribe leader, passed them to Lei Chun and the others before walking towards the front of the crowd. Beheading did not die after losing an arm. He struggled up and looked at Su Ming's back as he stood at the front. At that moment, he felt that a change had happened in Su Ming, one that made him feel as if Su Ming had turned into a stranger. That sort of change made Beheading fearful. It was as if some sort of presence had just been awakened within Su Ming, a presence that should not have been roused, and one that would not have appeared under normal circumstances, but it was here now. Su Ming's face was calm, and his eyes were cold. He had learned to shoulder his pain and sadness. His footsteps were steady as he led his people forward, just like what the tribe leader had done previously. Chapter 97, Windstream Plains. Su Ming held onto the long spear and walked before the crowd. Behind him were his people, who had lost the protection of the statue of the god of Berserkers. There were no elderly folk in the crowd. They were only halfway through, but Su Ming's footsteps only became steadier. There was simply too much blood spilled by the people of Dark Mountain Tribe, and too many spirits of their deceased berserkers in the forest. Right now, the only berserkers who could fight were Su Ming, Lei Chun, and Shan Hen. The tribe leader and Nan Song required the support from their people as they moved forward while continuing to receive treatment. They were anxious and wanted to recover as soon as possible. Beheading had lost any possibility to continue fighting. He had lost an arm, and a large amount of blood flowed out from his wounds. If it were not for Chen Xin, he would have already failed to keep up with the crowd. Shan Hen was also covered in blood. He walked silently behind the tribe. At times, he would look absent-minded. At other times, there would be a conflicted look on his face. Sometimes, an indescribable feeling would appear, and every single time it did, he would press his hand against his chest, as if there was a force that supported him to continue moving. Mo sang, and Bai Tu's battle continued in the sky, and thunderous sounds echoed continuously. Midnight came, then the sky turned bright, but the fight still continued. These two people would not stop until one of them was killed. The ravine on the ground, the screen of light that had reached the skies, and the berserker art that required Nan Song to sacrifice his life. All of them managed to buy a large amount of time for the tribe's migration. When daylight arrived, exhaustion overcame the people of Dark Mountain Tribe. They had traveled continuously for 2 days and nights in this cold weather. All of them looked as if they could no longer go on, but still, they gritted their teeth and moved at the fastest speed they could muster. The sky was bright. Sun shone on the ground and the bodies of all the people of the tribe in the forest. They felt a slight hint of warmth within them, but the cold brought by the snow on the ground still chilled their bones. With our current speed, by tomorrow, we'll reach Windstream Tribe, Lei Chen said softly, traveling beside Su Ming. There's just one more day, he clenched his fists. Su Ming remained quiet for a moment before he spoke with a hoarse voice as he continued walking forward. It's not a whole day, but only half. Lei Chun let out a sigh of relief when Su Ming finally broke his silence. He had been extremely worried about his silence. We should be able to reach Windstream Tribe's territory by tonight. Once we leave the forest, it'll be much safer, Su Ming stated calmly. Let's hope today is a safe day. Chen turned around and looked at his people. He sighed when he saw their exhausted looks before he brought his eye back to Ming walking in the front. His frail back gave off the feeling of a mountain. 2 hours passed by. A faint and weak voice came from within the crowd. That voice traveled forward with determination. Ming, leave me behind. The person who spoke was Lu Di, the warrior who had played the Sun and who had previously sustained grave injuries. He was taken away by his people, and now, when he could no longer continue onward, he did not want to become a burden to his tribe. Lu Di struggled up and smiled at Ming, who had stopped moving to look at him. He walked towards a tree and sat against it. His actions tore the wounds on his body, and blood spilled out once again. All of you go on. Lu Di took out the bone Sun and placed it by his mouth, as if he was about to play a song, but he no longer had any strength to do so. He did not even have the strength to look at the sky to wait for his death. Ming fell silent. He, too, closed his eyes, but reopened them quickly. He did not speak, but cast a deep look at Lu Di before turning away and continuing to lead his people onward. As they carried on, a few more people from the tribe stayed back with smiles on their faces. They did not want to drag their tribe down. Beheading wanted to do the same. But when Xing cried and struggled to carry him on her back, he found that he could not say those words. The head of the guards woke up on the way. He may have lost his legs, but he still had some strength left to fight. As a tribe member offered to carry him, he chose not to be left behind. Instead, he prepared himself to trigger the explosion of a warrior at the 8th level of the blood solidification realm for their enemies who could catch up at any time. Ming remained silent. He did not stop any of his people from staying back, but his fists clenched tighter every time they volunteered to stay. He knew that the elder handed Dark Mountain tribe to him so that he could lead them to safety. He had a duty to complete this task. Once evening arrived, Ming slightly relaxed from his wound-up state. They had finally left that seemingly endless forest and moved into the wide plains that belonged to Windstream tribe. This place was much safer than the forest. After all, the plains were part of Windstream's territory. It would never allow Berserkers from Black Mountain tribe to barge in without permission. Once all the people from Dark Mountain tribe entered the plains, the tribe leader and Nan Song recovered some of their strength. It was as if all the disasters looming over their heads had come to pass. Yet, at that very moment, a tremor shook the earth. The center of the tremor came from a great distance away, and it was so powerful that they could all feel it even though it came from so far away. The elder's seal is broken. Nan Song closed his eyes, then opened them after a moment before he spoke languidly. As the words were spoken, the people of Dark Mountain tribe tensed up once again. With Black Mountain tribe's current speed, they will need some time before they can catch up, but they will still definitely catch up to us before we reach Windstream tribe. If we take the risk that Black Mountain tribe will not dare to step into Windstream plains, then we can ignore the danger hanging over our lives. Nan Song whispered, "We can't take the risk." Ming stopped and looked at the forest cast in darkness behind him. He turned around and looked at the tribe leader, who had recovered some vestiges of his power. He stared at him whose body was now dried up and wrinkled, and whose face looked gaunt and almost bloodless. "Tribe leader, there were a lot of people who stayed back as we came here, and I stopped no one. That was their choice. Now, it is time for me to stay." While speaking, Ming walked to the back of the crowd. The tribe leader, a man in his 40s, finally looked at Ming properly. This La Su, whom he had never paid much attention to, had given him a great shock. He let out a faint sigh and nodded his head. "I'm staying too." Chen did not hesitate and stepped out to stand beside Ming. Ming looked at him, just as the other did the same. He grinned boyishly. "You said it before. I can't die before you. If I wanted to die, then we'd be dying together. I'll stay too." Nan Song took a deep breath. The wrinkles on his old and wizened face had increased greatly during this journey. There was also a feverish dash of color on that pale countenance of his. "Me too." The head of the guards, who had since lost both his legs, spoke in a low tone. "I'm staying too." Beheading turned his head away so that he could not see Xing's tears and spoke in a firm manner. "Head of the guards, you can't stay. You still need to help the tribe leader protect our tribe's safety. Besides, once you all arrive safely in Windstream tribe, you will need to teach the La Sus how to use the bow." The one who spoke was Shan Hen. This man, who had remained silent all this while, walked out from the crowd. He was never someone who talked a lot to begin with, but as he spoke, there was a determined air in his voice that would not be swayed. "As for you, Beheading." Shan Hen walked to Beheading's side and a complicated look appeared on his face once again. Uncle Shan Hen, Beheading was just about to speak when Shan Hen lifted his right hand suddenly and slammed it on the back of Beheading's neck, cutting off all his words as the young man fell unconscious. You're the future hope of the tribe. You cannot go. I'll stay, Shan Hen said calmly and walked towards Nansong. He stood beside him and looked at all the familiar faces in the tribe. After a long while, he lowered his head. The tribe leader from Dark Mountain tribe walked towards them in silence. He took out a bone of some creature the size of a baby's fist. That bone was white, just like any other normal bone. He handed it to Su Ming. Take it. These bones come in pairs, and they have a strange function. Once this bone turns red, it means we've arrived safely in Windstream. Su Ming took it silently and placed it carefully in his bosom. The tribe leader looked at the few people who were staying back and let out a faint sigh before turning around and leading their tribe members in the direction Windstream tribe. Not many normal members from Dark Mountain tribe were lost, but everything that they went through during the journey made all of them turn back and look at the 4 people standing there as they walked away. They could not stop their tears from falling. No one could say who was the first person who waved, but very soon, all the tribe members waved their hands towards Su Ming and the other 3 berserkers as they cried, bidding their farewells. They knew that these 4 people might not survive. They were about to do the same thing as their other tribe members who had sacrificed themselves. They would use their lives to build the final wall of defense to protect their tribe. Big Brother Su Ming. A young voice came forth from the crowd. It belonged to the little girl called Tong Tong. She ran forward a few steps to Su Ming, and he knelt down, patting the little girl's hair, which was now slightly damp. Big Brother Su Ming. Once this all ends and the elder comes back, can you look for Pippi for me? A smile appeared on Su Ming's face. He kissed the girl's forehead and nodded his head. The little girl lit up with a beautiful and sweet smile. She looked at Su Ming before she suddenly leaned in and whispered in his ear, Big Brother Su Ming, I have a secret. Not even my mama and papa know about it. Pippi doesn't know about it as well. You have to come back. Once you're back, I'll tell you the secret. As the little girl spoke, she bit her lip and blinked back tears before running back into the crowd. Su Ming watched as she waved at him from within the crowd and gradually disappeared into the distance with them. Only then did his smile disappear. It was quiet all around them. The moon in the sky was gradually getting clearer. That night, the moon was full. The full moon hung high in the sky. Once it blended together with the silence of the earth, it seemed to let out a murderous air. The moon was brighter than the previous nights. As the light scattered on the ground, it brought out the shadows of the 4 people on the plains. Their shadows stood alone, but there was resolution within them. Su Ming sat cross-legged with Lei Chun by his side. Before them was Nan Song, who had his eyes closed. As for Shan Hen, he was sitting alone nearby as he looked at the sky thinking about something. Lei Chun, sit behind me. You aren't powerful enough, and you won't be able to contribute much during battle. Let me borrow your chi. That way, I can also protect you, Nan Song slowly said. Lei Chun did not hesitate. He immediately stood up and sat behind Nan Song, cross-legged. They had no idea what method Nan Song used, but a red light appeared on both of them, surrounding them. After that, no one spoke anymore. They all waited for the arrival of their pursuers from Black Mountain tribe. Su Ming sat quietly as he grabbed the snow on the ground with his left hand and cleaned his uninjured left hand of all dirt. Once his left hand was clean, he took out a small bottle and brought out a red pill. Then he held it in his left hand and closed his eyes. Time passed by, and after 4 hours, when the light from the moon in the sky was at its brightest, Su Ming, who still had his eyes closed, felt as if the chi in his body was about to boil. They're here. Then Song spoke. Su Ming opened his eyes. Chapter 98. He is the traitor. 11 people. 11 people rushed out from the dark parts of the forest. With the tribe leader from Black Mountain tribe leading them, they charged towards them. One of them was a man with a blank expression wearing black robe. It was clear that the screen of light, the ravine, and Nan Song's berserker art had a large impact on them. Fatigue was clear on their faces. They were no longer as excited as before, nor were they screaming in that odd manner. This time, in the war between the 2 tribes, Dark Mountain tribe was not the only one who had suffered losses. Berserkers from Black Mountain tribe died as well, and the number of deaths on their side was greater than Dark Mountain tribes. Their head of the guards died, their chief of hunters died, their vice chief of hunters died, and more importantly, their prodigy, Bai Su, had also died in battle. The vast amount of deaths of their berserkers brought about a huge blow towards Black Mountain tribe. If it were not for the existence of black-robed men and the tribe members who had their levels of cultivation forcefully raised by two using a fallen Berserker art, they would have had a hard time catching up to Dark Mountain Tribe. Black Mountain Tribe absolutely did not expect that Dark Mountain Tribe would be so hard to destroy and would make them pay such a great price. Perhaps this was something not even their elder, by two, had expected. He was completely held back by Mo Sang. His powers in the awakened realm did not give him much of an upper hand in the war between the two tribes. If time went back, and we knew how this would end up, perhaps, they would not immediately declare war, but would take more time to prepare themselves. Even if Black Mountain Tribe won this war, they would still suffer a devastating loss. More importantly, if Dark Mountain Tribe managed to enter Windstream, then all the deaths suffered by Black Mountain Tribe would be in vain. They would not get even a single trophy of war. Besides the man in black robes, all the other people from Black Mountain Tribe were regretting their decision. Yet they were already too far gone and no longer had any choices but to continue fighting. It was especially so since Bai Su died. It had become a must for the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe to kill Su Ming. As he looked at the 11 people approaching them, Su Ming's face was calm, and a cold glare appeared in his eyes as he stood up with his right hand holding tightly onto blood scales. Nansong and Shan Hen looked murderous as they watched silently. Chen also remained unmoving, but within his eyes, the same madness and killing intent burned. The moment these 11 people from Black Mountain Tribe came to 1,000 feet away from them, Nansong took a step forward, and the red light from his body blasted into the sky. There was still a line connecting him with Chen behind him. The blood-red light on Chen's body became stronger, as if it turned into a screen of blood that protected him. With a low growl, Nansong's shirt exploded. His old face suddenly turned younger, and the muscles on his arms bulged up. Growling, he slammed his hands onto the ground. The moment he did so, a giant vortex immediately appeared underneath the feet of the 11 people charging forward. The vortex was filled with mud, and a hand made of mud shot up and caught their legs. Nansong charged forward. Behind him, with the fastest speed he could muster, Su Ming too dashed forward. Shan Hen's eyes were filled with killing intent and conflict as he raised his right hand. A bone knife in the shape of a crescent moon instantly materialized in his hand. He rushed forward like an evil spirit. At that moment, Chen's body was trembling, and his face began to turn older, as if his life was being sucked away. The mud on the ground held back half of the people from Black Mountain Tribe, but it did nothing to the man in black robes. That person stomped on the ground with his right foot, and as most of the mud immediately exploded, he charged towards Nansong. The battle began. Su Ming still maintained his silence. He didn't pay any attention to the man in black robes, nor did he choose to fight against the tribe leader from Black Mountain. He charged towards the remaining 9 people instead. The highest level among the 9 people was only the 7th level of the blood solidification realm. Most of them were around the 6th level. As long as Shan Hen kept the tribe leader from Black Mountain Tribe occupied and gave Su Ming enough time, then with his speed, Su Ming could kill all 9 of them. Shan Hen moved oddly as he closed in on his enemy. His target was the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe. As these 2 people clashed with each other, thunderous roars reverberated through the air, and they crossed swords with each other. Su Ming's speed was extremely quick as he ignored the pain in his body. Under the pale light from the sky, he felt as if his entire body was enveloped in moonlight. The shadow of the blood-red moon appeared clearly in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on one person and brought his spear up. The moment he clashed weapons with that person, another wound appeared on his body, but that person's head flew into the sky, and blood scattered all over the place. Su Ming fell to the ground, breathing rapidly, but he did not stop. He charged forward with moonlight surrounding him. It melted into his body, causing it to continuously heal even while in his current condition. As he dashed forward, 5 of the 8 remaining people from Black Mountain Tribe closed in on him. The other 3 bypassed the defenders quickly and looked as if they were about to leave the battlefield. They were going to continue chasing after the tribe in the plains. When they saw the 3 people breaking off and charging into the distance, the 5 other berserkers from Black Mountain Tribe quickly closed in on Su Ming. He did not hesitate and leaped into the air, but did not throw the long spear in his hand. Even if he did throw it towards the 3 people running in the distance, he could only kill one person. That was why Su Ming chose to throw the spear to the ground underneath him. Blood-red light appeared from the long spear, turning into a giant blood-red eagle that sped down to the earth. With a crash, it landed on the ground under Su Ming, stirring up a huge wave of air and force, which caused the 5 men closing in to flinch. Su Ming used the impact caused when he threw blood scales away to charge towards the 3 people who run around him and were now running into the distance. As all 243 veins gave off a red light on his body, he shot forward like a red meteor and closed in on the 3 people rushing away. These 3 people were not any normal berserkers either. There was not a hint of hesitation between them. One of them immediately stayed back to block him, while the other 2 flashed with a blood-red light and ran even faster. The presence of their chi under the crimson light showed that they had both reached the peak of the 6th level of the blood solidification realm. The person who blocked him also used some sort of method to hide his level of cultivation, which was why Su Ming had not noticed his power due to their previous contact being very short. Yet as the blood-red light on the person's body glowed brightly, the might of chi from a warrior at the 7th level of the blood solidification realm erupted forth. The madness on his face spoke of his determination to hold Su Ming back. At that moment, the blood veins on his body swelled up at a rapid speed, as if he was about to trigger the explosion of his blood veins. They were at the same level, so if he self-destructed with Su Ming in close proximity, his fatigue and the injuries on his body would make him unable to fend against it. Yet if he retreated, then he would have to watch the other 2 people disappear from his sight, and disaster would fall upon his migrating tribe. When the person who blocked Su Ming's path chose to self-destruct, the wounds that already existed on his body tore open, and he started bleeding. You're not the only ones who know how to self-destruct. Those of us from Black Mountain Tribe can do the same. The man roared and laughed viciously at Su Ming as he charged forward. A glint appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He did not retreat, but instead quickened his pace. The moment he approached the man, and the blood veins on the man's body were about to explode, Su Ming opened his left hand, which had been held tightly in a fist, and swung it towards the wounds on the man's body. A dash of red powder flew forward and fell onto the man's wounds in the blink of an eye. The man jolted and widened his eyes. The blood veins in his body were in a state where he was at the verge of self-destruction, but his blood started burning suddenly, and as he passed by Su Ming, his entire body turned into red mist and rose into the air. That sight fell into the eyes of the 2 people who were charging forward and the people who were running to catch up to Su Ming. They felt the hairs on their skin rise. Fallen Berserker. He's a fallen Berserker. A cry of surprise rang through the battlefield, one that caught Nansong and Shan Hen's immediate attention. The tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe, who was fighting against Shan Hen, too, changed his expression and an aghast look appeared on his face. Even the man in black robes, whose face remained blank, was stunned when he saw that sight. Yet very soon, a strong glint of light appeared in his eyes, as if he had discovered something. However, during the short moment he was taken aback while fighting against Nansong, a chance appeared for Nansong. Thunderous sounds rang abruptly. Su Ming did not stop. He charged towards the 2 people ahead of him who remained stunned by his actions. These 2 people gritted their teeth and immediately split up, but at that moment, Su Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood, which turned into blood mist instantly and dashed towards the person who ran to the left. The blood mist contained the powerful might of Su Ming's chi. He had just cast dark blood dust. At the same moment, he sped towards the right and started fighting against the Black Mountain Tribe warrior who had run to the right. After a while, a few more wounds appeared on Su Ming's body. He panted harshly as blood-red light enveloped his entire body. The blood-red moon shone brilliantly in his eyes. He turned to where the people were fighting and rushed back. Behind him, 2 unmoving corpses lay in 2 different directions, their bodies torn apart. There were only 7 people left from Black Mountain Tribe on the battlefield. Besides the man in black robes and the tribe leader from Black Mountain Tribe, the other 5 people were all deeply shaken by Su Ming's killing intent and the previous scene, which made them think that he was a fallen berserker. They looked at each other, and a rare desire to fall back appeared in their eyes. Suddenly, Shan Hen, who was fighting against the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe, coughed out blood and tumbled backwards. He had been gravely wounded by the tribe leader, and his body was flung aside towards where Nansong was. There was a murderous look on the tribe leader's face as the blood bear materialized behind his back. It let out a roar and pursued Shan Hen, swinging its giant paws, which were formed by the blood mist, to deliver the killing blow on Shan Hen. When he saw that the blood bear's paws were about to land on Shan Hen, Nansong's expression changed. He was the closest to Shan Hen at that moment. Without any hesitation, he leaped into the air and pulled Shan Hen as he punched the blood bear's paws. With a bang, Nan Song staggered backward. "Go back and heal. Let me deal with this person." Nan Song was talking quickly, but he suddenly jolted, and blood trickled down the corners of his lips. His body started withering away at a rapid speed. As a mournful look appeared on his face, Nan Song slammed his palm into Shan Hen. The moment Nan Song saved Shan Hen, the latter lowered his head, and with the curved blade in his right hand, sliced apart the bloodline connecting Nan Song and Lei Chen using some unknown method. The moment the bloodline was severed, he also managed to thrust his blade into Nan Song. Chapter 99, Lei Chen's Choice. The moment the bloodline was severed, Lei Chen coughed out blood and trembled. When Shan Hen suffered the blow by Nan Song, he staggered backwards hundreds of feet with a pale face. Blood trickled down the corners of his mouth. On his face was conflict and pained regret. He lowered his head, as if he could not face Nan Song. All this happened too quickly. In the blink of an eye, the tables were turned. Ming stared at Shan Hen and smiled brokenly. Shan Hen's face was pale as blood continued flowing out of his mouth. Suddenly, he lifted his head and shouted towards the sky. His scream was desolate. He turned away in a swift motion and charged into the forest, no longer looking at Nan Song and Ming. In a heartbeat, he made it into the forest. As he continued crying out in agony, Shan Hen disappeared among the trees. At the same time, the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe let out a vicious grin, as if he had expected this a long time ago. He charged towards Nan Song, and the man in black, who had been fighting against Nan Song, also threw his fist at him despite the injuries on his body. There was grief on Nan Song's bloodless face. His body was so withered that he looked like a skeleton. The blade in the shape of the crescent moon had sunk deep into his back, and the wound bled continuously. The moment the tribe leader from Black Mountain Tribe and the man in black robes closed in on him, Nan Song let out a loud bark of laughter. That laughter contained grief, and his entire body lurched forward. Immediately, a long crack appeared at the center of his brows. A dim green figure charged out of the crack and rushed towards his enemies. The moment it got closer to the man in black robes and the tribe leader, the green figure exploded, creating a shocking force that stirred up everything around them. The man in black robes was already injured to begin with and could not bear the pain brought by the impact. His weak eyes immediately shattered, and he moved back, screaming. The tribe leader did not expect Nan Song to be able to do such a thing while so gravely wounded. He also knew that the curved blade buried deeply in his body contained a type of venom that would make blood coagulate. It could prevent powerful berserkers from triggering their blood veins to explode. That was why he had dared to close in on Nan Song in the first place. That blade was prepared for Dark Mountain Tribe's elder by Black Mountain Tribe, but an unexpected situation happened, and they ended up using it on Nan Song instead. The tribe leader coughed out blood. He had been chasing after them the whole way, and he could no longer suppress the injuries on his body. As he coughed out blood, his breathing gradually weakened. When he landed on the ground, he fell back hundreds of feet, an aghast look on his face. The moment the green figure exploded, a brilliant gleam appeared in Nan Song's eyes as he stood there, looking as if all his injuries were cured. He took a step forward and appeared before the wounded and retreating man in black robes, hurling a fist at his chest before the other could even think of dodging. With a bang, the man in black robes shuddered, and his chest was torn apart. His eyes became dull, and he died in an instant. Nan Song did not stop. He turned his eyes towards the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe, who was not too far away from him. He had a calm demeanor as he charged at him. A look of terror appeared on the tribe leader's face, and he quickly retreated, screaming. Once he got closer to the other 5 people from Black Mountain Tribe, he grabbed one of his tribe members without hesitation, and inserting some sort of power into the man, he threw him towards the approaching Nan Song. That man from Black Mountain Tribe let out a horrible scream, but it was drowned out as his body suddenly exploded, causing a large amount of blood mist to scatter around them. With terror and panic in his veins, the tribe leader growled, "Retreat." Under the protection of the other 4 members of Black Mountain Tribe, the tribe leader and the other 4 people ran towards the forest without caring for anything else. They were absolutely terrified. Nan Song's strength threw them into disbelief. The tribe leader believed his life to be important. He could not stay there. He also knew that the next wave of reinforcements from Black Mountain were on their way. Once they met up with that batch of people, they would be safe. Don't even think about it. Nansong did not even spare a glance at the Black Mountain tribe member who had self-destructed. He swung his right hand, and the blood mist that appeared due to the explosion dispersed. Once he landed, he slammed both of his hands onto the ground. The earth underneath the 5 people immediately started shaking. A giant hand of mud shot out of the ground and sped towards them, seeking to grab the tribe leader of Black Mountain tribe. The tribe leader sank into desperation and pushed another of his tribe members nearby to avoid his own death. His courage seemed to have completely disappeared. He did not turn his back and rushed into the forest, fleeing rapidly. "Begone, all you scoundrels who've lost the pride of Black Mountain tribe." Nansong did not chase after them. He stood there, instead, and shouted towards the forest. All this happened in the span of a few breaths. Ming approached quickly and saw Nansong standing there, his body swiftly weakening at a speed noticeable with a naked eye while the people from Black Mountain tribe escaped. The tribe should be safe. The next wave of people from Black Mountain tribe won't arrive so soon. Too many of their berserkers died. They're beginning to think about withdrawing. Nansong continued standing there. The crack in the center of his brows began to let out a gray light. "I've fulfilled my promise to your elder, and I've repaid his debt for saving my life." Nansong looked at Ming, and a smile appeared on his face. "Grandpa Nansong," Ming whispered, "even if Shan Hen did not injure me, I would not have lasted long. I wanted to use the verdant berserk chains to heal all of you and return the life I took from Chen before I died, but I can't do it now." Nansong let out a light sigh and lifted his head to look at the sky. The sky in the distance was still covered by the red fog, and thunderous booming sounds came from within. He knew that Mo Sang was still fighting and hanging on. "If you see Shan Hen, ask him why for me." Nansong placed his hands behind his back and closed his eyes. He stood there unmoving, as if his body had taken root. Before him was the dark forest. Behind him were the footsteps left behind by the people of Dark Mountain tribe as they left the place. His shadow lengthened, illuminated by the moonlight. A great wave of sadness washed over Ming. He looked at Nansong, who had lost all signs of life. He did not touch his body, but chose to take a few steps back and kneel down before bowing his head to the ground 3 times. "Ming." Chen struggled up and went to Ming's side. He too knelt down. There was sadness on his face. The young man no longer looked like a teenager, but old, as if he was in his 40s. After a long while, a gentle breeze blew past them and swept the snow on the ground, lifting Nansong's hair, which still made him look imposing even after his death, and moved Ming and Chen's hearts. The tribe should be safe now. Chen, go back. Ming stood up without a sound. His eyes were cold as he looked at the dark forest lying before him. Chen touched his right eye. That eye of his was completely blind now. He fell into a thoughtful silence for a while before he shook his head. "I'm not going back. I'm going to search for ways to make myself stronger. Only when I'm powerful will I not suffer. Only then can I protect my home and the members of my tribe. I heard that there is another tribe on the other side of the plains and over the mountains. That tribe is located very far away, but it's much stronger than Windstream. I'm going to go there, and no matter what price I have to pay, I will become stronger. Even if I have to become a fallen berserker, I'll do it." Determination appeared on Chen's face. There was also a hint of madness, but that madness was hidden deep in his eyes. He did not show it on his face. "Ming, you're different from me. Once you return to Windstream, you'll have much better room for growth. But we're brothers, we'll forever be brothers. Wait for me. Once I become a powerful berserker, I will return." Chen mumbled with eyes closed. He stepped forward and hugged Ming. They embraced without saying a word. After a long while, Chen let out a huge bark of laughter and turned around, showing his back to Ming, which now held hints of age, and walked away into the distance, to his dreams and the place he was determined to reach. He walked forward until he completely disappeared from Ming's sight. Ming looked at Chen. He did not try to persuade him otherwise, but chose to send him off, not knowing whether he would see his friend ever again. He was no longer certain of the future. After a long while, he shook his head, and his uncertainty was replaced by a cold, murderous look under the full moon. Ming looked at the forest, which was hidden by the darkness, and took a deep breath. "Now, it's my turn to chase after you. Shan Hen as well." Ming turned his head and looked in the direction where Windstream was located. Somewhere hidden in the distance, his people were moving towards the tribe. Perhaps Bai Ling was also in Windstream. The promise. Ming closed his eyes bitterly. When he opened them once again, there was a frightening calmness within them. He bounded forward, and moonlight surrounded his body. Underneath the full moon, Su Ming was like the shadow of death. He charged into the forest and began his pursuit. Without anyone chasing after them, his tribe members would arrive safely in Windstream City. Of this, Su Ming was certain. He also knew that there was no longer any need for him to do anything for his tribe in their migration. He had already done everything he could. As of then, he had something more important to do. Su Ming could still remember distinctly the vague thought that surfaced in his head as the familiar sensation roused within him when the elder of Black Mountain tribe appeared before them. That idea had bloomed when he saw the elder being chased by the gigantic wings of the moon. During that instant, when Su Ming felt that he flew and had turned into the wings of the moon, changing course and charging towards the elder of Black Mountain tribe, the vague idea became clear in his head. Fire Berserker art. I'm practicing the Fire Berserker art, and since the wings of the moon came from the people of Fire Berserker tribe, then I can suppress their powers. Now that I've completed the third burning of blood, it's as if there's a fire flowing in my veins as well. That's why. I should be able to help the elder. The shadow of the red moon shone brilliantly in Su Ming's calm eyes. They looked enchanting in the dark night. His body moved like a wisp of smoke as he ran through the forest. But before that, I'm going to make Black Mountain tribe suffer. I'll make them feel the pain of losing their tribe members. The tribe leader of Black Mountain tribe is now heavily wounded, and the other 3 people are of no danger to me. Then there's Shan Hen as well. Su Ming clenched his fists and lowered his head as he disappeared into the forest. From the role of the pursued, he now changed into the pursuer. From prey, he had become the hunter. Without realizing it himself, Su Ming had changed. Chapter 100. Kill them. The recklessness within him that belonged to a teenager was now dampened. Besides assisting the elder with the Blood Moon Fire Berserker art, he had also given thought and weighed the consequences of chasing down the people from Black Mountain tribe and killing them. He had deduced that the tribe leader was heavily wounded and had lost his will to fight. The other 3 people with him were the same. However, that tribe leader was not any normal berserker. Besides being Baitu's trusted aide and possessing incredible power, his intelligence was also a reason why he managed to become tribe leader. Nansong may be able to scare them away for a while, but that man might be able to snap back soon. When that time came, the tribe leader of Black Mountain tribe would have 2 choices. 1, he could wait for reinforcements and give chase once more, or 2, he could not wait for reinforcements, but choose to recover his chi before pursuing them again. From his actions after Baisu died, he'll choose the second option. A brilliant flash flickered in his eyes. As he moved forward, he would check all traces around him occasionally. The messy footprints and broken twigs might throw other people off track, but for Su Ming, who made trips into the forest regularly since he was young, these tracks provided all the information he needed to tell where the 4 people from Black Mountain tribe went. The footprints on the snow may be messy, but most of them were pointed towards Su Ming's direction. Only some traveled into the forest before him. The depths of the tracks also provided him a lot of information. Shan Hen leaked the information of our whereabouts, which allowed Black Mountain tribe to set the trap, but he also joined in the fight against Black Mountain tribe. The injuries on his body didn't seem fake. In fact, to make it seem like he was one of us, the injuries he sustained during his fight with the tribe leader of Black Mountain tribe were also real. That is the only way he could deceive Grandpa Nansong. But that person suffered a direct hit from Grandpa Nansong. He should be barely hanging on as well. But Shan Hen, why did you betray Dark Mountain tribe? Hatred and pain appeared in Su Ming's eyes. He could not understand why Shan Hen would turn traitor. Su Ming still remembered the things Shan Hen had done for the tribe, of how he gave his food to the elderly folk in the tribe, and how he hunted beast fangs in the forest due to a word from the young Lassus. As the children cheered in joy, he would still maintain a cold and indifferent face, but the kindness in his eyes could not be hidden away. Su Ming could not understand why and for what reason such a person would betray Dark Mountain tribe and its tribe members. Perhaps he was also conflicted, and he struggled. He killed a lot of people from Black Mountain tribe on the way here. He even made Bei Ling and the head of the guards leave with the tribe earlier. But what is he thinking? Su Ming clenched his fists tightly. Still, these cannot amend his crime for betraying us. He must pay the price of being a traitor. His eyes were freezing cold. He hated Black Mountain tribe, but now, he hated the traitor Shan Hen even more. Su Ming moved like a ghost as he continued chasing after his targets with the tracks on the ground. With each breath he took, he became even faster. From the footprints on the ground and the marks around him, Ming was certain that the 4 people from Black Mountain tribe were not far away. Their footprints sank deeper as he continued on as well, which was a sign that the injuries sustained by these 4 people became worse. They'll look for a safe place to recover. Ming stopped and lowered his head. He stared at the melted snow caused by a drop of blood in the middle of a footprint in the snow and pressed against it. A cold smirk appeared on his lips. The blood hasn't frozen. They're right in front. Ming got up and was about to chase after them when he faltered. Sadness appeared on his otherwise stoic face. Not too far away, he saw a member of his tribe who had chosen to stay back so that he would not drag down the tribe's pace. That tribe member of his was dead. He lay there curled up, and his body was stiff. Ming took a few steps forward and looked at the familiar face before him. The tribe member still had his eyes open, not closing them before the end. If his body had not fallen, then before his death, he must have been looking at where the tribe left, praying to the gods to protect his tribe so that they could arrive safely at Windstream. This was the first deceased tribe member Ming encountered once he returned to the forest. He knew that this would not be the last. During their migration, many tribe members chose to stay on this path. They did not want their injuries to affect the tribe's speed. The tribe will be safe, Ming whispered. He looked at the tribe member's eyes and covered them with his right hand gently. The grief and sadness on his face was already hidden away. He stood up with an intense killing intent and dashed onward. Ming moved at a speed that was difficult for the eyes to see. Anyone looking would only see a blood-red arc moving around in a curved line and rushing while twisting into various shapes. That blood-red arc came from the light of the blood-red moon in Ming's eyes. It was formed by the reflection of the full moon in the sky. As he moved forward, threads of moonlight descended from the sky and wrapped around him, turning into circles of moonlight. They formed into numerous threads that trailed behind Ming as he ran, making it seem like he was wearing a cloak made of moonlight. Time passed by, and after the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn superscript 1, Ming saw the tribe leader of Black Mountain tribe sitting cross-legged on a snow patch with lots of dried branches around him nearly 1,000 feet away from him. His other 3 tribe members surrounded him and focused on recovering quickly with their eyes closed. They stopped just now when their tribe leader told them to as his mood continued changing. He glared in the direction where Windstream tribe was located, and anger appeared on his face. He had just realized that Nansong was just pretending to be mysteriously unaffected, just like an ill person miraculously getting better. In truth, if they had just persevered for a little longer and did not run away as pathetically as they had done, they could have turned the tide and destroyed Dark Mountain tribe. He was angry, but he also hated himself for being afraid. Still, he was a cautious man. Although he understood it, he still chose to sit down and heal his wounds first. By his predictions, even with their fastest speed, Dark Mountain tribe would only arrive at Windstream by tomorrow morning. If all 4 of them pursued them with all their might, they would catch up to them in 2 hours. He was also certain that the 4 of them would not encounter any dangers. In his experience, prey only knew how to run for their lives. He did not think that there would be anyone in Dark Mountain tribe who would turn back and chase after them. The entire Dark Mountain tribe only cared about migration at this point. Yet when the 4 of them sat down for less than the time required for half an incense stick to burn, a cold gust appeared, and the snow on the ground fell on them lifted by the wind. At the same moment, a red light appeared in the forest not too far away from them, approaching them at an unimaginable speed. They did not even have time to react to it. Only the tribe leader of Black Mountain tribe managed to open his eyes on time upon sensing that presence. He only saw a flash of red light appearing for a brief moment. A sharp and mournful cry came by his ear, and the tribe member on his side lost his head while still sitting down cross-legged. His blood shot into the sky like a spring. A presence that made the tribe leader's skin crawl and his hairs rise appeared abruptly. His expression changed, and he stood up, shock and disbelief clear in his eyes. The other 2 people stood up swiftly, terrified, as they surveyed their surroundings. "Who is it? Who is it? I already saw you. Come out." The 2 people immediately shouted, shaking. What had happened just now was too quick. They did not even have time to open their eyes, and they already heard the pained screams. When they eventually opened their eyes, they saw the beheaded neck of their tribe member spraying out blood. An indescribable terror crashed into them like a tidal wave. The roots of that terror was not only in the death of their comrade, but also the fear of the unknown. They did not see even the shadow of a person around them. There was only dead silence surrounding them. not even a single sound could be heard. The tribe leader's face was pale. He cast his eyes around the dark forest continuously, and his fear grew. It was as if a terrifying beast was hiding within the dark forest, and it had its eyes fixed on them. Retreat. The tribe leader gritted his teeth. He did not dare to take risks with the unknown. Besides, the red glare he saw just now before it disappeared gave him the impression that they were not dealing with a person, but some sort of red snake. The moment the command was given, his other two tribe members quickly got closer to him. The three of them gradually fell back after taking a few steps backward, then immediately broke off into a run and swiftly retreated. They did not notice that Ming was crouching down in the bushes. The shadow of the blood-red moon wavered in his eyes. In his hands, he held a bloody head, one which still had its eyes closed. Death is not terrifying. The thing that is terrifying is the moment before death. My people experienced this fear on their way to Windstream Tribe. They were tortured by this fear. Now, I'll let you experience it. Ming's expression was calm. Besides this goal, he also wanted his tribe members to be completely safe. Once the three of them ran away, he disappeared with a swift move. The tribe leader's heart pounded against his chest. He was gravely wounded. Although he was at the 8th level of the blood solidification realm, with his current condition, he could only use half of his power and couldn't reach his full strength. The two tribe members by his side were only around the 6th level of the blood solidification realm. They were pretty much useless in terms of providing protection to him. That feeling grew especially so during that instant when he saw the red light flashing by. The danger he felt made his heart race. He no longer had any thoughts to chase after the crowd from Dark Mountain Tribe. He had to flee and meet up with the reinforcements from Black Mountain. As they ran, the two people by his side were filled with alarm. Their fear towards the unknown made them lose all will to fight. They only had one thought, to run. Yet at that moment, an odd piercing screech suddenly came from their backs. That screech sounded sad and shrill, making their hearts, which were already strung up with anxiety and fear, jolt. When the weird cry echoed behind them, a blood-red arc closed in on them so quickly and suddenly that the three of them only saw a red flash and the numerous threads of moonlight behind that red glow. After a while, one of the people from Black Mountain Tribe let out a scream of pain, and his head left his body, falling to the ground with blood gushing out. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Translator's note. More in-depth ancient Chinese time measurement system. There are 12 months in a year, 5 weeks in a month, 6 days a week, 12 hours per day, and 1 hour of the ancient Chinese hour system is 2 hours in the modern clock. 4 quarters in an hour. Each quarter is equivalent to 3 cups of tea. 1 cup of tea is equal to 2 incense sticks. 1 incense stick is divided to 5 parts. 1 part is equal to 6 snaps of fingers. 1 snap of a finger is equal to 10 instances. 1 instance is equal to 1 second. In modern standards, there are now 8 quarters to an hour, and each quarter is equivalent to 15 minutes. I could have just converted to the modern time measurement system, just like I did with hours, but seconds and minutes did not exist back then, and it'll be weird if I added that. Anyway, when ancient Chinese literature speak about 1 incense stick or 1 cup of tea, they're actually talking about 1 quarter, which is about 15 minutes. I'm using about, because the time taken for each incense stick to burn down is different, same with the time taken to drink tea. Anyway, half an incense stick is about 7 minutes and 30 seconds. Yup. Oh, source of this measurement. Tiaba Baidu, not Wikipedia. Chapter 101. Beheading him right before their eyes. That red light passed by their bodies and disappeared. The tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe trembled. He only had one more tribe member by his side, and he was also shaking. They looked at each other and saw the other person's fear. They still did not manage to see whether their enemy was a person or a beast, but the numerous threads floating behind the red light gave them the impression that it was hair. Who is it? Who are you? Show yourself. The remaining normal berserker of Black Mountain Tribe shouted immediately. When his comrade was yelling, the tribe leader's face was pale. He raised his right hand and slammed it against his chest. A blood-red light erupted forth from his body immediately, increasing the power of his chi temporarily without care of his injuries. To fight wasn't something he wanted to do, but this time it was necessary. He dashed towards the forest at full speed and disappeared into the darkness provided by the woods. The remaining person from Dark Mountain Tribe was just about to run away as he continued yelling, but at that moment, his body lurched forward. A red light suddenly appeared and circled his body once before turning into Ming, who stopped to stand behind the person. Blood trickled down the corners of the person's mouth. His whole body was in great pain due to the threads of moonlight binding him together and tearing into his flesh. They were wound so tightly around him that he could feel death getting closer to him. Breathing sounds came from his back, so he struggled to turn his head and see who was that unknown person who brought such terror upon him. Yet he could not turn his head. Still trembling, he was torn apart. Ming panted harshly. Ever since the tribe migrated, he had been fighting non-stop. He had also been suppressing the internal injuries he sustained when he broke through the Elder's seal. If it were not for the moonlight, which allowed him to gradually recover, he would have already fallen. It was the night of the full moon. The mysterious powers of the moonlight had reached their peak, causing Ming's blood to seem like it was burning. It allowed him to continue fighting for a longer period of time, suppressing all his internal injuries and allowing him to kill all of his targets. He held 3 heads in his hands, and looking at the forest before him, he calmly walked towards it. You're the only one left, tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe. Since you have such a high status, I'll let you die a glorious death. That is, if you run fast enough to meet up with your reinforcements. Ming licked his lips and dashed forward, turning into a red arc. He sped forward, countless moonlight threads trailing behind him. The tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe was a man in his 40s. His status within the tribe was very high. There, besides the elder and Baisu, he had the highest status. He should have been leading a large amount of his tribe members to viciously kill the Berserkers of Dark Mountain Tribe, and right before the captured men, enjoy their women, then as they cried and struggled, drank wine, and raped them as he laughed. After that, he would tear off the heads of the angered men from Dark Mountain Tribe to obtain a maddening pleasure. This was his desire. The desire roused within him when he announced the raid on Dark Mountain Tribe after the elder had given the order. He even told the other berserkers of his desire before he left. As those berserkers let out excited cries, this battle began. Yet right now he was reduced to a pathetic state. His body was injured, he was covered in blood, and he had lost his will to fight. He was first shocked by Dark Mountain Tribe's resistance, then was injured by Nansong. After fleeing from battle, he had even discovered that he was tricked and was just about to heal his wounds before pursuing Dark Mountain Tribe once again when that mysterious nightmarish presence appeared. His tribe members who had died when their heads were separated from their bodies made him feel incredibly afraid. He could not see the other person, only a long red arc. He was exhausted. He did not have the courage to go back and fight. Even more so, he did not have the courage to trigger his blood veins to explode because he was not a normal berserker. He was the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe. He knew that Black Mountain's reinforcements were on their way, and there was a possibility that they were very close to him. If he ran fast enough, then he could meet up with them. Blood continued trickling down his mouth, and fatigue continued building up by several folds in his body. The sudden explosive burst of power also reached its limit as the blood-red light around his body dimmed. He staggered as he continued forward, but did not dare stop. Still, he could prevent his speed from slowing down. But the moment it did so, the strange cry that had made him feel utmost terror returned. That strange cry was similar to the one they had emitted when they were pursuing Dark Mountain Tribe, but this one sounded sharper. When the tribe leader from Black Mountain Tribe heard it, he felt as if his mind was on the verge of breaking. At that moment, he heard a whistling sound traveling towards his back. He gritted his teeth and turned around, letting out a roar as he hurled his fist forward. But the moment he did so, he saw a head thrown at him at high speed. His fist landed on the head, and the tribe leader saw not just the head exploding into pieces, but also a flash of red. Behind that red long arc, there were countless threads, which only increased its strange mysteriousness. He let out a pain scream. Blood gushed out, and the tribe leader's right arm was torn from his body. With the coming of that red light, his right arm was shredded to pieces right before his eyes. Fear completely enveloped the tribe leader. He bit his tongue, and blood flowed out from his mouth. The vague shadow of a gigantic big blood bear appeared behind his back. It grabbed his body and threw him into the deepest part of the forest. Using that momentum, the tribe leader fled for his life. Once the blood bear threw the tribe leader, its body was immediately surrounded by threads of moonlight. After being enveloped by several layers, the blood bear crumbled and disappeared from earth. Ming appeared. His face was pale, and his eyes were calm, but there was a cruel smile on his lips. It's about time. He took a deep breath. The moonlight blended into his body through his wounds and nourished his body so that he could have the strength to perform the many tasks he wanted to do. Looking in the direction the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe had fled in, Ming dashed forward, giving chase once again. His speed had surpassed that of the tribe leaders of Black Mountain Tribe, but he was not in a hurry. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He knew that the danger looming over the tribe had not disappeared completely. He could deduce from the tribe leader's actions that Black Mountain Tribe still had reinforcements. That was why he was not in a hurry to kill that tribe leader. He chose instead to chase after him closely. When berserkers from the same tribe lived together for an extended period of time, they would feel connected through their blood veins. From that connection, they could somewhat tell where the other were. Ming knew about this. So even though he did not know where Black Mountain Tribe's reinforcements were, the tribe leader would definitely do. If he chased the tribe leader down, he could find this batch of reinforcements and slaughter them all. Only then would his tribe be completely safe for the rest of their migration. Besides, he needed to find a good moment to kill the tribe leader. If he could kill him right before his reinforcements, it would deal a huge blow to their morale, which would make it easier for Ming to massacre them in his exhausted state. After the time of 2 incense sticks burning away, the tribe leader was still continuing to run madly forward. He had lost his right arm, but he did not care about it. As he ran, the desire to continue living appeared in his eyes. He did not want to die. He could somewhat feel from his blood veins that the reinforcements from the tribe were close. They were right before him. He could even smell the presence coming from his tribe members. The desire to live became even stronger in his eyes. He had never been in such a pathetic state over the past 40-something years of his life. Neither had he ever been so terrified. In fact, that fear was even stronger when what he had felt while fighting against Nansong. That was because he could see Nansong, but he still hadn't seen who that mysterious killer was. The only thing he could see was the blood-red light and the numerous threads left behind by the killer's speed. At that moment, the strange sharp cry that made him fall into desperation came once again from behind him. That voice was like death knells, and every single time it appeared, it brought about pain and terror that the tribe leader could not withstand. In fact, the moment he heard the voice, he immediately coughed out blood. The injuries and fatigue in his body made him feel as if he could no longer hold on. He was like a bird that was wounded by an arrow. Every single time it heard the sound of the bow, it would fall to the ground in fear. "Who are you? Just who are you?" the tribe leader shouted loudly. His face was pale when he saw the root of his terror once again. The blood-red arc that sped towards him with countless threads behind it surrounded his body once, and his left hand was separated from his body before it exploded into pieces. Letting out a pained scream, the tribe leader fell into despair. Yet as he fell into despair, a strong desire to live resurfaced because he heard those strange cries once again. However, this time, the cries did not make him afraid, they made him ecstatic. That was Black Mountain Tribe's cry. He let out a huge roar and retreated a few steps quickly before using up all his strength, summoned right down from his soul, and madly dashing towards where he'd heard his tribe members. His consciousness was beginning to fade. There was only one thought in his mind, to unite with his tribe. Very soon, before a marginally empty space filled with snow and a few dried branches, he saw 5 people charging out from the forest. Those people were all incredibly familiar to him. When he saw his tribe members, the reinforcements from Black Mountain also saw their tribe leader, the man who always stood at the top of their tribe. Yet now, the tribe leader was in a very pathetic state, one that they had never seen on his person. The fear in his eyes, the blood on his face, and the body that had lost both arms, made their expressions change. Looks of horror naturally appeared on their faces, as if they were about to face a great and powerful enemy. They could not believe that the tribe leader was the only one left after having led so many berserkers out to chase after Dark Mountain Tribe. That look of fear on his face was as if he'd met with something incredibly terrifying. "Save me." Once the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe saw his tribe members, a strong sense of joy appeared from the midst of his despair. Yet that joy did not last long. When the tribe members were about to arrive, a red long arc appeared behind the tribe leader. It closed in on him in the blink of an eye, and right before the people who came to help, it surrounded the tribe leader who let out shrill screams of pain and unwillingness. The tribe leader's waist was suddenly sliced apart. Because he was running, blood scattered all over the place. He fell, and his legs continued twitching, but in his eyes were joy, despair, and a dead stillness. Once these emotions blended together, they formed a sight that made all those who saw grow cold with fear. The reinforcements from Black Mountain were all taken aback. Panic appeared on their faces, and they all turned pale. The tribe leader had died right before their eyes. This was something they had never once experienced in their lives. It made their hearts tremble as dread filled their bodies. They saw the red light that killed the tribe leader flash before turning into a frail-looking person. There was a huge bow slung across his back, and in his hands, he held a long spear. There were threads of moonlight floating behind him like a cloak, and those threads spread hundreds of feet behind him. His presence was shocking. This was a teenager, or at the very least, a person that looked like a teenager. That calm look on his face, the frail-looking body, and the stillness in his eyes seemed to hide something terrifying that wanted to devour all living beings. It made all the people from Black Mountain Tribe center their fears and the shock dealt by the tribe leader's death on his person. Even the tribe leader died in his hands. Terror and shock filled all the hearts of the Berserkers from Black Mountain Tribe gathered here. From their terrified glances, they saw the youth who stood hundreds of feet away from the corpse of their tribe leader, not sparing a glance at them. Instead, he stood by their tribe leader's corpse and lifted the long spear in his hands before cutting off their tribe leader's head like he was cutting off the head of a beast. He picked it up and looked up, casting a glance at the 5 people from Black Mountain Tribe, standing not too far away. The shadow of the blood-red moon was in his eyes. It was enchanting, but it also held a stillness and a horrifying look that made people tremble. The moment he looked towards the people from Black Mountain Tribe, all of these berserkers reflexively took a few steps back. Their minds were roaring. That gaze made their fear grow even stronger. This was someone that even the tribe leader was afraid of, and he died right before their eyes. How could they not be afraid? Especially when Ming had threads of moonlight that spanned hundreds of feet floating behind him and were giving off a piercing cold glare. Yet among the 5 people was a man in his 40s who was trembling so hard that his eyes were red. He looked similar to the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe. "Brother!" the man cried out and charged towards Ming. Behind him, the other tribe members of Black Mountain Tribe suppressed their fears and dashed forward as well. Ming stood beside the tribe leader's corpse. His eyes were freezing cold. The moment the man charged towards him, he swung his left hand leisurely, and a dash of red powder scattered forth as it was impacted by his chi. When the man who was leading the charge got closer, his entire body trembled. A wound caused by a formless moonlight thread appeared on his face. The blood from the wound immediately started heating up as if it was burning, and before that person could even make a sound, his body turned into red mist and rose into the air abruptly. Fallen Berserker. He's a fallen Berserker. Cries of surprise rose up. The faces of the 4 people from Black Mountain Tribe who wanted to charge forward changed once again. They immediately stopped as dismayed expressions appeared on their faces. The sight of their tribe leader's death and the look of horror on his face before his death resurfaced in their minds. It made their terror reach their peak at that very instant. Just as the 4 people were about to retreat, Ming moved. Under the full moon, the threads of moonlight that were floating behind him charged towards the 4 people who were overcome by fear and shock. Chapter 102 Why? Ming used the tribe leader as a guide to help him locate the reinforcements from Black Mountain Tribe. Then right before their eyes, he cruelly killed their tribe leader and beheaded him. He made sure to exaggerate his movements, and with that strange look of his under the full moon, his advantage over Black Mountain Tribe reached its peak in an instant. Ming had to do it. He was already incredibly tired. Even if he had the nourishment provided by the moon, he still had to spare strength to kill Shan Hen. He hated that traitor who had escaped into the forest after being injured. Thus, he had to take into account how to complete his mission with his remaining stamina and why he decided to use psychological warfare. His actions when he killed the man that looked similar to the tribe leader of Black Mountain Tribe further added to his mysteriousness. The terror that came with the title of Fallen Berserker made all 4 of Black Mountain Tribe's members serving as reinforcements lose the will to fight when he charged towards them. They all chose to turn and flee from the place. In truth, even without the man who looked similar to the tribe leader, Ming would have still used the same tactic of bringing fear to these people by attacking their mental states. For the next few moments, in the small empty space in the forest, whistling sounds would come, followed by cries of despair an instant before death silenced them. After a long while, as silence gradually returned to the clearing, Ming walked out of the forest, dragging his body. A few more wounds marred it. One of the injuries made by a knife seemed so deep it looked like it had reached his bones. Both it and the others slowly stopped bleeding under the moonlight. but Su Ming's face was as pale as the snow on the ground. Behind him lay four corpses, their blood dyeing the snow red. They had paid the price for Black Mountain Tribe's invasion. In truth, Black Mountain Tribe already regretted underestimating Dark Mountain Tribe's resistance and overestimating their own elders' might. It started from the time they had laid the trap in the forest. Yet because they were already too far down the road, had already fought to this state. Without the elders' command, they did not dare to withdraw. They could only continue committing one mistake after another. Even so, there were still some warriors from Black Mountain Tribe who were not dead, merely injured. They were stunned by their battle against Dark Mountain Tribe. So they did not continue chasing after the migrating tribe, but neither did they return to Black Mountain Tribe. They chose instead to spread out and hide in the deeper parts of the forest, thinking of ways to use their injuries as an excuse to back out of the fight. Dark Mountain Tribe's madness was carved deep into these people's bones. Su Ming ran through the forest, panting harshly, as he searched for tracks on the ground. He was using the tracking skills he had acquired naturally when he was in the forest to now search for Shan Hen. He had to find him to get the reason for his betrayal for Nan's song. All the people from Dark Mountain Tribe, and all those who he knew had died in the trap. Thunderous roars still echoed in the sky. The battle in which the elder had sacrificed some of his life to hold back Black Mountain Tribes by two was still ongoing. He was doing everything that he could to ensure the tribe's safety. Su Ming did not make a sound, but the determination and resolution in his eyes did not decrease in the slightest. While quickly chasing Shan Hen down using the tracks the man had left behind, Su Ming saw multiple frozen bodies on the way. All these corpses belonged to the tribe members who had chosen to stay. Sadness rose in his heart when looking at these people, but he also felt respect towards them. He passed by the bodies of his deceased tribe members, and eventually, Su Ming stopped moving upon reaching a deeper part of the forest. Before him was a big tree. Underneath it there was a man. His hands lay by his sides. In his right hand was a sun made of bone. The blood staining the instrument had turned brown. It had even covered some of the holes. Su Ming went closer and looked at Lu Di, who had already died. His corpse was rigid, and his dull eyes were directed at the sky. There was no way of knowing what he was looking at before he died. Perhaps he was just doing what was depicted in Dark Mountain Tribe's funeral song. Asking who was owner of the pair of eyes looking at him from the blue tinge in the sky, and who was the owner of the blinking star at night. Su Ming slowly crouched down while looking at Lu Di. He picked up the sun made of bone and put it away in his bosom. He could not forget the many nights when he was annoyed by the moaning sounds of the sun echoing in the otherwise quiet tribe. There were even times when he had wanted to look for this man and complain, but managed to stop himself before actually doing it. Now, Su Ming closed his eyes. He badly wanted to hear a song played by the sun, but the owner of the instrument had passed away. Su Ming left. He left, bringing with him his speed and the countless moonlight threads floating behind him as he dashed through the forest. He continued chasing after Shan Hen, using the footprints he had left. Shan Hen's footprints were erratic and messy. It was a sign which meant that the man was not only badly wounded, but his heart was also in disarray. That was why when fleeing, he had forgotten to cover his tracks. Perhaps he did not even expect for there to be someone who would chase after him. If that weren't the case, then with his identity as the chief of the hunters in Dark Mountain Tribe, Shan Hen would have covered his tracks, because his familiarity with the forest was on par with Su Ming's. The chase continued as time went by. It was midnight. The full moon hung in the sky. The moon shone so brightly, its light dimmed out the glow of the stars around it. When it was almost certain that the thick fog could not cover the moon, Su Ming arrived at the ravine created by the elder to prevent their pursuers from Black Mountain Tribe from advancing. The screen of light was broken, and it had long since disappeared. Su Ming saw Wu La here. She lay there quietly, her face almost smiling. He went to where she was with light footsteps and looked at her. He looked at her pale and muddled face, and seemed to hear her last words before she died. "Are you Mo Su?" He stood by her corpse for a long while before raising his foot and walking past her in one swift motion. Su Ming walked away and came to where he had killed Bai Su. Bai Su's corpse was no longer there. Someone had taken the body away. As Su Ming ran through the place, the sights that fell into his eyes made him recall just how devastating the battle between the tribes had been. The memories were carved deep into his heart. Then he arrived at a place that made his body jolt. That place was still part of the forest. Right ahead, he saw torn limbs and pieces of flesh lying on the ground. Only the white strands of hair reminded him of those familiar old people. This was the place where the elderly from the tribe had chosen to stay when the tribe had just left the trap. These old people were all dead. A lonely breeze blew through the land, lifting up the snow and the scattered white strands of hair on the ground. They had asked for an item from the elder that would allow them to self-destruct. In their remaining moments, they had talked about their pasts, and when the pursuers from Black Mountain Tribe had arrived, they laughed fearlessly and turned into loud banging sounds. Ming bowed towards the pool of blood before him. These normal old folk from the tribe were as deserving of respect as the berserkers who had died in battle. He lifted his feet and silently walked past that plain of snow. On the way, he found 5 arrows belonging to the head of the guards. He placed them in the quiver, and as he continued chasing after Shan Hen, he arrived at the battlefield where they had had the largest number of deaths, where the battle between the tribes was at its most devastating point. It was the place where Black Mountain Tribe had laid the trap. When he saw it, Ming's desire to kill Shan Hen became even stronger. There were too many corpses on the ground, especially right before Ming. The dozens of bodies of the youths who had done nothing to contribute to the tribe in the past lay in front of him. The memory of them rushing out without looking back made Ming's heart clench, as if he was seeing it happen all over again. He was following Shan Hen's footsteps. These footprints told Ming that everything he saw, Shan Hen saw as well while fleeing. In fact, his footprints were sunk deeper into the ground here, as if he had stopped for a time. Could Shan Hen be going there? Ming mumbled. A complicated look appeared on his face. Shan Hen was the chief of the hunters in the tribe since Ming was very young. He was, in fact, just like the head of the guards. They were both adults and powerful berserkers respected by the lassus of the tribe. The two men had different personalities, causing the head of the guards to be well-liked by the lassus. Yet Shan Hen's aloof attitude also made them feel protected, even though they were afraid of him. Perhaps he had to be aloof and indifferent. As the chief of the hunters and the hunting team, protecting Dark Mountain Tribe and providing enough food made him spend most of his time outside the tribe hunting wild beasts. Shan Hen had stained his hands with too much blood. He might have been capable of smiling, but those smiles would only appear on his face when he hid himself in a dark corner as he watched the tribe members cheer loudly, because there was enough food and no one had to die of starvation. Most of the people in the tribe would not be able to see his smile. Why would someone like this betray the tribe? Ming walked by the trap site without making a sound. He no longer looked at the footprints left on the ground. He could already guess where Shan Hen was. Once he walked past the trap's place, Ming turned into a long red arc as he sped forward under the moon. Time passed by. Gradually, in the distance before his eyes, a faint outline appeared in the night. That place was once filled with laughter, joy, and happiness. Every night, there would be bonfires lighting up the area. There would be tribe members dancing around it, and there would be lassus playing at night. That place held 16 years of Ming's memories. Now, it was desolate, broken, ruined. That was their tribe, Dark Mountain Tribe. As Ming got closer under the moonlight, he saw a man crying on his knees in amid the snow and chaos on the ground, located at the center of the tribe. The sounds of his weeping rang loud and clear in the silent night. Filled with grief and sadness, they echoed through the empty surroundings, causing Ming to falter in his footsteps. Is this sadness real? He clenched his fists and firmly walked towards the man. Once he went past the broken gate and was only 1,000 feet away from the crying man, Ming stopped. He looked at the man's back, listened to his pain-filled cries, and looked at his former home. His heart hurt as if he was being stabbed with a knife. Why? Chapter 103, Shan Hen. Ming stood at the ruined tribe and looked at the weeping man. He did not get an answer to his question. That man was Shan Hen. He was crying as he knelt at the center of the tribe. His face was filled with pain, but there was also indecision, regret, and sorrow. Ming was silent. He did not make a move, as if waiting for Shan Hen's answer. After a long while, through which the cold wind continued blowing across the land and lifting the debris on the ground to turn in circles, Shan Hen stopped crying and slowly stood up before turning and looking at Ming. Those eyes were bloodshot and tired. Those familiar eyes now seemed like strangers' eyes. This person, whom Ming was well acquainted with, was now Dark Mountain Tribe's traitor. If it weren't for him, the number of deaths in the tribe would have definitely not been so devastating. You told Black Mountain Tribe the route we would take for our migration. Ming looked at Shan Hen as he walked towards him with grief on his face. When I came back, you were all getting rid of the scouts from Black Mountain Tribe. At that time, All of you worked separately, so no one noticed where you went. You did not kill those from Black Mountain tribe in your area. You told them where we were going instead. He continued walking forward. Shan Hen's face was pale. He laughed brokenly and staggered backwards, as if he could not withstand Su Ming's accusations. Lots of our tribe members died in that trap. After that, you bore through it patiently until the most important moment arrived, when only Lei Chun, Grandpa Nan's song. You and I stayed back. You badly injured Grandpa Nan's song, turning the tides of the battle. Do you really want to see Black Mountain tribe chase us down and massacre our people? Su Ming asked in a hoarse voice as he came closer. The pain on Shan Hen's face grew even stronger, and he took a couple more steps back. I have two things I don't understand. 1. Why did you betray the tribe? 2. Why did you not let Bei Ling and his father stay? Was it because you had no confidence whether those two could be taken down by Black Mountain tribe after you injured Grandpa Nan's song? Or was it because you had a sudden bout of guilty conscience? With a swift move, Su Ming suddenly closed in until he was 200 feet away from Shan Hen. Tell me why. Say no more. Shan Hen's face was pale and desolate as he suddenly shouted in a loud voice. His pain and sadness erupted forth at that moment as well. He took a few steps back, staring at Su Ming. Say no more. There is no reason, none. Tears fell from Shan Hen's eyes. He raised his right hand, and immediately blood-red light flashed in his hand. The red light surrounded his arm, and he pointed a finger at Su Ming. I don't care whether you're Su Ming or Mo Su. Get out of here. I can't die yet. Give me another 10 years. Once 10 years have passed, I will kill myself here. If you continue bothering me, then don't blame me for not showing you the mercy of a fellow tribe member. The indifferent look on Shan Hen's face was gone. At that moment, he was like a roaring wild beast. He took a leap back, as if he was about to leave the tribe. If you can even betray the tribe, then don't talk about showing me the mercy of a fellow tribe member. When you injured Grandpa Nan's song, did you think about what would happen if we died and those pursuers caught up with our tribe? Did you think about the fate that would fall on their heads? Su Ming gritted his teeth, and with blood scales in his right hand, he rushed towards Shan Hen. Su Ming turned into a long red arc, countless moonlight threads floating behind his back. In the blink of an eye, he closed in on Shan Hen. Crashing sounds erupted in the once beautiful tribe. As they erupted, Shan Hen roared, and a blood-red blade materialized in his right hand, clashing with the long spear and causing wind to roll out from around them like waves. Dark blood dust. Shan Hen retreated a few steps. He coughed out blood, and his face turned pale. The blood turned into a cloud of blood mist midair and charged towards Su Ming. Shan Hen's power was great, and his dark blood dust was not something Su Ming could compare to. The moment the art was cast, it spread hundreds of feet around them. If the mist landed on Su Ming, it would pierce through his body, as if it was made up of sharp arrows. Yet the moment the blood mist with the penetrating ability charged towards him, covering the sky, Su Ming's eyes filled with the shadow of the moon and flashed brilliantly. Tonight was the night of the full moon. The fine threads made of moonlight floating behind him tumbled forward in an instant. The moment the blood mist closed in, the moonlight threads swiftly gathered before Su Ming, turning into a screen of light, and clashed with the blood mist. After a loud crash, Su Ming trembled. The threads of moonlight started cracking inch by inch, but the blood mist also dispersed as if blown away by a huge gust of wind. At the same time, as blood trickled out of the corners of Shan Hen's mouth, he staggered back a few dozens of feet. Then he turned and ran. He did not move to fight, but to leave the place as soon as possible. There was no way Su Ming would let him leave. He dashed after the man, but the moment he got closer, Shan Hen turned around abruptly. There was pain in his eyes, but there was also killing intent. Su Ming, you forced me to do this. Shan Hen let out a roar, and he lifted the blood-red blade in his hands. In the blink of an eye, a Berserker mark in the shape of a blade appeared on his face. It was his Berserker mark. The moment the mark appeared, the space behind Shan Hen started twisting. A giant red blade materialized and swung down. It passed through Shan Hen's body and went for Su Ming's head with tremendous killing intent. That blade was stunning. It was Shan Hen's, who was the chief of the hunters in Dark Mountain Tribe, strongest move. The number of people and beasts that had died under that blade was far too great. A lot of moonlight instantly turned into fine threads that surrounded the blades swinging down at Su Ming. Yet the moment they touched the sword, they were all torn apart. The blade was about to touch Su Ming. His eyes blazed, and fire started spreading through them, like his pupils had just been lit on fire. The moment the flames appeared, Ming immediately felt that his chi was burning, as if there was a fire that could burn heaven and earth within him. The strength of the fire under the full moon was greater than on any other day. Ming did not howl. Instead, he raised his right hand as his eyes burned and pressed his palm against the blood blade coming towards him. Flames erupted forth from his body at that instant and enveloped him within them, turning him into a gigantic man of fire. The fire giant looked like it took in a breath as it looked at the full moon in the sky. At that moment, it was as if the moonlight from the entire world was sucked towards it, causing the area to become darker. Fire, Ming whispered. While chasing after Shan Hen, he had already felt the fire building up in his body under the full moon. It was as if he just needed a thought, and the flames would burst forth from his body. The fire giant slammed its head against the blood blade as Ming pressed his right palm forward. When it rushed towards the blade, it no longer looked like a person, but turned into a sea of fire and burned the blade. Booming sounds shook the sky and earth at that instant. The sea of fire and the blood blade crumbled apart at the same time. Disbelief appeared on Shan Hen's face, and he coughed out blood. He was already gravely wounded to begin with, and could not withstand the attack. As his body tumbled backwards, he coughed out blood once again in midair. He staggered to regain his footing before retreating. Blood trickled down Ming's mouth. The blood fell on the snow below, and a lot of snow melted instantly, as if burned away. When Ming saw that Shan Hen was about to run, he took a huge step forward and ruthlessly threw blood scales. Whistling sound echoed through the air. Blood scales turned into a giant blood-red eagle and fell before Shan Hen, who was trying to escape. It crashed heavily, stirring up a wall of snow that made Shan Hen flinch. At the same moment, Ming stomped on the ground once, and by his side, a stone knife left behind by one of his people as they left jumped up from the patch of snow. He caught it in his hand and closed in on Shan Hen in the blink of an eye, thrusting the knife forward. "I can't die." Shan Hen's face was vicious. The moment Ming thrust the knife towards him, a weak red light flashed on Shan Hen's right hand's fingers, and they turned into a red blade. The two thrust their blades into each other's bodies almost at the same time. "Give me 10 years. Just 10 years. Shan Hen roared, panting harshly, his body filled with pain. "When I was young, you were an adult I respected. I knew that you had to force yourself to be indifferent because your responsibilities were great. You had to protect the tribe. The tribe needed the friendliness of the head of the guards, but it also needed someone who was aloof. That was why you chose to be aloof. I'll let you stab me as thanks for protecting the tribe in the past. But I absolutely won't forgive you. Our people who died because of your betrayal also won't forgive you." Blood flowed down the corners of Ming's mouth. He pressed against Shan Hen's body and took out the stone knife, then stabbed once again. "This is from all the elderly folk in the tribe who had died. This is from all the people who weren't useless and died for the tribe leader." Ming whispered in Shan Hen's ear and stabbed him once again. "This is from Wu La. This is from Lu Di." Tears fell from Ming's eyes as he continued stabbing Shan Hen, lost in his sadness. With each stab, Shan Hen's body would tremble, pressed against Ming. Blood continued flowing from his mouth. He was also crying in pain and in sorrow. "This is from Grandpa Nen's song." Ming looked at the ruins of the tribe. He supported Shan Hen so that he would not fall and pushed his body back, stabbing him once again with the knife in his right hand. As he kept pushing Shan Hen back, a long, terrifying line of blood trailed down after them through the snow until the hunter's back hit a giant fence that wasn't too damaged surrounding the tribe. With a bang, the fence shook as Ming stabbed again. "This is from the elder. This is from me," he said in a low tone and sank the stone knife in his hands deeply into Shan Hen's heart. The head of the hunters fell on him and convulsed repeatedly, the light in his eyes gradually becoming dimmer. It was quiet around them. They were the only two people in the tribe, and looked as if they were hugging each other. Ming closed his eyes. After a long while, he took a few gentle steps back, and Shan Hen's body fell to the side. There was no longer any light in his eyes. It was as if he could no longer see Ming, struggling to lift his trembling right hand and bring out a small piece of bone from his bosom. It was a very tiny bone, and it looked like the leg bone of a baby. As he held that tiny piece of bone, tears fell from Shan Hen's blank eyes. Crying, his breathing faded away, and so did his life. Chapter 104. The place closest to the sky. Ming stood silently and looked at Shan Hen, who had fallen before him. Su Ming was filled with complicated emotions towards the traitor of Dark Mountain tribe. Killing him did not bring any satisfaction to him. It only made him even more burdened. If it were not because this person had committed a crime punishable by death, who would want to kill his own tribe member? If it were not because this person caused so many deaths due to his mistake, who would want to kill the powerful berserker he had admired since he was still a child? Su Ming looked at Shan Hen's eyes, which were still open. His dull eyes seemed to be looking at a place Su Ming could not see, and he wondered what he was thinking about before his death. The small piece of bone belonging to a baby was stained with Shan Hen's blood. He held it tightly in his hand, as if that was his deepest attachment prior to death. Su Ming did not know why Shan Hen betrayed the tribe. There was no answer to it. He took a few steps and crouched down. As he looked at Shan Hen, he recalled the kindness and laughter in this man's eyes as La Sus cheered when he brought back the beast fangs for them. Su Ming raised his right hand and put it on Shan Hen's eyes to close them. His actions were gentle, as if he was afraid of bothering the headhunter's deceased spirit. He let out a light sigh and was just about to get up when his eyes fell on the baby's leg bone in Shan Hen's hand. Is it because of this? He picked it up silently, but did not check whether there was anything wrong with it, and just quietly put it away in his bosom. Standing up straight, he looked at the once familiar tribe. It was already past midnight, but the moonlight was still bright since the full moon hung in the sky. The silvery light scattered on the earth, serving as a mirror to the snow on the ground, causing the sky and earth to not seem so dark, allowing some degree of visibility. He was just about to leave when a slight hint of warmth emitted from the area around his chest. He lowered his head and took out an object from his bosom. That object was also a bone, but it was the bone of a beast, the bone the tribe leader of Dark Mountain tribe had gifted him when they parted ways. If this thing turns red, then it means that Dark Mountain tribe is completely safe. For the first time since a long time ago, a smile appeared on Su Ming's face. The bone in his hand was letting off a red light and a faint hint of warmth. The tribe is safe. He took a deep breath. At that moment, a loud, thunderous boom came from Black Flame Mountain, which was located in Dark Mountain, far away from the tribe. Su Ming lifted his head abruptly and immediately saw the summit of Black Flame Mountain erupting as the booming sound occurred. The stones at the top of the mountain shattered, and the sound reverberated all over the place. Due to the crack at the top of the mountain, from where he stood, Su Ming saw the elder fighting against Baitu in the sky right behind the collapsed mountaintop. The elder seemed to be retreating, and he also seemed to be heavily injured. The red fog that was all over the sky tumbled after the elder, and the faint shape of the wings of the moon formed inside. There was also a person standing on top of that wings of the moon. This battle had gone on for a very long time. The elder of Black Mountain tribe had originally thought that with his powers of the awakening realm, he could end the massacre quickly, but he did not expect that up till now, Xing would still be holding out against him. More importantly, from what he could tell, Xing might not have reached awakening realm, but he had a lot of berserker arts at hand, most of which he had never seen before. The might of those berserker arts could even compare with the power of awakening. If he hadn't mastered the fallen berserker art and continuously absorbed the earth's vitality as he fought, this battle would have been incredibly difficult. The moment Xing was expelled from the red mist, Baitu charged out from the wings of the moon towards him. He no longer dared to use the wings of the moon that were formed from his berserker mark. After all, he had lost control of it once, and that incident had not only left behind an impression, but also a hint of fear in his heart. He didn't know why, but the berserker blood in his body was restless, as if he was about to lose control of it, and it was going to charge out. But that wasn't even the main point. What frightened Baitu the most was a desire that kept growing inside him. This desire did not stem from his mind, but the blood flowing in his veins. It was as if it was trying to lead him in a direction somewhere on the land to worship something. If he hadn't forcefully quelled that impulse with the power he had gained in the awakening realm, this battle would not have lasted to this point. Su Ming stood in the tribe. Once he saw the sight in the sky, he rushed wordlessly towards Dark Mountain. He could not fly, so it was impossible for him to participate in the sky battle, but he could go to Dark Mountain and stand at the very top. Its summit was the place closest to the sky. Only when he was there could he help the elder. As Su Ming continued running towards the top, a strange light flashed in his eyes. The countless moonlight threads floating behind him looked like solidified moonlight. The tribe is safe now. I no longer need to worry about the others. With my strength, I shouldn't be able to join the fight between the elders, and if I go, it'll only cause the elder to worry and distract him. Su Ming's expression was calm. He was no longer as loud and reckless as he was before. Although he was anxious, he could now assess the situation calmly. If that incident where I controlled the wings of the moon hadn't happened, I wouldn't go, but now, I might really be able to help the elder. He turned into a long red arc and dashed into the forest, bringing with him the numerous moonlight threads. I'll go to the place closest to the sky, closest to the full moon, and perform the burning of blood. The red light charged through the forest at an incredible speed. That thought had not just occurred to Su Ming. He had already come up with that idea when he first saw the wings of the moon formed by the red fog behind by Tuesday. In fact, he had already had a faint inkling when he saw the Berserker mark in the shape of the wings of the moon on the center of Baitu's brows. Since the incident where he had used his willpower to control the wings of the moon, that idea was no longer a mere inkling, but became a complete plan. There are many wings of the moon in the 5 summits of Dark Mountain. When I performed the burning of blood before, I had the feeling that the wings of the moon were restless. If my guess is correct, then if I perform the burning of blood on Dark Mountain during full moon, I can make them even more worked up, which will also affect Baitu, who clearly practices fire berserker arts. After the days of trauma experienced by the tribe, Su Ming had learned how not to be reckless and how to be calm and quiet. He did not choose to go to Black Flame Mountain, but went towards Dark Dragon Mountain. The red arc trailed a very long line through the forest. From a distance, it looked like a red ribbon that would not break no matter how it moved. Time passed by. Soon, the long red arc wound through the forest, and Su Ming, traveling on the familiar path, approached one of the 5 summits of Dark Mountain, Dark Dragon Mountain. He could not remember how many times he had climbed this mountain. It could even be said that he was familiar with every nook and cranny of the place. The moment he got closer, the long red arc jumped into the air, and with a few leaps, Su Ming climbed up the mountain without stopping, charging towards the top in the span of a few breaths. He ran at his full speed along the back of the mountain. Hence Baitu and Mo Sang, who were fighting against each other in the sky, did not notice his actions on Dark Dragon Mountain, despite it being located not too far away. Besides, they were in a state where they could not divide even a tiny bit of their attention elsewhere. Yet for some reason, anxiety and fear suddenly rose up in Baitu's day. The rampant state of his berserker blood became much stronger all of a sudden, as if his blood was boiling in his body. It made him afraid, and he quickly retreated, using some power to forcefully quell that feeling down. His expression changed to one of dismay. Just what is happening? He was shocked, but did not have time to think about it. Mo Sang used that chance to close in on him, and they were engaged in a fight once again. Mo Sang was already running dry and was incredibly exhausted, yet he had already fought to the extent where he could not leave even if he wanted to. Xing was not here yet either, which made worry and a sense of danger rise in him. At that moment, Su Ming was rushing up Dark Dragon Mountain towards the top. When he passed by the cracks, he could feel wings of the moon on edge deep below. My guess should be correct. Light flashed through Su Ming's eyes. He continued climbing upwards, and before long, he stood at the top of Dark Dragon Mountain. Wind whistled by, lifting his hair and causing his torn beast skin shirt to flap. Yet he stood there with his back straight and looked at the sky, towards the red fog by Black Flame Mountain that covered the sky, and at the 2 flashing figures that clashed and quickly separated from each other inside the fog with the dark python's roars thundering around. There was also a pressure that appeared when the Elder and Baitu cast their berserker arts, which caused a change in their surroundings. Su Ming took in a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. He lifted his head in one swift motion and looked at the brilliant moon in the sky. The moon was round, and its light was bright. It fell into Su Ming's eyes, and he felt as if his blood was about to burn at any moment. Elder, Su Ming will accompany you. The shadow of the blood-red moon in Su Ming's eyes became even clearer. As the blood in his body started boiling, and a burning sensation filled his entire person, he raised his right hand and bit his fingertips before pressing them to his left eye. The 4th burning of blood. The moment the blood on his fingertips touched his left eye, Dark Dragon Mountain lurched underneath his body. In fact, the instant Dark Dragon Mountain shook, Dark Mountain with all 5 of its summits started trembling. At the same time, all wings of the moon within the 5 summits screeched and howled in excitement. They wanted to rush out of the blood-red tree that kept them contained. They madly scratched and clawed at the big tree with red eyes as they cried out with unbelievable excitement. They wanted to rush out and worship their king. At that moment, Baitu suddenly trembled while fighting against Mo Sang in the red fog. He quickly retreated, dismay and panic appearing on his face. He was losing control over the berserker blood in his body, and his blood was crashing all over his body. There was a strong urge growing in him, making him incapable of resisting, to kneel down and worship in the direction of Dark Dragon Mountain. How could this be? Baitu looked pathetic. Blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth when he forced down the terrifying desire. At the same time, he saw a figure of a frail person sitting on top of Dark Dragon Mountain. Chapter 105, Battle on the Moon. An incredible killing intent appeared in Baitu's eyes. With just one glance, he could tell that the source of his terror came from the person sitting on Dark Mountain. He was about to get closer when the elder noticed Baitu's strange behavior and also saw Su Ming sitting on top of Dark Dragon Mountain. He narrowed his eyes and swiftly took one step forward, blocking Baitu's path. Once again, Mo Sang engaged Baitu in battle with his tired body. As Baitu howled in anger, the thick, great fog behind him quickly gathered up before turning into a wings of the moon that could cover the sky if it spread its wings. The wings of the moon looked at where Su Ming was, and an incredible struggle appeared on its face. It was as if there were two wills in its body. One of it came from Baitu, and the other came from the deceased spirits of the Fire Berserker tribe, telling him to go to the person who was burning his blood and worship him. Su Ming was looking at the moon in the sky. In his eyes, the moon had turned entirely red. He shuddered. Trying to incite the burning of his blood with his right index finger was as difficult as usual. Members of the ancient Fire Berserker tribe, I, Su Ming, have learned the Fire Berserker art, and now I am performing the burning of my blood on Dark Mountain, recreating the Fire Berserker art. If your souls are here, why won't you help me? His eyes were firm. As he mumbled, he swiped his right index finger across his eyes, and when a sharp pain rose in his left eye, a fire that seemed to burn the sky erupted forth. Su Ming had managed to complete the burning of his left eye. The moment his left eye completed the burning, all 5 summits in Dark Mountain shook once again. This time, the trembling was much stronger than before. A large amount of gravel fell from the mountains and tumbled downwards. It was as if there was a struggle within Dark Mountain, as if a giant underneath it that wanted to rise and stand up. Baitu, who was still fighting with Mo Sang, let out a pained, sharp cry. His eyes, ears, nose, and mouth started bleeding, and he tumbled backwards. His eyes were bloodshot, and there seemed to be the faint shape of the moon in his pupils. He looked wretched. His hair was a mess, and he was bleeding all over his body. A flash passed through Mo Sang's eyes. He chased after Baitu without the intention of letting him go. At the same time, the giant wings of the moon in the sky shuddered and let out piercing howls like there were 2 wills clashing furiously within it. Kill him. Wings of the moon formed by my berserker blood, kill him. Baitu shouted in a shrill voice. He raised his right hand and struck his chest. The picture of the wings of the moon on the center of his brows immediately let out a piercing light, causing the conflict within the eyes of the wings of the moon to gradually disappear as it continued howling. The same murderous look as Baitu's appeared in its eyes instead. It flapped its wings and charged towards Su Ming, who was on Dark Dragon Mountain. Baitu quickly spread his arms wide as he retreated, and immediately, wisps of white air appeared from the ground, rushing towards him, causing the injuries on his body to rapidly heal. He took a big step forward and engaged Mo Sang. As booming sounds reverberated in the air, Mo Sang, though his face was pale, gritted his teeth and fought back. The giant wings of the moon closed in on Dark Dragon Mountain like an endless cloud. Its cries turned into a huge gust of wind, as if it was about to uproot the whole Dark Dragon Mountain. Yet the moment it got closer, Su Ming, who had been sitting down, stood up swiftly. With the shadow of the blood-red moon in his eyes, he looked at the approaching giant wings of the moon. Leave. His voice was calm. He removed his right index finger from his left eye and placed it on his right eye, giving an aloof look to the wings of the moon, built as big as the peak of a mountain. Su Ming himself was built on the leaner side. Compared to the huge wings of the moon, he was nothing, yet the moment his voice traveled out coldly, the gigantic body of the wings of the moon trembled. It stopped 100 feet away. The murderous look in its eyes turned into conflict and pain. This sight struck Mo Sang with disbelief. It also made Baitu shake furiously. It was as if he was the wings of the moon, and there was an indescribable force coming from the frail body, standing on Dark Dragon Mountain, shaking the sky. As Baitu trembled, he pushed Mo Seng away with a punch and bit his tongue. The moment he coughed out blood, he pressed his right hand to the center of his brows. Then with a roar, tore away the mark of the wings of the moon from the center of his brows. The flesh that was torn away was surrounded by the blood that Baitu coughed out before beginning the burning, sending out a large amount of red mist. At the same time, the wings of the moon 100 feet away from Su Ming rapidly flamed up, turning into a sea of fire. But there was no hint of struggle in its eyes as it sank into the flames. It charged towards Su Ming instead. There was only 100 feet between them, so it could instantly close up the distance. By the looks of it, it wanted to devour Su Ming. Su Ming still remained calm. At the very instant the wings of the moon pounced on him, he swiped his right index finger across his right eye. The sky changed, the clouds and the wind tumbled backwards, and thunderous roars arose from Dark Dragon Mountain. This was the fourth burning of blood. Yet this time, the number of blood veins within Su Ming's body did not increase. Instead, as Dark Dragon Mountain shook furiously underneath him, the moon in the sky no longer appeared red only in Su Ming's eyes. It started turning red before everyone's. The night of the blood-red moon. The moment the blood-red moon appeared, within the endless forest spanning around Dark Mountain, the people from Black Mountain tribe who hid themselves to avoid fighting let out terrified screams and gasps when they saw the crimson moon. The blood-red moon. Why is the blood-red moon here? Didn't the blood-red moon just appear recently? Why is it here again? It weren't just the Black Mountain tribe members hiding in the forest who reacted this way. The same terrified and forlorn screams echoed within their tribe as all the remaining tribe members quickly hid themselves, trembling. The members of Dark Mountain tribe were still in the process of migrating to Windstream tribe. There were dozens of berserkers from Windstream around them, with Wang and Chun Chong acting as the leaders. They had received orders from the tribe leader to assist Dark Mountain tribe. When they met them on their way, they acted as escorts. At that moment, they too saw the blood-red moon in the sky, and their expressions changed. Dark Dragon tribe too saw the blood-red moon. An outcry filled with fear and shock resounded. In the sky above Dark Mountain, Baitu was also taken aback momentarily by the sight of the blood-red moon, but his eyes were soon filled with ecstasy. He was not afraid of the crimson moon. He charged towards Mo Seng, causing the other man to retreat. Blood flowed down from Baitu's lips and was flung out, turning into droplets that scattered in the air. With some unknown berserker art, they fell on Mo Seng's body, causing the elder to be sent tumbling back. Baitu was about to close in on him when a furious voice that sounded like rumbling thunder suddenly came from Dark Dragon Mountain. Baitu. Violent tremors shook Dark Dragon Mountain. Many stones rolled down, resulting in loud crashes. Dust billowed out into the forest at the foot of the mountain, stirring up the snow on the ground and forming a large round force of power with Dark Mountain as the center. As the roar echoed in the sky from the large amount of cracks in the summits, howls and sounds of wings flapping came through, as did pairs upon pairs of red eyes. Very soon, wings of the moon rushed out of the cracks. Their eyes were filled with red light, and as they charged out, they looked as if they had covered the sky and earth with their endless numbers. The next instant, Black Flame Mountain and the other summits started shaking and rumbling, and all the other wings of the moon tore through the red barrier, holding them back, and abruptly stormed out. That scene was akin to the apocalypse. The wings of the moon, who only appeared once every few years, had come once again. The sky was filled with wings of the moon. Their numbers at the very least amounted to tens of thousands. They surrounded Su Ming, covering him from sight, as their cries shook the sky and earth. Their eyes were filled with agitation and excitement. After surrounding Su Ming, their cries seemed to turn into sounds of worship as they circled around him. It was as if Su Ming was their king. Baitu trembled. When he lifted his head and saw that scene, his expression changed. It was full of shock that had never once appeared on his face. As he looked at the countless wings of the moon, covering the sky and earth, he even forgot to breathe. It was as if there were thunderbolts flashing in his head, striking him completely dumb. He could feel that there was a powerful fire berserker art within Su Ming. That was the true fire berserker art, and it was completely different from the art he had received through outside help. This is... He took a gulp as he mumbled out an incomplete sentence. The difference between the faint shadow of the moon in his eyes compared to Su Ming's was far too great. The killing intent within the eyes of the giant wings of the moon that was closing in on Su Ming completely disappeared, replaced by a fanatic and excited look. It also started circling Dark Dragon Tribe, which was right underneath Su Ming. Something flashed in Su Ming's eyes. There was no hint of surprise on his face. Cries of excitement echoed in his ears. His vision was filled with the sight of wings of the moon flying by. When he raised his hand, there was even one wings of the moon that landed on his palm, as if it was kneeling down. The fanatic look in its eyes was clear as day. At that moment, Su Ming had a strange feeling that he could control these wings of the moon and make them fight for him. He could feel the excitement coming from them. He could feel their agitation and the glory they had desired for a long time. Su Ming clenched his fists and took a step forward. Immediately, the wings of the moon opened up a path for him, causing him to arrive at the cliff of Dark Dragon Mountain. He did not stop, but took another step onto the air. Battle Under the Moon. Part 2. When his foot landed, he did not fall. A wings of the moon flew underneath his foot, letting him step on it. It supported Su Ming's body, allowing him to walk in the air. Su Ming did not stop. He lifted his head. There was a firm and stubborn look in his eyes. He wanted to help the elder, to fight against that damn Baitu alongside the elder. Su Ming hated Baitu to the core. It was because of this person that the war had happened. It was because of this person that their people had to leave their homes in sadness and fight continuously with death hanging over their heads constantly as they moved. This was all Baitu's fault. With this hate and resolution, Su Ming turned into a long red arc and charged towards Baitu in midair, countless moonlight threads trailing behind him. He did not know how to fly, but with each step he took, a wings of the moon would appear under his feet, accurately forming a path for him so that he could travel at full speed. Around him, the wings of the moon that covered the sky and earth, along with the wings of the moon that had originally belonged to Baitu too, charged forward by his side. If anyone had looked from the distance, it would have seemed like someone took a brush and quickly drew a line across the sky. The line was formed by the wings of the moon, allowing Su Ming to travel in the air. It made all those who saw it be struck dumb by amazement and disbelief. The number of wings of the moon in the sky could not be counted. With Su Ming leading the charge, they quickly formed a straight line in the sky, shooting up like an arrow. The killing intent in Su Ming's eyes was great. His speed had exceeded Baitu's expectations, same as the elder's. In an instant, he arrived before the elder with the wings of the moon and stopped him from tumbling backwards. He used his body and his resolution to stand before the clearly exhausted elder. The elder did not know why and how Su Ming had triggered the appearance of the wings of the moon, or why they would want to worship him, but when he looked at him a smile appeared on his face. He might be exhausted, had offered his life away, and had blood flowing from his lips, but he was still happy. Su Ming had truly grown up. He could help him now. The frail body standing before him had grown up in his eyes, like a mountain. Baitu. Su Ming knew that his power was not enough for him to think that he could win against Baitu's day. What he would be using were the countless wings of the moon. He could make those wings of the moon fight for him with his will. That was the vague thought that had become clear in his head. The moment he shouted out Baitu's name, Su Ming, who stood before the elder protectively, held up blood scales in his right hand. The 243 blood veins in his body formed into one, and he threw the spear towards Baitu with a powerful throw. Blood scales let out a piercing crack in the air as Su Ming gathered all his chi together and fused it into the spear, causing it to seem to slice through the sky like a crack of red lightning, rushing towards Baitu. At the same time, Su Ming embedded his will into all the wings of the moon, causing those around him to let out shrill cries and charge out. As the wings of the moon that covered the sky and earth rushed out, they formed a picture in the sky that would be incredibly difficult to replicate with the brush. In that picture, the wings of the moon charged towards Baitu after the long spear. Even the giant wings of the moon that originally belonged to Baitu let out a roar and rushed out as well. With the long spear as the tip, the numerous wings of the moon formed the shape of an arrow and closed in on the dumbstruck Baitu in a split second, as if they were about to destroy him. He had obtained his powers of awakening from the wings of the moon, and now they were about to take it back. It was akin to an inescapable fate of his. Baitu's face was pale. As he quickly withdrew, the desire within his body that wanted to rush out and worship Su Ming like the wings of the moon became stronger. He lifted his right hand in pain and stabbed his chest with a finger. A black wisp of air immediately spread out, and once it surrounded his body, that urge slightly dissipated. Yet he had to pay a price. It made him stumble backwards, and his face became paler. Madness appeared in his eyes. Facing off against the countless wings of the moon, covering the sky, and blood scales, he shouted towards the sky. As he shouted, a dark light flew out from his mouth, turning into a black cauldron that was about the size of a person before him. There were numerous tortured faces carved on the cauldron. Some of them were screaming in pain, some were terrifying to look at, some were crying, and some were letting out soundless roars of fury. The entire cauldron let out a cold and frightening presence. When it appeared, it was as if the whole area around them froze. Beware of that cauldron. He used it once before. It has some sort of strange ability. If I didn't sacrifice some of my life with the 7 needles, I wouldn't have been able to fight against it. But it also seems like he can't use its full power. Once he uses it, he'll immediately weaken. The elder explained, his expression changing quickly. All of you die. Baitu's face was ferocious. The blood he coughed out landed on the cauldron, and it immediately started expanding, letting out an eerie light. As it grew, Baitu's body immediately started withering. It seemed like his flesh and life were being sucked away by the pained faces on the cauldron. In an instant, the cauldron grew to the size of about 100 feet, and the old and experienced presence on it became much stronger. As the eerie light glowed, the many carved faces came to life and rushed out from the cauldron. When those faces appeared, their cries of pain and sadness echoed in the sky. At the same time, Su Ming's blood scales and the large number of wings of the moon closed in as they sliced through the air. Large numbers from both sides crashed into each other like 2 bundles of thick black clouds, causing a strong tremor and a loud boom. As the booming sound echoed in the sky, the human faces burst open like bubbles, ripped apart madly when the wings of the moon rushed in. Even so, a single wings of the moon was not strong. Usually, once one of them ripped apart one of the human faces, they would turn into a red wisp that rose up into the sky. Yet once those human faces were torn apart, their faces were no longer filled with pain, but instead seemed to be freed from something. It was as if their appearance was not so that they could continue fighting, but to seek death. They were looking for a source for them to no longer be in pain. These people had once belonged to Black Mountain Tribe, but some of them were also from Dark Dragon Tribe and Dark Mountain Tribe, and they were those who had disappeared and died a long time ago. There were even some people who Baitu had obtained from somewhere before he fused them into the fallen Berserker vessel. It was an item to which he offered the souls of those who had been wronged. The roaring sounds continued in the sky, as if they were going to last until everything was destroyed. Once blood scales, which had gathered Su Ming's entire power, rushed through the pained faces with the help of the wings of the moon pouncing on those faces, it broke through without resistance and stabbed the giant cauldron. The moment the spear pierced the cauldron, blood scales trembled furiously, and cracks started appearing from the tip of the spear until they spread all over the spear. Blood scales shattered into numerous shards and fell on the giant cauldron. The cauldron shook. Su Ming's attack should not have been able to cause any harm to it, but because blood scales broke, a loud bang exploded with the strongest force it had ever shown, one that was summoned from its very life. It caused the cauldron to shake and a tiny crack to appear. At the same time, the countless wings of the moon howled and rushed towards the cauldron. As they madly crashed into the cauldron, the crack became bigger. It may have seemed to have happened over a long period of time, but this all took place in only the span of a few breaths. A sound as if the gate of heaven opened rang, and the cauldron broke in half before falling to the ground. The moment the cauldron broke apart, Baitu coughed out a mouthful of blood and staggered backwards. Still, a vicious grin appeared on his face. Cauldron slaughter. A large amount of blood also flowed out of Su Ming's mouth when Bloodscales broke. Bloodscales was his very first Berserker vessel. It had fought with him against Wu Sun and stayed by his side when he slaughtered his enemies during the tribe's migration. Now, as it broke, Su Ming's body was not the only one injured. He also felt reluctant to part with it. Yet this reluctance was forced down by Su Ming. A strong presence of danger suddenly came from ahead. A large amount of black mist appeared from the two halves of the broken cauldron that fell to the ground and gathered together in an instant, turning into a gigantic human face. It let out a scream and charged into the sky as the cauldron continued falling. That face was hundreds of feet long. It opened its mouth wide, moving in to swallow Su Ming whole. The elder's expression changed from where he stood behind Su Ming. He swiftly went forward and was about to push Su Ming away to stop the face from approaching. But Su Ming had already taken a step forward and remained standing before the elder. He spread his arms wide, and Wings of the Moon immediately rushed towards him with bloodshot eyes. They closed in on him in an instant and landed on him, covering him up in multiple layers. The giant Wings of the Moon that had originally belonged to Baitu also did the same. In the blink of an eye, just as Su Ming was about to be swallowed by the giant face coming from below him, he was covered by a large number of Wings of the Moon, turning into a gigantic Wings of the Moon in the sky. It may have looked like it was only one Wings of the Moon, but in truth, it was formed by an unimaginable number of Wings of the Moon gathered together. Fire! A sound that shook the sky came from above the huge Wings of the Moon. That voice belonged to Su Ming, yet it also belonged to the countless Wings of the Moon. With the voice, a powerful presence erupted forth from the gigantic Wings of the Moon. That presence did not belong to Su Ming, but to the Wings of the Moon. Su Ming's body was the heart of the Wings of the Moon, his mind their will. He could control the body of the giant Wings of the Moon. The moment the command of fire came from his mouth, a large amount of moonlight descended around the Wings of the Moon, turning into a silver sea of fire with the Wings of the Moon as the center, and it continued spreading towards its surroundings in the sky. When the silver sea of fire appeared and started spreading, the giant human face that seemed as if it was going to swallow Su Ming immediately sank into pain. The sea of fire surrounded it, and as it let out pained screeches, it was burned to ashes, engulfed in flames hundreds of feet away from the giant Wings of the Moon that surrounded Su Ming. The same moment the face was burned, the giant Wings of the Moon with Su Ming within flew towards Baitu, standing in the distance as he continued to be surrounded by the silver sea of fire. Baitu's face was pale as he stared wide-eyed. He could still not believe what he was seeing, but he was, after all, a powerful berserker in the awakening realm. He also had a lot of battle experience. He quickly retreated, already looking at Su Ming as more of a threat than Mo Sang. Verdant berserk chains. Baitu raised his right hand and pointed towards the sky. A crack immediately appeared from the torn and bloodied center part of his brows. It was the same as when Nan Song had cast this art, but the crack continued spreading from his face down his body until it reached his lower abdomen. It was as if his entire body was split apart by someone. A dense, green presence rushed out of the crack on his body and surrounded Baitu as it turned into verdant mist chains. Chapter 106. The Arrival of the Fallen Berserker. The chains of mist surrounded Baitu's body in multiple layers. They formed a pattern of a ripple in the sky and started spreading outwards. As they did so, an incredibly mighty presence spread out. Verdant Berserk Chains is the strongest berserker art in Black Mountain Tribe. It has the same destructive force as the execution of the three evils of Dark Mountain Tribe did in the past, but its power is much more stable. If the art is cast by a berserker in the awakening realm, then the force will be very powerful. Mo Sang said quickly and severely, with a pale face. The elder knew clearly that using this art was the same as sacrificing some of the caster's life. Even he had not managed to force Baitu to the point where he would have to use this art during his battle. The elder knew that this was related to Baitu's personality. He was selfish. He did not care about the lives of his tribe members. Even if they all died, as long as he was still around, Black Mountain Tribe would still prosper and become great in a short period of time. The moment Mo Sang spoke, Baitu, who was surrounded by the numerous chains of mist, let out a roar as his face twisted into a ferocious expression. He swung his right hand downwards, pointing towards the giant culmination of the Wings of the Moon that was hiding Su Ming within. The countless chains of mist let out a buzzing sound and charged towards the giant Wings of the Moon. As they moved forward, the verdant chains grew larger until they seemed to have become a straight line, rapidly charging towards the Wings of the Moon that was also approaching it. They traveled so quickly that they seemed to have fused with the sky and earth. In the blink of an eye, the verdant chains appeared around the giant Wings of the Moon and surrounded it, tying up the entire body of the giant Wings of the Moon. Die! Baitu let out a vicious, shrill cry. He lifted both his hands as if about to take control of the verdant chains. He clapped his hands together in one swift motion. As the verdant chains that had tied up the Wings of the Moon rumbled, they tightened their grip. Su Ming's power was not enough, and he did not have any berserker arts that could pose a threat towards those in the awakening realm. He only had the sturdy body belonging to the numerous Wings of the Moon around him. As the verdant chains tightened their grip, the wings of the moon started struggling madly under his control. When both sides clashed against each other, a part of the verdant chains broke, but the wings of the moon also jolted, and some red vapor rose into the sky. A clear sign that the moment they had contact, signs of death appeared on the wings of the moon. As the wings of the moon continued struggling, the verdant chains tightened their grip even more. Every single time a rumble sounded, a part of the verdant chains broke apart, and a large amount of red vapor would appear from the wings of the moon, making them pay a large price. Veins popped out on Baitu's face. There were still 3 inches before he could finish closing his hands together. Yet these 3 inches were monstrously difficult for him to breach. As his hands trembled, he bit his tongue and coughed out blood. That blood turned into 2 blood-red arms that fused into the arms on his body, granting him strength so that he could close the distance between the 3 inches to a mere 1 inch. At the same time, lines of blood appeared on the verdant chains. The strength of its hold became stronger instantly. With a blast, the chains sank into the body of the wings of the moon, causing the amount of red vapor coming from its body to increase by several fold. Since Su Ming stood in the wings of the moon, his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth started bleeding, and he felt a sharp pain traveling into his mind. It was the pain felt by the numerous wings of the moon as they cried out, "Just die already." Baitu's hair was a mess as he continued increasing his strength without regard for consequences. Xing, who was standing in the distance, did not hesitate and flew towards him with his tired body. He swung both his hands, and the dark python that was covered in injuries materialized behind his back. It opened its mouth and let out a huge roar, charging towards Baitu with the elder. The elder was already gravely wounded. There were 7 bone needles in his body from when he had sacrificed some of his life. It was already very difficult for him to continue fighting. If Su Ming had not come, he would have chosen to explode his blood so that he could heavily wound the elder of Black Mountain tribe. However, he also knew that the elder of Black Mountain was cautious of it. That was why he held back, not wanting to force Xing into a corner, but choosing to deplete his strength until Xing would eventually die. Yet there was a chance at that moment. There was a chance where he could heavily wound Baitu and give Su Ming a chance. The price was his own death, but the elder had no regrets. The moment Xing rushed out, Su Ming felt a clear wave of sadness from the elder. Red crawled into his eyes. He might have learned how to be stoic, but at that moment, he still became anxious. Because his will was fused together with the culmination of the wings of the moon, his anxiety also made all these wings of the moon to become worked up. The moment the elder rushed towards Baitu, the wings of the moon that was being strangled by the verdant chains dispersed, revealing Su Ming standing on the wings of the moon within. As they dissolved, the verdant chains quickly charged towards Su Ming. Yet at that moment, the wings of the moon that had spread out started coughing out small amount of blood. Some of them even exploded, turning into larger amounts of blood. The instant the verdant chains surrounding Su Ming closed in, the wings of the moon gathered up once again with him as the center. However, this time, when they gathered up, they did not turn into the shape of the wings of the moon, but a giant about hundreds of feet in height. That giant's face was faint, and the details on it could not be seen clearly. Yet at the center of its brows was a picture of fire. When the giant appeared, even those verdant chains were absorbed into the giant's body, as if they were part of the giant to begin with. Upon its appearance, the sky and earth roared. The 5 summits in Dark Mountain shook. Even the land trembled continuously. Within the forest, on a dried-up big tree, there was a small monkey that was entirely covered in red fur. It held onto the branch tightly, anxiety and fear filling its face. It kept on screeching, but it did not dare to travel upwards. The light from the moon became much brighter when the giant appeared. It was as if the earth had turned into a red netherworld as the red from the moon fell on the land. The moonlight that became much brighter gathered on the giant, and with a blast, turned into a silver sea of fire. It spread out, and it looked like there was a humongous fire beast behind the giant. The giant opened its eyes in a swift motion. The shadow of the blood-red moon was in its eyes. It moved towards Baitu. Its footsteps were huge, managing to reach Baitu before the elder. Then, it threw a punch forward. The silver sea of fire behind it rolled forward, swooping in on Baitu with the fist. Baitu did not retreat. Instead, he let out a growl with a fierce look on his face. Verdant Berserk, chains explosion. The moment the words were spoken, the giant with Su Ming jolted. Booming sounds came from within its body. It belonged to the verdant chains stuck in its body. They exploded, turning into wisps of verdant mist that looked as if they were going to turn into the verdant chains once again and tie up the giant. The moment the verdant chains exploded, the giant shuddered. A large amount of red mist rose into the air, and its body started shrinking rapidly. Yet the fist it threw out continued traveling forth. Under the giant's unwavering gaze and its disregard for the injuries on its body, it thrust its fist forth without hesitation. Baitu's expression changed, and he quickly retreated. He brought both his hands forward and cast some unknown berserker art. In an instant, his arms turned into dried-up wood and acted as a shield for him. A loud crash traveled through the air. The giant punched the drywood barrier formed by Baitu's hands. As the sound rang out, Baitu's body shook viciously, and he coughed out blood. His arms immediately exploded and turned into flesh and blood that scattered everywhere as his body tumbled backwards. A flash passed through the giant's eyes. It seemed like it was hard for it to continue onward as well, with the injuries it had sustained when the verdant chains exploded. But it continued anyway. Just as it was about to give chase, Baitu, who had been flung away, let out a piercing scream, his ears, nose, mouth, and ears bleeding. Soon, the large amount of green wisps of mist that were about to turn into chains on the giant immediately gave up on condensing. They rushed instead to Baitu with a speed that surpassed Su Ming's. The wisps of green mist crawled into every part of Baitu's body, and before Su Ming and the elder's eyes, Baitu's body started recovering at a shocking speed. In an instant, his arms grew back, his face returned to a healthy shade of red, as if he had completely returned to the peak of his condition. Using verdant berserk chains is the same as sacrificing your own life. He's using his life to heal his wounds, but he can only use it once. What's more, he won't be able to use the verdant berserk chains again for some time, the elder immediately said, his eyes narrowed. The moment the elder spoke, a glint appeared in Baitu's eyes. His face may have seemed to have returned to a healthy shade of color, but there was a dull look in his eyes. Yet his anger had reached its peak. He was a berserker in the awakening realm, but was forced to sacrifice his life to recover. To him, that was unacceptable. He did not even look at Imo Sang, but stared at the giant which contained Su Ming. You can now die without regrets for forcing me to this extent. But this fight is over. You and your elder will certainly die here today. Imo Sang, when I fought against you, I only used a part of my fallen berserker art. Now, I'll let you witness the fallen berserker art cast by a powerful berserker in the awakening realm. Baitu was wary of Su Ming. Unless he deemed it absolutely necessary, he did not want to cast this fallen berserker art. It would inflict great harm to his own self, and he had to cast it when he was completely uninjured. If he cast it while he was injured, he would not be able to bear the consequences. The giant lifted its feet and was about to close in when Baitu spread his arms wide open and knelt towards the north in midair. There was a fanatic look on his face as he roared at the sky. The fallen berserker within the sky and earth, please honor your promise and descend upon the world. The moment the words were shouted out, the blood-red moon in the sky dimmed. The stars in the sky also became darker at the same instant. An indescribable presence started gathering together from the sky and earth. There was silence, but Su Ming's heart began to race in his chest. His body seemed to have frozen when that presence started gathering together. Imo Sang's face was pale. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth as if he couldn't withstand the pressure brought by the presence as it gathered. Who is that bothered mind slumber? Who is that summoned mind berserker soul? A voice that reverberated through Su Ming and the elder's mind suddenly rang out. That voice sounded old and aged by time, morose, and it made all those who heard it horrified. Chapter 107, The Elder's Secret. Everything in the world was frozen still, even the wind stopped in the air. There was only deathly stillness on the earth. Baitu's body trembled. He knelt towards the north as he worshipped the sky. Your servant, Baitu, summoned you here. I have prepared enough life, and I offer these too as a sacrifice. O fallen god of berserkers of the north, please descend upon us. As Baitu spoke, that formless presence began gathering and turning into a faded outline of a person before him. It was a person, one whose face could not be seen clearly. In fact, if no one looked properly, then they would find it hard to see the moment that semi-transparent person appeared. The elder shuddered, and his breathing became rapid. Su Ming was behaving the same way within the giant. He could not move his body. From the semi-transparent figure, He could feel a power that surpassed Baitu's by leaps and bounds. He had a final scattering blood with him, but scattering blood was like a double-edged sword. If it was crushed and the powder touched the wounds on his body, then it was the same as destroying himself. That was why every time Su Ming used it, he was incredibly careful with it. It was his ultimate move. He did not know whether this item was useful against powerful berserkers in the awakening realm, but he had to try. He had a chance, but the elder was by his side, and Baitu was rapidly healing all his wounds. If Su Ming used it at the wrong time, and the powder was flung aside, then there was a high chance it would affect him and the elder. The semi-transparent figure stood before the kneeling Baitu's day. It raised its right hand and touched Baitu's forehead. Baitu immediately trembled viciously and pain appeared on his face, but he bore through it and did not scream out. A small hole appeared at the center of his brows, and a large amount of blood gushed out, which was absorbed by the semi-transparent figure. Very soon, that figure was no longer semi-transparent, but turned into a blood-red color. There was a thread of blood spinning within its body, and it gradually formed the outline of a part of a finger on its right hand. Baitu's body withered quickly. It was as if in the span of a few breaths, he would turn into mere bones. Not enough. The only red was on the small fragment of the figure's finger. The other parts of the person were still in the semi-transparent state. It spoke unhurriedly within the minds of the three people in the air. Baitu seemed to have known a long time ago that the blood would not be enough. He made a grabbing motion with both hands, and as the earth shook, Dark Mountain became duller in an instant. All of the snow on the mountain turned black and spread out. The trees in the forest at the foot of the mountain crumbled into ashes. White mist crawled out from all corners of the earth and rushed towards Baitu. The darkness in the forest at the foot of the mountain continued spreading. As it did so, all the living creatures that were enveloped within died and turned into white mist that rose into the air. The little monkey in the tree quickly ran away in panic and managed to avoid being captured by the darkness spreading outwards. The white mist continued rising into the air and fused into Baitu's body, causing his withered body to recover once again. Yet at the same time, more blood gushed out from the hole at the center of his brows, which was absorbed by the person before him. This frightening sight was seen by both Su Ming and the elder, but they could not stop it. They could not even move their bodies. It is still not sufficient. One of the fingers on the person's right hand turned completely red. This is all I can offer. Northern god of Berserkers, please descend. Baitu trembled. He could not move, and the injuries that had recovered just moments ago tore open once again. The sacrifice this time is not sufficient. I can only let one finger fall, the person said languidly. He lifted the only finger that was stained red and pointed towards the sky. The weather immediately changed. A large amount of black clouds started gathering, and once they covered half of the sky, a large thunderbolt formed. At the same time, a black flash of lightning shot down from the black clouds in the blink of an eye. That black lightning exuded evil and an air of gruesomeness. It was as if death was descending as it fell. The moment the lightning shot down from the sky, Su Ming's frozen body suddenly felt warmth from the black debris that had been quiet for a long time. The warmth fused into Su Ming's body, and as cracking sounds rebounded, he found that he could move. He did not have time to think. The moment the bolt of lightning was about to fall on his person, he took one step forward. Baitu was unable to move, and his body was covered in injuries at the moment. Su Ming brought out scattering blood and closed in on Baitu, reaching out his right hand from the giant's body and hurled the pill at him. The moment he flung scattering blood, the bolt of lightning descended on the giant. He could not dodge it. He clenched his right fist and threw a punch towards that lightning. From a distance, this sight was akin to a giant glaring at the sky, and as the heavens sent a bolt of lightning downwards, it was moving forth to fight against the heavens. The faded figure with that one red finger let out a light sound of puzzlement. While looking at Su Ming, its body gradually disappeared as if it could not stay for too long. As it disappeared, the elder also regained his mobility. His face was filled with anxiety, watching the giant which contained Su Ming and the black bolt of lightning close in on each other in midair. At the same moment, that scattering blood was also closing in on Baitu at an incredible speed. Baitu did not know what that was. He let out a cold laugh and swung his right hand. A huge gust of wind immediately blew it away, but the moment it touched that scattering blood, the pill exploded due to Su Ming embedding his chi within it earlier, causing the scattering blood to turn into powder and scatter into red mist that charged towards Baitu's day. Even if some it was dispersed by Baitu, a large amount still landed on his body and crawled into his injuries as if they wanted to burn his blood. Child's play. Baitu's expression changed, and he circulated the chi in his body as he let out a cold bark of laughter. With some unknown method, the burning sensation within his body was extinguished, but his face became paler because of that. When the black lightning that exuded evil and gruesomeness appeared, it was like it had turned into a ray of light that brought death upon the world. It charged towards Su Ming and collided with his fist. There was no crashing sound. Everything happened silently. In the elder and Baitu's eyes, they saw the bolt of lightning touch the giant's right arm and, crushing it immediately, turn the arm into a large amount of red mist that spread outwards. At the same time, the giant's body also started shaking furiously. Then from its shoulders, it started crumbling down inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, about an eighth of the giant's body had turned into mist. The lightning pierced through the giant's body. Su Ming, the elder's eyes were bloodshot. Just as he was about to rush over, he saw whatever was remaining of the giant in the air make the red mist spreading outwards from its body tumble backwards and gather up once again. He also saw Su Ming's body hidden away in the small remaining part of the giant as the red mist gathered. When Su Ming threw the punch, he had changed his location within the giant's body. Even so, he was covered in blood, as if he had already reached his end. The black lightning that destroyed most of the giant's body stopped in midair. It was a lot duller now. It changed its direction languidly, but it did not travel towards the elder, but looked like it was going to once again pierce through the giant's body, which seemed to be experiencing some sort of change due to the gathering red mist. Baitu stood in the distance, his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth bleeding. His breathing was rapid. Summoning the fallen god of Berserkers required him to offer his life, and the power needed for him to use that black lightning also required him to continuously offer lives taken from the mountain below. He had also wasted some power when he extinguished the fire in his body. The power of the lightning was largely related to his level of cultivation, because this power of lightning cast from the one finger was actually a culmination of all his power. The strange fallen god of Berserkers changed it, but in the end, it was still largely related to Baitu's power. Why aren't you dead yet? Veins popped out on Baitu's face. The sight of the veins popping up on his withered body looked incredibly frightening. The black lightning no longer looked dull. It changed its direction and was just about to rush towards Su Ming when Xing turned his head back. He looked at the heavily injured dark python that had fought with him until now. The dark python was a materialization of his Berserker mark. It had been with him for his entire life. The moment he looked at the dark python too, seemed to have gained intelligence and looked at the elder. The elder did not hesitate. He closed his eyes, and the clothes on his upper body burst apart, revealing his aged body. On his body was a great number of blood veins that had gathered into the mark of the dark python, but at the moment, it melted away. In a second, it was washed away and disappeared from the elder's body. The moment the mark of the dark python disappeared, a blood-red mark of a tooth appeared on the elder's chest, covering his entire body. The tip of the tooth was at the center of the elder's brows. It looked natural, like a real tooth. The moment the mark of the tooth appeared, Baitu's, who was controlling the black bolt of lightning by sacrificing lives of those below to attack Su Ming, expression changed. Astonishment, shock, and disbelief. All of them could be seen on his face. There were far too many things that threw him into disarray this night. The appearance of the blood-red moon, the arrival of the wings of the moon, and the true fire Berserker art. Yet all those sights were nothing compared to the sight of the Berserker mark on Xing changing to that of a tooth. Impossible. You have two Berserker marks? That's impossible. Those of the Berserker tribe can only have one Berserker mark in their lives. How could you have two? Baitu was aghast. He even forgot to control the black bolt of lightning when he saw that scene. He could not believe what he was seeing, but he knew that if news that Xing had two Berserker marks spread out, then their entire world would be taken by a storm. He had never heard of anyone who possessed two Berserker marks before. There was no one like that. Even the legendary gods of Berserkers only had one Berserker mark. Xing opened his eyes, his face calm. Once the second Berserker mark appeared, he raised his right hand and grabbed onto his chest, then pulled outwards. Immediately, a giant tooth about the height of an adult man appeared in his hand. The tooth looked ghastly. Its entire body was letting off a white glow. Once the elder held it in his hand, he leapt forward and stood on top of the dark python's head, which had not disappeared. This is my last resort. I was originally going to use it anyway. There was a look of sadness on the elder's face as he thought. He held up the giant tooth and stabbed it through the head of the dark python underneath his feet. Pain spread across the dark python's face, but it did not move, simply allowing the elder to drive the tooth into its head until it was buried deep. The moment the tooth was completely buried into its head, thunderous roars echoed in the sky, and the dark python's eyes became dull. It died. Yet the moment of its death, when its body quickly withered, from the spot where the tooth was driven into its head, black mist flowed out. As the dark python faded away, a large amount of black mist came out. Within the span of a breath, the dark python completely disappeared from the world along with the tooth. Before the elder was dense, black fog. As it continued to tumble and move around, the head of a ferocious beast with a single horn appeared. That head of the beast looked like it belonged to an evil spirit. There was a black metal hook on its nostrils. It rushed out with an incredibly shocking pressure and a similar presence to that of Awakening, charging towards Baitu, whose face had changed into that of a panic-stricken one. Chapter 108, Xing. Baitu was terrified. He had never even dreamt about someone possessing 2 Berserker marks among those in the Berserker tribe. Not only was it something unbelievable, it also covered the former prodigy, Mo Sang, with a thick layer of mystery. When Mo Sang's second Berserker mark appeared, the sight of the tooth killing the dark python, which was formed by his first Berserker mark, before materializing into the malicious-looking head of a single-horned beast with the similar presence to Awakening, also made Baitu take in a sharp breath. His skin crawled, and he immediately lifted both his arms, pointing a finger towards the black bolt of lightning that was originally aimed at Ming. The black bolt of lightning immediately changed direction and dashed towards the beast head that was surrounded by black fog. The elder stood in midair with his eyes closed, unmoving. The giant head of the beast behind him howled. The black fog spread around them, casting the sky and earth in a ghastly light. This was the elder's final resort, and also a secret he had kept hidden deep within himself. The head of the beast that was surrounded by the black fog spreading outwards charged towards Baitu, howling in its rush towards the black bolt of lightning that went forward to protect Baitu's day. The bolt of lightning let out loud thunderous cracks and closed in on the head of the beast. They crashed into each other. Thunderous roars echoed through the sky. The head of the beast let loose horrendous howls as a large amount of the black fog that surrounded it dispersed. The black bolt of lightning stopped before the center of the beast's brows, unable to pierce through. As the head of the beast continued roaring, it continued moving forward, forcing that bolt of lightning to move backwards as if it was met with strong resistance. Baitu's face was pale. His eyes were bloodshot. As of then, he felt like he was faced with the greatest danger in his life. The black bolt of lightning continued retreating, allowing the head of the beast to arrive at a distance less than 1,000 feet away from him. Baitu brought both his hands up, pointing at the center of his brows with one finger, and towards his chest on his already withered body with the other, offering his blood and life once again. His hair, which was originally black, turned instantly white. Dried cracks spread through his face, and his body swayed. That is only a presence similar to Awakening. It's not true Awakening. Baitu let out a low growl. As his body started changing, that black bolt of lightning seemed to have replenished its power. A black ray of light that shot into the sky erupted forth from the bolt of lightning, and in an instant, it grew several times in size and pierced the center of the beast's brows. In the distance, the elder trembled and blood flowed out of his mouth. A similar injury appeared at the center of his brows. It looked almost identical to the injury at the center of the beast's brows. That head of the beast roared, and a strange light appeared in its eyes. It did not care about the black bolt of lightning piercing through it, but instead charged forward even as booming noises came from its head. As the black fog quickly dispersed, the black bolt of lightning entered further into its head. Yet the head of the beast did not seem to know any pain, and continued moving forward until it was only 300 feet from Baitu from the initial 1,000. At that moment, half of the black bolt of lightning had entered the center of the beast's brows, causing arcs of black lightning to travel through the entire head of the creature, as if it was going to be destroyed at any moment. However, that light from the bolt of lightning also dimmed, like the life that provided its power was no longer enough. Black blood flowed out from Baitu's mouth. He raised his right hand in one swift motion and pressed one finger on his right eye, and the light from his right eye immediately faded away, as if it lost its life, turning white. The moment his right eye turned white, the black bolt of lightning immediately let out a strong black light again, and with a roar, most of the bolt of lightning entered the center of the beast's brows. Yet at that moment, there was only 100 feet between the head of the beast and Baitu. In the distance, Ming had his eyes closed. His entire body was surrounded by the blood from the wings of the moon. The blood gradually gathered around him and turned into a strange blood statue. As it gradually formed, a mysterious pressure spread out from the blood statue. Anxiety appeared on Baitu's face at that moment. He raised his right hand and pointed at his right leg. It let out a bang, and his entire right leg exploded. After he offering up his right eye, he was once again offering up a sacrifice, his right leg. The moment his right leg shattered, the head of the beast was 50 feet away from him. Yet that black bolt of lightning also pierced through the center of the beast's brows with a boom and went out from the back of its head. The destructive force from the bolt of lightning caused its eyes to instantly become duller and its focus to scatter, but it did not stop its charge. It continued rushing towards Baitu's 50 feet, 40 feet, 30 feet. As Baitu let out a terrified scream, he disappeared in the blink of an eye. The only thing visible was the head of the beast that had concealed Baitu's day. It turned into faint wisps of black fog and dissipated into the air. The elder's face was pale. He opened his eyes, and there was an expectant look in his dull eyes. Yet that anticipation turned into despair in a moment. He coughed out blood, and the moment the head of the beast dissipated, it was as if something huge crashed into him. He staggered back and fell on one of the 5 summits on Dark Mountain, struggling to stand. A defiant and excited laughter traveled from where the black fog was dissipating from the head of the beast. It was Baitu's voice. He had not died. At that moment, he had also thought that he would be killed, but when that beast was not even 5 feet away from him, a black light suddenly appeared from Baitu's body. The moment the head of the beast touched the light, it dissipated. "No one can kill me," Mo sang. "You may be strong. You may have 2 berserker marks, but you can't kill me." Baitu panted harshly. He was still terrified by what had happened. He knew that if the mysterious man in black had not left behind some power within him, then Baitu would surely have been unable to survive the beast's charge just now. At that moment, he looked pathetic. He had lost an eye, a leg, and his entire body was withered and dried up like a branch. His face was pale, but he still lifted his head and laughed at the sky. "I'll kill him first. I'll let you see him die before your eyes, and then I'll kill you." Baitu panted harshly, lifting his right hand to point at the bolt of lightning that suddenly became larger in the air. The bolt of lightning jolted and slowly turned around. By the looks of it, it was as if it needed to lock onto its target before attacking. That was why it needed to readjust its position each time. Yet the moment the black bolt of lightning readjusted its position and locked onto Ming opened his eyes, and the moment he did so, the blood of the wings of the moon circling around him surged forth, and a broken blood statue appeared in between heaven and earth. The blood statue was not big. It was only 40 to 50 feet tall. Ming's body was like a mosaic on the blood statue's chest, but it did not materialize because of him. His body only acted as a small conduit, allowing the wings of the moon to gather all their power together through his body, which was how they had become the same level as Baitu during their previous fight. The blood statue exuded an ancient presence. A blood-red light flashed all over its body, but the statue did not have a head. It was broken and looked as if there was not enough strength for it to appear in its complete form in the sky. Still, even without a head, a terrifying presence surrounded the blood statue. The man portrayed war armor, and it was also blood-red. It made the man look like was an old battle spirit hanging midair. Besides the terrifying presence coming from his body, there was also a devastating air around him, as if he was shouting because he was unwilling to die, and his cries reverberated through the air. In his hands was a giant axe. That axe was also broken, but a killing intent that shook the sky surrounded it. Vague cries from the souls of those who were wronged traveled out from the axe. This was one of the 9 great statues of the god of Berserkers from the Fire Berserker tribe taken from the memories of the wings of the moon. A long time ago, He was once worshipped by an uncountable number of people from the Fire Berserker tribe. He even once fought against the god of Berserkers together with the other 8 statues of the god of Berserkers after they had been granted intelligence by the elder of the Fire Berserker tribe. His head was torn off by the god of Berserkers. He had already died a long time ago. His broken appearance now was an illusion created from the memories of the wings of the moon using their blood of the Fire Berserkers. His name was Xing. Baitu's mouth hung open. There were simply far too many things that caught him off guard today. However, he was not numb towards it yet, because these things were only growing increasingly more shocking. Su Ming's eyes flashed as he stood on the shoulders of the headless and broken statue of the god of Berserkers. The broken god's body took one step forward. The moment its foot landed, it was as if the sky and earth shook. However, Su Ming knew that the shaking was fake. The materialization of the broken god was due to the culmination of the memories of the wings of the moon. Perhaps he truly had had incredible strength, but he was dead. He was just an illusion, and that was why the power he could use was incredibly small. More importantly, the moment the broken god appeared, Su Ming also felt that the broken god was quickly disappearing. He could only remain for the span of a few breaths. After a few breaths, the broken god would disappear, and all the wings of the moon would also die as a price. At that moment, Su Ming would no longer have the power of the wings of the moon, and because he could no longer suppress his injuries, he would also experience backlash. Not only would he be unable to fight against Baitu, he would also face serious danger from overexertion. As light flashed in Su Ming's eyes, the ripples caused by the broken god spread out. With just one step, he appeared before the stunned Baitu's day. He lifted the axe in his hands and swung it downwards. At that moment, the black bolt of lightning sped towards the broken god. Baitu trembled. The danger he felt right now surpassed that of when he had faced the head of the beast formed by Mo Sang's second Berserker mark. It made him feel terror that stemmed from the very root of his soul. He did not hesitate. He knew clearly that if he hesitated for even a moment, he would die completely and utterly, his body and spirit exterminated. So he pointed at his left leg without hesitation, gritting his teeth. Many blood veins appeared on his body to form the picture of a complete wings of the moon. Yet the picture spread out with a bang, causing his blood veins to be unable to gather together. Faced with life and death, Baitu had chosen to give up on the awakening realm. Even if his level of cultivation would fall due to this, it was still better than dying here. The moment his Berserker mark that signified awakening scattered away, the black bolt of lightning let out its strongest black light and closed in on the broken god.